Chapter 1. The Young Prince's Flight to the Southern Frontier. In the year 3937 of the Tianyuan era, the Yin Emperor fell, and demons besieged the realm, bringing untold suffering to the populace and widespread famine. 16 years later, on the borders of the Jiugong mountain range in the southern frontier, Yuanyin, remember, you are not merely my grandson, your true identity is that of the Yin Prince. Your mother is the revered Ngui Fei from the Ice Plains tribe, a prominent figure from 16 years ago. You must survive. Within this jade pendant lies a drop of the blood of our founding emperor. If combined with potent elixirs, it may grant you the potential to awaken the roots of a martial deity. Yuanyin, you must vanquish the demons and restore the glory of the Yin, avenging your mother. In whispered tones, a thread of white light ignited within the darkened world, and Li Yuan strained to grasp it. Have I traversed realms? Memories whirled within his mind. After a lengthy pause, Li Yuan regained his composure. To be precise, he had not merely crossed over, he had been reborn into a different world, awakening to the sealed memories of his past. As he glanced down, the sight of a gaunt, dark-skinned corpse met his eyes. With the unlocking of his memories, Li Yuan recalled the events of his early years in this life. 16 years prior, he had been born in the imperial palace of the Yin. During a night of demonic assault, the palace was besieged and numerous princes and princesses were slaughtered. His mother, Ngui Fei, sensing the peril, entrusted the court physician with his escape from the palace. However, possessing the roots of a Yin martial deity, he could not evade the demon's perception. To ensure his survival, the physician severed his martial roots and bestowed them upon his own grandson, sacrificing him as a decoy. From that moment onward, the physician had led him on a perilous journey. Grandfather, may you rest in peace. The elderly man who lay beside Li Yuan was the physician of Ur. After 16 years of tumult, Li Yuan had anticipated this day's arrival, though he had not foreseen that he bore the identity of a young prince. Hey, you there, lad. You don't appear to be from the mountains, do you? A resounding voice broke through his thoughts. Li Yuan turned to see a man clad in a coarse, deep blue tunic standing at a distance, regarding him with a wary expression. I am but a refugee, he replied. Li Yuan recalled the physician's words before his fainting spell. This place was known as the Jiugong mountain range, one of the most enigmatic locales in the southern frontier and the origin of the Gu master lineage. The physician had brought him here to evade the calamities wrought by bandits and demons. In contrast to the outside world, the mountains exuded tranquility, resembling a sanctuary untouched by strife. Jiugong Mountain does not welcome outsiders. I must ask you to leave. The man boomed that I wish to join Jiugong Mountain. The physician had sought to align himself with Jiugong Mountain, rumored to have certain prerequisites, which Li Yuan did not fully comprehend. Yet he had no alternative. Should he depart, bereft of his martial roots, encountering demons would spell his doom. Do you possess a token? The man inquired. I do. Li Yuan produced a wooden box from his bosom, a gift from the physician, an ancient token indeed, the man remarked, glancing at the box. This token alone does not grant you direct admission to Jiugong Mountain. You must also pass the trials of the Gu Master. Li Yuan questioned, what constitutes the Gu Master trial? A test of life and death, the man replied, turning to venture deeper into the mountains. If you wish to participate, follow me. If not, depart. I am willing. Yuan hoisted the corpse of the physician upon his back and hastened forward, for this was his only lifeline. What did it matter if he faced death a myriad of times? In the outside world, it was a certainty of demise. Starved to the point of dizziness, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, fortunate that the distance was not great. The man before him halted at the mouth of a dark cave. I am Qilin, the steward of the 12th cave of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. The man introduced himself. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest was revered in the Jiugong mountain range, a sanctum for Gu masters. Qilin gestured towards the pitch-black entrance. If you have made up your mind, step inside. After passing the trial, you shall gain entry into the Jiugong mountain. Li Yuan set down the physician's body. May I first bury my grandfather? Qilin's expression remained indifferent. Why complicate matters? Out of respect for the token, when you perish, I shall ensure you and your grandfather are laid to rest together. A chill ran through Li Yuan's heart. It appeared Qilin held no faith in his ability to pass the trial. The reality seemed to affirm this. He knew nothing of Gu, and how much confidence could he truly possess? Thank you. Li Yuan clasped his hands in a bow, steeling himself for what lay ahead. He inhaled deeply and took a step towards the abyss of darkness. And no sooner had he moved than the ground beneath him gave way, and he plummeted downwards. He was momentarily cushioned by something before crashing to the ground. The space around him illuminated, sunlight streaming in from the opposite end of the pit. This chasm was some 7 to 8 meters deep, with sheer rock walls that an ordinary person could not climb. Precisely 10 individuals, just right, a voice echoed from above. The trial officially commences. Hey, 12th cave participants, do enlighten us on the requirements of the assessment. Someone shouted from the far side of the pit. Li Yuan scrutinized his surroundings and discovered that various corners of the pit were occupied by individuals, some male, some female, some young, and some old. 1, 2, 3, 9. With himself included, there were precisely 10. Li Yuan suddenly recalled Qi Lin's words, a trial of 9 deaths and 1 life. Did this imply that only one person among them would survive to emerge? Silence reigned from above. The other participants evidently grasped the grim implication, their gazes shifting to become either fierce or fearful, yet none dared to make a move. Li Yuan retreated into a shadow where sunlight could not penetrate, obscuring his expression. After 16 years of evasion, he was all too familiar with the nature of such circumstances. In times like these, the weak would be preyed upon, consumed by the stronger. The phrase, "the hungry devour one another," was not mere rhetoric, it was a hell he had witnessed firsthand. Sitting in the shadow, Li Yuan's gaze swept over the remaining 9. Among them, 6 were women and 3 were men. The 6 women appeared rather ordinary, gaunt and pallid. The eldest was likely in her 40s, while the youngest seemed scarcely in her teens. The 3 men consisted of 1 elderly, 1 stout, and 1 lean. The stout one was clad in attire typical of the southern regions, suggesting he might be a local. All kept their distance from the stout man, who Li Yuan perceived to be the greatest threat. "Newcomer, don't stare at me," the stout man barked, having sensed Li Yuan's gaze. "This is a trial for Gu masters, not a killing contest. You lot, stop thinking about murder." The stout man's words bore some truth. But what of it? In such an environment, individuals would only grow wary of one another, interpreting intentions with utmost malice. Who is truly virtuous? Who dies? A buzzing sound filled the air as a red, ladybug-like insect landed on Li Yuan's hand. A goo worm? Li Yuan was taken aback. The main event was finally unfolding. The other 9 individuals also received a similar small insect. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever can nurture the bloodworm in their hand into a personal goo shall pass the test, reminded the man from Jiugong Mountain above the pit. The bloodworm must be nurtured with blood. Only by feeding it with your own fresh blood will it heed your command and become your personal GU. Li Yuan had heard similar assertions before. However, in such an environment, who would dare to draw blood to raise a goo? Wasn't that akin to lighting a lantern in a latrinian invitation to death? Just as Li Yuan pondered his strategy, a voice echoed in his mind. "Beep. Congratulations on acquiring your first goo worm. The goo worm synthesis system has been activated." Chapter 2. Goo worm synthesis system. The goo worm synthesis system? Li Yuan was astonished. With the awakening of his past life memories, the system had also come to life? Was this the privilege that came with lifting the 18 prohibitions? A virtual panel materialized before his eyes. GU Master. Li Yuan Black Jar Level 1. 030 Realm. Unremarkable personal goo. None subordinate goo. None. Feature. By placing any 3 goo worms of the same rank into the black jar, they can be fused into a higher-ranked goo worm, which will be automatically subdued. Note, the rarer the original materials, the stronger the synthesized goo worm. 3 and a 1 for a star upgrade. This I understand well. Li Yuan grasped the utility of the system. In other words, as long as I obtain 3 bloodworms, I can synthesize a more formidable goo worm, perhaps even refine it into my personal goo. The pressing question remained, how to acquire 3 bloodworms. The bloodworms were the lifeblood of everyone present. Their only hope of passing the test, no one would relinquish them easily. If I forcibly attempt to seize them, I shall become the target of collective wrath. Stay calm. Li Yuan took a deep breath, reminding himself to remain composed and await his opportunity. Time trickled by. Night deepened. The already dim cave grew even darker, rendering his hand invisible before his eyes. In the darkness, an intangible fear spread. Li Yuan picked up a large stone, clutching it tightly, and slowly sharpened it against the rocky wall. This night was destined to be one of torment. After an indeterminate duration, amid the struggle between fatigue and hunger, a faint light appeared within the cave. Dawn had arrived, accompanied by a squeaking sound. Its ART times. It could even be considered a delicacy. The group was already famished and instinctively focused their gaze on the creature. Even Li Yuan could not suppress a swallow. Squeak! The rat seemed to sense danger and attempted to flee. The nearest gaunt figure, resembling a monkey, lunged forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rat's cries grew frantic and shrill, clearly pinned down. Ha, got it! The thin man couldn't contain his laughter. Just as he intended to retreat into the shadows, another figure emerged behind him, wielding a stone and bringing it down mercilessly again and again, striking tenaciously. Thud! 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 Soon, the thin man lay in a pool of blood. Li Yuan was astonished. The first to commit murder was none other than the youngest among the 10, a young girl. Perhaps in an attempt to assert her dominance, after slaying the emaciated man, she did not retreat into the shadows immediately, but instead cast a fierce gaze around the room. She then seized a rat, gnawing at it with a bloodied mouth, slowly chewing. Trying to act tough? Li Yuan thought to himself, stifling a laugh. If she were truly ruthless, she would have directly feasted upon the flesh of the thin man, rather than resorting to a rat to establish her authority. Among the group in the cave, aside from the local rotund fellow, who had not partaken in rat meat, before long, the sun ascended high in the sky, its rays piercing through the cave's darkness. Under the sunlight, the grotesque and bloody corpse of the thin man sent chills down Li Yuan's spine. He felt an unsettling dread. He had witnessed cannibalism, but had never partaken in it himself. Under the care and guidance of his grandfather, the physician, he had yet to reach that grim threshold. Perhaps in his grandfather's heart, there lingered a hope that he might one day ascend to the throne, never allowing the dignity of the yin to be consumed by malevolent thoughts. Li Yuan managed to restrain himself, yet the others were growing restless, their eyes glinting like those of wolves, primal instincts gradually overshadowing moral integrity. At that moment, Li Yuan noticed a small red dot crawling slowly on the corpse of the thin man. A bloodworm? Still alive? He was initially taken aback, but then elation surged within him. This was an opportune moment. Li Yuan gradually rose, grasping the stone he had sharpened the previous night, and approached the thin man's corpse. His movement instantly alerted the others. Feigning calmness, his gaze turned fierce. He was tall, not particularly muscular, yet certainly more robust than the deceased the untrained eye. He was undoubtedly the second strongest presence in the cave, aside from the local heavy-set man. The others dared not strike at Li Yuan recklessly, maintaining defensive stances, their eyes fixed intently on him. As he reached the corpse, he abruptly seized the bloodworm, retreating swiftly to a shadowy corner. I thought you were going to eat a human, the local heavy-set man remarked. Why capturing that bloodworm? Do you intend to cultivate another, thereby increasing your chances of raising a life-bound worm? You seem quite knowledgeable, Li Yuan replied. Perhaps we might find ourselves at a disadvantage against you. This statement. Li Yuan instantly sensed a palpable hostility. They were attempting to divert the impending conflict toward him. Aren't you from the southern border? Shouldn't you be more versed in wormcraft than I am? Why pass the opportunity to me? Li Yuan scoffed. The heavy-set man retorted, Of course I was merely outpaced by you. Li Yuan gestured with his hand. Then I offer it to you. Now, dare you claim it? And if you do, will you have the audacity to nurture it? Ha! The heavy-set man sneered, offering no further reply. Only a fool would attempt to nurture two bloodworms under such dire circumstances. The only outcome would be to be drained dry. Once this fool perished, he would become the strongest in the cave, assuredly passing the trial. Li Yuan fell silent as well, continuing to wait. He gradually regained his composure. The hunger gnawing at everyone would inevitably lead to further conflict, and then would arise his chance to seize a third bloodworm. Another night passed, and as the third day dawned, the resolve of the group was nearing its breaking point. Human morality was increasingly suppressed by primal instincts. Everyone, let us share his flesh. The previously silent elder finally spoke. He was frail, with strength akin to that of a woman, too timid to contest, knowing well that only by calling upon allies could he hope to survive. Agreed. A woman responded, "We are also compelled by necessity, merely striving for survival. Should there be divine retribution, let it not befall us." Others knelt and raised their voices in lamentation. "If there is divine wrath, let it be directed at the incompetent Yin royal family and the rampant demons, not at us impoverished folk." While this appeared to be a prayer to the heavens, it was clear to all that it served merely to assuage their own fears and embolden them to undertake an act that transgressed the boundaries of morality. The old man took the first step, followed by 6 women who encircled the corpse of the thin man, while the heavy-set man remained motionless. Li Yuan, too, did not move. Yet, he understood that should those few satiate their hunger, they would surely conspire against him and the heavy-set man. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Soon, they stood before the thin man's corpse, exchanging glances, each hesitant to make the first move. "Old man, you proposed this, you should go first," said the girl who had killed the thin man. "You did the killing, you should take the lead," replied the old man, fearful, for he had heard that cannibalism could drive one to madness and invite divine punishment, leading to a most dreadful demise. Even if he were to partake, he could not be the first. "If you do not eat, we shall slay you first," the girl declared, raising the stone in her hand. The other women followed suit, brandishing their stones. I will eat." The old man, suddenly gripped by fear, realized he had been outmaneuvered. He was forced to crouch over the thin man's corpse before he could utter a word. The stone in the girl's hand fell. With a thud, the old man collapsed to the ground. Having slain him, the girl shouted, "Sisters, let us unite and eliminate those 2 vile men first, or none of us shall survive." Chapter 03. Blood and vitality. Ordinary women possess inherently limited strength. To assert that they could engage in a fair fight, even against a single man, is a stretch. The strategy is clear. Eliminate the most formidable threat first. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed the young girl had already devised a plan to eliminate the thin man, then lure the old man to his demise, and finally initiate an alliance. "You are quite astute, young lady," he thought. The corpulent man smirked. "Unfortunately, you frail women, even united, cannot hope to contend with me." "We shall see about that," the girl retorted coldly. "It's far preferable to unite against you rather than engage in mutual destruction, only to be devoured by you contemptible men. Here is the deal. I'll give you a chance. Go ahead and take care of that lad, and I promise I won't intervene. What do you say?" The fat man grinned maliciously. "No deal," the girl replied, shaking her head. She then turned to Li Yuan. "Why don't you come over here and join us in dealing with this hefty fellow?" This was a game of psychological warfare. Everyone aspired to be the fisherman in this scenario. "Very well," Li Yuan replied without hesitation. Both the fat man and the girl were taken aback by his promptness. "Have you lost your mind?" the fat man exclaimed, unable to maintain his composure. "Do you think that if I am gone, these women will spare you?" "I believe your presence poses a greater threat than theirs." Li Yuan grinned as he stepped closer, approaching the old man's lifeless body. "You go first." The girl regarded him with a calculated gaze, employing her previous tactics once more. "All right," she conceded, "but please step back a bit. Allow me to first consume some flesh to regain my strength." The girl frowned, but eventually acquiesced, with the initiative firmly in her grasp. It was to her advantage as long as the youth did not ally with the fat man. She took 3 steps back, and the other 5 women exchanged glances before following suit. Li Yuan then knelt down, skillfully seizing the bloodworm from the old man's corpse. The fat man's face darkened. He couldn't believe this Navi boy would actually trust those venomous women enough to consider eliminating him first. Initial detection of a compatible goo worm. "Would you like to merge?" Unbeknownst to him, acquiring the bloodworm was Li Yuan's true objective. "Merge," he silently commanded. The materials for this merge are common bloodworm, X3, commencing merge. You have acquired a first-tier common goo, blood and vitality goo, now automatically subdued. Blood and vitality goo, when refined into a life-bound goo, can rejuvenate the goo master's vitality. If transformed into a subordinate goo, it may serve as a consumable to absorb or replenish another's vitality. Would you like to refine it into a life-bound goo? Li Yuan recalled that any goo master could only possess one life-bound goo, along with subordinate goo corresponding to their own level. Refine. At this critical juncture, He had no alternative. You have obtained a life-bound goo, blood and vitality goo. In an instant, a warm current surged through his body. Li Yuan felt his fatigue dissipate entirely, his vitality restored. This was the initial rejuvenating effect of acquiring the blood and vitality goo. His strength appeared to have increased as well. Looking at the women before him, he sensed he could easily overpower them with a single punch. No wonder the goo master can attain a remarkable status in this world that reveres martial prowess. Indeed, there's something to admire. After a 16-year odyssey of evasion, Li Yuan had encountered martial artists on several occasions. These formidable warriors could rend demons asunder and soar through the skies. He once harbored a deep envy for their abilities. However, his grandfather, the imperial physician, had advised him against harboring such aspirations, asserting that he lacked the foundation for martial arts. If he could not pursue the martial path, becoming a goo master was still a commendable alternative. Li Yuan relished the benefits he had reaped and found solace in the notion that restoring his martial foundation through the blood of the founding emperor, coupled with potent elixirs, was an arduous endeavor. It was far more straightforward to rely on the system. There was no need to suffer unnecessarily. What are you doing? Why are you not making a move? The girl's icy voice interrupted Li Yuan's musings. I have reconsidered, he replied, turning to face her. Are you toying with me? She exclaimed in anger. Indeed, I am, Li Yuan grinned. The girl, agitated, breathed heavily, then turned to another. Fatty, come here and help us eliminate this person, shall we? Not at all. The hefty companion shook his head. I've said it before. I will not intervene if you choose to attack him. That is my bottom line. If you are too timid to act, then just remain idle. Li Yuan refrained from immediate action. After the blood goo had nourished him, he felt somewhat weakened and needed to replenish his strength. Now that victory was assured, a moment of caution seemed prudent. He returned his lifeblood goo to the corpse, only to find the creature flying into the shadows, quietly attaching itself to a nearby woman. Ah, how discerning. It prefers fresh fare, Li Yuan chuckled. He could only allow it to replenish itself, not fearing that the blood goo would be swatted away like a mere mosquito, for this was a technique befitting a first-tier goo master, corresponding to martial artists of that caliber. In his recollection, a first-tier martial artist could easily overpower a dozen grown men. Another night unfolded. For Li Yuan, this night was no longer fraught with torment. He felt invigorated. By dawn, the remaining threats posed by others should dissipate. Just then, sensing movement, Li Yuan detected the women approaching stealthily. Had they conspired to launch a nocturnal assault against him? It seemed these women did not wish to see the light of day. Thus, it was best to resolve the matter altogether. Li Yuan rose quietly, moving through the darkness towards the most formidable local threat, the rotund man. His steps were light, nearly soundless. At that moment, the hefty individual leaned against a stone wall, oscillating between drowsiness and vigilance. Suddenly, a series of thuds echoed from the opposite direction. 6 women had sprung into action, hurling stones towards Li Yuan's previous position. The hefty man jolted in surprise. With a swift motion, Li Yuan struck, launching a surprise attack from the shadows, delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. The seemingly stout man wailed under the force of the blow. Li Yuan's first priority was not to kill, but to seize the bloodworms from the man's body. He then grasped the man's hair and forcefully slammed his head against the wall of the pit. Thud, thud, thud. After several agonizing cries, the man fell silent. It is your turn now. Li Yuan's voice reverberated in the pitch-black cavern. In an instant, the 6 women felt their hairs stand on end, their bodies turning icy with fear. How could this be possible? They had never anticipated that Li Yuan would first eliminate the portly man, and with such swiftness. If he possessed such prowess, why had he waited until now to strike? With a sudden ferocity, Li Yuan ceased his concealment and unleashed a deadly onslaught. Moving with remarkable speed, in the shadows, he first delivered a devastating punch that obliterated one opponent. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally, the last one, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, crashed into the young woman's chest, causing her ribcage to cave in as she was hurled backwards, colliding against the cliff wall and meeting her demise. Li Yuan admired the young woman's intellect and tactics, but that admiration was fleeting. A death was still a death. His grandfather, the physician, had taught him to be decisive in matters of life and death, yet to harbor no malevolent heart. This could hardly be considered great evil. He mused silently as he gathered all the blood insects. Detection of fusionable insects complete. Would you like to synthesize? The system prompted him once more. Synthesize. Li Yuan began to feel a sense of anticipation. Chapter 04. Entering the 12 caves, 3 blood insects merge. Can they ascend once more? The synthesis material this time is ordinary blood worm 7. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained 2 first-order blood insects, now automatically subdued. Continue synthesizing, Li Yuan mused. Please enhance the grade of the black jar before exploring the higher paths of the Goo Master. Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, there are limitations? It stands to reason that without any restrictions, after spending a night in the Goo Nest, he could transcend the heavens and earth by dawn. The virtual panel reappeared. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, First Order 430. Realm, First Order, Destined Goo, Blood Insect. Subordinate Goo, Blood Insect. Li Yuan then noticed that the number next to the black jar had increased from 0 to 4. Is this the experience bar? Does it increase by 1 each day? Li Yuan pondered. If based on the number of synthesized Goo insects, it should be 3. And considering the activation days, today marks the 4th day. So, if he could endure in the Jiugong Mountains until the black jar reaches its maximum level, he would be invincible. This certainly surpasses any mundane quest system. Quite splendid indeed. Li Yuan felt satisfied. Now, I should be deemed to have passed the trial. Can I ascend? He gazed at the pit that towered 8 meters high. For him now, it was no longer a perilous abyss, but a shackle waiting to be broken. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan leaped up, grasping a protruding rock over 3 meters high, and with a surge of strength, he swung himself to grasp a higher stone. Repeating this several times, he successfully reached the top, precisely where he had fallen. Clap, clap, clap. Applause resonated from the side. To have forged his destined Goo in merely 4 days is remarkable. It has been a long time since I have witnessed such talent in the art of Goo. Flames flickered in the cave, and Li Yuan turned to see 2 figures approaching. One was Qi Lin, who had invited him to participate in the trial, and the other was a middle-aged man. Young brother, quite impressive. The kind-faced, middle-aged man introduced himself. I am Qi Xian, the master of the 9th Palace's 12 caves. Master, have I passed the trial? After enduring a life-and-death challenge, Li Yuan found it hard to warm to these individuals. However, this trial method indeed resonated with his understanding of nurturing Goo. Of course, Qi Xian replied with a smile. I shall report to the cave master and grant you an outer sect disciple token. Given your commendable talent as a Goo master, you may freely choose a position within the 12 caves. What positions are available? Li Yuan inquired. See for yourself. Qi Xian handed Li Yuan a booklet, which he examined intently. The 100 Affairs Hall, responsible for recruitment, assessments, correspondence, and mediating personal matters. The Goo Beast Garden, responsible for nurturing various Goo insects and beasts. The Goo Plant Garden, tasked with cultivating all manner of spiritual plants essential for raising Goo. The Remnant Goo Tower, responsible for dealing with the imperfect Goo insects abandoned after failed nurturing by the organization. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is excellent. The incomplete Goo insects should also be suitable for synthesis, right? The system's definition states that any 3 Goo insects of the same rank can be synthesized. Master, I choose the incomplete Goo building. The incomplete Goo building? Qi's expression turned peculiar. Have you thought this through? Dealing with incomplete Goo is a dirty and laborious job, fraught with risk. Qi Lin also cautioned. Incomplete Goo insects that have failed in various halls are discarded there, and handling them can easily lead to accidents. Li Yuan grew even more excited. Isn't this tailor-made for him? Places like the Beast Garden, while nurturing only good Goo insects, utilize sect resources and impose monthly task quotas that must be submitted. If he were to synthesize all of them, he would certainly be held accountable. The incomplete Goo building, however, presented no such troubles. The discarded, neglected refused. There was treasure in his eyes. I made up my mind. Li Yuan was almost impatient. Very well then. Qi did not press further. choosing to respect the young man's fate. By the way, what is your name? After conversing for so long, he realized he did not know the boy's name. You may use your own name or abandon the past and receive a new name bestowed by the Nine Palaces Gunest, Qi remarked. Li Yuan, with the surname of Mu and the character Yuan meaning treasure. Li Yuan preferred to use his own name. Good. He nodded. The identity token will be issued in 3 days. Qi Lin, take Li Yuan to report to the incomplete Gu building. Follow me. Qi Lin turned and departed. Li Yuan hoisted the old doctor's corpse onto his back and followed Qi Lin up the mountain, where in the distance, one could see grand structures rising majestically on the mountain. Along the way, Qi Lin briefly recounted the tale of the Nine Palaces Gunest, an ancient power deeply rooted in the southern frontier's Nine Palaces mountain range. It is not only the origin of Gu masters, but also the undisputed hidden overlord of the southern frontier. The Nine Palaces Gunest comprises 9 palaces, each containing 72 caves. This hierarchy originates from the early days of the Gu masters, where a group lived in the caves on the mountain, using caves to distinguish family organizations. Even today, they are still referred to as caves. In fact, the scale of any cave within the Nine Palaces Gunest will be comparable to that of a third-rate sect in the outside world. Li Yuan listened with rapt attention, filled with anticipation. This truly was his sanctuary for development. Before long, the two arrived at a 5-story pavilion with 3 ancient characters inscribed on the plaque. Incomplete Gu building. Old Wang, I brought you a newcomer, Qi Lin called out. Moments later, an elderly man with frosted hair emerged from the incomplete Gu building. Finally, a newcomer has arrived at the incomplete Gu building. The old man beamed. Li Yuan, this is Old Wang, the steward of the incomplete Gu building. He will be responsible for guiding you from now on, Qi Lin introduced. I'm Wang Lin, you can just call me Old Wang. The elder smiled. All right, Old Wang. Li Yuan was quite familiar. Old Wang, Li Yuan has notable talent. Take good care of him. If he can enter the inner door of the 9th palace, you'll also benefit from it, Qi Lin added. Notable talent? Wang Lin was taken aback. Why would someone with notable talent come to the incomplete Gu building? Qi Lin teased. A choice of his own making. Wang Lin was taken aback and advised, Li Yuan, I recommend you find another place. There is no future in working at the cursed Gu Tower. Thank you, Li Yuan chuckled. With your kindness, I'm even more inclined to follow your lead. Haha. Qi Lin laughed heartily. So be it. I shall take my leave. You two enjoy your conversation. Sigh. Wang Lin heaved a sigh, accepting the situation. I shall not dissuade you further. Before you enter the cursed Gu Tower, let me share some foundational matters regarding Gu master cultivation. As he spoke, he glanced at the corpse Li Yuan carried. Is this your life, Gu? It is indeed rare for one's first life Gu to be a corpse. How impolite of you. Li Yuan replied, feeling speechless. My apologies, Wang Lin said, his expression awkward. I heard from Qi Lin that you possess considerable talent. I assumed you were a fierce individual who had refined a corpse as your first life Gu. This statement piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. Old Wang, can a corpse really be used to refine Gu? Chapter 05. Li Yuan's paradise, it is only natural. Wang Lindao remarked. The crafting of a life-bound corpse Gu is a technical endeavor that demands both talent and skill. It is beyond the capabilities of the average person. Has anyone among our 12 caves managed to create a life-bound corpse Gu? Li Yuan kidat. No, Wang Lin shook his head. It is a laborious task that yields little reward. Throughout the entirety of the 9th palace, only one deputy palace master has succeeded. You wouldn't wish to transform your grandfather into a life-bound corpse Gu, would you? I am not that twisted, Li Yuan replied, his expression darkening. Who knows? Wang Lin chuckled. There are quite a few eccentricities among the Gu masters. He gestured towards the back mountain. First, let us properly bury your grandfather. It is a place of good feng shui. When I pass, you might as well lay me to rest there too. Your grandfather is unfamiliar with this place. I could at least keep him company. Li Yuan fell silent, pondering the suggestion. Did Wang Lin aspire to be the spectral neighbor of his grandfather? He hoisted the physician's remains and made his way to the back mountain. Wang Lin followed closely. Did you see that coffin? I prepared it for myself, but you may use it for your grandfather. When I die, you can craft one for me. Fine, Li Yuan nodded, grateful to Old Wang. Though his words carried an eerie undertone, he was genuinely considerate, even providing a coffin. Wang Lin smiled. Do not regard me as a benevolent soul. I simply wish to avoid leaving a corpse exposed to the wilderness and hope for someone to assist with the aftermath. As they chatted, Li Yuan dug a substantial pit. He then approached the coffin, inhaled deeply, and with a swift motion, lowered the coffin into the hole before covering it with soil. He even utilized the gravestone that old Wang had yet to inscribe. Rest well, grandfather physician. Li Yuan knelt before the gravestone, bowing 3 times with deep reverence. I shall avenge your death, and my mother-s as well. A gentleman-s revenge is never too late, even after 30 years. Li Yuan buried his resentment deep within. You possess considerable strength. Your life-bound gu must be a chi blood gu, correct? Wang Lin surmised. The physique of gu masters is generally inferior to that of warriors, and the most common gu that can augment a gu master's vitality and strength to that of an ox is indeed the chi blood gu. Yes, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. How many days did it take you to forge it? Wang Lin inquired further. For days, Li Yuan responded. Wang Lin inhaled sharply, slowly exhaling 2 words. Impressive. To have crafted a life-bound gu in just 4 days is indeed a testament to exceptional talent. It is a pity you came to the ruined gu tower. Allow me to discuss the fundamental training matters of gu masters with you. Wang Lin was determined to nurture this newcomer. If Li Yuan were to ascend to the inner sanctum of the 9th palace in the future, not only would he live a life of dignity, but he would also be able to conduct grand affairs. Li Yuan, listanatantibeli. As for the realms of gu masters, they range from the 1st to the 9th transformation, corresponding to the ranks of warriors from the initial to the 9th grade, with the 1st being the lowest and the 9th the highest. The strength of gu also spans from 1 to 9. The 1st to 3rd transformations are known as common gu, the 4th to 6th as mysterious gu, the 7th as celestial gu, the 8th as sacred gu, and the 9th as divine gu. Each gu master can only refine a single life-bound gu and a number of subordinate gu corresponding to their realm. As a master of the 3rd transformation of gu, I possess the ability to refine a life gu and 3 subordinate gu. Wang Lin elucidated each aspect in detail. However, I found myself with a pressing question. Li Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, Old Wang, having already refined the blood chi gu, will I be able to replace it in the future? Indeed, Wang Lin replied. Before reaching the 4th transformation, the conditions for changing one's life gu are not overly stringent. However, after the 4th transformation, the enhancement of one's life gu can only be achieved through cultivation and evolution. Consequently, many young gu masters opt to replace their life gu during the 3rd transformation with rare and potential-laden gu. Securing a renowned life gu from the exotic gu list can lead to unparalleled future achievements. Li Yuan exhaled in relief, pleased that a replacement was possible. Yet, he felt a sense of discontent. Being a person of ambition, he believed that his limits should not be confined here. Kulme, let me lead you to the residual gu tower. After Wang Lin turned to depart from the back mountain, Li Yuan followed closely behind as they entered the residual gu tower. The moment he crossed the threshold, a shiver coursed through him. It's so cold. Indeed, it is. Wang Lin chuckled. The residual gu tower processes countless discarded gu daily, and the accumulated malevolent energy naturally renders it frigid. That is why I suggested you change your surroundings. You are still young and unmarried, are you not? Prolonged exposure here could be detrimental to your health. Having come this far, I have no choice, Li Yuan declared resolutely. Convinced that this place was his paradise, he could already hear the echo of the gu immortal. By the way, old Wang, how did you endure all this? Me? Wang Lin smiled. I was fortunate. After arriving here, I encountered an abandoned ice silkworm. Once I nurtured it back to health, it became my life gu. Li Yuan patted his chest. As a young man, I am brimming with vitality and can endure. Wang Lin teased, with such vitality, you might as well pursue a wealthy lady. It would be far better than remaining here. Li Yuan had no retort. It was then that he observed the surroundings more clearly. The residual gu tower was filled with jars of various shapes and sizes, all sealed with lids. Some were transparent, revealing a dense mass of gu worms within. A paradise. Truly a paradise. The residual goo tower consisted of 5 levels, each housing goo of corresponding ranks. Our duty was to daily clear away the deceased goo, selecting those that had undergone a second metamorphosis and returning them to the 100 Affairs Hall. We had specific quotas, returning at least 100 first transformation goo, 30 second transformation goo, and 10 third transformation goo each month. There were no requirements for the 4th and 5th transformation goo, nor were they our concern. Wang Lin clearly delineated the division of labor and responsibilities. Li Yuan glanced around and asked Old Wang, "Are we the only 2 here in the residual goo tower?" "There's one more." Wang Lin pointed upward. "He resides on the 4th and 5th levels. We cannot ascend to those floors nor see him, so it is unnecessary to concern ourselves with him." Understood. Li Yuan had no desire to meddle further. Subsequently, Wang Lin imparted numerous insights regarding the cultivation of goo worms, handed him several manuals on goo nurturing, along with a volume on goo master techniques titled Elementary Heart of Goo Mastery, a name both simple and unadorned. "From this day forth, the first floor shall be your responsibility. I shall no longer intervene." As the night deepened, Old Wang retired to his quarters beside the ruined goo tower to rest. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Each month, he was required to submit merely 100 transformed goo to the 100 Affairs Hall. Yet here lay tens of thousands of residual goo, ample for his frenzied synthesis. He approached a black jar, upon which was affixed a yellow cloth bearing an inscription, "Residual goo type, first transformation vitality goo." Li Yuan consulted the first transformation goo handbook. This particular goo was capable of nurturing the spirit of a goo master and could also absorb the essence of others or deepen the state of slumber. Detected compatible residual goo. Would you like to synthesize? Chapter 6. Breaking the Limitations of the Goo Master. Synthesis. Li Yuan silan li contemplata. The materials for this synthesis are 31st turn residual nourishing goo. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a first turn common goo, nourishing goo 10, which has been automatically subdued. Is a residual goo synthesized into a good goo? Li Yuan pundarat. Continue the synthesis. Please enhance the quality of the black jar before exploring the path of a higher level goo master. Another failure. As expected, Li Yuan remained unperturbed as the virtual panel appeared. Goo master. Li Yuan. Black jar. First turn 430. Realm. First turn. Destined goo. Vitality goo. Subordinate goo. Vitality goo. Nourishing goo. Is there no limit to the number of subordinate goo I can acquire? Li Yuan speculata. He opened another jar. Synthesis. The materials for this synthesis are 31st turn residual turtle shell goo. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a first turn common goo, turtle shell goo 10, which has been automatically subdued. The turtle shell goo, when refined into a destined goo, can enhance the hardness of the goo master's skin. As a subordinate goo, it can serve as a consumable, temporarily strengthening specific areas of skin hardness during battle. Li Yuan recalled what he had read in the Goo Master Manual. The feedback from a destined goo is permanent, while subordinate goo are essentially consumables, providing only transient effects on oneself or the enemy. Moreover, controlling a destined goo requires mere thought, whereas subordinate goo necessitate external aids for manipulation. The advantage lies in the fact that if a subordinate goo perishes, it does not impact the goo master as a destined goo would. Upon reviewing the subordinate goo section, he indeed found it had changed. Subordinate goo, vitality goo, nourishing goo, turtle shell goo. Is this not invincible then? Thus, Li Yuan toiled throughout the night. He fervently synthesized goo insects, yet refrained from exhausting all residual goo, fearing discovery. Soon, he encountered a new dilemma. After an entire night of effort, he had not managed to synthesize a single rare goo, let alone one renowned on the exotic goo list. It was all basic refuse. Li Yuan sighed softly. Synthesizing exotic goo was no easy feat. He decided it was best to endure for now, believing that fortune would eventually smile upon him. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had spent over half a month at the residual goo tower. He had adapted to life there. Though monotonous and dull, it was remarkably peaceful. It was far superior to the chaotic, demon-infested world outside, and he found great contentment in this sanctuary. In a few days, the level of the black jar would rise to the second turn. Li Yuan, a significant event has transpired in the outside world. Are you aware? During lunch, Wang Lin spoke of occurrences beyond Jiugong Mountain. What significant event? Li Yuan, isolated and uninformed, had spent his days within the residual Gu Tower, far less knowledgeable than the seasoned Wang Lin, who, despite residing in the mountains, was well-versed in external affairs. Wang Lin inquired, "Have you heard of the martial goddess treasure?" No, Li Yuan shook his head. He had not heard of it, but could make an educated guess. Wang Lin continued, "It is the treasure left behind by the founding emperor of the Yuan dynasty, that illustrious martial god who shook the world. It is said that this is the foundation of the resurgence of the great Yin. Nowadays, warlords and formidable demons alike are in pursuit of the divine treasure of martial arts, plunging the realm into utter chaos. The common folk suffer the most," sighed Li Yuan. He found it difficult to relate to the royal family, even though his true identity was that of a prince of the great Yin. The 16 years of wandering and hardships endured during his exile rendered him incapable of empathizing with the nobility. Instead, he felt a profound understanding of the struggles faced by the lower classes. Yet now, he found himself powerless to act. The Jiugong mountain range, situated in the most secluded region of the southern frontier, had thus far been spared from the ravages of war, but in such turbulent times, it was only a matter of time before it would be engulfed in conflict. I truly wish for the great Yin royal family to uncover the divine treasure of martial arts and swiftly bring an end to this era of strife and suffering. Alas, it seems almost impossible now. Wang Lin sighed. Why? Li Yuan inquired as an outsider, engaging in casual conversation. It was indeed stifling here, perpetually accompanied by the poison of despair. Gaining knowledge of the outside world was essential for maintaining one's sanity. What else could it be? Wang Lin shrugged, lamenting that the direct descendants of the founding emperor had all been exterminated, seemingly leaving not a single one alive. Perhaps some still survive? Li Yuan murmured. One can only hope, Wang Lin replied, for the divine treasure of martial arts requires the direct lineage of the founding emperor to be unlocked. Li Yuan shuklat. Even if the direct descendants of the founding emperor were indeed alive, should they dare to emerge now, they would be nothing more than keys to unlock the treasure. Indeed, Wang Lin concurred, the great Yin has all but ceased to exist, merely lacking a figure capable of uniting it once more. He then spoke mysteriously. I have also heard that demons infiltrated the royal palace long ago, meticulously plotting and employing special means to restrain the late emperor, gradually eliminating the royal bloodline. These matters, Li Yuan had come to know while restoring his memories from 2 lifetimes. The question remained, who had leaked this information, and what were their intentions? Given the blood feud involving his mother and grandfather, he could not afford to be indifferent. Old Wan, how do you know all this? It has long been common knowledge, Wang Lin replied. There are even claims that the emperor's most favored concubine, the beautiful Minggui Fei, is a demon, having bewitched the emperor into submission. Otherwise, with his 8th grade martial saint prowess and the backing of unparalleled national fortune, how could he have easily fallen prey to demons? It is always the beauty that leads to ruin. Wang Lin recounted the tales circulating in the outside world like a storyteller. Li Yuan listened with half belief and half skepticism. At the realm of martial saints, one could not be easily swayed by mere beauty. Undoubtedly, other insidious means were employed. What those methods were remained a mystery. He treated it as merely a tale. Li Yuan composed himself, burying everything deep within his heart, determined that nothing would impede his growth. Counting the days, he arrived at the 27th day since joining the cursed residue tower, coinciding with the 30th day since the activation of the Black Jar fusion system. Li Yuan summoned the virtual panel. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, Second Transformation 0-100. Realm, Second Transformation, Fated Gu, Vitality Gu, Subordinate Gu, Vitality Gu, Essence Cultivation Gu, Turtle Shell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind-Chasing Butterfly. Indeed, Li Yuan was elated to have automatically ascended to the Second Transformation realm. Moments later, the system sent another notification. Detected that you possess numerous subordinate Gu. Would you like to select one to refine into your Fated Gu? This was precisely the outcome Li Yuan desired. In other words, I can possess multiple fated goo, thereby shattering the traditional limitations of the goo master lineage? How exhilarating! The goo master's fate is intertwined with that of their fated goo. If the fated goo perishes, the goo master faces the same dire fate, with only a handful of exceptions. This was the very reason Li Yuan wished to possess multiple fated goo. Who is unafraid of death? Certainly, he is. The selection of the second fated goo must be made with utmost care. Li Yuan's gaze turned towards the second floor. It was not merely a matter of choosing from those renowned on the exotic goo list. At the very least, he must conjure a rare goo insect. Chapter 07. The resurgence. Li Yuan ascended to the second floor. Upon sighting the young figure diligently tending to the remnants of the goo, Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Li Yuan, what brings you up here? The malevolent energy is dense. You should head back down. I've achieved the second transformation, Li Yuan replied candidly. What? Wang Lin abruptly stood, his astonishment palpable. Say that again. I am now a second-tier goo master, Li Yuan reiterated. By heavens! Wang Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, and after a prolonged moment, he exhaled the most familiar exclamation he knew. Impressive. Upon reflection, he mused that a genius capable of refining a life-bound goo in merely 4 days would not seem overly remarkable to attain the status of a second-tier goo master within a month. Ha ha! Wang Lin erupted into joyous laughter. It appears I have languished in mediocrity for far too long, forgetting the essence of true talent. At that moment, he genuinely perceived the young man's potential to enter the inner sanctum of the 9th palace. Old Wang, considering your health, I shall take over the management of the second floor, Li Yuan stated straightforwardly. You rascal, you actually care for this old man? Wang Lin chuckled. Li Yuan was primarily motivated by a desire not to let Wang Lin squander resources. Those remnants of goo were genuine treasures, far more beneficial to him than any divine weaponry. Then the second floor shall indeed be entrusted to you. Wang Lin yawned, observing, you seem to be quite the prodigy. Tirelessly laboring within the goo remnants building, your vitality undiminished, your essence robust, and even flourishing. Li Yuan smiled. Thus, you may enjoy your twilight years. Once I reach the 3rd transformation, I will handle everything. Good lad, you have a kind heart, Wang Lin commended, giving a thumbs up. From the moment he had seen the boy carrying his grandfather's corpse up the mountain, he recognized the child's filial piety. After conversing for a while, Wang Lin retired to rest. Li Yuan picked up the management manual for the second floor. The tome detailed the records of all goo remnants stored and withdrawn from the second floor. He scrutinized it meticulously, searching for something specific. Before long, he stumbled upon the name of a rare specimen. The second-tier common goo, the 1,000-life centipede. You are the one, Li Yuan declared, approaching a jar and lifting its lid, revealing a centipede with half its body missing, writhing energetically. Despite its condition, it was still alive and displaying remarkable vitality. Selected original material. Second-tier vitality goo. Second-tier nurturing essence goo. Second-tier remnant goo. 1,000-life centipede. Residual longevity herb power. Longevity herb? What's the situation? Li Yuan, unfamiliar with herbal knowledge, did not comprehend what the longevity herb entailed. He set aside his concerns, prioritizing the synthesis process. Detected that this synthesis involves multiple types of goo containing rare materials. Thus, the synthesis direction cannot be controlled. That's fine. Proceed with the synthesis, he affirmed. The allure of the unknown ignited his anticipation. He had 3 types of goo, and the black jar began to shake violently. After a considerable duration, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Is it truly happening? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Synthesis complete. You have acquired the second-tier exotic goo, the resurgence goo, which has been automatically subdued. The resurrection goo, an extraordinary entity unbound by the constraints of realms. When refined into a life-bound goo, bestows upon its master the remarkable ability to revive from the brink of death, as long as the heart remains intact, rendering it impossible to transform into a subordinate goo. Is it mere fortune? An extraordinary goo has manifested. Li Yuan had perused the description of the resurrection goo in the Goo Master Manual. The cultivation and refinement of the resurrection goo is an arduous endeavor, requiring the Goo Master to nurture it within their organs, sustaining it with their own flesh and blood for over a decade, a process akin to a living hell. To think it has manifested through his own efforts. The 1,000-life centipede is indeed a rare species, yet the blood vitality, goo, and essence-nourishing goo are merely ordinary goo, incapable of enhancing the likelihood of synthesizing an extraordinary goo. Could it be related to the everlasting herb? What serendipity? It is likely that the 1,000-life centipede inadvertently consumed the everlasting herb, and the goo master nurturing it remained oblivious, allowing Li Yuan to seize this unexpected opportunity. This revelation has sparked a new line of thought for Li Yuan. Could nourishing goo with rare treasures before synthesis yield a greater probability of acquiring precious or even extraordinary goo? Shall the resurrection goo be refined into a life-bound goo? The system prompted once more. Refinement? Does this even require contemplation? It is assuredly refined. In an instant, Li Yuan felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, his vital energy surging, particularly in his internal organs, as if they were being scorched by fierce flames. The enhancement of a goo master's physique predominantly stems from the benefits conferred by their life-bound goo. As an extraordinary goo, the resurrection goo provides boundless advantages to Li Yuan, significantly bolstering his physical prowess, transforming him into a versatile warrior. At this moment, in terms of physicality, he could contend with martial artists of the same level. A refreshing clarity ambalupad Li Yuan. This is the wondrous advantage of possessing multiple life-bound goo. While the enhancement of the body is beneficial, the core asset is the life-preserving capacity of the resurrection goo. As long as the heart remains unbroken, he can revive from near death, rendering him virtually invincible in battles of lower realms. He need not fear the resurrection goo's destruction leading to his own backlash. He enjoys all the benefits without bearing any adverse effects. Marvelous. Li Yuan's fondness for the ruined goo tower deepens. It is truly his unique treasure trove. To survive, to continue surviving, Li Yuan has but one objective: to endure until the world reveres him as a deity and fears him as a celestial being. The following day, during breakfast, Wang Lin glanced at Li Yuan, furrowing his brow. Why do I feel that your vitality has surged considerably? Am I becoming increasingly frail? After years of laboring in the ruined goo tower, plagued by malevolent energy, Wang Lin sensed his own decline. Otherwise, he would not have procured a coffin to place in the back mountain. Old Wang, you are mistaken. My blood vitality goo has undergone its second transformation. How could I not be vigorous? Li Yuan Shukulat. Indeed, Wang Lin replied, slapping his forehead. How is your goo control heart technique progressing? Li Yuan responded, so. This is no trivial matter, Wang Lin said earnestly. The goo control heart technique pertains to a goo master's practical combat abilities, especially when confronting martial artists. If it is not mastered, the goo will pose no threat whatsoever. I am striving to improve. It is not that Li Yuan lacks the will to practice. Rather, the goo control heart technique holds no utility for him. The technique consists of 3 levels. In an initial stage, one employs the allure of scent, utilizing substances such as blood or food imbued with a distinctive aroma to entice the actions of the goo insects. This represents the most rudimentary method, predominantly adopted by lower-tier goo masters to command their subordinate goo. The second stage involves the manipulation of goo through objects, employing various instruments such as flutes, zither, and umbrellas to exert control over the goo insects. The third stage ascends to the realm of mental control, wherein the goo master can command the subordinate goo through sheer will. It is noteworthy that any goo master possesses the ability to control their innate goo with mental focus. The art of goo manipulation primarily pertains to the governance of subordinate goo. After all, no goo master would readily unleash their innate goo in combat. The method of goo manipulation proves ineffective for Li Yuan, as the goo insects he has subdued can all be controlled through mental command, reaching the third stage. Furthermore, the first and second floors of the Cursed Goo Tower are now under your jurisdiction, and there's a matter I must clarify with you. Wang Lin pondered something. This matter is of great significance, and you must keep it firmly in mind. Chapter 08, Youthful Zeal. This concerns your work and future, Wang Lin solemnly cautioned. Old Wang, I will certainly remember, Li Yuan replied, invigorated by the gravity of the moment. He cherished this position immensely and could not afford to lose it. The thought of being dismissed or reassigned was simply unbearable. As you know, the task of nurturing the gu is not trivial. The cave master places great importance on this aspect, exercising strict control. In other halls, any intact gu is considered the property of the sect, and no one is permitted to pocket it for themselves. The residual gu pavilion is a rare exception. The cave master cannot predict how many residual gu might undergo a second metamorphosis. Thus, a lower production target has been established. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan began to grasp the implications. Old Wang, are you suggesting that some might breach the rules to request gu from the residual gu pavilion? Indeed, Wang Lin nodded. These matters you must face alone. You will need to discern who can provide assistance and who cannot. Otherwise, being dismissed or reassigned is a minor concern. It could even jeopardize your life. Understood, Li Yuan committed this to memory. A few days later, Li Yuan encountered the individuals Wang Lin had mentioned. Old Wang personally attended to them, while Li Yuan silently observed from above. Old Wang, the quality of the recently produced gu in the residual gu pavilion is quite impressive, one disciple remarked. The sect's mountains and waters are splendid. The gu we cultivate are thriving, and even the residual gu can yield excellent results. Wang Lin responded with a forced smile. Then I shall make it a point to visit more often. Old Wang, you submit everything to the sect, and while no one acknowledges your efforts, I will certainly remember. The disciple laughed heartily as he departed. To Li Yuan's astonishment, within days, several more groups arrived, each coveting the residual gu pavilion. Some even planned to replace Old Wang with their own confidants. Wang Lin sighed. Human greed knows no bounds. It is exceedingly difficult to navigate relationships without offending anyone, especially in a struggle for interests. If I am truly replaced, you must be extremely cautious and keep a low profile. Li Yuan realized that while he regarded the synthesized gu as ordinary, its quality was exceptionally high compared to the previous gu, which in turn attracted trouble. Time passed swiftly, and after a fortnight, Li Yuan immersed himself in the frenzied amalgamation of various residual gu, tirelessly pursuing the synthesis of new rare and exotic gu. However, the limitations of the raw materials proved too great, leaving him perpetually dissatisfied. Dragons beget dragons. Phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring will burrow. Ordinary gu combined with ordinary gu will always yield the same results. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, Second Transformation 14100. Realm, Second Transformation, Destined Gu. Vitality Gu, Revitalization Gu, Subordinate Gu. Vitality Gu, Essence Cultivation Gu, Tortoiseshell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind-Chasing Butterfly, Murder Peak, Love-Inducing Fragrance. To obtain rare and exotic gu, patience is essential. Li Yuan steadied his emotions. Old Wang, Old Wang. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside the pavilion. Li Yuan peered out. Another visitor? Truly, they seem endless. There exist numerous pathways for a gu master to cultivate their life gu. The most straightforward methods involve devouring other gu insects to augment one's own strength or nourishing them with rare treasures. Both require substantial financial resources. If one fails to find a means to curtail this incessant cycle, a life of turmoil is inevitable. Should they truly replace Old Wang, my future will be bleak. Li Yuan felt compelled to remain vigilant in times of peace. Stepping outside, he was met by an individual whose gaze was intense, soon transforming into a smile. This junior, are you a new disciple of the Remnant Gu Tower? Indeed, Li Yuan replied, assessing the newcomer, dressed well and presenting himself with an air of sophistication. He appeared to be no ordinary disciple. I am Sun Meng from the Battle Guard Hall, your senior. Recently, my life gu has sustained some damage, and I was hoping to procure some gu insects from the Remnant Gu Tower for nourishment. The visitor introduced himself. Li Yuan recalled Old Wang's warnings about the Law Enforcement Hall and the Battle Guard Hall being the most formidable entities to avoid. Sun Meng's name had also surfaced in those discussions. An adept of the Second Transformation, he was distantly related to the Cave Master, leveraging his connections to solicit gu insects from Old Wang every month, nearly jeopardizing Old Wang's performance assessments on several occasions. Recently, His requests had become excessively frequent. "Oh, the remnant Gu Tower is now under my purview. As Old Wang has retired," Li Yuan stated nonchalantly. Sun Ming raised an eyebrow, perplexed. "What is this? Is he not aware of the proper decorum? Very well then, I would appreciate it if you could fetch me some Gu insects. You appear quite youthful and promising. I shall speak favorably of you to my uncle to expedite your transfer from here. A talent like yours should not be wasted at the remnant Gu Tower." Li Yuan, taken aback, thought, "What a nuisance. Now I'm even more displeased. You aim to sever my financial lifeline, do you?" He retorted. "The remnant Gu Tower no longer possesses any surplus quality Gu. None?" Sun Ming frowned, incredulous. "I recall the remnant Gu Tower having considerable output, consistently producing over a dozen first transformation Gu each month. Old Wang used to set some aside for me. Perhaps you should summon Old Wang to discuss this with me?" Li Yuan's Patien sa banat. "I have already stated that the remnant Gu Tower is now my responsibility, and Old Wang is no longer involved. If I say there are none, then there are none." He sincerely hoped these individuals would recognize the futility of their demands, wishing to retreat gracefully. He would not hesitate to part with a few Gu if it meant maintaining peace. However, should their insistence continue, particularly with the prospect of Old Wang being replaced, he would be compelled to take measures. Even the most patient sage would find it intolerable to be perpetually belabored. "You," Sun Ming was nearly exasperated. "What kind of foolish child are you? Lacking any understanding of social niceties, blinded by the malevolence of the remnant Gu Tower. Junior, do you wish to oppose me?" Lowering his voice, Sun Ming threatened. "Do you believe that with just a word from me, you will be condemned to remain at the remnant Gu Tower for the rest of your life, never to be transferred?" Li Yuan replied. "Is that truly a possibility? Then I shall take great pleasure in offending you. I thank you sincerely," he added, genuinely appreciative. Sun Ming, perceiving this as nothing short of blatant mockery, felt the sting of contempt from this new disciple. "Very well. Excellent." Sun Ming chuckled with a hint of anger. "Just wait. I hope that next time you venture out, you want to meet a grim fate." Just then, a figure rushed out from beside the ruined Gu building. It was Old Wang. Over the past few days, he had been instructing Li Yuan on the intricacies of human relationships, particularly emphasizing that Sun Ming was a person of considerable sensitivity, someone one must never offend. He had advised that offering a few Gu insects to appease him would suffice. Little did he expect Li Yuan to react so vehemently. All his teachings had gone to waste, turning social etiquette into a social blunder. "Junior brother Sun," Wang Lin said with a forced smile, approaching Sun Ming. "My young brother means no harm. He is merely inexperienced and overly righteous. Please forgive him." "Umph," Sun Ming snorted coldly. "Junior brother Sun is waiting. I have prepared the Gu insects for you, and shall fetch them now." Wang Lin, despite his age, was not afraid of retribution, but he feared that after his departure, Sun Ming would deliberately target Li Yuan. "Forget it. I won't stoop to the level of the young." Sun Ming's expression softened somewhat. "However, Old Wang, you must teach him more. Those who are too rigid are easily broken. Such individuals do not live long." Indeed, Wang Lin nodded repeatedly. "Moreover, I am not one to forcefully take what is not mine." Sun Ming remarked, "I have been injured for the sake of our sect, shedding blood in its service. Is it unreasonable to request a few Gu insects for recuperation?" "That's right. This is what junior brother Sun deserves," Old Wang replied, though internally he scoffed. The members injured in the service of the sect would receive compensation from the 100 Affairs Hall. Coming to the ruined Gu building for supplements and repeatedly asking for more? This was nothing short of rogue behavior. Had it not been for Li Yuan's arrival, which had boosted their value, he would have faced disciplinary action from the sect. "Please wait a moment, junior brother Sunday." With that, Wang Lin immediately pulled Li Yuan into the house. "Li Yuan, how did you get into a conflict with him? Did I not warn you that Sun Ming is more sensitive than a fly's eye, and that he is someone you must never offend? Let this incident slide. Go select a few fine Gu insects and prepare them to present to him. Hopefully, he won't hold a grudge against you in the future." Wang Lin sighed heavily. "All right, Li Yuan Nudda. I will go fetch them." Wang Lin finally exhaled in relief, thinking, fortunately, Li Yuan is not overly stubborn and can still be reasoned with. Otherwise, surviving in the future would be quite challenging. Li Yuan approached a jar, selecting only the finest goo insects he had tamed, such as the stench-poison bug, murder hornet, and heart-piercing goo, creating a superlative gift package as a gesture of sincere gratitude. Chapter 09. Visitors from the Enforcement Hall, Junior Brother's son. The cursed insects you requested are ready, Wang Lin said with a forced smile, handing a small jar filled with the insects to Sun Ming. Sun Ming nodded, taking advantage of the time to advise, make sure to educate that young lad properly. Let's hope there won't be a next time. Wang Lin chuckled. He has already recognized his mistakes and vowed there will be no repeat. You've performed adequately, old Wang. I will arrange for an idle position for you. Allowing someone else to take over the management of the cursed insect pavilion, Sun Ming stated, having long desired to replace Wang Lin. Although nurturing cursed insects was a laborious task, it was not he who would suffer from it. Employing a more dedicated individual would yield him greater resources. An opportunist like Wang Lin, who distributed resources to others, was indirectly robbing him of his own. Resources for cultivation were akin to life itself. Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly. I appreciate your goodwill, junior brother, but there is no need for a transfer. My lifebound insect is the ice silkworm, which suits this position quite well. Are you implying that I am harming you? Sun Ming furrowed his brow. And no, Wang Lin replied with a bitter smile. That's good. Sun Ming feigned a smile, patting Wang Lin's shoulder heavily. Old Wang, I remember when you were quite ruthless. Now you show kindness, even to unfamiliar disciples. Rest assured, after your transfer, I shall properly educate that young lad, helping him understand the value of life. Ha ha ha. Sun Ming laughed heartily, departing with the jar of cursed insects. As he walked, he felt the jar shake violently. What on earth? Sun Ming frowned, suspecting the newcomer might be seeking revenge, intentionally filling the jar with cursed insects. Does he wish to die? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He hastily opened the lid. Puff! In an instant, a cloud of toxic mist erupted. Stinking cursed insects. Sun Ming quickly covered his nose, ready to release his lifebound insect, but felt a sudden numbness in his arm, his vision swirling into darkness. And there were killer bees. More terrifyingly, these cursed insects exhibited a fierce, targeted intent to kill, unlike any he had encountered before. Someone was undoubtedly manipulating them from behind. He drained a blood-sucking cursed insect, forcing himself to focus, scanning the surroundings, yet he could sense no presence. Could it be that they were controlling the insects with thought? In the entire 12 caves, only a handful could accomplish such a feat who would waste their time to eliminate a minor character like him. Despair engulfed Sun Ming. The paralyzing poison of the killer bees gnawed at him, causing excruciating pain in his chest. And the heart-piercing insect? His eyes widened in realization. He understood that he was ensnared in a death trap. The will to survive faded, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. In his final moments, he recalled the newcomer from the cursed insect pavilion. Was it him? Surely not, but he seemed to have said, there would be no next time. Was this what he meant? Days later, Wang Lin was dining with Li Yuan when a group of silver-masked individuals suddenly arrived at the cursed insect pavilion. Wang Lin's eyes widened, and his body trembled. The enforcement team? How did you come to be here? Before he could speak, a disciple of the enforcement team, clad in a silver mask, stepped forward, emanating an icy aura. Where is Wang Lin, the steward of the remnant Gu Tower? I am he, replied the elder Wang. Wang Lin, you are suspected of murdering a fellow disciple. Come with us. The disciple of the enforcement team advanced and seized Wang Lin. Li Yuan, do not be afraid. Everything will be fine. Wang Lin, bewildered by the unfolding events, feigned calmness and instructed, do not concern yourself with anything. Guard the remnant Gu Tower well, and await my return. With that, Wang Lin was led away. Li Yuan furrowed his brow, suspecting he had a connection to the incident, hoping it would not lead to dire consequences for the elder Wang. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was brought to the enforcement hall. Having been a member of the 12 Caves for decades, he had weathered many storms and was not easily frightened. Sun Ming is dead. The head of the enforcement hall, Qi Wang, fixed his gaze upon Wang Lin as a subtle pressure enveloped the space. Sun Shidi is dead? Wang Lin exclaimed in surprise. He died 5 days ago, on his way back from the remnant Gu Tower to the War Guard Hall dormitory. The last person he encountered was you, Qi Wang stated calmly. Do you suspect that I killed Sun Shidi? Wang Lin smiled bitterly. Do you truly believe I possess the capability to do so? No, Qi Wang shook his head. Yet your suspicion is the greatest. As he spoke, he produced a scroll detailing the cause of Sun Meng's death. Sun Meng fell victim to an attack by goo insects. Specifically the second-tier goo insects, the stench bug, the killing bee, and the heart-piercing goo, resulting in a gruesome demise. All these goo insects originated from the remnant goo tower. Did you provide them to him? Qi Wing inquired. Yes, Wang Lin admitted. I did give them to him. He is the cave master's cousin, and I dare not refuse. Misappropriating sect resources compounds your guilt. Such matters are known to all. Bringing them to light changes their significance. Wang Lin understood this, yet could only acknowledge that a living offense was preferable to a death sentence. Did you tamper with the goo insects? Qi Wang pressed further. Hall Master, I am merely a third-tier goo master, far from the realm of controlling goo with thought. How could I accomplish such feats? Wang Lin defended himself. Furthermore, my primary goo is the eye silkworm, with subordinate goo being the blood qi goo, the qi drawing goo, and the blade bug, all of which bear no relation to the goo that killed Sun Shitty. These can all be verified. Hall Master, I am wronged. Wang Lin lamented. Qi Wang was well aware of this information, yet unable to identify the true culprit. He could only question Wang Lin in hopes of uncovering some clue. Perhaps the mastermind had ties to Wang Lin? Did the newly admitted disciple of the remnant goo tower, Li Yuan, ever partake in your collusion with Sun Meng? Qi Wang inquired again. No, he is new and knows nothing. Wang Lin firmly defended, unwilling to drag Li Yuan into the fray. Qi Wang did not press further. He had reviewed Li Yuan's profile. The young goo master possessed considerable talent, yet his primary goo was merely a blood qi goo, incapable of killing Sun Meng. It could not be the mastermind. Thus, only one possibility remained. Qi Wang inquired again, in recent days, has the individual guarding the 4th or 5th floor of the remnant goo tower made an appearance? No, Wang Lin shook his head, pondering whether Sun Meng's frequent visits to the remnant goo tower had provoked that individual, leading to his demise. After all, that figure hailed from the inner sanctum of the 9th palace and held a status not inferior to that of the cave master. Qi Wang subsequently posed several more questions, all of which Wang Lin answered truthfully. That will suffice. You may return. Qi Wang gestured dismissively, declaring Wang Lin innocent. The matter was too peculiar. Perhaps it truly was that individual who had intervened. If so, it was beyond his jurisdiction. Thank you, Hall Master, for restoring my honor. Wang Lin bowed respectfully, preparing to depart, when he noticed a silhouette approaching from outside, causing his pupils to constrict. The cave master had arrived. Greetings, cave master. Everyone bowed in unison. Qi Wing, have you determined the cause of Meng's death? The master of the 12 caves, Huang Funan, a direct disciple of an elder from the 9th palace, was present. No, Qi Wang replied, shaking his head. Not him. Huang Funan pointed towards Wang Lin. Not all, Qi Wang asserted. He had no motive to kill Sun Meng, nor the ability. All clues are unrelated to Wang Lin. He is innocent. Who knows? Huang Funan scoffed. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you can sometimes be excessively lenient. Such heinous crimes cannot be unraveled at a leisurely pace. In truth, you have already surmised who it is, have you not? If that is the case, special measures should be employed to extract a confession. With that, Huang Fu Nan sharply pointed his right hand. Truth Goo. Qi Wang's expression shifted dramatically. The Truth Goo, a 4th-tier profound goo, was specifically designed for coercive interrogation. It could dismantle a person's will, leaving their spirit in utter disarray and numbness. Under such a state, any inquiry would elicit a response from the afflicted. This was the origin of the name Truth Goo. Cave Master, might this be excessive? Qi Wang's face darkened. What is excessive about it? Huang Fu Nin replied nonchalantly. In comparison to the safety of our peers, this method is necessary and harmless. Surely, Hall Master Qi does not wish for more of our comrades to perish? Qi Wang fell silent, understanding that Huang Fu Nin was more concerned with his own reputation than the welfare of their brethren. Speak. Huang Fu Nin approached Wang Lin, looking down upon him. Was there someone who instigated you to cause Sun Meng's death? Who was it? Chapter 10. The third transformation of the Goo Master. No. I did not. No one commanded me. I did not kill Sun Meng. Ah, Wang Lin's anguished cries echoed through the air. Huang Fu Nin furrowed his brow. Could it truly be that this man was not the madman he had thought? The lunatic he referred to was none other than his senior brother residing in the residual Gu building, who had once been part of the inner circle of the Ninth Palace. If he was indeed innocent, then let him go. With a flick of his sleeve, Huang Fu Nin turned and departed. Qi Wang hurried to Wang Lin's side, releasing a fire silkworm to devour the truth Gu, then procured a vitality Gu to heal the latter's wounds. However, Wang Lin, in his old age and frail constitution, succumbed to pain and fainted. 3 days later, the law enforcement corps returned Wang Lin to the residual Gu building. Old Wang, Li Yuan exclaimed upon hearing the commotion, rushing to the door. Are you all right? After 3 days apart, he noticed that old Wang appeared significantly weakened, bearing the weight of age and hardship, likely having endured severe punishment at the law enforcement hall. It's a trivial matter, Wang Lin chuckled. I simply had the misfortune of being suspected in Sun Meng's death. They failed to consider that I am half in the grave myself. What power do I possess? With a pained groan, he cried out, a remnant of the torment inflicted by the truth Gu during his interrogation. Li Yuan Fronath, did they truly torture you? The law enforcement hall possesses a semblance of reason. It was that chief, Huang Funan, who was excessively cruel, employing a truth Gu on me, Wang Lin lamented. Truth Gu? Li Yuan clenched his fists, recalling the description he had read, an advanced Gu capable of rendering existence unbearable and shattering one's will. No need to dwell on it. It is all in the past now. Where there are people, there is conflict, and this is no exception. Consider it a lesson learned. You must tread carefully in the future. Not everyone can be confronted recklessly. Some individuals are truly not to be trifled with. Even in anger, one must exercise restraint. It is better to bide your time and seek vengeance when you are capable. Understood? Wang Lin viewed the situation with clarity, hoping that Li Yuan would not repeat his mistakes. Indeed, a sense of guilt washed over Li Yuan. He was the one responsible for this predicament, ultimately leading to old Wang's suffering. He quietly noted Huang Fu Nan's name in his little notebook. Well, it seems that Sun Meng's demise was indeed fitting. He received his just desserts. If he had lived, it would have been you facing dire consequences, Wang Lin remarked knowingly. He understood that once he was reassigned, the new overseer would undoubtedly conspire with Sun Meng to make Li Yuan's life miserable. An unexpected death of a disciple in the residual Gu building was far from unusual. As the seasons changed, word of Sun Meng's tragic end spread, and no one dared to approach the residual Gu building for a favor. Wang Lin often engaged in self-deprecating humor. My beating was not in vain. The timely demise of that scoundrel Sun Meng truly exemplifies the old adage about retribution. It is indeed more peaceful this way. Li Yuan, how long have you been part of the residual Gu building? Wang Lin mused, feeling the passage of time accelerate as he aged. Since returning from the law enforcement hall, his health had steadily declined. Today marked the 96th day. Li Yuan smiled in response. Do you remember so clearly? Wang Lin sighed. Young people have such good memories. Unlike me, I've even forgotten what my wife and children look like. Perhaps this is heaven's way of reminding me that it is time to reunite with them. In recent days, old Wang often spoke with a sense of nostalgia, reminiscing about the past. Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to console him. Even a martial deity must eventually face aging and death. As old Wang grew increasingly feeble, he entrusted most matters of the remnant Gu Tower to Li Yuan, including the management of the third floor. Li Yuan, Wang Lin suddenly called out. What is it, old Wang? Li Yuan Kidath. I am planning to visit the 12 caves, to return to my hometown. Perhaps my wife and children are still alive, waiting for me there. Wang Lin felt a premonition of his impending end, and a sense of regret washed over him. Are you really going? Li Yuan didn't know what to say, sensing that old Wang's journey might be in vain. Over the years, old Wang had returned home before, but his hometown had long since fallen into desolation, with no one left. It was likely that his family had perished in the calamities. He found himself unable to dissuade him. This was the obsession of an old man. How could one close their eyes without seeking closure? Now you are capable of standing on your own, and your skills in nurturing the remnant Gu far surpass mine. In you, I see the guidance of destiny, Wang Lin remarked with a smile. Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang, your words are becoming increasingly cryptic. Indeed, Wang Lin replied earnestly. When you first arrived at the remnant Gu Tower, I thought you were merely torturing yourself and wasting your talent. Yet now, I believe you are remarkably well suited for this place. Is this not the guidance of fate? Perhaps upon my return, I truly might see my wife and children once more. His enthusiasm grew, and a glimmer of hope sparkled in his eyes. Then I wish you good fortune. Li Yuan, though skeptical of fate, occasionally found himself believing in it. The following day, Wang Lin indeed departed, sharing that he had dreamt of his wife and children returning, urging Li Yuan to await his good news. A sense of reluctance tugged at Li Yuan's heart. With old Wang gone, he was left alone in the remnant Gu Tower, devoid of companionship for conversation or meals, and a sense of emptiness lingered. Fortunately, he still harbored many expectations and goals. Before him, a virtual panel materialized. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, Third Transformation 0300, Realm, Third Transformation, Destined Gu, Vitality Gu, Rebirth Gu, Subordinate Gu, Vitality Gu, Essence Nourishing Gu, Tough Skin Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind Chasing Butterfly, Murdering Peak, Enchanting Fragrance. He could refine a third Destined Gu now. Li Yuan was not in a hurry. Aside from the first Destined Gu, the Vitality Gu, which he had to refine in a moment of desperation, he had ample time to carefully select the remaining ones. The Vitality Gu belonged to the health preservation category. At higher realms, its combat power was negligible unless it underwent further evolution. The Rebirth Gu, however, significantly enhanced his physical attributes and survival capabilities. Next, it was time to bolster his direct combat prowess. Li Yuan's ambition was to become a versatile warrior excelling in all aspects. The three critical elements of direct combat were strength, speed, and defense. Mastery of any one of these would suffice. He made his way to the third floor. Compared to the first and second floors, the number of third transformation residual Gu is considerably diminished. The total quantity of residual Gu is less than 1,000. And the sect has set a modest goal of cultivating merely 10 third transformation Gu to be sent back to the 100 Affairs Hall. Alas, there has been a dearth of quality foundational materials as of late. Reflecting upon the past, it was indeed a stroke of fortune to have stumbled upon a 1,000-life centipede that had ingested the Everlife grass. Let us commence the synthesis starting with the Gu adept at offense. Select original materials, third transformation residual Gu, Sword Chi Gu, Blade Edge Gu, Diamond Bug synthesize. Synthesis in progress. You have acquired the third transformation common Gu, Sword and Blade Gu, which has been automatically subdued. Upon refining the Sword and Blade Gu into a Life Gu, it can assist the Gu Master in condensing sword radiance at their fingertips. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it may serve as a consumable, briefly taking the shape of a sword. Shall it be refined into a Life Gu? Li Yuan observed the Sword and Blade Gu, its elongated form gleaming in silver, resembling meticulously polished silver segments seamlessly joined together. Although it appeared no longer than a finger, a mere tug could extend it to over 3 feet. Gripped in hand, it felt akin to a sword. Truly marvelous. Quite impressive, Li Yuan mused. Yet, it still falls short of my anticipated objective. Continue the synthesis. Chapter 11. The guidance of destiny. Li Yuan was not adept with the sword nor the knife. The purpose of the blade and sword Gu, akin to acquiring abilities reminiscent of the 6 Meridians' divine sword from his previous life novels, appeared impressive but was, in reality, rather feeble. Selecting raw materials, 3-turn remnant Gu, wind-chasing butterfly, 3-turn remnant Gu, spring cicada, 3-turn remnant Gu, shadow worm. Synthesis. Under synthesis, you have obtained the 3-turn common Gu, shadowless cicada, which has been automatically subdued. Shadowless cicada, when refined into a fate-bound Gu, can significantly enhance the speed of the Gu Master. If refined into a subordinate Gu, it can emit shadows to confound the target. Would you like to refine it into a fate-bound Gu? Yet, it still fell short. Li Yuan felt unsatisfied. How delightful it would be to successfully create a renowned exotic Gu. However, he understood that the raw materials were too inferior to yield an exotic Gu. He resolved to continue refining. Selecting raw materials. Half a month later, Li Yuan had exhaustively combined and refined the goo from the third floor. Yet his desires remained unfulfilled. Failure was a constant companion for goo masters. He would persevere. He had ample time. Li Yuan, you rascal. At that moment, an aged voice echoed from the bamboo path outside the remnant goo pavilion. Old Wang had returned. Li Yuan felt a surge of joy. To be honest, although he immersed himself in the delightful gamble of synthesizing goo every day, he occasionally felt a void and missed Old Wang. He hurried to the door. In his line of sight, an elderly man and a young girl emerged through the bamboo grove. Not only had Old Wang returned, but he had also brought back a girl of a similar age. Li Yuan, allow me to introduce my granddaughter, Wang Zhao. Granddaughter? Li Yuan was astonished. Old Wang, have you truly found the guidance of destiny? Indeed, Wang Lin laughed heartily. Heaven has not been excessively cruel to me. Congratulations. Li Yuan sincerely rejoiced for Old Wang. In this tumultuous world, where human lives were as fragile as weeds, and both he and others floated like driftwood, his 16-year ordeal of fleeing had taught him the profound joy of reuniting with loved ones after a long separation. Not just Old Wang. Even he felt as if in a dream. Zhao, this is Li Yuan, as I mentioned before. You may call him Brother Yuan from now on. Hello, Brother Yuan. The young girl timidly greeted him. Wang Zhao had delicate features, slightly sun-kissed skin, and a smattering of freckles on her cheeks, though not a beauty. She was an endearing girl next door. Hello, Li Yuan nodded and then inquired, Old Wang, will Zhao be living here from now on? I would love for that to happen. Wang Lin sighed. However, according to the rules, to join the 12 caves, one must pass the Goo Master examination. She can only stay here under the pretense of visiting family for a few days. Li Yuan was well aware of the brutality of the Goo Master examination. The chances of a young girl surviving it were slim. Oh, my poor granddaughter, Wang Lin lamented. When I found her, her parents were already gone, and she could only recognize kin through a half-broken jade pendant. I do not wish for Zhao to participate in the Goo Master examination. Yet the outside world is tumultuous, and for Zhao, remaining here would mean a fate worse than being consumed by demons. This is a stark truth, one that Li Yuan can deeply empathize with. He too found himself at the end of his rope, which compelled him to participate in the Goo Master examination. During the few days that Zhao is staying here under the pretense of visiting relatives, I shall endeavor to teach her the art of controlling goo. This offers a glimmer of hope. Wang Lin, with no other options available, can only proceed in this manner. Unless Zhao can ascend to the status of a Goo Master within this brief time frame, the chances remain exceedingly slim. Li Yuan nodded. Old Wang, just focus on imparting your knowledge to Zhao. I can manage the affairs of the residual Goo Tower. While I am away, there will be no disturbances, correct? Wang Lin inquired. None, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. That is reassuring. Wang Lin continued. Has there been any movement from the individual above the residual Goo Tower? None. Why do you ask? Li Yuan Castunat Pujlat. Was I not apprehended by the law enforcement hall last time? Reflecting on that incident, it increasingly seems amiss. And I've conceived a possibility. The one who killed Sun Meng may very well be the individual residing above. Only he possesses the ability to control goo through thought. Wang Lin elucidated. Li Yuan was momentarily rendered speechless. Do not doubt me, Wang Lin said mysteriously. I have inquired and discovered that the individual above hails from the 9th Palace, seemingly a senior of the Cave Master. There is likely a deep-seated grudge between them. I fear I may have inadvertently become entangled in their conflict, leading to my unwarranted misfortune. Wang Lin's analysis was thorough, logical, and well-founded. If not for knowing the truth, Li Yuan might have believed him. Nevertheless, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the occupant above. He did not wish for any unstable elements within the residual Goo Tower to jeopardize his fortunes. Moreover, when he later requires higher-grade original materials, he must ascend to the 4th or 5th floor. What is truly happening with that individual above? I have heard whispers. Wang Lin leaned close to Li Yuan and whispered, the occupant above is cultivating a rare goo, even going so far as to nourish it with his own essence. Rare goo? Who have you heard this from, Old Wang? Li Yuan expressed skepticism. By his understanding, rare goo are exceedingly scarce. Even the 9 masters of the goo nest in the 9th palace may not possess their own unique rare goo. Such information could not possibly have circulated, let alone reach someone of Wang Lin's standing. It was the steward Qi Lin who brought you to the goo master examination, Wang Lin replied. Had you heard of this before? Li Yuan pressed further. Never. Wang Lin shook his head. There was not a whisper of it before. Wait, he suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting someone is deliberately spreading rumors? Targeting the individual above? That is merely conjecture. Li Yuan dared not elaborate further. Wang Lin shuddered. Forget it then. That is beyond our purview. When gods battle, it is the mortals who suffer. The more curious one is, the quicker one meets their demise. I shall arrange a bed for Xiao Zhao. You attend to your matters. I will call you for dinner shortly. With that, Wang Lin took his granddaughter Xiao Zhao to the quarters. Li Yuan returned to the residual goo tower. Has that individual been residing above for decades? Is it true that he is cultivating a rare goo? The arduous manual for cultivating exotic goo has long stated that the harmony of time, place, and people is indispensable. This is akin to Li Yuan's second life-renewing goo, which requires a decade of nurturing within the internal organs, constantly drawing upon the vital essence, enduring a fate worse than death, an ordeal that ordinary individuals could scarcely survive. Each exotic goo possesses unfathomable power. Could he have perished long ago? Li Yuan pondered this possibility. With a mere thought, he commanded a reconnaissance goo to ascend to the 3rd floor ceiling, straining to listen intently. He perceived the echo of the goo insects, yet detected not a trace of human presence. Perhaps his cultivation was insufficient, or perhaps that individual had indeed transcended long before. Li Yuan exhibited remarkable patience, awaiting in silence. After a considerable duration, he narrowed his eyes, discerning a different sound. Chapter 12. The unexpected visitor of the night. A faint hissing sound drifted from upstairs. Were it not for the feedback from the reconnaissance goo, Li Yuan would hardly have discerned it. Could it be a snake? He pondered. After listening intently for some time, it seemed the serpent was gnawing on something, and after satiating its hunger, it fell silent. What if that person was consumed by the snake? A whimsical thought crossed Li Yuan's mind. It was not entirely implausible. Brother Yuan, it's time for dinner, came the gentle call from downstairs, pulling him back to the present. He suppressed his curiosity, wary of overstepping and inviting trouble. Ascending to the 4th floor would have to wait until he became a 4th turn goo master. Downstairs, Wang Lin had prepared a sumptuous feast. What a lavish spread today, Li Yuan exclaimed, astonished. Old Wang, when did you become so generous? This meal must have cost a fortune. With so little time left, what good is hoarding money? Wang Lin chuckled. Let's not speak such morose words, Li Yuan reassured him. Just as he sat down, the young girl deftly tore off a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl. Brother Yuan, please eat, Wang Zhao said. Her face flushed, her voice as delicate as a whisper. Old Wang, is this your doing? Li Yuan kirat bamusha. Zhao appeared timid. There was no way she would be so forward without some encouragement from Wang Lin. I just imparted some knowledge about refining goo to Zhao. She grasped it quite well. Perhaps she will pass the goo master examination. I will arrange for her to stay in the remnant goo building, and you can look after her a bit, all right? Wang Lin said with a smile. I thought you were being overly generous. As if you were entrusting me with your legacy, Li Yuan replied, nodding. Rest assured, even without your request, out of gratitude for you having provided for my grandfather's burial, I will take good care of Zhao. Now let's enjoy the meal. Relieved, Wang Lin knew Li Yuan was a prodigy destined for greatness. Having his granddaughter benefit from his company was a blessing indeed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Li Yuan frequently employed the reconnaissance goo to eavesdrop on the happenings upstairs, yet he never sensed the presence of a living soul. Even the remnants of goo delivered by the Bai Shi Hall remained unclaimed. Wang Lin had specifically inquired with the disciple who brought the remnants, only to learn that no one had been seen. Cobwebs had begun to form in the room. This deepened Li Yuan's conviction that the occupant had long since perished. Is nurturing goo truly so effortless? Perhaps the body had already been entirely consumed by the goo insects. Today marked the conclusion of Zhao Zhao's family visit. She could no longer remain in the remnant Gu building and had to depart. Wang Lin sighed deeply, filled with worry. "Grandpa, it's all right. I will surely pass the examination." Zhao Zhao reassured him, her small hands trembling with fear while comforting Wang Lin. "Zhao Zhao, perhaps." Wang Lin hesitated, unwilling to part with her. "What if we find you a place to stay outside? It will be better than here." "Grandpa, I wish to become a Gu master," Zhao Zhao declared, her eyes brimming with yearning, especially upon hearing that Li Yuan had also fled and successfully passed the Gu master examination to join the Nine Palaces Gu nest. Her longing intensified. Wang Lin understood well that, after experiencing life on Nine Palace Mountain, his granddaughter could never return. This place, tranquil as a pure land, was untouched by bandits and untroubled by demons. For those escaping calamity, it was a veritable paradise. "Li Yuan, I shall accompany Xiao Zhao and prepare to remain at the examination site for several days. We will return together once Xiao Zhao has successfully completed her assessment." "Very well." Li Yuan Nudda. "Sister Xiao Zhao, I wish you success." "Thank you, Brother Yuan," Wang Zhao Zhao replied with a deep bow of gratitude. Under Li Yuan's watchful gaze, the pair of grandfather and granddaughter vanished at the end of the bamboo forest path. Old Wang's back had bent considerably. Even Xiao Zhao was nearly taller than he. As night fell, having completed his tasks at the residual Gu building, Li Yuan returned to his chamber. A data panel materialized. Gu Master. Li Yuan. Black Jar. Third Transformation 21-300. Realm. Third Transformation. Destined Gu. Qi Blood Gu. Rebirth Gu. To ascend to the fourth transformation realm would require a year, and future advancements would inevitably become increasingly arduous. Li Yuan had steeled himself for the inevitable passage of time and change. He pondered how Xiao Zhao was faring in her assessment, hoping she would survive. For at least then he would have someone with whom to converse and alleviate his solitude. Lost in thought, Li Yuan drifted into slumber. In the deep of night, a piercing shriek reverberated in his mind, abruptly rousing him. Had someone arrived? The entire residual Gu building was under his surveillance, with reconnaissance Gu scattered throughout. No movement could escape his senses. "Open your eyes." With a focused thought, a flying insect in the bamboo grove suddenly blinked open its multitude of eyes. Instantly, an image flooded into Li Yuan's consciousness. A figure clad in black had approached the residual Gu building and effortlessly unlocked the door, which had been secured by a restriction placed by the elder of the Nine Palaces Gu nest. An insider? According to Old Wang, if one lacked the key, the restricted door of the residual Gu building could only be opened by a fifth transformation Gu master. The intruder was evidently not a fifth transformation Gu master, but rather an insider with a key. Was it for the individual above that they had come? Li Yuan speculata. Perhaps it was his covert elimination of Sun Ming that had led to the elder above bearing the brunt of the blame, prompting someone to probe the situation. If Old Wang's words held truth, then this black-clad figure was sent by the cave lord, Huang Funan. Li Yuan chose not to intervene. To him, this development might even be fortuitous. The enigmatic elder residing above, whose strength and fate remained unknown, weighed heavily on his mind, causing him great unease. Moreover, he wished to ascend to the fourth and fifth floors. Before long, the black-clad figure slipped into the residual Gu building. Once more, Li Yuan opened his eyes. With a thought, another reconnaissance Gu within the residual Gu building awakened. The skill of opening one's eyes was a consumable. Each use resulted in the death of a reconnaissance Gu. Ordinary Gu masters would hesitate to employ it multiple times in quick succession, but Li Yuan was unaffected. The black-clad figure remained oblivious to the countless eyes silently observing him. As Li Yuan had anticipated, the figure clad in black had a clear objective, making its way directly to the fourth floor. Yet, it hesitated at the door for an extended period, unable to muster the courage to enter. "Just going already," Li Yuan thought, feeling an urgency on behalf of the enigmatic figure, wishing he had a control mechanism to direct its actions. After a prolonged wait of half an hour, the indecisive figure finally inhaled deeply and pushed open the door to the fourth floor. Cautiously, it took its first step, then the second. However, upon reaching the halfway point of the third step, a colossal entity surged past, and the figure in black vanished without so much as a scream. What could that have been? A shiver ran down Li Yuan's spine. A snake? A giant python? He felt a surge of gratitude for not having ascended, for that would surely have been his fate. "Oh, kind soul, thank you." He silently mourned for the black-clad figure for 3 seconds, completely abandoning the thought of going upstairs. In such circumstances, even if he possessed the resurrection insect, he would still meet a grim end if devoured alive. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, the master of the cave, Huang Funan, slowly opened his eyes. "You madman, you truly have not perished." 10 years ago, he had sent a corpse insect into the ruins of the Gu building, only to be repelled by an overwhelming aura. Now, upon attempting to probe once more, he found himself no match for the opposing force. Yet, it appears you have become even more unhinged. In the moment the corpse insect was consumed, he glimpsed a vague image. It seemed that the mad senior brother had somehow transformed himself into a serpent. Chapter 13. The rare blood Gu. After being banished by the master from the 9th palace to the 12th cave, you not only failed to restrain yourself, but instead became increasingly unhinged, transforming into a grotesque being, neither fully human nor fully Gu, exhibiting neither masculine nor feminine traits. Huang Fu Nin murmured softly, sensing that the madman was on the brink of success. This was not only an opportunity for the other party, but also for him. If he could consume the opponent's life Gu, he might finally step into the realm of a 6th transition Gu master. Perhaps this was his last chance. The matter was resolved without a trace. Li Yuan fainat indiferenza. 10 days later, old Wang returned, along with Xiao Zhao. Unlike their parting 10 days prior, Xiao Zhao now had her eyes covered with thick black cloth. "What has happened to Xiao Zhao?" Li Yuan inquired, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Wang Lin sighed, revealing that during the Gu master examination, Xiao Zhao had lost her sight, yet unexpectedly, the bloodworm had fused with her eyeballs, evolving into a rare Gu. "Is it the blood-eye Gu?" Li Yuan asked, astonished. There are only 33 extraordinary Gu in the world, and most cultivation methods for these unique Gu have been lost to time. In this context, possessing a rare Gu as one's life Gu would be a stroke of fortune. Yet there are exceptions. The blood-eye Gu is one such exception. Indeed, Wang Lin lamented, refining the blood-eye Gu demands the sacrifice of one's sight, granting extraordinary perceptual abilities and the capability to temporarily replicate other secret techniques using one's own blood. If Xiao Zhao were a seasoned veteran, it would pose less of a risk. However, her naivete makes her vulnerable. She may encounter peril before mastering the blood-eye Gu's powers. This is Wang Lin's greatest concern. Li Yuan furrowed his brows. Has Xiao Zhao's acquisition of the rare Gu been reported to the sect? Yes, Wang Lin nodded. There is little else to be done. We can only hope that some individuals do not become overly greedy. Compared to the outside world, this place is a sanctuary. Yet, even sanctuaries are not free from turmoil. They can occasionally stir with turmoil. Following the incidents with the enforcement hall and the mysterious intruder in the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan had come to realize that, as old Wang stated, where there are people, there will be conflict. "Grandfather, I am fine," Wang Zhao proclaimed, her small face partially obscured by the thick black cloth. A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she sought to reassure old Wang. "Now I'm a Gu master too. In the future, I will surely be as formidable as Brother Yuan, able to protect myself and make grandfather proud of Xiao Zhao." "You certainly will," Li Yuan replied with a smile. Old Wang likely often boasted of his granddaughter, speaking highly of him, so much so that this young girl, whom he had only recently met, had come to regard him as a role model. Li Yuan chose not to disclose the incident involving the nighttime infiltration of the remnant Gu Tower to old Wang, for it was beyond his resolution. A strong premonition stirred within him. The mastermind behind the black-clad intruders would not rest easily and was sure to return. As seasons changed, 6 months passed in silence. During this time, the black-clad individuals indeed returned, coming 6 times consecutively, each time delivering provisions to the figure above. On one occasion of observation, Li Yuan discerned the truth clearly. The creature that consumed the man in black was a python, possessing human eyes and a head, exuding an eerie and androgynous aura that marked it as a true monstrosity. Li Yuan was profoundly startled, pondering whether that individual had transformed himself into a form of sorcery. He dared not act rashly, opting instead to bide his time for a more opportune moment. The mastermind behind the man in black, having witnessed the formidable prowess of the figure above, continued to probe, demonstrating that both parties were evenly matched, a scenario that Li Yuan found quite favorable. "Brother Yuan, it's time to eat," a sweet voice echoed from downstairs. "I'm coming," Li Yuan replied, hurrying down the stairs. After half a year, Wang Zhaozhao had adapted to her blind persona, transitioning from her initial clumsiness to behaving almost indistinguishably from a normal person. Old Wang had fully embraced the life of retirement, entrusting all matters concerning the residual sorcery tower to Li Yuan, while the day-to-day trivialities fell to Xiao Zhao. "Brother Yuan, you've worked hard. Please eat more vegetables." As familiarity grew, Xiao Zhao became less timid, generously serving Li Yuan dishes and pouring wine, her smile radiant. "There's no need to be so polite." Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Brother Yuan treats my grandfather and me so well. We can only repay you through these small gestures." Wang Zhaozhao expressed her gratitude. Yet, she felt a tinge of regret, for her encounters with Brother Yuan had been few, and she was nearly forgetting what he looked like, with only the impression of exceptionally handsome remaining in her mind. "Meeting you, young lad, is a blessing for this old man in his twilight years," Wang Lin chuckled, even harboring suspicions that Li Yuan harbored feelings for his granddaughter, fearing that Xiao Zhao might be tainted by dark energy. Therefore, he insisted she refrain from working at the residual sorcery tower, taking on all the responsibilities himself. What an earnest and diligent young man he was, albeit somewhat obstinate and lacking in social finesse at times. After a hearty meal, Li Yuan returned to the residual sorcery tower, just in time to encounter a disciple from the Baishir Hall delivering remnants of sorcery. "Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 3rd turn 199, 300, Realm, 3rd turn, Destined Sorcery, Vitality Sorcery, Resurrection Sorcery, with over 3 months remaining until the 4th turn. He had yet to cultivate a single rare sorcery, truly a testament to their scarcity. He fully comprehended Old Wang's concerns for Xiao Zhao, for Gu Master. The allure of a rare sorcery was indeed potent. "Senior brother, I have come to deliver the remnants of sorcery," a voice called from below. "Come in," he beckoned. It had been nearly a year since Li Yuan joined Jiugong Mountain, and the disciples delivering sorcery had changed twice during that time. He had also ascended to the status of senior brother. "Senior brother, are you busy nurturing goo worms again?" A charming young lady approached, carrying a pot of sorcery, stealing glances at Li Yuan from time to time. Li Yuan replied with a detached tone. "Today, Baishir Hall has delivered 621 first turn remnants, 99 second turn remnants, 16 third turn remnants, 3 fourth turn remnants, and 1 fifth turn remnant. Please verify and sign." Sister Lin Weiwei placed the pots beside Li Yuan. Li Yuan opened each pot in succession, confirming their accuracy before signing on the record scroll. "The first 3 jars can remain here. The 4th and 5th should be taken upstairs." "Understood, senior brother." Lin Weiwei stole another glance at Li Yuan and remarked, "Senior brother, our home master often praises you, saying that the goo worms you cultivate and return are of exceptional quality, entirely unlike those selected from inferior ones." "Thank you," Li Yuan replied with aloofness, showing little interest in his junior sister, wishing to mask any enthusiasm lest it mislead the young lady. Noticing his icy demeanor, the junior sister pouted and ascended the stairs, carefully carrying the jar. Upon reaching the 4th floor, she cautiously pushed open the door and placed the goo jar inside. Suddenly, a scaly serpent's tail ensnared her hand, pulling her inside, and her scream was abruptly silenced. Li Yuan's expression changed drastically below. Chapter 14. The eruption. As Li Yuan gazed upward, he found only an empty expanse above. The door had once again been firmly shut. Had Lin Weiwei been consumed? Li Yuan was taken aback. This was entirely different from the black-clad figure being devoured. That incident involved an intruder stealthily infiltrating the cursed building, leaving their allegiance uncertain, and thus could be dismissed as an inconsequential occurrence. However, Lin Weiwei had been forcibly drawn from her duties and devoured within the confines of the building. This was a heinous act against a fellow disciple, an exceedingly grave matter. Such an event had never transpired before. How could this happen? Li Yuan felt a pang of fear. Who could tell if that individual had gone mad and might emerge to consume him as well? When it came to the fear of death, Li Yuan always followed his instincts. Regaining his composure, he promptly leapt from the window. Meanwhile, an arrow pierced the sky. Whoosh! Boom! The arrow exploded in the air. Brother Yuan, what happened? Wang Zhao, who had been practicing in the bamboo grove, rushed over at the sound. Something has occurred, Li Yuan replied gravely. Lin Weiwei has been taken by that individual upstairs. Is it true that the elder above truly consumes people? Wang Zhao's delicate face turned pale with fright. Call old Wang and retreat a safe distance. Ready to flee at a moment's notice, Li Yuan instructed, patting the girl's shoulder. In times like these, nothing was more precious than life itself. Within a short span, a dozen disciples donned in silver masks emerged from the bamboo grove. They were none other than the disciples of the law enforcement hall. Before the enforcement team could utter a word, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and stepped back behind them. What's the matter? The captain of the enforcement team inquired. The elder guarding the 4th and 5th floors of the cursed building has undergone a transformation and has dragged Sister Lin Weiwei into the room. Li Yuan answered candidly. Has that elder gone mad? The captain's demeanor changed abruptly. That mysterious elder was a peer of the cave master and had long since ascended to the 5th rank of Gu Master. He was not someone a mere 4th rank Gu Master could contend with. Quickly summoned the Hall Master, he commanded, releasing a reconnaissance Gu, using the sound of a flute to guide the creature towards the cursed building. As they neared the edifice, the reconnaissance Gu abruptly exploded. This is bad. The captain's face turned ashen. Run. The moment he opened his mouth, Li Yuan had already bolted away. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, a torrent of serpent scales erupted from the cursed building, instantly turning the enforcement disciples in the forefront into a porcupine of wounds. Leather goo. Li Yuan grasped a handful of leather goo and swiftly refined it. His skin hardened in an instant, and combined with the regenerative power bestowed by the reviving goo, he managed to withstand the onslaught of serpent scales. Fortunately, old Wang and Zhao had already heeded his command and fled to the outskirts of the bamboo grove. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly met their demise. Scram! All of you get out. After the serpent scales swept through, a sharp voice, devoid of gender, resonated as an intangible wave emanated from the cursed building. Huang Funan, you dare to frame me. You shall not have a good end. Li Yuan did not halt his steps, all the while absorbing vital information. Huang Funan, so it is indeed that cave master? It appears that the previous figures cloaked in black were dispatched by Huang Funan, perhaps enhanced by some potent substance that drove that individual to madness. Suddenly, a series of bell chimes resonated through the air. Brother Shi, you have succumbed to the demonic allure of the goo. Even before his arrival, his voice heralded an ominous presence, as a figure draped in a cloak descended from the sky. Huang Funan, do you dare to frame me? The master of the cursed Gu Tower seemed to be straining against some inner turmoil. To indulge in the demonic art of Gu. To harm your fellow sect members and slay the enforcers of justice. Shi Wuli, for such transgressions, even an elder from the 9th palace would not forgive you. Huang Funan replied coldly. Begone! Shi Wuli bellowed, unleashing a multitude of serpentine creatures that surged forth from the tower, aimed directly at Huang Funan. Unyielding in your folly, Huang Funan pressed forward instead of retreating. Today, as the master of this domain, I shall rid our sect of your monstrous existence. He rang the bell, summoning forth a dozen corpse puppets. Li Yuan had managed to escape to a safe distance, observing the unfolding scene. Corpse puppets? They bear an uncanny resemblance to the black-cloaked figures from the cursed Gu Tower. With this realization, everything became clear. Those consumed over the past 6 months were not living beings, but rather Huang Funan's corpse goo. Li Yuan finally discerned the true form of Shi Wuli. He had reverted to human shape, utterly naked, his body entwined with serpents, even his arms transformed into snakes. A thought struck him about the only goo related to serpents on the exotic goo ranking. The Heavenly Dragon Goo. The conditions for crafting the Heavenly Dragon Goo were even more stringent than those for the Reviving Goo. The Reviving Goo required nurturing within the internal organs. sustained by the heart's blood day and night, enduring a decade of torturous existence before it could take form. Conversely, the heavenly dragon Gu necessitated 9 cycles of rebirth. The term rebirth was vaguely defined in the Gu Master S manual, suggesting a process that seemed more aligned with death. 9 cycles of rebirth. Even a cunning snake could transform into a celestial dragon. How many times had Shiwuli been reborn? Li Yuan could not ascertain, but surely not many. For in the confrontation with Huang Funan, Shiwuli was clearly at a disadvantage. His flying snake Gu was utterly overmatched by the corpse-controlling Gu. Brother Yuan, who has arrived? Wang Zhao, unable to see, sensed the presence of a formidable figure. It was not a benevolent arrival, merely a case of dog-eat-dog. Wang Lin emerged, cursing vociferously. Since being coerced by Huang Fu Nan using the truth Gu, he had lost all faith in the sect's higher-ups. It is the master of the cave. Noticing her grandfather's displeasure, Wang Zhao quickly deduced the situation. Wang Lin squinted, for this was his first encounter witnessing a battle between 5th Transformation Gu Masters. It was indeed a spectacle. Although Gu Masters were limited to a single life Gu, there were no restrictions on the number of subordinate Gu, only their types. In battle, each displayed their unique prowess. Grandfather Wang Zhao inquired curiously, who is more powerful, a Gu Master or a martial artist of the same level? Each has their merits. Wang Lin replied, not having much experience himself. He opted to exaggerate to impress little Zhao. Overall, throughout the history of Tianyuan continent, many martial gods have arisen. Yet there has only ever been one Gu immortal. A prolonged silence ensued. The commotion at the cursed building gradually subsided. The corpse Gu that Huang Fu Nan had controlled was devoured to a significant extent, with one of its arms bitten off. Meanwhile, Shiwuli was pinned to the ground by several black rods, rendered immobile. Did Huang Fu Nan actually emerge victorious? Old Wang seethed with frustration. Had he lost? Shiwuli's emergence would have brought calamity upon the 12 caves, which would have been disastrous for us, albeit temporarily. Li Yuan lamenta. Indeed, Wang Lin sighed, acknowledging that Shiwuli posed an unpredictable threat. Allowing him to remain in the cursed building could lead to our downfall one day. Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Huang Funan, with one arm, lifted the pinned Shiwuli and proclaimed, "The calamity has been eradicated. The restrictions are lifted. I hereby entrust the 100 Affairs Hall with all subsequent matters." With that, he expelled a Gu insect from his mouth. The flying wing insect, a 4th-tier mystic Gu, could transform into a pair of insect wings, granting the Gu Master a fleeting ability to fly. Huang Fu Nan then soared into the distance. However, Li Yuan furrowed his brows. Having heard the echoes of the reconnaissance Gu, within the cursed building, a small snake was ravenously consuming the remaining Gu. How dare you lay a hand on my treasure? Li Yuan could no longer contain himself. If I cannot overpower the formidable, shall I not be able to deal with a minor one? Chapter 15. Exorcising Li Yuan refrained from recklessly charging back into the Gu Tower. Instead, he commanded the Gu insects within to launch an assault on the small snake. Hiss! The snake flicked its tongue, exuding a fierce demeanor, almost possessing a semblance of humanity. Li Yuan was taken aback. Could this small snake be a part of Shiwuli's corporeal form? Such a notion intensified his resolve to eliminate it. With a steely determination, Li Yuan noted the snake's remarkable agility as it devoured one small Gu insect after another, proving itself to be a bane to the diminutive creatures. After several attempts at gauging its strength, he concluded that the snake was not particularly formidable and decided to take matters into his own hands. With the rebirth Gu shielding him, he felt invulnerable to such trifles. Meanwhile, within the cave lord's residence, Shiwuli, ensnared by Huang Funan's clandestine arts, found himself in a daze. He had fallen victim to Huang Fu Nan's machinations, leading to his current predicament. Aware of his disadvantage, he released his critically injured life Gu from his body. He had long merged himself with the flying snake Gu, allowing for rebirth even after his original form's demise, provided he consumed ample supplements. The Gu insects within the Gu Tower, along with the youthful boy brimming with vitality and the young girl possessing rare Gu, were prime sources of nourishment. Had it not been for his fear of Huang Funan's targeting, he would have already devoured them entirely. Now, fully exposed, he felt no reservations. Shiwuli soon sensed something amiss. Why were there so many intact goo insects in the goo tower, all converging to attack him? Was someone manipulating them from the shadows? To command goo with thought, one would at least have to be on par with him. Killing him would be effortless, making such elaborate efforts unnecessary. What was the situation here? Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a figure burst in from outside. Was it that vigorous young lad? Shiwuli's heart leaped with joy. In his line of sight, the boy moved with astonishing speed, as if hastening to his next life, charging directly toward him. If he consumed him, then the girl with the rare goo would follow. He would restore a significant portion of his strength and solidify his form. Perhaps he could even mount a counterattack and slay the severely wounded Huang Funan. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. As Li Yuan approached, Shiwuli suddenly unleashed a drop of venom. Success. This was his signature poison. A mere drop would render any goo master below the 5th transformation powerless, at their mercy. Whoosh! The flying snake lunged forward, fangs bared, aiming for Li Yuan's neck. Got you. A large hand accurately seized the snake by its neck, while another firmly pressed down on its head. Shiwuli, where's my poison? Why is it not working? He was suddenly alarmed, belatedly realizing that all the goo insects previously attacking him were now obediently swirling around the youth, as if adoring their supreme monarch. How could this be? There were densely packed goo insects, at least 60 or 70 types. Even a palace master would struggle to command them all, let alone a mere boy. This was not a goo master. This was a goo immortal. Panic gripped Shiwuli as he frantically attempted to wrest free his life-flying snake goo from Li Yuan's grasp. Oh, quite strong, is it? Li Yuan tightened his hold on the snake's neck with increasing force. No. Shiwuli was unwilling to accept his fate. Why had the venom yet to take effect? He felt as though death was imminent. The flying serpent emitted a piercing cry, exerting all its strength to escape Li Yuan's grasp, and in a swift turn, it viciously bit down on the latter's arm. Upon hearing this sound, Li Yuan's eyes widened. You are the true body, he exclaimed with a laugh. The flying serpent spoke. I have long since merged with the serpent goo. It is me, and I am it. Your demise is not in vain. He sensed that the youth harbored a significant secret, a secret that could upheave the entire lineage of goo masters, and now it was all within his grasp. Truly, amidst the labyrinth of despair, a glimmer of hope appeared. A torrent of venom surged through the youth's body, injected by the serpent's fangs. This time, you shall fall. The words were abruptly silenced as Li Yuan seized the serpent's throat, firmly pressing down on its vital point. Enraged, he employed a mighty goo. Crack. The serpent's bones shattered entirely. No, it cannot be. A venom of such potency could easily slay even a 6th-tier goo master. Why, then, did it have no effect on a youth before him? Shiwuli's consciousness grew increasingly hazy. In his final moments, he witnessed the youth's eyes transform into a striking crimson and deep blue, fleeting as a whisper. He also glimpsed a pattern resembling a centipede, like a decayed rope long steeped in blood, its segments intertwined like ancient, mysterious chains. Alien goo, revive. As the serpent's head was crushed by Li Yuan, Shiwuli's true body, far away in the residence of Huang Funan, ceased to exist. In that instant of death, Huang Funan suddenly opened his eyes. What is happening? Dead? His complexion darkened with dread. He had meticulously plotted against Shiwuli, aiming to devour him and ascend to the 6th tier, even sacrificing an arm for this ambition. Upon his return, he had sealed Shiwuli's senses and mobility through secret methods. Under such circumstances, how could the opponent die without even the means to commit suicide? Was it due to severe injuries? Huang Funan was infuriated. Consuming a living 5th-tier life goo was a tremendous boon, but death would diminish its value significantly. Could it be a feigned death? Huang Funan was unwilling to accept this. He began to examine Shiwuli's corpse closely, only to suddenly discover that he lacked the crucial life serpent goo. Instead, there were only ordinary flying serpents. The golden cicada sheds its shell, a clever ruse of feigned death. Well played, Shiwuli. Bang. Huang Funan slammed the table in frustration, his anger boiling over. Fu, already gravely injured, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. The serpent's venom was now spreading within him, threatening his life. He had no choice but to seek alternatives. In a moment of life and death crisis, Huangfu Nan resorted to all means at his disposal. He penned a letter, commanding a messenger insect to fly out of the cave. The message was simple: bring that precious goo to my lair. Meanwhile, Li Yuan continued to study the severed flying serpent goo. Detected a mergeable goo worm. Shall we synthesize? What is the situation? Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then focused his thoughts to examine the original materials. First transformation, residual, goo dragon pattern, egg, 29, dragon pattern egg? Is this not the flying snake goo? Could it be on the verge of evolving into a dragon pattern goo? With this thought, Li Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of apprehension. He peeled open the flying snake, and indeed, there was an unformed snake egg inside, nearly decayed. The dragon pattern egg belongs to the mundane goo, but once hatched, it can be referred to as the dragon pattern goo, which is a rare goo. Following this evolutionary trend, if Shi Wuli can endure for another decade or so, it may indeed be possible to refine the extraordinary goo, the heavenly dragon goo, driven by compassion and the desire to rescue the snake. Li Yuan could not bear to watch the snake egg perish. Synthesize it for me. Chapter 16. The tricolor exotic fire python. What could be synthesized is not considered bad. Synthesizing in progress. This synthesis utilizes materials. 29 first turn residual goo dragon pattern eggs. You have obtained 9 first turn common goo dragon pattern eggs. The dragon pattern egg, when refined into a life-bound goo, possesses a slight chance of imbuing its master with a dragon pattern, enhancing fortune, and transforming into a subordinate goo that can emit a faint dragon's roar. Quite disappointing. Let's continue the synthesis. Li Yuan was far from satisfied. Selecting original materials, synthesizing in progress. You have obtained 3 second-turn rare goo dragon pattern goo. The dragon pattern goo, when refined into a life-bound goo, has a 50% chance of granting its master a dragon pattern, enhancing fortune, and transforming into a subordinate goo capable of healing wounds. Is this all? Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. Although the dragon pattern goo is classified as rare, its actual efficacy is rather limited. Its value lies in the exceedingly slim chance of evolving into an exotic goo. What good is such fortune? Not to mention the gamble involved. Having been deeply scarred by the toxic allure of chance in his past life, he could not afford to gamble. 98%? What difference does that make from 0? Let's continue the synthesis. Selecting original materials, synthesizing in progress. You have obtained a third-turn rare goo tricolor exotic fire python. The tricolor exotic fire python, an exceedingly aggressive beast goo, harbors the potential to incubate 3 distinct colors of exotic fire within its body, yet cannot transform into a subordinate goo. Highly aggressive? Li Yuan's eyes lit up. This is promising. Moreover, the tricolor exotic fire python is a relatively rare goo that can continually evolve in the future. You are the one. I shall refine you into a life-bound goo. Presently, Li Yuan lacked offensive means, and the tricolor exotic fire python was perfectly suited for him. The light in the black jar dissipated. Upon closer inspection, a small serpent emerged, measuring approximately 1 foot in length, its entire body a warm white, with a few scales reflecting hues of emerald green, sapphire blue, and crimson red. Such a charming little creature. As Li Yuan gazed at the tricolor exotic fire python, he noted that its head bore 2 tiny horns, only a short segment visible, resembling budding shoots. Its eyes were round and glistening, brimming with intelligence. It was entirely unlike the cold and menacing flying serpents. Come, demonstrate your abilities, Li Yuan commanded. The tricolor exotic fire python ceased to slither, raising half its body upright, a playful expression adorning its face, drawing in breath before exhaling forcefully. A flame of crimson red erupted from its mouth. The flame landed upon the corpse of the flying serpent. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle soon, the corpse was engulfed in flames, and when the fire subsided, not even ashes remained, as if it had been rendered into nothingness. A master of obliterating evidence, indeed. Li Yuan was quite taken with this ability. He reached out to caress the tricolor exotic fire python. What are the other two flames? Let them be shown as well. The little python nodded in a surprisingly human-like manner and opened its mouth once more. This time, it unleashed a flame of crystalline blue, which, despite being fire, exuded an intense chill, freezing even the black jar. Bang! After 3 breaths, the black jar shattered explosively. It appeared to be frozen. Yet was it truly the ability to erode and disintegrate from within? Very impressive indeed. Li Yuan chuckled. What about the last one? The little python aimed directly at the ground, and a vibrant green flame erupted from its mouth, cascading onto the nearby potted plant. In an instant, the tiny blades of grass within began to grow rapidly. Catalytic growth? Intriguing, thought Li Yuan, satisfaction blooming within him. Hiss! The tricolor flame python swayed its head, producing a sound. Li Yuan was taken aback. You possess talents too? The tricolor flame python nodded and lifted its head once more, this time releasing 2 distinct flames. One emerald green and the other crimson red. The crimson flame descended first, with the green flame merging seamlessly into it. Whoosh! In that moment, the fire surged dramatically. The catalyzed crimson flame burned far longer than before, relentless and enduring. Ha ha ha! Li Yuan laughed, delighted that it even had a fusion technique. He caressed the scales of the tricolor flame python. From now on, accompany me diligently. I shall name you Little Kai. His Little Kai expressed its contentment. This remarkably sentient creature illuminated a different perspective for Li Yuan, revealing that the world of Gu Masters was far more exhilarating than he had ever imagined. Insects, beasts, corpses, and even plants. There was an abundance he had to explore. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. Li Yuan, came a voice from outside. It was Qi Xian, the master of the Baishir Hall. I've arrived. Li Yuan opened the door. Long time no see, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan had passed the Gu Master assessment and joined the 12 Caves, Qi Xian had praised him as a talented practitioner. Has it been almost a year? Li Yuanyin kidat. Indeed, Qi Xian nodded, noting that this was only their second meeting. I heard you've been cooped up in the remnant Gu Tower, never venturing out, never taking a leave. Don't you find it tedious? Not at all. I relish this lifestyle, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Today's events were unexpected. Fortunately, you were lucky enough not to become that person's sustenance. Qi Xian remarked thoughtfully, would you like me to send someone to help you tidy up the remnant Gu Tower? No need, Li Yuan shook his head. The aura there is too intense for ordinary people. I can handle it myself to avoid any grievances. You truly are kind-hearted, diligent, and uncomplaining. Qi Xian mused, not having anticipated such a diligent individual would join their ranks. It's merely trivial matters. Li Yuan was indeed reluctant to let anyone touch his treasures. However, with that individual deceased, no one can manage the 4th and 5th order Gu insects in the remnant Gu Tower. We must request personnel from the 9th Palace. Xian sighed. I must trouble you to oversee them for the time being. As long as you exercise caution, there should be no issues. A thought crossed Li Yuan's mind, and he recognized an opportunity. Master Xian, I can handle it. I am now a 3rd order Gu master, quite experienced, and I can manage the remnants of the 4th and 5th orders without difficulty. You've already attained the 3rd order? Qi Xian exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, having not reported this advancement to the Baishir Hall. Goodness, that's remarkable. Truly remarkable. Qi Xian regarded Li Yuan with newfound respect. Such a talented and diligent young prodigy is destined to surpass others in the future. Perhaps he will even ascend to the esteemed position of a cave master, or even become an elder within the esteemed 9th Palace. It was the 12 caves that granted me my identity and a tranquil life, allowing me to become a Gu master. Now that our sect is in turmoil, it is a moment when capable individuals are needed, and, as a disciple, I am duty-bound to respond. Li Yuan declared with righteous fervor. Very well, Qi Xian replied, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Since you are so confident, I shall entrust you with the management of this matter. The remnants of 4th and 5th transformation Gu are exceedingly rare, and he believed that Li Yuan's innate talent would enable him to manage them effectively. Most importantly, requesting personnel from a 9th Palace would entail a deduction from the monthly stipends of all 12 caves administrators. If someone can step up, it would be all the better. He found Li Yuan increasingly agreeable. Were it another disciple, they might have already begun to shirk responsibility or even request a transfer, for no one could ascertain whether dangers still lurked in this place. After all, the formidable individual they faced might possess unforeseen contingencies that even a cave master could not anticipate. Should Li Yuan encounter such a situation, it would likely lead to a dead end. It is precisely this circumstance that accentuates the rarity of Li Yuan's commendable qualities. Xixian mused internally. A good person, a model of diligence, brave, possessing a strong sense of responsibility. Moreover, so kind-hearted and considerate of his fellow disciples, taking on all the arduous and dirty tasks. What a remarkable young man indeed. Chapter 17. The Fourth Transformation, Gu Master, as night fell. The members of the Baishir Hall had meticulously managed all affairs and departed. The residual Gu building returned to its usual tranquility. Wang Zhaozhao prepared a few simple dishes, and together with old Wang and Li Yuan, they indulged in a modest drinking session in the bamboo grove courtyard. What? You intend to take on the monumental task of handling both the Fourth Transformation, residual Gu, and the Fifth Transformation, residual Gu, all by yourself? Li Yuan, have you lost your mind? Wang Lin exclaimed, visibly startled by the notion. Why the fuss? Li Yuan replied with remarkable composure. Old Wang, we have known each other for almost a year now. Do you still not trust me? I do trust you, Wang Lin teased. But I simply do not wish for you to toil so hard, allowing those cunning scoundrels of the sect to profit. How does that benefit them? Li Yuan Kariya, Puzlat. Are you truly unaware? Wang Lin retorted indignantly. Given the current situation, they must apply for personnel from the Ninth Palace's inner sanctum to handle this matter, which would result in deductions from all the administrator's monthly allowances. The monthly allowance refers to the cultivation resources distributed to the sect members by the Gu Nest of the Ninth Palace each month. Haha, I see now, Li Yuan chuckled. No wonder Qi Xian agreed so readily. How can you still manage to laugh? Wang Lin protested on behalf of fairness. Unbeknownst to him, this was precisely aligned with Li Yuan's intentions. It's all trivial. Sometimes a loss can be a blessing in disguise. I shall bear this burden, Li Yuan stated earnestly. Sighing, Wang Lin realized there was little else to say. He could already foresee the extent of trouble this young lad would encounter after his departure. After all, who among them had not once been a passionate youth, brimming with fervor? Yet, after facing the trials of human nature, one invariably evolves into a shrewd fox. As the night deepened, Li Yuan wrapped up the affairs of the residual Gu building, locked the main door, and retired to his chamber, succumbing to a deep slumber. Outside the bamboo grove, a shadow slipped stealthily into the scene. The cave master must be gravely injured if he has sent me to risk capturing the blood-eye Gu. That is a rare Gu, already documented and reported to the Ninth Palace's inner sanctum. Should it perish, there will be inquiries from above. In that case, all blame shall fall upon Shi Wuli, for there will be no witnesses to contradict. Murmuring to himself, the shadow summoned a Gu insect resembling a lizard, and in an instant, his very being melded into the air, appearing to vanish without a trace. He traversed the bamboo grove, his unseen gaze locking onto the sleeping quarters beside the residual Gu building. He sensed it, the aura of the blood-eye Gu. It is said that a Gu master who has refined the blood-eye Gu possesses extraordinary perception. I wonder if he could detect my presence? The shadow pondered, hoping to silently abduct the girl who had refined the blood-eye Gu. If others were to awaken, he would have no choice but to eliminate them all to secure his silence. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Unbeknownst to the shadow, the young man in the chamber had already opened his eyes. Li Yuan lay in bed, staring at the skylight, his expression grave. What now? Will I never have a moment's peace? From the instant the shadow entered the bamboo grove, he had sensed the intruder's presence through his reconnaissance Gu, though the figure soon vanished again. It must be the invisibility bug. Over the past year, Li Yuan has diligently studied the Manual of Gu Masters, acquiring an intricate understanding of the various functions of different Gu insects. The invisibility worm allows the Gu Master to shroud themselves in obscurity, moving as lightly as the breeze. Yet traces remain. Li Yuan, through comprehensive surveillance, has managed to track the movements of his adversary. Could it be targeting Xiao Zhao? Initially, He presumed the intention was to seize Shi Wuli's fateful flying serpent goo, but it appears otherwise. Ultimately, the concerns of old Wang have materialized. The blood-eye goo has caught the attention of someone with ill intent. Shao Kai, rise and get to work. Li Yuan is not devoid of compassion. Old Wang has treated him well, and the debt of gratitude for his support weighs heavily on his heart. Naturally, he cannot stand idly by while Xiao Zhao is endangered. Invisibility worm? Who isn't a few at their disposal? Summoning one, Li Yuan too cloaked himself in concealment and departed. At that moment, a shadow approached the door, attempting to pry open the lock. Bang! Suddenly, the door swung open. A massive fist erupted from the entrance. Xiao Zhao, wake up! There's a thief. Li Yuan, don't sleep. The assailant was none other than Wang Lin. Li Yuan was taken aback, true to his reputation as an old hand. It seems old Wang had anticipated this and was keeping vigil for Xiao Zhao. While old Wang may lack strength, his awareness is acute. The shadow was caught off guard by Wang Lin's sudden attack. The invisibility worm rendered ineffective, revealing its form. It's you? Wang Lin gasped, evidently recognizing the intruder. A.O. Shuang, as the deputy master of the battle guard hall, what is your true intention in sneaking here? Revealed, A.O. Shuang ceased to conceal himself, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Originally, only one had to die. Now, I shall be forced to eliminate you all. Golden Guard Gu, Ao Shuang. The deputy master of the battle guard hall wields a combat-type Gu, the four-turn mystical Gu known as Golden Garb, which manifests a layer of golden energy upon the surface of the Gu Master's body, resembling golden armor. A.O. Shuang unleashed a punch. Despite Wang Lin's advantage from surprise, the disparity in raw strength was insurmountable. His earlier strike failed to harm A.O. Shuang. Bang! Wang Lin took the blow directly. Sent flying. Grandfather. Wang Zhao, though blind, could sense the presence of danger. Xiao Zhao, flee. Leave with Li Yuan. Wang Lin understood that his fate was sealed, fervently hoping the two young ones might survive. A.O. Shuang snorted coldly, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, he felt a shiver run through him, an icy sensation surging from his feet to the crown of his head, the instinct for survival compelling him to retreat abruptly. In that fleeting moment, a crimson flame descended upon the spot where he had just stood. The fiery blaze crackled, scorching the ground into a crater. Had he been touched by such flames, his demise would have been assured. Turning to gaze, A.O. Shuang beheld a youth. Upon the boy's shoulder rested a captivating yet perilous tricolored serpent, fierce and poised, brewing flames within its small mouth. Beast Gu. He did not recognize this particular Gu, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely a rare Gu. Too rare Gu. After the initial tension, A.O. Shuang felt a surge of exhilaration. The blood-eyed Gu was offered to the master of the cave. Yet this more precious beast, Gu, now belonged to him. The Gu was indeed remarkable, but regrettably misplaced in allegiance. A.O. Shuang abruptly pivoted, dashing towards Li Yuan with fervor. Li Yuan swiftly retreated, widening the distance between them. In terms of speed, you still fall short. Wind-chasing butterfly. Two wind-chasing butterflies materialized beneath A.O. Shuang's feet, propelling his velocity exponentially. Yet he soon found himself bewildered. Instead of closing the gap with the youth, he had only distanced himself further. His pupils constricted sharply. Surrounding the boy were a dozen wind-chasing butterflies, rendering him as elusive as the wind itself, slipping from his grasp. Amid the pursuit, Shao Kai gathered strength. The ferocious python roared. A larger fireball hurtled towards A.O. Shuang, but he had already anticipated this, dodging with agility. You cannot strike me, A.O. Shuang taunted. With your strength, controlling so many Gu must be quite exhausting. Let us see how long you can endure. A smirk graced Li Yuan's lips. Shao Kai, coiled upon his shoulder, unleashed a vibrant emerald flame. A.O. Shuang evaded once more. I mentioned the Gu is commendable, but the person is lacking. Suddenly, his words were cut short as the flames behind him, which had nearly extinguished, surged violently, with some licking at his body. Like a relentless parasite, they threatened to consume even the golden attire he wore. In that moment, A.O. Shuang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 18, a ghost story well done. Shao Kai, Li Yuan exclaimed with palpable excitement, as this marked the first occasion he and Xiao Kai fought side by side. An extraordinary bond seemed to flourish between them. Hiss! Xiao Kai flicked her tongue, lifting her head high, regarding A.O. Shuang with a disdainful gaze, as if he were mere refuse. Damn it! Ao Shuang, having lived for decades, was experiencing the humiliation of being looked down upon by a snake for the very first time. Not far away, Wang Lin was in a state of disbelief. Li Yuan, so formidable? When did this young man acquire such a powerful innate goo? He had concealed it well. After the initial astonishment, joy soon followed. This indicated that Li Yuan possessed the capability to protect himself, ensuring that Xiao Zhao, who was by his side, would also be safe. Wang Zhao sensed something amiss as well. Grandfather, does it mean that Brother Yuan is going to defeat the bad guys? Indeed, Wang Lin replied, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. The golden-clothed goo was a formidable four-turn mystery goo, not easily subdued. The outcome remained uncertain. I underestimated you. In the bamboo forest, A.O. Shuang, having made several attempts to extinguish the crimson flames engulfing him, realized that the only solution was to eliminate his adversary. Today, you shall witness the prowess of a four-turn mystery goo master. With that declaration, A.O. Shuang opened his mouth and expelled a golden goo insect that landed in his palm. Emitting a sharp, piercing cry, waves of energy radiated from the golden goo, cascading onto the other subordinate goo. Are we beginning to fight earnestly? Li Yuan recognized this tactic, known as the innate mystery seizing technique, an essential skill for every goo master of 4 turns and above. It was a secret method that consumed the essence of the innate goo and the goo master to bestow greater strength upon subordinate goo and the master himself. Excessive use would deplete the goo master's lifespan. Arrow worms. A.O. Shuang flicked his wrist, unleashing a flurry of elongated creatures that soared through the air like arrows. The arrow worms, imbued with his innate mystery energy, moved with astonishing speed, and Li Yuan found it increasingly challenging to respond. Yet, he possessed the sea of insects tactic. Blade and sword goo. He deployed all his blade and sword goo at once, manifesting countless sword lights to counter the onslaught. At this juncture, a chilling voice whispered in Li Yuan's ear. A.O. Shuang, using the cover of the arrow worms, became invisible once more, launching a surprise attack from the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A.O. Shuang's golden-hued fist approached alongside the arrow worms. In such close proximity, Li Yuan was compelled to retreat in a straight line, evading the golden-clothed punch, but unable to dodge the assault of the arrow worms. Oxhide goo. In a moment of urgency, Li Yuan could only shield his vital areas with the oxhide goo, yet one of the arrow worms still pierced through his throat. Well, I suppose I shall die for now. Thud! Li Yuan's corpse collapsed heavily to the ground. A mere 3-turn ordinary goo master faced a qualitative disparity against a 4-turn mystery goo master. To reach this point and force me into a corner, I acknowledge your strength, A.O. Shuang thought, letting out a sigh of relief as he approached the fallen Li Yuan. The young man, struck by an arrow, displayed no signs of life. At that moment, A.O. Shuang sensed something and turned his head. A girl, having refined the blood-eye goo, was rushing towards them. The young girl, unaware of when she had unraveled the thick cloth covering her eyes, revealed them to be crimson, her entire being suffused with a sanguine hue, as though she were draped in a shroud of blood, reminiscent of the techniques associated with her life-bonded golden attire. Was it the replication ability of the blood-eye goo? Alas, you're far too weak. A.O. Shuang unleashed a powerful punch, the force of which howled through the air, easily sending Wang Zhao flying. He continued his advance toward Li Yuan, exhilarated, reaching out for the tricolored small python. Suddenly, the boy lying on the ground opened his eyes. Simultaneously, the small python also revealed its gaze. With a whoosh, azure and emerald flames erupted forth simultaneously. At such a close distance, A.O. Shuang had no time to evade. How could this be? In an instant, A.O. Shuang was transformed into an ice sculpture, kicked aside by Li Yuan, toppling backward and shattering into countless pieces. Still, his offensive methods lacked sufficient strength. Though victorious, Li Yuan engaged in self-reflection. The fierce tricolor flame of Xiao Kai was indeed formidable. Yet its lengthy initiation and cooling periods rendered it significantly less effective against skilled opponents. This victory over A.O. Shuang was purely due to an information gap. Ultimately, it was the ruse of the reviving goo that allowed him to feign death, leading his opponent to let down their guard, drawing closer, and catching them unawares before delivering the fatal blow, which also reflected his lack of combat experience. Li Yuan pondered deeply. Elder brother Yuan, a voice, tinged with sobs, drew Li Yuan from his reverie. Wang Zhao, tears mingling with blood, appeared rather pitiful. It's all right. Li Yuan gently patted the young girl's head, offering soft reassurance. Li Yuan, a shaken Wang Lin rushed over, nearly losing his life to that earlier punch, teetering on the brink of despair. Incredible. You, young man, are invincible. In my decades of life, I have never witnessed a third-order common Goo Master triumph over a fourth-order profound Goo Master. Today has truly opened my eyes. Only at this moment did he realize that Li Yuan's talent surpassed his wildest imaginings. If it had been a second versus a third, or a fourth against a fifth, he would not have been so astounded. But a third, overcoming a fourth, was a crossing of a critical threshold, shattering the divide between the mundane and the profound, a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary talent. Even the mere existence of the life-bonded profound theft technique was enough to evoke despair. All right. Li Yuan believed his victory was merely a result of superior equipment, lacking in technique, and thus unworthy of great praise in his own eyes. Old Wang, you mentioned that A.O. Shuang is the deputy hall master of the Battle Guard Hall, and we have no grievances with him. Why did he launch a nighttime assault against us? Li Yuan Ninkidat. I suspect it is related to Huang Funan. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes, recalling that in his battle with Shi Wuli, Huang Fu Nan had also sustained serious injuries. Perhaps he intended to capture Xiao Zhao's precious goo for compensation. It seems you anticipated this long ago, Li Yuan remarked, somewhat resigned. Indeed, Wang Lin replied with a bitter smile. But what does it matter if I did foresee it? In the face of absolute power, all is futile. Without you, we would have perished. Let us consider it as if nothing has transpired. If this was instigated by Huang Funan, reporting it would be pointless unless we could escalate it to the inner court of the Ninth Palace. Should we depart from here? Wang Lin expressed concern over potential reprisals from Huang Funan. No need. Li Yuan shook his head, realizing that Huang Funan must have been gravely injured by Shi Wuli, which explained his reluctance to appear in person. And with A.O. Shuang's demise here, one could only imagine the thoughts that would occupy his mind. Wang Lin suddenly grasped the situation. He would suspect that Shi Wuli had a hidden agenda, that he was indeed responsible for A.O. Shuang's death. Indeed, Li Yuan Nudda. Consequently, he would refrain from harboring any ill intentions for quite some time. Brother Yuan, what if Shi Wuli is truly still alive? At that moment, Xiao Zhao spoke up in a hushed tone. What the hell? Lao Wan Shira Abuli. This felt eerily like a ghost story. Surely, such unforeseen events were rare in this world. Li Yuan remained unperturbed. After all, the soul-controlling puppet that Shi Wuli had relied upon was dispatched by him personally, thoroughly obliterated, beyond any possibility of survival. 3 days later, Qi Xian, the leader of the Baishir Hall, rushed to the residence of Huang Funan, reporting to the hall master. The vice master of the Zhangwei Hall, A.O. Shuang, has gone missing. Within the residence, Huang Funan weakly acknowledged the news, his heart sinking, as the grim reality unfolded before him. Shi Wuli, you truly are still alive. Chapter 19. Time flies. Aoshing, a fourth-turn Goo Master, should have easily captured Wang Zhao. Yet the outcome was death. Apart from the possibility of Shi Wuli's backup plan, Huang Funan could conceive no other explanation. Surely, it could not be that an elderly man from the remnant Goo Tower and 2 youngsters brought about such an end? I must act swiftly to neutralize the poison. A profound sense of crisis surged within Huang Funan. Should Shi Wuli recover, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to seek revenge, and he would be the one to perish. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Li Yuan finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Huang Funan had sustained grave injuries and, wary of Shi Wuli, dared not return to this place. This provided him with ample time to develop. Once I attain the 4th turn Gu master rank, I shall no longer fear them. As far as he knew, both Huang Funan and Shi Wuli were 5th turn Gu masters. Achieving the 4th turn would be sufficient for self-preservation. It would not be long now. A virtual panel materialized before him. Gu master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 3rd turn 291 300, Realm, 3rd turn, Destined Gu, Chi Blood Gu, Revival Gu, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python. I have been part of the 12 caves for nearly a year and a half now. Time truly flies. Surrounded by Gu day in and day out, I have nearly forgotten what the outside world is like. Brother Yuan, Brother Yuan. Suddenly, Wang Zhaozhao stumbled over, her voice tinged with tears. What is it? Li Yuan Kidat. Grandfather. Grandfather is nearing the end. You must come see him. Wang Zhaozhao sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Sigh. Li Yuan immediately rose and hurried to the bedroom. When he joined the remnant Gu Tower, old Wang was already advanced in years, and his health had been compromised by the malevolent energies of the tower for a long time. Coupled with the torture he endured in the law enforcement hall and the blow from Aoshing 3 months prior, his condition had deteriorated rapidly. Half a month ago, old Wang had taken to his bed, growing weaker by the day. Li Yuan had anticipated this day would come. Upon entering the room, he found old Wang even more emaciated than before, his breath faint as a wisp, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Li Yuan, you have come. Upon seeing him, Wang Lin struggled to muster a faint smile. Old Wang. Li Yuan sat by the bedside, silently observing him. Who among us, being human, can remain unfeeling? His heart ached, yet he felt powerless. The cycle of life and death affects every individual, without exception. You seem increasingly spirited, full of vitality. I perceive a new life within you, Wang Lin remarked with a smile. Then you must live a while longer. Li Yuan refrained from uttering comforting platitudes, for he lacked a profound understanding of the separation between life and death. He had cried only once, when a physician grandfather passed away, and had not shed tears since. I wish for that too. Wang Lin was remarkably open-minded. He once believed he feared not death, yet now, as he approached its threshold, he yearned to live. Li Yuan, do you believe in fate? Old Wang suddenly posed a question. Occasionally, Li Yuan raplia. While he would not proclaim, my fate is in my hands, not in the heavens. Some occurrences truly seemed orchestrated by destiny. Huh! Wang Lin chuckled, his demeanor appearing somewhat improved, and his speech became noticeably more fluid. You're better off than I am. In my youth, I never believed in fate, until I endured decades of hardships and came to realize my own mediocrity. I have not encountered remarkable geniuses nor gazed upon anyone's resplendent brilliance. Yet your presence has gradually enlightened me to the reality of destiny. With your talent, you ought not to be confined to the residual insect tower. Yet this is the essence of fate. This is destiny. Li Yuan, you have allowed me to glimpse the talented and spirited self I once envisioned in my youth. Thank you. As Wang Lin spoke, his spirit lifted, shaking off the dust, his eyes shining brightly. Li Yuan recognized this as a sign of a fleeting revival. Old Wang, spare me the platitudes and share something substantial, he interjected with a laugh. Wang Lin roared with laughter. You rascal. At first, I thought you were simple and earnest, willing to bear burdens without complaint, fearing you might be taken advantage of. Now I realize I was mistaken. You've concealed your cunning far deeper than I anticipated. You are quite shrewd. Well, that is commendable. It's certainly preferable to the harshness of reality, forcing you to confront the world as truths. Are you still withholding your true feelings? Li Yuan pressa. What sentiments could I possibly have? Wang Lin replied, my only concern now is for Xiao Zhao. I wish to entrust her care to you. He had intended to suggest marrying Xiao Zhao to Li Yuan, but he hesitated at the last moment. Li Yuan's talents destined him for an extraordinary path, one that was far beyond what Xiao Zhao could aspire to. Allowing her to stay by Li Yuan's side for a while was already a stroke of fortune for the Wang family. He dared not hope for more. Xiao Zhao is my sister. As long as I am here, I will ensure she suffers no indignities. You can rest assured, Li Yuan responded earnestly. The young girl tended to him daily without complaint. Even if old Wang remained silent, he would take good care of Xiao Zhao. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Wang Lin replied contentedly. Now, go about your business. Let me converse with my dear granddaughter. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, casting a lingering glance at old Wang. Take care. He quietly acknowledged in his heart that this was a final farewell, devoid of the anticipated sorrow, merely a touch of melancholy. Li Yuan exited the room. Wang Zhao squatted at the bedside, her small hands tightly clasping her grandfather's large hand. Xiao Zhao, what do you think of Li Yuan? Brother Yuan treats me very well. He is a formidable insect master, and I greatly admire him. Do you like him? What are you saying, Grandpa? Brother Yuan has already stated that he sees me merely as a sister. One should only believe half of what men say. Wang Lin chuckled. In my youth, I regarded your grandmother as a sister too, yet I ended up marrying her. Wang Zhao's cheeks flushed. But Brother Yuan is so remarkable, and I am just a simple girl. I am not worthy of him. Foolish child, Wang Lin replied. Some men do not consider a woman's background, talent, or appearance when choosing a wife. They seek only a virtuous partner, for a virtuous wife leads to prosperity. But, Wang Zhao felt her heart stirred by his words. No more buts, Wang Lin laughed. Li Yuan is a dragon that supports the heavens. Whether you can grasp this opportunity depends entirely on you. However, it is essential to remember that the bond between men and women should blossom naturally and cannot be forced. Ahem. Speaking thus, Wang Lin was suddenly seized by a violent fit of coughing, expelling a considerable amount of blood. Grandfather, please do not speak any further. Rest now. Wang Zhao wept bitterly, her tears flowing like rain. Do not grieve. The cycle of life, encompassing birth, aging, illness, and death, is an experience that all must endure. As long as you hold your grandfather in your memory, he shall continue to live within you. Wang Lin extended his hand, revealing an ice silkworm nestled in his palm. This is my fateful ice silkworm, which has bestowed upon me great fortune and aided me in ascending to the 3rd tier of Goom Mastery. After all these years, it is on the verge of metamorphosis, and I intend to sacrifice my heart to it for one final endeavor. After my grandfather passes, you must open my chest and retrieve the ice silkworm, delivering it to Li Yuan. Its subsequent transformation will yield a 4th tier Xiangu. Wang Lin was acutely aware that Xiangu was far beyond Xiao Zhao's capacity to command, yet for Li Yuan, it would undoubtedly be a significant favor. This was the only path he could lay before his granddaughter. Chapter 20. The departure of old Wang as night fell. Lamentations echoed from within the room. Old Wang had indeed departed. Li Yuan felt a profound sense of desolation. Upon exiting the dilapidated building, he found Xiao Zhao already carrying old Wang's lifeless body from the chamber. Brother Yuan, Grandpa has left us, she wept, tears streaming down her face. Let us lay him to rest on the back mountain. Li Yuan spoke solemnly. My grandfather is also interred there. This way, he will have company in his afterlife and will not be too lonely. This was a preordained arrangement that old Wang had made for himself long ago. In the vicinity of the Jiugong mountain range, the funerals of ordinary families are typically conducted with simplicity and an adherence to nature. Following her grandfather's wishes, Wang Zhao made her way to the back mountain, dug a grave, placed the coffin within, and erected a gravestone. Thus, old Wang's life came to a close. Grandpa, may you rest well. Wang Zhao wept at the grave for an extended period, until the deep of night. Li Yuan stood by her side, burning paper offerings, along with some spirit paper talismans, essentially paper representations of talismans. This custom, unique to the Jiugong mountain region, was considered quite elaborate. Old Wang, you once said that you saw in me the embodiment of the talented and spirited self you envisioned in your dreams. Today, I have burned these many talismans for you. May you become a talisman spirit in the underworld, Li Yuan murmured, pouring out 3 cups of yellow wine as a farewell to old Wang. 7 days later, while Li Yuan was still in slumber, a knock at the door roused him. Brother Yuan, I have something for you, came the voice of Wang Zhao. After donning his clothes, he opened the door to find the girl standing outside, cradling a jade box. Zhao, why are you here so early? Have you not slept all night? He inquired. I wanted to spend more time with Grandpa. Over the past week, Wang Zhao had kept vigil at her grandfather's grave day and night, her figure having grown noticeably frail. Were it not for the resilience of a talisman master, she might have collapsed from exhaustion. Brother Yuan, this is what Grandpa entrusted me to give to you, the girl said, extending the jade box. What is this? Li Yuan asked as he accepted it and opened the lid. Inside lay a large cocoon, not perfectly round, resembling a heart woven from white silk. A chill emanated from the cocoon, a sensation that felt inexplicably familiar to Li Yuan, reminiscent of old Wang's life talisman, the ice silkworm, albeit with some distinctions. Before his passing, Grandpa had allowed his life talisman, the ice silkworm, to consume his heart, hoping to facilitate the final transformation of the silkworm that had accompanied him for decades. I do not know whether it has successfully transformed, but I have fulfilled Grandpa's wishes by delivering it to you, Brother Yuan, Wang Zhaozhao said, her grief overwhelming her once more. Old Wang, oh, old Wang. Li Yuan sighed, reflecting, in comparison to you, I am still too young. Even in death, you did not forget to look out for me, fearing that I might not properly care for your precious granddaughter. This final gift carries a weighty significance. He could sense that the ice silkworm had indeed transformed successfully, thereby fulfilling old Wang's lifelong aspiration. The successful transformation of the ice silkworm signified the emergence of the fourth-tier talisman, the Ice Heart Talisman, which Xiao Zhao could not wield and would need him to tame. Old Wang, was this part of your design as well? Li Yuan mused bitterly, realizing that had it been merely a third-tier talisman, he would have entrusted its care to Xiao Zhao. Very well, I shall accept this. Li Yuan closed the jade box and tucked it away. If he hadn't done so, it was likely that old Wang would not have slept soundly, perhaps even coming to him in dreams that night. Wang Zhaozhao let out a sigh of relief. Brother Yuan, I must make a trip to the Beishitang to return my grandfather's disciple token. When one passes, their identity must be erased. Such trivial matters are the responsibility of Beishitang. I shall go now. Li Yuan gently patted the young girl's head. You haven't slept well for several days. Now that old Wang's seventh day has passed, he is at peace below. You must take care of yourself. Then, I shall go. Wang Zhaozhao, shy by nature, felt apprehensive. During her grandfather's time, he had always collected the monthly tokens from Beishitang for her, leaving her unfamiliar with the place. Thank you, Brother Yuan. After expressing her gratitude, she returned to her room and fell into a deep slumber. Li Yuan then departed from the Kangoo building with the token in hand. As he walked along the path, he suddenly realized that it was his first time leaving the small bamboo grove outside the Kangoo building. He was completely unfamiliar with the route and didn't even know where Beishitang was located. Such a spoiled child by old Wang. Ultimately, Li Yuan managed to find his way by following a disciple headed to Beishitang. Upon reaching the loft, Qi Xian, the head of Beishitang, was attending to various matters when he caught sight of a familiar figure, his eyes widening in surprise. Li Yuan. What the hell? This is unexpected. In his recollection, Li Yuan had been a member of the 12 Caves for over a year, but had never set foot in Beishitang, with all matters being handled by old Wang. After the recent incident involving Shi Wuli's madness and the ensuing chaos, he had specifically inquired about Li Yuan from old Wang, who described him as a taciturn individual, preferring solitude and the company of insects, seldom venturing beyond his home. Qi Xian hurried down the stairs. This young prodigy was certainly worthy of his personal attention. Li Yuan, what brings you here? Headmaster Xian, Li Yuan replied respectfully. Old Wang has passed away, and I am here to return his identity token. Old Wang has passed. Qi Xian paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, feeling little emotional weight. Please hand me the token. He accepted the token from Li Yuan's hand. Li Yuan, Beishitang is quite busy. I hope you can forgive my absence and mourning for old Wang. Please, raise a cup of wine in his honor for me. Understood. Li Yuan recognized this as mere politeness. Few genuinely mourn the deceased. By the way, Li Yuan, there's another matter I must entrust to you. Qi Xian continued. In due time, King Kanglin will visit the 12 Caves for an inspection. He'll be touring each hall, and since old Wang is gone, you will need to represent the Kangoo building and ensure proper etiquette is maintained. Do not offend him. In Qi Xian's eyes, Li Yuan was merely a naive youth. Should he speak out of turn and offend King Kanglin, he would face grave consequences. King Kanglin? Li Yuan recalled only a vague impression. Knowing he was a prince from the Dian dynasty before its collapse, ruling over the nearby Kanglan region in the southern frontier. It seems you are quite ignorant of the outside world, Qi Xian remarked. Allow me to enlighten you, lest you misjudge the situation. After the Dayan dynasty fell apart, the 5 great kings co-governed the regions beyond the Dayan Central Plains. They are King Qian, King Han, King Yu, King Ying, and King Kanglan. Aside from the king of Kanglan, the other 4 monarchs have subtly begun to contemplate establishing their own dominions. The king of Kanglan remains steadfast in his support for the imperial family of Daqian, tirelessly searching for the direct descendants of the royal lineage, hoping to elevate a new emperor to the throne. With a resigned smile, Qi Xian expressed his helplessness. The direct bloodline of the Dayan imperial family has long since perished. Even if remnants existed, they would never ascend to the throne again, merely serving as keys for various factions to unlock the treasures of the martial god. These matters stirred memories buried deep within Li Yuan's heart. He has never forgotten the enmity with his grandfather, the imperial physician, and his kin, yet in his current state of weakness, revealing his identity would be tantamount to courting death. Time is the most formidable weapon for his vengeance. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan inquired, Master Xian, you mentioned that the 5 kings have claimed the territories beyond the Central Plains. Who now governs the Central Plains? Chapter 21. The curtain rises. I had presumed you were entirely indifferent to worldly matters, remarked Qi Xian with a smile upon noticing Li Yuan's inquiry. In this tumultuous world, no one can remain untouched. Thus, acquiring knowledge of the prevailing circumstances is hardly a detrimental pursuit. Who knows when we might find ourselves embroiled in it? Even the Jiugong mountain range could be swept into this chaos. A sense of urgency gripped Li Yuan. He wished for this place to remain undisturbed. If the conflict were merely a struggle for power among various lords, it would not directly threaten the Jiugong mountain range. The gravest peril lay in the demonic entities invading from beyond. Amidst the widespread disorder, these malevolent beings prey upon the populace, growing ever stronger. One day, they would undoubtedly become an insurmountable calamity. As Qi Xian expounded on the affairs of the outside world, Li Yuan recognized the seriousness of the situation. Otherwise, even the secluded 12 caves would not possess such extensive knowledge. Qi Xian sighed, stating, currently, an organization known as the Night Owl is upholding the order in the Central Plains. Night Owl? Li Yuan was entirely unfamiliar with it. The Night Owl is a martial deity responsible for establishing the Dayan, created by the founding emperor and operating solely under the decrees of successive emperors. The organization comprises formidable warriors, with each Night Owl king being a powerhouse at the martial emperor level. And what does it mean to be a martial emperor? Li Yuan's understanding of martial practitioners was exceedingly limited. The Gu Master has 9 transformations, while the martial practitioner has 9 ranks. A martial practitioner who ascends to the 9th rank is termed a martial emperor, and beyond that lies the martial deity, corresponding to the Gu Immortal, Qi Xian explained. I see, Li Yuan acknowledged, having long abandoned any illusions about martial arts. It was the existence of the Night Owl organization that barely maintained order in the Central Plains, preventing the Dayan from collapsing rapidly amidst the leadership vacuum. Enough talk is futile. Those matters and individuals are far removed from us. The state of the world is beyond our influence. It will be a long time before it reaches here. Let us savor this tranquil moment, Qi Xian said, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. Remember my words. When King Kanglan arrives, be sure to observe proper etiquette. Do not debase yourself, but at the very least, do not appear negligent. 2 days later, Li Yuan sat on the 4th floor of the cursed Gu building, a data panel materializing before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4 transformation 0, 800. Realm, 4 transformation, Innate Gu. Vitality Gu, Rebirth Gu, 3-color exotic fire python. Gu House, none. Traits, decomposition function unlocked. You may disassemble high-grade Gu into low-grade Gu, rearranging and recombining them to synthesize anew. Today, he officially stepped into the realm of the 4th transformation, Gu Master. Li Yuan also discovered an additional line of data on the panel. Was a Gu House. He had neither seen nor heard of such a thing, nor was it recorded in the Gu Master Manual. The decomposition function, however, proved to be advantageous. Previously, he could not synthesize high-grade residual Gu, but with this function, He could dismantle high-grade goo and utilize the rare materials obtained through decomposition to synthesize in new directions. Consequently, the probability of creating rare or exotic goo would significantly increase. With a thought, Li Yuan retrieved several fifth transformation residual goo from the fifth floor. Selected original materials, 5-stage residual goo. Colorful garment dumpling 2. Begin decomposition. The black jar swayed incessantly, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. The colorful garment dumpling is a unique type of mysterious goo, resembling a mass of colorful slime capable of absorbing the energies of the 5 elements. Once refined into a life-bound goo, it enhances the affinity between the goo master and the elemental forces. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 6 3-stage common goo. Colorful garment silkworm 6, 1 colorful treasure liquid 1. Can treasures also be decomposed? Li Yuan felt a surge of joy. He recalled the earlier synthesis of the exotic goo, rebirth goo, which hinged upon the unfortunate centipede that had ingested longevity grass. Had he possessed the decomposition function earlier, he could have extracted the longevity grass from the centipede's body, thereby expanding his options. Onward. Selected original materials, 5-stage residual goo. Corpse controlling goo 1. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 3 3-stage common goo. Enslavement goo 3. 1 bewitching water 1. This indeed belonged to the underworld. Li Yuan was deeply impressed by the corpse controlling goo, a life-bound mysterious goo of Huang Funan, capable of commanding dozens of corpse puppets in his hands. Onward. Li Yuan activated the frenzied decomposition mode. You have obtained 3 3-stage common goo. Youth-enhancing goo 3. 1 revitalizing liquid 1. You have obtained 3 3-stage common goo. Yang energy goo 3. 1 golden gunpowder 1. You have obtained 3 3-stage common goo. Wind-chasing butterfly 3. 1 swift grass 1. You have obtained. After dedicating an entire day, Li Yuan decomposed the majority of the 5-stage residual goo, retaining a portion for the sect inspection. It was time to synthesize. The dazzling array of treasures and new goo insects filled Li Yuan with delight. The more peculiar the materials, the closer one is to miracles. Synthesize. Selected original materials. Youth-enhancing goo, wind-chasing butterfly, enslavement goo, added colorful treasure liquid. Swift grass. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the stunning butterfly. Stunning butterfly, 4-stage rare goo, upon refinement into a life-bound goo, gradually enhances the goo masteress appearance, resulting in fair skin and beauty, particularly suitable for women. When transformed into a subordinate goo, it serves only aesthetic purposes, evoking a sense of tenderness, devoid of combat capability. Li Yuan wore a puzzled expression. Wasn't this a beautiful waste? Primarily, he felt adequately handsome already and deemed it unnecessary to enhance his looks. It would be better to leave an opportunity for others. Continue synthesizing. This synthesis took 7 days. After 7 days and nights of relentless effort, a delightful and uplifting voice resonated in his ears. You have obtained the 4-stage rare goo. Illusory robe, 4-stage rare goo. Assists the goo master in concealing their presence and form, altering their appearance. This function can also be applied to other targets and cannot be refined into a subordinate goo. Unfortunately, it was not a combat-type rare goo, Li Yuan lamented. However, the illusory robe aligned well with his needs, facilitating tasks and gathering intelligence. Obtaining a rare goo was no easy feat, so refinement was in order. The illusory robe resembled a plump slug, white and round. It crawled onto Li Yuan, its colors gradually shifting like a chameleon, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Intriguing. The slug transformed that flower pot into a black jar, Li Yuan commanded. With a soft coo, the slug propelled itself and swiftly landed upon the flower pot. In an instant, the flower pot was influenced by the slug, morphing into a pitch-black jar, indistinguishable from a genuine black jar, both in essence and touch. Its camouflage ability was remarkably potent. Subsequently, he instructed the slug to reshape a tree into the likeness of a human, achieving the same level of deception. This was indeed worthy of the title of precious goo. Li Yuan stretched languidly, having accomplished yet another stage of his objectives. The next task was to gradually cultivate the remaining life Gu to the fourth transformation. There was ample time ahead. 5 days later, Li Yuan received news from the Baishar Hall. The king of Kanglan had confirmed his visit to the 12 caves, and Li Yuan was designated to represent the Tsungu Tower for the reception. Chapter 22. The king of Kanglan Li Yuan was not fond of entertaining outsiders. However, with the departure of the old king and Xiao Zhao's heightened social anxiety, it fell upon him to undertake this task. If the words of the master of the hall were to be believed, then the king of Kanglan could indeed be regarded as a virtuous minister of his time. While other feudal lords chose to abandon the Yuan royal family in pursuit of their own sovereign titles, the king of Kanglan remained steadfast in his support for Yuan, which was no small feat, unfortunately. Yuan had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Even if I were to step forward now, I could not alter the grim reality. Only by vanquishing the demons could we hope to eradicate the true calamity. Li Yuan wished to avoid any misstep that might lead to total defeat. Furthermore, his lineage had been severed at birth, leaving the question of whether he could still claim to be of the Yuan royal bloodline ambiguous and far from his sole assertion. Brother Yuan, do you think the king of Kanglan has come here to court the support of the 9 palaces Gunest? Is war about to spread to the mountains? Wang Zhao inquired anxiously. She loathed warfare, for it had robbed her of her parents and left her adrift. With her parents gone and her grandfather departed, the only person she felt familiar with now was Brother Yuan. The thought of another war was unbearable. Do not fret, Li Yuan smiled reassuringly. What is destined to occur is inevitable. All we can do is cultivate diligently and strengthen ourselves. As they spoke, a group approached down the mountain path through the bamboo grove, laughing and conversing. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuan noticed a man leading 2 children, twins of about 7 or 8 years old. The man donned a blue python robe embroidered with 9 pythons and 5 claws, exuding an aura of authority without needing to raise his voice. The 9 pythons and 5 claws symbolized the highest rank of nobility, placing him on par with princes of royal blood, thereby affirming the king of Kanglan's status and power. What a formidable presence! Li Yuan's expression turned grave. This was undoubtedly the most powerful individual he had encountered thus far, far surpassing the strength of the leader of the 12 caves, Huang Funan. In terms of spirit and vitality, Gu masters were inherently inferior to martial artists, especially since the king of Kanglan was among the elite of martial practitioners. Even from a distance, Li Yuan felt an instinctive pressure emanating from him. Ultimately, this world revered martial prowess above all. To many outsiders, the path of the Gu masters was deemed a niche practice, inferior even to the 3 teaching system, regarded as a sideline that relied on external aids. Before long, the king of Kanglan's entourage arrived at the small bamboo grove in front of the ruined Gu Tower. Greetings to the king of Kanglan. Li Yuan offered a respectful bow. No need for formalities. The king of Kanglan, Xiao Yuan, glanced at Li Yuan and said with a smile, "It seems your 12 caves still possess a few remarkable talents. Your highness flatters us." Master Qi Xian of the 100 Affairs Hall interjected. "This disciple is named Li Yuan, the steward of the ruined Gu Tower, and indeed, his talents are commendable. Li Yuan, you shall now introduce the ruined Gu Tower to his highness," Qi Xian instructed. "Your highness, please," Li Yuan said, maintaining a balanced demeanor. "Very well." Xiao Yuan nodded and stepped into the bamboo grove. Qi Xian followed closely behind, apprehensive that Li Yuan might err in his words and offend the king of Kanglan. "Wow, a butterfly! Such a beautiful butterfly!" Suddenly, the young princess exclaimed joyfully, darting ahead to chase a lovely butterfly fluttering through the bamboo. "Princess, be careful!" Qi Xian grew anxious and hastily called out. This was the 12 caves, teeming with Gu insects. The princess, still young and untrained, could face dire consequences if anything went amiss. It would cost him his life tenfold. "It's fine. Let her play," Xiao Yuan nonchalantly replied, dismissing the low-tier Gu insects as harmless to his daughter. How naive! The young heir of the Kanglan kingdom let out a disdainful snort. Though both were descendants of Xiao Yuan and twins, the princess and the young lord exhibited starkly contrasting temperaments. Li Yuan paid little heed to their antics. He guided Xiao Yuan and his companions through the remnants of the Gu pavilion, briefly explaining the process of cultivating and transforming the goo insects. What hassle! No wonder others claim that the path of the goo master is merely a trivial pursuit, Xiao Shizhi remarked. Liar, do not be rude, Xiao Yuan admonished. The young lord, not daring to contradict the Kanglin king too much, made a silly face and dashed out of the goo pavilion. Li Yuan remained unfazed by the child's words. They belonged to different worlds, after all, and their methods of communication differed greatly. Xiao Shizhi had the privilege of speaking freely. Xian Danzu, Li Yuan. My child has spoken out of turn. I ask for your understanding. To Li Yuan's surprise, Xiao Yuan actually offered an apology. Xian flattered. The young lord speaks with innocent candor. We understand, especially since he is not wrong. The path of the goo master is indeed a minor one. However, I believe there is great potential in the goo master's lineage. Xiao Yuan sighed softly. Liar and Qiner's mother was indeed a goo master. Xian, why didn't you mention this sooner? Qi Xian felt acutely embarrassed. Even with his social adeptness, he found himself at a loss for words. Who would have known that the long-deceased Kanglin queen was a goo master? Li Yuan, maintaining his composure, speculated inwardly. The Kanglin queen was probably no ordinary goo master. It was no wonder that the nine-palace goo nest agreed to Xiao Yuan's visit, subtly indicating an intention to collaborate. Perhaps it was significantly related to the Kanglin queen. Thus, I hold considerable interest in the goo master's lineage, as many of their abilities cannot be replaced by martial artists, Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. Half an hour later, the group left the goo pavilion. Upon exiting, they encountered the young lord and princess embroiled in a heated argument in the bamboo forest. Their faces flushed and voices raised. Martial artists are the strongest. Goo masters are the mightiest. Martial artists are invincibly supreme. Goo masters reign supreme. I shall become a martial god, compelling all goo masters to train in martial arts. I shall become a goo immortal, commanding all martial artists to eat cilantro. The young princess and lord stood their ground, each shouting back and forth, their heads shaking in fervor, competing in length of sentences and volume. Observing this lively duo, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. The tranquil goo pavilion hadn't seen such liveliness in ages. Enough, you two, Xiao Yuan said, both amused and exasperated. Regardless of whether you wish to be a goo master or a martial artist, you must first establish a solid foundation and strive to learn. In the future, let your abilities speak for themselves. Arguing is futile. Humph. The young princess and the young heir each let out a soft huff, turning their heads away. Let's proceed. It is time to move on to the next hall. Xiao Yuan stepped forward, taking hold of each of them with one hand. Your Highness, please walk slowly. Li Yuan exhaled with relief, finally seeing them off, silently wishing that this prince would not return. However, a mere few steps later, the group came to a halt once more. The young princess, Xiao Qiner, turned her head back repeatedly, her little legs suddenly refusing to move, as if frozen in place, leaving two long lines etched in the earth beneath her tiny feet. Qiner, do you have something else to say? The concerns of a child are never well concealed. Her large, glistening eyes fixated on a particular spot in the bamboo grove. Xiao Qiner made an effort to pout slightly. Father, I wish to have that butterfly. Chapter 23. The role of beautiful waist. Xiao Qiner raised her delicate, fair hand and pointed at a bamboo stalk. The onlookers followed the direction of the little princess's finger and beheld a colorful butterfly perched upon the bamboo. What a stunning butterfly! Xiao Yuan was somewhat taken aback, immediately understanding his daughter's sentiments. The butterfly, resting on the bamboo, measured approximately half a foot in length, its wings unfurled like a magnificent scroll, seemingly encapsulating all the splendor and wonder of the world. The base color of its wings was a profound, deep blue akin to the midnight sea, adorned with wisps of ethereal purple radiance. A fleeting glance left an indelible impression, particularly for a little girl brimming with childlike wonder, rendering it irresistibly alluring. Master Qi, is this butterfly also one of the goo insects from the residual goo tower? Xiao Yuan inquired. Qi Xian was momentarily at a loss for words. Judging by its aura, it was indeed a goo insect, though the 12 caves should not typically cultivate such a creature. It must be a residual goo that had undergone an erroneous evolution after cultivation. Recognizing Qi Xian's lack of expertise in this matter, Xiao Yuan decided to take his daughter back. Li Yuan, is that butterfly one you raised? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. This butterfly was the one he affectionately referred to as the beautiful waste, a creature that was utterly useless aside from its striking appearance. Brother, could you sell it to me? Before Xiao Yuan could respond, the little princess, Xiao Qiner, spoke up. If the princess likes it, you may take it. Li Yuan generously offered, considering it merely a beautiful waste of no utility to him. My mother said that when we are out, we must not take others' belongings for free. Xiao Qiner stated earnestly. Name your price. Xiao Yuan chuckled. Qiner is right. This butterfly is clearly extraordinary, and I imagine you invested considerable effort and resources in its cultivation. We cannot take it without compensation. Li Yuan replied. I merely put it together casually. You need not be apprehensive. Feel free to articulate your desires. Xiao Yuan presumed that Li Yuan was hesitant to make demands due to his status. The prince was mistaken. What Li Yuan lacked was merely time. How about this? Xiao Yuan said, retrieving a token from his waist. When you have decided, you may present this token to me or to anyone else from the Kanglan domain. They will assist you. All right. Li Yuan no longer hesitated. The Kanglan prince was willing to exchange, and he would simply go with the flow. Taking the token, Li Yuan beckoned, and the beautiful waist butterfly fluttered its wings, alighting on the shoulder of the little princess. Truly beautiful, Xiao Qiner exclaimed, dancing with joy. Thank you, big brother. You are a good person and shall surely live a long life. May your words bring good fortune, Li Yuan chuckled. Goodbye, big brother. With the beautiful waist butterfly in hand, Xiao Qiner left with satisfaction. Li Yuan watched as the group vanished at the edge of the bamboo grove, letting out a long breath. Let us hope we do not meet again. If we do, it is likely that war will soon encroach upon this place. Time flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. The Kanglan prince had yet to visit the 12 caves, and Li Yuan's concerns had not materialized. The tranquil life of the residual Gu Tower continued uninterrupted. Li Yuan relished this tranquil existence, glancing at the panel each day. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 4 transitions, 381-800. Realm, 4 transitions. Fate Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Revival Gu, 3 color. Illusionary Luo, Gu House, none. I have been cultivating Gu in the southern wilderness for nearly 2.5 years. With Xiao Zhao by my side, conversing, sharing meals, engaging in occasional chats, and discussing the path of Gu Masters, solitude has been kept at bay. As spring fades into autumn, the seasons change, and life continues as usual. Brother Yuan. One day, while Li Yuan was engrossed in his Gu cultivation, Wang Zhao rushed in with excitement. Have you broken through to the realm of 3 transitions, Gu Master? Li Yuan discerned the truth at a glance. What is that? Wang Zhao pouted. Couldn't you pretend not to know and take a guess? I forgot. I'll definitely remember next time. Li Yuan chuckled. Gazing at the gradually maturing young woman, he couldn't help but recall old Wang. He had been nurturing the precious Gu, Ice Heart Gu, gifted by old Wang before his demise. Saving it for the day he could present it to Xiao Zhao. Poor old Wang had spent his life confined to the realm of 3 transitions Gu Master. Xiao Zhao, having just turned 18, had already achieved the status of a 3 transitions Gu Master, a considerable gap indeed. Thank you, Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao understood well who was responsible for her accomplishments today. Were it not for Brother Yuan guiding her in cultivating Blood-Eye Gu, aiding her training, and providing resources, she would never have reached this level of achievement. You're thanking me again? Li Yuan Desa. Then I must express my gratitude to you as well. Thank me for what? Wang Zhao was taken aback. Thank you for washing my clothes, cooking for me, chatting with me to alleviate my boredom, and sharing the beauty of the scenery, Li Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. But those are merely trivial matters, she replied. Indeed, just trifles. The young woman stood in the wind for a long while before breaking into a smile. Li Yuan redirected the conversation. Focus on your cultivation. The realm of 4 transitions is a threshold, and crossing the divide between the mundane and the extraordinary is no simple feat. Wang Zhao remained humble. Her grandfather had spent his entire life trapped in the realm of three transitions, never crossing the threshold between the mundane and the extraordinary. She was determined to step beyond it. "Brother Yuan, what realm are you in?" This was Wang Zhao's first time inquiring about Li Yuan's realm. From the moment she joined the cursed Gu Tower, in her heart, Li Yuan had always been a mysterious and formidable Gu master who never flaunted his abilities. She admired Brother Yuan, viewing him as a goal and a divine figure. "We are both climbers of the mountain," Li Yuan implied without stating it outright. Wang Zhao ceased her inquiries, silently vowing to keep pace with Brother Yuan. Another night had fallen. After a long period without warning, the reconnaissance Gu once again emitted a signal of danger. Li Yuan, lying in bed, opened his eyes. He was not surprised. He had anticipated this day and had long been prepared to face it. Even while subsisting in a serene life, one must envision the most perilous situations. To be vigilant in peace and prepare for rain in advance. This was the principle Li Yuan had set for his survival. Outside the small bamboo grove, 6 shadows stealthily infiltrated from various directions. It appears that Huang Fu Nen has sustained grave injuries, leaving him in a dire predicament. After more than a year, he has yet to recover, managing to control only 6 corpses. Previously, Li Yuan had witnessed Huang Fu Nen effortlessly commanding over a dozen corpse puppets to engage in fierce battle against Shi Wuli. However, I have now mastered the art of my innate Xian Duan technique, and even in the face of the peak Huang Fu Nen, I may not falter. Li Yuan contemplata inwardly. Nevertheless, he expressed his respect for Huang Fu Nen and resolved to adopt the guise of the 6th, opting for a stealthy approach to eliminate him rather than confronting him directly. Escargot swiftly transformed into the beloved yet loathed flying serpent Gu of Huang Fu Nen. Li Yuan concealed himself by the bedside, using the illusory robe to completely mask his presence and that of the 3-colored. Simultaneously, he transformed the quilt on the bed to resemble the flying serpent Gu. Before long, a pair of emerald green eyes appeared outside the window, catching sight of the flying serpent in the moonlight. "Shi Wuli, indeed you still live." Huang Fu Nan's murderous intent surged. "It turns out you have usurped the body of a disciple from the Canggu Tower and survived." He recalled the disciple's name, which seemed to be Li Yuan, possessing considerable talent. "Li Yuan, today, this master of the cave seeks vengeance for you. May you watch over me from the heavens as I successfully refine Shi Wuli and the Blood-Eye Gu." Chapter 24. The Trap for Huang Fu Nan. The Deadly Corpse Puppet Array. Huang Fu Nen no longer concealed his intentions, bellowing fiercely. 6 corpse puppets simultaneously broke through the wall, each brandishing a chain coated in black corpse oil. "Shi Wuli, you cannot escape." The 6 chains swiftly enveloped the entire bed as Huang Fu Nen lunged forth, his hand akin to a sharp blade, forcefully stabbing towards the head of the flying serpent. With a sickening squelch, the serpent head was pierced and exploded. Huang Fu Nan's expression shifted dramatically, realizing that something was amiss. Shi Wuli could not possibly be without the ability to resist and perish so easily. In an instant, hundreds of sharp spikes shot forth from all directions. Paralysis. Paralysis poison. Caught off guard, Huang Fu Nan was struck by the paralysis poison, rendering his limbs numb. He hastily commanded his life-controlling corpse poison to inject the corpse oil into his own body. The numbing sensation finally dissipated. Just then, he sensed a looming danger, and he abruptly looked up to see a small snake. This perilous yet alluring serpent was poised to strike, its mouth brewing a crystal blue flame. Precious poison. Tricolor exotic fire python. Huang Fu Nan recognized the type of the small serpent, his spirit faltering. "Shi Wuli, you have actually succeeded in your metamorphosis." He was engulfed in shock and despair. With a whoosh, the crystal blue flame struck Huang Fu Nan, and another emerald flame mingled with it, causing the inferno to swell, scorching his exterior while freezing his innards. Huang Fu Nan let out a heart-wrenching scream. Hidden in the shadows, Li Yuan was astonished. Indeed, the cave master was remarkable, still able to emit sound despite his dire state, not instantly turning into an ice sculpture. "Ed, you shall not live either." Commanding his life poison, he executed his final order, to kill Shi Wuli. Huangfu Nan had one last resort, merging with his life poison to transform into a colossal corpse puppet, knowing that this act would seal his own fate. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on that now. The moment he witnessed Shi Wuli's rebirth, he understood he was destined to lose. Boom! The next instant, his body erupted in multiple places. Skin, brain matter, eyeballs, lungs, intestines, and flesh were all reduced to a fine mist, with only a portion of his organs still clinging to the jagged remnants of his bones. I can't believe it. Is he still alive? Li Yuan was left in awe. A fifth-tier Gu master indeed possessed remarkable abilities. The fusion of man and Gu was no trivial matter. Huangfu Nan was left with but half an eyeball dangling beneath his brow, rolling about until, with a sudden jolt, it beheld the bed, causing it to tremble violently. The flying serpent, once decapitated, had vanished. Only a quilt with a punctured hole remained, alongside a plump, grayish slug that was wriggling beneath the bed. Precious poison. Illusory. Rui. He emitted a series of disjointed, barely intelligible sounds. The remnants of his mind could no longer sustain extensive contemplation, as he frantically crawled towards the illusory Luo. Shao Kai, unleash another attack. Li Yuan thought, prompting Shao Kai to once again spew forth flames. This time a fiery crimson that engulfed Huangfu Nan. It hurts. I am in so much pain. With his senses dulled by the searing red flames, Huangfu Nan lost his grip on rationality, abandoning his pursuit of the illusory Luo to lunge towards Shao Kai instead. Li Yuan was compelled to reveal himself. Gently guiding Shao Kai away, he calmly regarded Huangfu Nan, knowing that there was no further action required. The crimson flames would soon consume Huangfu Nan entirely, leaving no trace behind. You are not. She. The dying Huangfu Nan finally grasped the truth. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. I am not Shi Wuli, but rather the harbinger of death, here to exact vengeance for an old friend. Should you harbor any regrets, seek penance in the underworld. With a crack, Huangfu Nan's spine was severed, his head rolling to the ground. He could not recall who this man was or who his old friend might be. Was he perhaps a relative of some corpse puppet? The crimson flames extinguished his final thoughts. Huangfu Nan, Li Yuan remained impassive. Shao Kai, cleanse the scene thoroughly. Leave not a single trace. With cunning foresight and under optimal conditions, Li Yuan had easily triumphed over a severely wounded foe, finding it far simpler than dealing with A.O. Shuang. However, a troubling thought plagued him. With the death of the cave master, the Ninth Palace would surely investigate. Would they trace the matter back to him? It seemed unlikely. He glanced at Shao Kai, who was diligently erasing all evidence, reassured that he would not be exposed. Without evidence, he could not be deemed the murderer. It would merely be attributed to Shi Wuli, which was entirely plausible. Li Yuan stepped outside, approaching the chamber of Xiao Zhao, casting a glance within. The girl was peacefully slumbering. He had previously set up a sealing curse to block any disturbances, intending for Xiao Zhao to remain oblivious to the unfolding events. He awaited the moment when the sect would discover the absence of the cave master and appoint a new one. To this day, Li Yuan remained unaware of the precise location of the inner door within the Ninth Palace's Gu nest, only knowing that the vast expanse of the southern wilderness was rife with the influence of the Ninth Palace. He recalled that upon his initiation, Qi Lin had informed him that each palace governed 72 caves. Hence, in the southern wilderness, there were a staggering 648 forces akin to the Ninth Palace's 12 caves. Perhaps this was the foundation of the Ninth Palace's pretense of seclusion. A false retreat, hiding away. True seclusion is being invincible while remaining untroubled. It was no wonder that despite the shifts of dynasties, the emergence of martial prowess, and the tumult of the martial world, the Ninth Palace had stood resilient for millennia. Li Yuan pondered whether he should relocate deeper in the mountains should the 12 caves be caught in the flames of war. If given the choice, he would prefer not to leave, having spent 2.5 years refining Gu in the ruined Gu Tower. It was the place he had dwelled the longest in this life. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the resonant toll of a bell echoed from the main peak. Could it be a death knell? Li Yuan nearly forgot that in the Tianyuan continent, there might exist items akin to soul lamps or life tablets, capable of revealing the death of the cave master, Huang Funan. The cave master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves remain vigilant. The cave master has fallen. All disciples of the 12 caves remain vigilant. A bird, known as the Yue, soared above, delivering the proclamation to the peaks of the 12 caves. Suddenly, the door to the adjacent chamber was violently flung open. Li Yuan had removed the sealing charm, and within the confines of the room, Wang Zhao was startled awake by the sound of Yu's transmission, rushing outside. The master of the cave is dead? Her delicate frame trembled. Disbelief etched upon her features. Brother Yuan, did you hear? The master of the cave is no more. She felt no sorrow. Rather, a sense of joy enveloped her. Surely, if grandfather were to learn of this, he would be equally elated, wouldn't he? Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang is just behind the mountain. He must have heard and is likely applauding. Suddenly, Wang Zhao sensed a flicker of firelight emanating from Li Yuan's abode. Brother Yuan, is there a fire at home? Not to worry, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. It's merely Shao Kai practicing her fire breathing. There is no need to concern ourselves with it. Oh, Wang Zhao responded, a dawning realization lighting her eyes. Shao Kai is truly diligent. How can I possibly sleep when even the insects are working so hard? Chapter 25. The elder of the 9th palace on the 10th day, following the demise of Huang Funan, individuals from the inner sanctum of the 9th palace arrived. An elder of the 8th transformation realm accompanied by 2 disciples of the 5th transformation realm commenced a thorough investigation into the cause of Huang Funan's death. Routine checks quickly led them to the residual goo building nestled within a small bamboo grove. The steward of the residual goo building, a 3rd transformation goo master named Li Yuan, was assisted by a 2nd transformation goo master, Wang Zhao, the very disciple who had refined the precious blood-eye goo. The enforcement team had previously conducted their inquiries and found no issues. Accompanying the elder from the 9th palace in gathering clues was Qi Xian, the head of the 100 Affairs Hall. Li Yuan was an honest man, diligent in his work and grounded in his craft, never one to contravene the sex regulations. Qi Xian held a favorable impression of Li Yuan, as the young man was exceptionally capable, thus sparing him the need to request personnel adjustments from the 9th palace and averting the painful reduction of monthly allocations. A 3rd transformation goo master? The elder of the 9th palace furrowed his brow. It appears your 12 caves have been lacking in proactive reporting. Qi Xian was taken aback, pondering the elder's implications. The elder continued, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips, in my estimation. The 2 within the residual goo building are evidently a 4th transformation goo master and a 3rd transformation goo master. What? Xian exclaimed in astonishment. They've both broken through? And yet, no one informed me. There is no need for alarm. The elder chuckled lightly. A mere 4th transformation goo master and 3rd transformation goo master would not possess the capability to eliminate Huang Funan without leaving a trace. Qi Xian speculated that Huang Funan had met his end at the hands of a higher-level goo master or martial artist, for otherwise, with his abilities, he would not have been so utterly defenseless. They meticulously examined the residence of Huang Funan, discovering not a single trace of struggle, a testament to the exceptional skill of the true perpetrator lurking in the shadows. However, the potential of these 2 disciples was noteworthy and worthy of cultivation. The elder of the 9th palace was not particularly concerned about Huang Funan's death. The investigation was merely a formality. Conversely, the discovery of 2 promising talents brought him more joy, making the trip worthwhile. Summon them, commanded the elder of the 9th palace. Yes, Qi Xian replied, his heart brimming with delight. Should Li Yuan and Wang Zhao gain the elder's favor and be accepted into the inner sanctum of the 9th palace, his own merits as the head of the 100 Affairs Hall would be substantial, and his share of the rewards would be considerable as well. He hastened to the residual goo building. Li Yuan, when did you step into the 4th transformation realm? Why did you not mention it? Qi Xian's enthusiasm was even greater than before. I've only recently broken through, Li Yuan replied, a weight settling in his heart. He had not anticipated that the elder of the 9th palace would so easily discern his realm. Fortunately, he had not employed the illusory Luo garment. or it might have led to his exposure. Elder Yu Hongchuan from a ninth palace specifically requests to see you in Wang Zhao, Qi Xian remarked, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. Make a good impression. If you gain the Elder's attention and are accepted into the ninth palace's inner sanctum, your future is boundless. Thank you, Home Master Xian, Li Yuan replied, cupping his hands in gratitude. He then called for Xiao Zhao and followed Qi Xian into the bamboo grove to meet Elder Yu Hongchuan of the ninth palace. His brow gradually furrowing as he inquired, How long have you been a member of the 12 Caves? 2.5 years, Li Yuan responded. Your talent is remarkable, qualifying you for entry into the inner sanctum of the ninth palace. What is your innate gu? The blood chi gu. What? Yu Hongchuan was taken aback, bewildered. Why did you not exchange for a more promising gu before becoming a fourth-tier gu master? Such prodigious talent paired with a blood chi gu is akin to a divine general riding a dog, willingly crippling oneself. The innate gu is akin to a second life for a gu master. The potential of a gu master largely hinges upon the strength of their innate gu. I believe the blood chi gu has its merits, Li Yuan replied. Merits? Yu Hongchuan exclaimed in exasperation. You cannot possibly believe the foolish notion that only worthless gu masters exist, while innate gu are without fault. Observing the furious Yu Hongchuan, Li Yuan felt a moment of confusion. Wasn't he here to investigate a case? How had the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? Never mind. Yu Hongchuan sighed. You have entered the fourth-tier realm. Barring any extraordinary circumstances, it is no longer possible to change your innate gu. There is no use in discussing it further. Your potential now depends on whether the blood chi gu can evolve. Should it remain stagnant, your career as a gu master shall cease before reaching the 6th tier. After speaking, he turned to Wang Zhao. How long have you been in the 12 caves? 2 years. Your talent is passable, yet your innate blood eye gu is commendable. If you are willing, this elder can grant you an opportunity to study in the inner sanctum of the ninth palace. Yu Hongchuan stated indifferently. Qi Xian, standing nearby, exchanged frantic glances, recalling that Wang Zhao was blind, leading to a sense of despair. Was this foolish girl truly hesitating? I wish to remain in the 12 caves. In the Broken Gu Pavilion, Wang Zhao declined after a brief contemplation. If she left, only Brother Yuan would be left alone in the Broken Gu Pavilion. Her presence provided companionship for meals and conversation. Oh, Yu Hongchuan was somewhat surprised. He had discerned that this young girl was reluctant to leave due to her affection for Li Yuan. He recalled his own past. Once, he emerged from the mountains and joined the 36 caves of the ninth palace, alone and without guidance, traversing many wrong paths. Through numerous trials and tribulations, he had achieved his current success. This was also the reason he was willing to offer opportunities to the lower-tier disciples. Yet, he understood that one's stubbornness is difficult to change. In youth, one often believes they will not regret their choices in the future. Very well, then. Each has their own path. Yu Hongchuan had already extended the opportunity and would no longer insist. You too, alas. Qi Xian felt a surge of frustration. Was the reward slipping away? Elder Yu, please take care. Li Yuan remained unfazed. After walking a few steps, Yu Hongchuan paused, extending his hand to toss several scrolls, which landed steadily in Li Yuan's grasp. These are some insights on nurturing gu, a gift from this elder. Should you manage to evolve the blood chi gu, you may return to seek me. I will then take you as my personal disciple. The disciple expressed his gratitude to Elder Yu. Li Yuan clasped his fists in thanks. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a benevolent connection. Soon, the figures of Yu Hongchuan and his entourage faded into the depths of the small bamboo grove. They had traveled quite a distance. A disciple of Yu Hongchuan suddenly remarked, Elder, the remnant gu tower appears suspicious. The buildings bear the marks of a battle that has since been restored, indicating that a fierce conflict may have once occurred. Yu Hongchuan maintained a composed demeanor, inquiring, What are you trying to imply? The disciple hesitated for a moment before whispering, Could it be that Huangfu Nan was harmed by Li Yuan and Wang Zhao? A cold chuckle escaped Yu Hongchuan's lips. Your imagination knows no bounds. Even if your words hold truth, it is still Huangfu Nan who is to blame. If he cannot even defeat a disciple, what right does he have to be the cave master? his demise would be well-deserved. Yu Hengchuan was not a rigid individual. As long as Li Yuan had not been parasitized by Shi Wuli, but rather had slain Huangfu Nan through genuine skill, he would feign ignorance. Rather than seeking accountability, he viewed Li Yuan as a promising talent. The two disciples fell silent, understanding that the elder's actions were guided by his own rationale. Chapter 26. The evolution direction of the life-sustaining Gu. After Yu Hengchuan departed from the small bamboo grove, he never returned. Li Yuan diligently studied the insights on nurturing Gu that Yu Hengchuan had bestowed upon him. The scroll meticulously documented Yu Hengchuan's unique perspectives on the art of nurturing Gu, along with his cultivation philosophy and interpretations of the transformation and evolution of Gu insects. This contrasted starkly with the sect's publication, the Gu Master Manual, which merely offered rudimentary knowledge. The art of nurturing Gu is indeed a technical endeavor. As Li Yuan surveyed the densely packed notes, a sense of admiration welled within him. The Gu Master Manual contained only a simplistic overview of Gu insect evolution, with scant details on the intricacies of cultivation. In contrast, Yu Hengchuan's notes provided an almost obsessively detailed account, a treasure trove of information that Li Yuan desperately needed. While other Gu masters imposed strict requirements regarding the environment, time, and materials for nurturing Gu, their conditions were exceedingly stringent. For Li Yuan, however, possessing a correct direction was sufficient. What he lacked were experience and raw materials. Everything else, he could navigate through shortcuts. Life is often filled with unexpected twists, and Yu Hengchuan's visit turned out to be a serendipitous opportunity for him. To his surprise, upon a thorough reading of Yu Hengchuan's insights, Li Yuan discovered a reference to the evolutionary direction of the Qi and blood Gu. The Qi and blood Gu is one of the most common first transformation Gu insects. Commonality implies low cultivation difficulty and a complete lack of rarity, which in turn suggests a lamentably low potential for evolution, rendering transformation nearly impossible. Yu Hengchuan had conducted numerous experiments, all of which had ended in failure. Yet he recorded a rough cultivation direction with the highest potential for evolution. According to Yu Hengchuan's theory, the Qi and blood Gu could evolve into a giant Gu, or even a Pansian Gu, which sounded like an extravagant fantasy. The evolution to a giant Gu had been achieved by some Gu masters, but the Pansian Gu remained purely theoretical. One could only ascertain the truth through experimentation. After thoroughly digesting the insights, Li Yuan sought out Qi Xian, requesting his assistance in procuring various medicinal herbs and spiritual grasses. Qi Xian expressed great regret over Yu Hengchuan's previous visit, but displayed an enthusiastic demeanor toward Li Yuan, no longer treating him merely as a junior disciple, and even exhibiting a hint of flattery. In less than a week, Qi Xian personally arrived at the small bamboo grove, carrying a sack laden with materials. Li Yuan, I have gathered all the materials you requested. As an exemplary disciple of our sect, I will offer them to you at cost price. Thank you, Home Master Xian, Li Yuan replied, clasping his fists in gratitude. Though life remained tranquil as ever, the elevation in status brought about by his newfound strength was palpable. Li Yuan, with such an abundance of materials, has Elder Yu's insights inspired you to prepare for the evolution of your life-sustaining Qi and blood Gu? Xian inquired. He sensed that Yu Hengchuan held particular admiration for Li Yuan and had even made a promise that should Li Yuan succeed in evolving the life-sustaining Qi and blood Gu, he would take him as a direct disciple. It is worth noting that Yu Hengchuan was in the prime of his life, with prospects for advancement and the potential to become the head of a palace. Becoming Yu Hengchuan's disciple would be a tremendous opportunity for ascension. Indeed, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. He has become somewhat conspicuous now. If he continues to utilize the fundamental Qi and blood Gu as his life Gu, it is bound to arouse suspicion. Thus, allowing the Qi and blood Gu to undergo further evolution aligns perfectly with his intentions. Put in more effort. Qi Xian smiled and said, I'm certain you will succeed. I await your good news. After delivering the materials, Qi Xian prudently refrained from further interruption. Li Yuan carried a sack brimming with materials into the residual Gu tower and closed the door. A data panel materialized. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transformation 452-800, Realm, Fourth transformation, life goo, chi and blood goo, revival goo, three-colored strange fire python. Illusory robe, goo house, none. As he unveiled the sack, a dazzling array of precious materials spilled forth, which Li Yuan meticulously sorted. Select raw materials, life chi and blood goo, add yang-enhancing grass, blood oysters. Begin synthesis. Your life chi and blood goo has received a slight enhancement. A mere slight enhancement? Li Yuan grasped the gravity of the situation. Once more, add sea oysters, add fire tiger gallbladder. Add blood elephant flesh. Begin synthesis. Your life chi and blood goo has received a modest enhancement. Only a trivial increase, far from Li Yuan's expectations. Not sufficient. Once again, black jar, reveal your limits to me. Synthesize. 3 months later, Li Yuan had depleted his family fortune. A new storm had emerged. He was running out of money. Theoretical knowledge remains just that. Knowledge, while reality delivers a crushing blow. It was exceedingly difficult. In that moment, Li Yuan truly understood why goo masters sought to replace their life goo with one of potential before entering the fourth transformation realm. The evolution of ordinary goo was simply too arduous. He had bypassed countless nurturing, cultivation, and feeding processes, yet after 3 months, he had achieved nothing. What are the other goo masters? Perhaps 3 years or even 30 years would not suffice. Li Yuan temporarily relinquished his efforts, preparing to save some money and collect vital materials for another synthesis experiment. Time flew by like water, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had quietly slipped away. Li Yuan was dismantling a fifth transformation residual goo when he heard a youthful voice calling from downstairs. "Big brother, are you there?" Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The voice sounded familiar, yet he could not recall who it belonged to. It was not until he opened the door and saw a girl in a pale yellow skirt that he suddenly remembered. It was Shao Qiner, the little princess of the Kanglan domain. A quick glance revealed that neither King Shao Yuan nor young Master Shao Lai were present. Only Shao Qiner and a formidable female guard accompanied her. "Big brother." Upon seeing Li Yuan, Shao Qiner waved vigorously and called out loudly. "Greetings, little princess," Li Yuan bowed. "What brings you here unexpectedly?" "Jinghong is gravely ill. Please, big brother, save it," Shao Qiner pleaded, holding a flower basket filled with exotic blooms, within which the Jinghong butterfly lay, barely clinging to life. "Let me take a look." Li Yuan accepted the flower basket, astonished. He believed that Shao Qiner had merely taken a fleeting fancy to the splendid butterfly, thinking she would soon grow weary of it. To his surprise, the young girl seemed quite attached to the butterfly. "Big brother, is the butterfly unwell?" Shao Qiner inquired, her large, tearful eyes reflecting her concern. Li Yuan assessed the situation and gently retrieved the butterfly from the flower basket, finding the scenario both amusing and perplexing. The butterfly was not seriously ill. It simply struggled to adapt to the exotic flowers within the basket. He advised the young princess not to include so many peculiar blooms in the future. Realizing this, Shao Qiner pouted. "It's all Father's fault for bringing me such dreadful flowers. He nearly caused the butterfly's demise." In her frustration, she tossed the flower basket to the ground. Li Yuan interjected. "This matter cannot be blamed on King Kanglan. The flowers in that basket are rare treasures, worth a considerable sum. Alas, the butterfly is a beautiful yet delicate creature, unable to withstand such fortune." He infused the butterfly with his ethereal energy for a moment. Soon, the butterfly regained its vitality and perched upon Shao Qiner's shoulder. "Wow, big brother, you're truly amazing," she exclaimed, admiration shining in her eyes. "I want to become a formidable sorcerer like you." "You certainly can, princess," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "Esteemed princess, it is not wise to linger here. We must return," the female guard advised. "All right," Shao Qiner said reluctantly. "Big brother, I must take my leave. Thank you for healing the butterfly." She then turned to the guard. "Sisterly, please give the consultation fee to big brother." "There's no need," Li Yuan waved his hand. "If the princess no longer wishes to keep this flower basket, let it serve as the consultation fee." The guard, Li Ruo Qian, paused, her hand frozen midair, realizing that he recognized the worth of the basket filled with extraordinary flora, far surpassing the value of any currency. "If big brother likes it, Please take it, Xiao Qiner said, waving her small hand dismissively, revealing her affluent demeanor without a care. I have one more request. Li Yuan suddenly conceived a clever idea. He turned his gaze toward the female guard. This matter will also require your assistance, Miss Li. Chapter 27 Transformation. The giant spirit Gu. Li Yuan's expression was frosty, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Could this individual be suffering from some grave affliction? Are we so intimately acquainted? Just as she was about to admonish him, Li Yuan produced an item from his waist that rendered her speechless. Miss Li, the king of Kanglan bestowed this token upon me, stating that I could seek your assistance in times of difficulty. Is this still valid? The object Li Yuan revealed was indeed the token exchanged for the stunning butterfly of Xinjiang more than a year ago. Today, it proved to be of utmost significance. The king's word is as solid as gold. Thus, it is indeed valid. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Li Yuan continued, I seek some medicinal herbs and spiritual treasures. Yet my avenues are closed, leaving me with no means of assistance. I humbly request Miss Li's help. By now, Li Yuan had come to realize that cultivating rare gu and exotic gu could not solely rely on the fusion of remnants. It was imperative to incorporate unique treasures to have any chance of success. Very well, Li Yuan replied indifferently. Simply provide me with a list. Certainly. Li Yuan had prepared a list in advance and handed it to her. Once we locate the items on this list, the royal manor will send someone to deliver them. Given the pressing nature of the war, resources are scarce, so it may take some time, she added. Is the war truly that dire? Li Yuan inquired, having not kept abreast of the external situation for some time. Most regions in the southern frontier have been affected. Should the cities of the southern counties fall to the rebel forces and demons, chaos will inevitably ensue in the Jiugong mountain range, Li Yuan articulated, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. As for the collaboration, the higher-ups of the Jiugong Gu nest have yet to provide the king with a definitive response. Even in these tumultuous times, they still wish to remain aloof, unafraid of being consumed entirely by the demons. Realizing that it was inappropriate to voice such sentiments to Li Yuan, she refrained from further comment and departed with the young princess. It seemed there was no escaping the impending turmoil. From mere fragments of conversation, Li Yuan had grasped the urgency of the war. Before long, the Jiugong mountain range would undoubtedly be affected. Surely, it would not stand idly by as demons wreak havoc. Assistance would be necessary to aid the king of Kanglan or the station troops in the southern counties in their fight against these malevolent forces. Regardless of the tempest around him, enhancing his strength remained paramount. Li Yuan picked up the floral basket discarded by the young princess. Wealthy families were indeed distinct. He could not identify all the flowers, recognizing only 2 or 3, yet their value was equivalent to his entire fortune. This brought to mind his past life, where a lifetime of toil yielded less than a day's interest accrued on someone else's account. Having finally been reborn as a prince, he now found himself reduced to servitude. Such was the nature of hardship. Selected original materials, the system had another advantage, the ability to discern materials. Li Yuan placed the extraordinary flowers and herbs into the black jar, and a virtual frame materialized before him. Dragon bloodgrass, a rare treasure said to grow in the burial grounds of true dragons. Heavenly frost flower, a blossom that flourishes atop the snow-capped peaks of the far north. Star moon vine, nourished solely by the celestial bodies, thriving in the secluded depths of primordial forest. It appeared that the young princess indeed held a profound affection for the butterfly of Xinjiang, were it not for her intense fondness. The king of Kanglan would not have dispatched individuals to craft such a priceless floral arrangement. Could I be a tad too ruthless? Such a thought flickered momentarily in Li Yuan's mind. What a jest! Am I, a mere novice, worthy of pitying a formidable monarch? That would be nothing but self-inflicted suffering. It would be far wiser to contemplate how to enhance my strength and preserve my life in the impending great battle. Perhaps for them, crafting this floral tribute is but a trivial task. Black Cauldron, commence synthesis. Select original materials. My life blood goo, add dragon bloodgrass. Star moon vine. Li Yuan refrained from incorporating all the rare herbs, as mixing different attributes could lead to uncontrollable evolutionary directions for the blood goo. potentially causing positive and negative effects to cancel each other out. This was a lesson he had gleaned from past experiences. Under synthesis, your lifeblood goo has transformed, evolving into the 4 transformation precious goo, giant spirit goo. The giant spirit goo, bearing the divine name giant spirit, possesses vitality like mountains and blood like rivers. This goo enables the goo master to elevate their vitality in a short span, wielding strength capable of shattering mountains and rivers, akin to a giant spirit. Has it truly transformed? Li Yuan was astonished. It succeeded on the first attempt. His prior nourishment of the blood goo with numerous herbs, paired with the addition of a perfectly suitable rare item, had led to this seamless transformation. However, why was it the giant spirit goo? According to the records of Yu Hong Chuan, the evolutionary direction of the blood goo was giant goo. Though giant and giant spirit differ by a mere character, the former is evidently inferior to the latter. Could it be a superior version? Li Yuan's vitality was already abundant. The transformation of the blood goo only amplified this. Let's test it. From the black cauldron, a blood-red goo insect emerged, the giant spirit goo measuring a palm's width, adorned with sturdy wings and sharp antennae. Giant spirit. Activate. Li Yuan Kumanda. The giant spirit goo resonated with him, infusing the power of vitality into its master. Li Yuan's muscles began to swell dramatically, rising prominently. Bang! In the next instant, even his robe could not contain the surge, bursting apart with a resounding crack. His hair stood erect, vitality coursing through him, enveloping his body in a burning crimson aura, surging and crackling. Incredible! Li Yuan felt as though he could fell 100 bulls with a single punch. He unleashed a mighty blow. Boom! A violent wave of energy surged forth, resembling a dragon, leaving a long trail upon the ground, shattering walls and crashing into the distant bamboo grove. The bamboo fell in droves, reduced to shards. Had he possessed such power during his confrontation with Huang Funan, there would have been no need for strategy. A single punch could have reduced him to a mere heap. The overflowing vitality seemingly altered Li Yuan's mindset, making him more inclined toward confrontations of strength. Just as he reveled in the exhilaration of his burgeoning power, the door of the cursed Gu Tower swung open with a forceful push. Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao Zhao rushed in. Brother Yuan, are you all right? She made to approach him. Wait. Li Yuan's body stiffened, and his expression turned awkward. In his first application, he had lost control of the intensity, and his clothing had utterly disintegrated, leaving him completely bare. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao was blind. Otherwise, the spectacle of his vitality surging like a dragon would have been laid bare before her eyes. Li Yuan gradually calmed his breath, his once bulging muscles receding to a defined, yet not overly inflated state. Moments earlier, he had experienced a mishap while nurturing his vital energy, failing to maintain control. But now all was well, Li Yuan explained. Oh, Wang Zhao Zhao took a few steps forward, then abruptly halted. I thought we were under attack. You scare me to death. I'm relieved to see you're all right, Brother Yuan. With that, she flushed and hurried away. Li Yuan? What on earth? Why are you blushing like a boiled crab? Wait a moment. Suddenly struck by a realization, he wondered if the girl could discern certain things clearly. Chapter 28. The Rising Storm due to the matter concerning the blood-eyed goo. Li Yuan had perused medical texts. It was revealed that there are various types of blindness. Some individuals experience only blurred vision and do not perceive the world in total darkness. Enough of that, he thought, dismissing his concerns as inconsequential. He now awaited the arrival of medicinal herbs from the Kanglin prince's residence. His life essence blood goo had evolved into a 4th-tier giant spirit goo, yet he remained unsatisfied, intent on furthering the evolution of all his innate goo, with the exception of the resurrection goo, which did not require immediate advancement. The 2 rare goo, the 3-colored and the slug illusionary garment, still possessed potential for further evolution. The wait was interminable. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Instead of the anticipated arrival of Miss Li, he received the most unwelcome news. Qi Xian, the master of the 100 Affairs Hall, hurried up the mountain to inform him. Li Yuan, brace yourself. War may be imminent, Qi Xian announced. Has the upper echelon of the 9 palaces agreed to collaborate with the Kanglin king? Li Yuan kidat. Not yet, but is drawing near, Qi Xian replied gravely. Just now, the Ninth Palace dispatched a new cave master, no longer allowing the Battle Hall Master to serve in that capacity. The new cave master brings troubling news. Last night, everyone in the 16th cave of the Ninth Palace was slaughtered, leaving no survivors. Qi Xian's words weighed heavily on Li Yuan's heart. The implications were starkly clear. It signified that the flames of war had reached the Nine Palaces mountains, with the enemy exhibiting utter disregard for this sacred stronghold of Gu masters, which had endured for millennia. It was a blatant provocation. Is it the work of the demons? Li Yuan questioned. Not entirely, Qi Xian replied. Investigations by the elders of the Ninth Palace revealed traces of martial artists. Someone is colluding with the demons? Li Yuan expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Qi Xian affirmed. Currently, three forces are vying for control over the southern frontier. Kanglin King Xiao Yuan, the Ghost King Ling Yu, and General Yi Feng, who serves the royal family. At present, we cannot discern friend from foe. The Ninth Palace has ordered the remaining 71 caves to be on full alert, should war break out. It will be a fight to the death. No one relishes war. However, when pushed to the brink, the Nine Palaces must retaliate. Understood, Li Yuan responded, then asked, Master Qi, may I inquire about the realm of the newly appointed cave master? A sixth-tier profound Gu master, Qi Xian reassured him. There is no need for excessive worry. A sixth-tier Gu master can contend with a sixth-rank martial artist, akin to what the populace refers to as a minor master. This minor master realm embodies the essence of mastery, marking one as a notable expert. Li Yuan had yet to engage with a martial artist. Whether he could surpass ranks to defeat one remained uncertain, but he was confident in his invincibility at his own tier. Very well, I have conveyed all that I intended. Please exercise caution in the coming days, Qi Xian advised. It will be prudent for you and Zhao Zhao to take turns on night watch. Should you hear the alarm, quickly convene at the main peak. Understood? Affirmative, Li Yuan nodded. After Qi Xian departed, Li Yuan relayed the news to Wang Zhao Zhao. Having endured the trials of fleeing, Wang Zhao Zhao did not exhibit excessive fear. Instead, she dedicated herself even more diligently to her cultivation. Li Yuan was uncertain how long such tranquility could endure. A data panel appeared before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th rank 784-800. Realm, 4th rank, Fated Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, 3-colored Strange Fire Python. Illusory Robe, Gu House. None. In half a month, he would step into the realm of 5th rank Gu Master. Time. I need time. As his realm advanced, the demand for raw materials increased exponentially. Merely relying on low-grade remnants to synthesize was no longer sufficient. High-grade remnants were exceedingly rare. To concoct more formidable and elusive Gu worms, he required a continuous process of trial and error, necessitating a vast array of precious materials to compensate. On the very day Li Yuan was poised to enter the 5th rank, an unexpected visitor arrived at the small bamboo grove. The newcomer was the newly appointed master of the 12 caves, named Pei Luoqing. Junior brother Li Yuan, I should have come to visit you sooner. But the recent turmoil has kept me exceedingly busy until today, the new master said. Li Yuan was taken aback by his demeanor. Why was he addressing him as junior brother? Ha ha ha, Pei Luoqing chuckled, sensing Li Yuan's confusion. Yuhing Chuan is my teacher, but I'm not Elder Yu's disciple. Li Yuan Ruplia, Pujlat. He had only met Yuhing Chuan once, receiving a few compliments and some insights on nurturing Gu, without any profound connection. Do you not understand? Pei Luoqing countered. The teacher holds you in high regard. He merely feigns aloofness. That's just his nature. He enjoys putting on airs. Huh? Li Yuan felt slightly dazed. Pei Luoqing continued. You think he is being selective with you? In reality, he speaks highly of you. Initially, I was unconvinced, but after arriving here, I was persuaded. The teacher is correct. You are an extraordinary genius. Li Yuan exclaimed. You flatter me, master. No, how am I an extraordinary genius? This left him anxious. Had Yuhing Chuan and Pei Luoqing discerned something? Not all, Pei Luoqing replied. If I'm not mistaken, junior brother, your Gu control technique has already reached the level of controlling Gu with thought, hasn't it? The moment I entered the bamboo grove, I sensed the multitude of surveillance goo watching over me. So young, yet capable of controlling a vast array of subordinate goo, your mental acuity must have already attained the sea level. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan was struck with enlightenment, tinged with apprehension. No wonder Yuhing Chuan had been excessively friendly that day. He had evidently perceived Li Yuan's command over countless surveillance goo. Fortunately, the goo he had deployed outside were solely of the surveillance variety. Otherwise, had Yuheng Chuan discovered that he controlled over 100 types of subordinate goo, he might have been apprehended and dissected on the spot. I have been cautious enough, yet my experiences are limited, lacking awareness of stronger opponents, nearly leading to my downfall. I must exercise greater prudence henceforth. Li Yuan silently reflected on his precarious existence. It must be that the mental prowess of a 6th-rank goo master, akin to that of a martial arts minor master, undergoes a transformation, enabling them to perceive the surveillance goo he had set in place. This also implies that similar reconnaissance methods become ineffective against stronger opponents, necessitating a simultaneous upgrade of the subordinate goo. Master of the Cave, how is the realm of mental power classified? Given the circumstances, Li Yuan inquired directly. You may simply address me as your senior brother. Pei Luoqing responded with enthusiasm, stating that mental power falls within the realm of intent. In the various cultivation systems, one must reach the 6th rank to perceive clearly. For us goo masters, mental power is particularly crucial. It directly determines the number of subordinate goo one can control and the upper limit of one's innate goo strength. It is categorized into 4 realms: river, sea, domain, and abyss. I must admit with some embarrassment that although I am a 6th transformation goo master, my mental power realm is merely at the river level, inferior even to that of my junior brother. Chapter 29. Comprehensive upgrade of the bamboo grove. After engaging in extensive conversation with Pei Luoqing, Li Yuan experienced a moment of clarity. Although he could manipulate the goo through the black jar without limitations, it did not diminish the significance of cultivating his mental strength. In summary, my junior, you possess an extraordinary talent for mental fortitude, and your aptitude for refining goo is commendable. This indicates that the path toward the pinnacle of goo masters has already been largely paved for you. Pei Luoqing expressed genuine admiration. The master appointed me as the leader of the 12 caves, primarily to shield you from the chaos wrought by demons and to ensure your well-being. Thank you, Brother Pei. Li Yuan expressed his gratitude. This was a sincere form of care, and he felt appreciative, vowing to remember this kindness. Why not stay at my residence? Pei Luoqing invited. I appreciate your kind offer, but I have grown accustomed to living here and would not wish to disturb your tranquil cultivation. Li Yuan politely declined. What a jest! This was his stronghold, and he would not abandon it even if the heavens themselves fell. Very well then. Pei Luoqing did not press the matter further. Should you encounter any uncertainties regarding the path of goo in the future, feel free to seek my counsel. Do not hesitate to ask. I shall not be shy. Li Yuan responded with a smile. Ever since his strength had grown and his talents had been revealed, the entire world seemed to have become more welcoming. Once Pei Luoqing departed, Li Yuan returned to the ruined goo tower. The data panel materialized before him. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th Transformation 0, 1500. Realm, 5th Transformation. Innate Goo, Giant Spirit Goo, Revitalization Goo, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python. Illusory Robe, Goo House. None. Upon observing the goo house entry, Li Yuan smacked his forehead. He had overlooked this detail. He ought to have inquired with Brother Pei about it. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that opportunities would abound in the future. For now, he resolved to synthesize 5th Transformation Goo. His objective was clear. This time, the cultivation would prioritize concealed presence and reconnaissance goo for combat scenarios. Select original materials. 4th Transformation Reconnaissance Goo, 4th Transformation Sealing Goo, 4th Transformation Tracking Goo. Begin synthesis. Typically, reconnaissance goo, sealing goo, and tracking goo are categorized as ordinary goo, with most goo masters only able to cultivate them to the 3rd transformation. To attain the 4th transformation, metamorphosis is essential. Li Yuan, through the black jar, shattered this limitation, allowing ordinary goo to reach the 4th transformation. However, this did not bring about a qualitative change, rendering the overall efficacy minimal. Essentially, they remained low-tier, ordinary Gu, easily detectable by Gu masters or warriors with formidable mental strength. Thus, Li Yuan must ensure that the reconnaissance Gu, sealing Gu, and tracking Gu undergo evolution to attain a level capable of evading mental perception. You have obtained the 5th transformation, Mysterious Gu, Reconnaissance Gu, as anticipated. The outcome of the first synthesis aligned with Li Yuan's expectations. Mere fusion of low-tier, ordinary Gu through star elevation was insufficient to alter their essence. Select original materials. 4th transformation, Reconnaissance Gu 3. Add 7-colored flower. Add moonshadow leaf. Relying on rare treasures for synthesis signifies the necessity of expending substantial resources. Li Yuan's days spent in the mountains had left him with scant funds. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired the 5th transformation, Moonlit Insect. The Moonlit Insect, when refined into a life-bound insect, can enhance the combat prowess of the Gu master under the moonlit sky. When transformed into a subordinate insect, it can conceal itself in the moonlight, allowing for reconnaissance within a certain area. Note: all abilities of the moonlit insect are contingent upon moonlight. Shall it be refined into a life-bound insect? Indeed, fortune favors me. The likelihood of synthesizing a mystical insect from rare treasures is relatively high. This night coincides with a full moon. Li Yuan released the moonlit insect, concentrating his thoughts to gather his spirit. In his mind, a dim landscape materialized, a reflection of the small bamboo grove and the remnants of the Gu Tower, as if his consciousness could extend along the moonlight to perceive everything. One moonlit insect is equivalent to dozens of reconnaissance insects. Indeed, it signifies a qualitative leap, akin to placing a miniature celestial eye above the small bamboo grove. Even the surroundings beyond the bamboo grove can be monitored, rendering anything invisible to scrutiny. The limitation, however, lies in its exclusive use during moonlit nights. Further refinement is necessary. One moonlit insect alone cannot provide the sense of security Li Yuan desires. Select raw materials. 2 4th transformation seal insects, 1 4th transformation tracking insect, add antenna vine. Add spirit gathering stone. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired the 5th transformation ant nest insect. The ant nest insect, a reconnaissance type insect, when refined into a life-bound insect, can yield an infinitely reproducing ant nest, with the quantity dependent on the Gu master's own mental strength. When transformed into a subordinate insect, it can monitor activity within a certain area, though the feedback is weaker. Intriguing. Li Yuan retrieved the ant nest from the black jar. Within the nest resided a solitary ant, the queen, approximately the size of a fingertip. He proceeded to the bamboo grove, placing the ant nest and providing the queen with some nourishment. In no time, the queen began to produce a multitude of tiny ants, scattering in all directions. These ants do not qualify as Gu insects. Li Yuan realized that he could only control the queen to gather information about the ant swarm. He must rely on the queen to relay messages. The feedback mechanism is indeed more intricate, with communication being more tenuous. However, there is a remarkable advantage. The tiny ants are not classified as Gu insects, carry no trace of the Gu master's aura, and thus evade detection by foes. This is precisely what Li Yuan requires. Onward. Select raw materials, commencing synthesis. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Li Yuan, ever the planner, developed 5 types of reconnaissance insects that could monitor without being perceived by mental strength, filling both the interior and exterior of the small bamboo grove. They could operate in various conditions, day or night, fair weather or rain. Of course, the notion of remaining undetected is relative. Against Gu masters or warriors of the 6th transformation or higher, its efficacy remains uncertain. Outside the great 10,000 mountains, the Kanglan army's encampment, a guard hastily entered the command tent. "My lord, the 9th palace has responded, indicating their willingness to cooperate, but with one stipulation." "What stipulation?" inquired Prince Xiao Yuan of Kanglan. You may read for yourself." The guard hesitated briefly before handing over the letter. Xiao Yuan took it, casting a quick glance, and suddenly, a wave of fury surged within him, intolerable insolence. The demands of the ninth palace were indeed to send his daughter into the mountains as a hostage. The guard chuckled bitterly, noting that the ninth palace still harbored lingering resentment over the demise of the former princess. Indeed, sighed Xiao Yuan, his wife had once been the saintess of the ninth palace, the heir to the next palace master. Their fateful encounter had ignited a profound affection between them. Later, discontent with the ninth palace's seclusion and indifference towards the suffering of the southern people, she resolutely relinquished her identity as the saintess to follow him into battle, vanquishing demons and monsters. A decade ago, she bore him a pair of children. 7 years passed in a valiant effort to protect a city's populace during their evacuation. She led the army against the fiends, ultimately perishing in the fierce struggle. My lord, how shall we respond to this matter? The guard inquired softly. Allow me to contemplate. Xiao Yuan replied, seated wearily in his chair. Before her death, his wife had left behind a blood-written letter, beseeching him to fulfill 2 requests. First, to expel the demons and save the people of the southern lands. Second, to care for their offspring. Yet now, fate compelled him to make an impossible choice. Chapter 30. The Deal with the Kanglan Royal Palace Father. Father. Just as Xiao Yuan was lost in thought, his 2 children burst in. Father, I am dissatisfied. The young princess, Xiao Qiner, pouted angrily. Why do you only teach Xiao Lai martial arts and deny me the opportunity to learn the art of Gu? The young heir, Xiao Lai, smugly retorted. The master has said that Gu practitioners are merely practitioners of a minor path. It is your own fault for not pursuing martial arts. Xiao Qiner stamped her foot. How can you say that when you won't even let me learn? Once I master the art of Gu, I will surely surpass you. A mere martial artist. The debate over which path was superior, Gu or martial arts, was a daily occurrence for the young heir and princess. Typically, Xiao Yuan would just smile off. Yet today he found himself unusually troubled. Qiner, do you truly wish to learn the art of Gu? He asked, his voice trembling. Of course, Xiao Qiner declared, her chin held high. I want to become a powerful Gu master like brother Li Yuan. I aspire to be as formidable as mother. I will be the greatest Gu immortal in the world. Ha! Xiao Lai scoffed. Aside from mother, all Gu masters are cowards, hiding away in the mountains. Only martial artists, only soldiers, can traverse the battlefield and save the world. Nonsense. Xiao Qiner shot back defiantly. As a Gu master, I could also vanquish demons and save the common folk. The 2 continued their heated argument. Qiner, let me inquire. If I were to send you to the 9 palaces Gu nest to learn the art of Gu, and you could not remain by my side, would you harbor resentment towards your father? Xiao Yuan questioned. Would it be for a long time? Xiao Qiner asked earnestly. Yes. Xiao Yuan nodded, uncertain of how long the turmoil would last. Would it endure until the direct bloodline of the Dayan royal family returned? Until a new martial deity was born? Or until this land was utterly transformed into a hellish paradise for demons? Who could predict such outcomes? I. Xiao Qiner hesitated. She could not bear to part with her father, yet her yearning to learn the art of Gu was overwhelming. She longed to one day become a heroine like her mother. Father, once I become powerful, I will surely return to you. She thought to herself that if she could become a formidable Gu master, she would see her father again. It certainly wouldn't be too long. Xiao Yuan's expression grew complex, his heart aching. So, Qiner, have you made your decision? Yes, Xiao Qiner affirmed with a nod. Then, father wishes to test you. If you pass the trial, I shall allow you to truly study the art of Gu. How does that sound? The thoughts of a child are often so straightforward and innocent. Naturally, Xiao Yuan could not simply agree without reservation. He needed to ascertain that Qiner genuinely cherished this path before sending her to the 9 palaces Gu nest. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to her. What trial? Xiao Qiner inquired. Your father will send you to the 9 palaces mountain for 2 months, during which no one will care for you. There will be no servants to attend to your needs, no luxuries or amusements. After 2 months, if you still have no regrets, then I will grant you permission, he explained. As the princess of Kanglan domain, Xiao Qiner had been raised in privilege, ensconced in a world where she was adored by all. It was inevitable that she would perceive the world as a place of beauty, much like the young noble, Xiao Lai, who vociferously clamors to vanquish demons and save the world. He remains blissfully unaware of the brutal realities and formidable challenges that life presents. Xiao Yuan, however, must consider every angle meticulously. If Qiner possesses an ironclad resolve and unwavering determination, then allowing her to enter the Ninth Palace under the guise of a hostage to learn the art of Gu might not be a regrettable decision after all. Excellent, Xiao Qiner exclaimed, invigorated by the prospect of embarking on a grand endeavor, her petite frame brimming with energy. Father, please take me to the 12 caves, she proposed eagerly. The 12 caves? Xiao Yuan pondered momentarily, trying to recall its significance. Ah, it is where brother Li Yuan resides, Xiao Qiner clarified. The name Li Yuan rang a bell for Xiao Yuan, as his daughter frequently mentioned him, the young Gu master who had gifted her the stunning phoenix butterfly. Very well, Xiao Yuan acquiesced. Having a familiar presence would ease Qiner's transition. An entirely unfamiliar environment would indeed be too harsh. Hooray! Xiao Qiner rejoiced, dancing with delight and playfully making faces at Xiao Lai. Look out! I'm going to become a Gu master. Oof! Xiao Lai scoffed dismissively. It's merely a trivial pursuit. Only cowards would pursue such a path. Xiao, Qiner retorted. Just you wait. Once I emerge from the mountains, we shall see who is truly formidable. Their friendly rivalry reignited once more. 3 days later, Li Yuan was meticulously inspecting his newly constructed Gu master fortress, thoroughly satisfied with its comprehensive surveillance and defense capabilities. Suddenly, a warning from the Gu worms resonated in his mind. An outsider was approaching swiftly towards the small bamboo grove. Within 3 breaths, the visitor had arrived at the dilapidated Gu pavilion, shattering much of Li Yuan's earlier contentment. It became evident that mere reconnaissance was inadequate. In the face of absolute strength, direct combat prowess remained the paramount factor. Fortunately, the newcomer posed no threat. Miss Li Yuan greeted with a smile. I have brought what you requested, Li Yuan replied, placing a large wooden chest upon the ground. Filled with the rare treasures Li Yuan had previously asked the Kenglin Wangfu to procure. Thank you, Li Yuan said, performing a respectful bow and presenting a pouch of coins. This is your remuneration. The token from the Kenglin Wang was merely a means to facilitate transactions. The principal amount still required his own funds. There's no need. Li Yuan waved her hand dismissively. Our Wangfu happens to have a favor to ask in return, which shall offset your payment. What is it? Li Yuan inquired, his guard up. Surely, there were tasks the Kenglin Wangfu could not accomplish that they would entrust to him? Do not be alarmed, Li Yuan chuckled lightly. It is simply that the Wang has expressed a desire to place the young princess under your care for 2 months, allowing her to experience the life of a Gu master in the mountains. Huh? Li Yuan was taken aback, reminded of a variety show from a previous life. Why would a perfectly fine young princess abandon her station to experience life in the mountains? This seemed rather absurd. You will undoubtedly seek rare treasures frequently. With the assistance of the Kenglin Wangfu, your endeavors will be much easier. This arrangement is advantageous for you, Li Yuan asserted. Indeed, Li Yuan conceded with a hearty laugh, acknowledging the wisdom in her words. In the future, it is likely that many matters will require the assistance of Li Yuan, with the only cost being the presence of the little princess for 2 months, which is quite a bargain. Thus it is settled, Li Yuan remarked in a while. The little princess will ascend the mountain on her own. You need not concern yourself too much with her. Let her express herself freely. No problem. Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Li Yuan's figure flickered and vanished from sight. Such remarkable speed, Li Yuan musha, feeling a greater sense of pressure than when, with senior brother Pei Luoqing, she might have already approached the realm of a 7th-grade martial artist. Presently, he has gained some understanding of the martial arts cultivation system. A 6th-grade martial artist is referred to as a minor master, while a 7th-grade martial artist is deemed a grandmaster, capable of condensing the indomitable blood of a master, enabling them to regenerate from severed limbs. This indicates that the Kenglin royal residence harbors no shortage of formidable individuals. Before long, Li Yuan spotted a petite figure emerging at the edge of the small bamboo grove, shouldering a pair of burdens, breathing heavily. Brother Li Yuan, are you there? Chapter 31. The Golden Tale of a Young Princess. A winding path up the mountain left Xiao Qin'er breathless. However, she remained undeterred, her hands firmly placed on her hips, exuding an air of self-satisfaction. Little princess, Li Yuan greeted her with a smile, reminiscent of the joy felt during the arrival of fortune. Huff, huff, brother Li Yuan. I'm not a child anymore, and here I am not a princess. Please call me Qin'er, she replied, catching her breath. Children grow rapidly. Li Yuan vaguely recalled that when he first met Xiao Qin'er, her height barely reached his thigh, yet now she stood taller than his waist. Her features had gradually matured, shedding their childishness and adopting a hint of youthful allure. I'll help you carry your luggage, Li Yuan offered. No, thank you, Xiao Qin'er firmly refused. My father instructed me not to trouble others and to be self-reliant. This is how I will become an excellent Gu master. Li Yuan thought to himself. Your father is merely a martial artist. What does he know about being a Gu master? Then let us proceed, he replied, not wishing to delve into the matter further. He allowed Xiao Qin'er to carry her own luggage as they traversed the bamboo forest, arriving at the quarters beside the ruined Gu Tower. Brother Yuan, who has arrived? Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zhaozhao approached. The young princess of the Kanglan domain, Xiao Qin'er, Li Yuan introduced. Qin'er, this is my junior sister, Xiao Zhao. You will be sharing a room with her from now on. Good day, Sister Xiao Zhao, Xiao Qin'er greeted sweetly, displaying no airs of superiority. Good day, little princess, Wang Zhaozhao replied, feeling somewhat flustered. This was her first direct encounter with a figure of such high standing, leaving her a bit anxious. Just call me Qin'er, Xiao Qin'er insisted, resolute in her desire to hone her skills and demonstrate her determination to her father. The following day, Xiao Qin'er awoke with dark circles under her eyes. Her smile vanished. Good morning, brother Li Yuan. Good morning, sister Xiao Zhao. She greeted weakly, having had a restless night and experiencing a significant setback in her Gu master journey. Would you not like to rest a bit longer? Li Yuan inquired with a smile. I shall not sleep. I want to observe your Gu refining. Xiao Qin'er insisted, fighting off drowsiness and yawning repeatedly. Watch Xiao Zhao practice. My Gu techniques are too profound for you to grasp, Li Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. Both Wang Zhaozhao and Xiao Qin'er regarded Li Yuan as a master of Gu arts, believing his words wholeheartedly. Refining Gu is a meticulous process that demands patience, attention to detail, and courage. One must not be reckless during ordinary times, yet be bold at critical moments. With a daring spirit, even a ruined Gu can transform into a rare treasure, Wang Zhaozhao explained while refining her Gu, reciting the incantations that brother Yuan had once taught her. Xiao Qin'er squatted nearby, struggling to comprehend, yet nodding earnestly as if she understood. Sister Xiao Zhao, how long does it take to refine a Gu? At best, a few days, at worst, several months. In some cases, it could take 10 or even 20 years, she replied. Huh? It takes that long? Xiao Qin'er's expression fell instantly, for this was far from her expectations. Shouldn't it be that with a whistle of the flute, countless Gu would emerge, and a shake of the bell would summon an army? This is the very image of a Gu master that Xiao Qin'er envisioned. Wang Zhaozhao chuckled. What you speak of is a Gu immortal, not a Gu master. One should not be overly ambitious in the art of Gu refinement. It is essential to start with the cultivation of the first Gu. However, you are still young and can only learn and nurture. You cannot refine your innate Gu just yet. First, familiarize yourself with the process, seek inspiration, and absorb the knowledge contained within the texts. It will still be many years before you truly become a Gu master. The girl's constitution had yet to fully develop, and her spirit was not sufficiently stable. Recklessly refining her innate Gu could lead to backlash. But I want to become a Gu master quickly. Xiao Qin'er pouted. Sister Xiao, is there any way to break this limitation? There is, Wang Zhaozhao replied, but such methods are known only within the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, and the conditions are quite stringent. I see. Xiao Qin'er's eyes sparkled. Father said that as long as I stay here for 2 months, he will send me to the Ninth Palace for study. So, I will soon become a Gu master, 1ti? Yay! Wang Zhaozhao was momentarily taken aback. Although the young princess was already quite approachable, her words felt like an insurmountable chasm opening before her. It was as if something so close was yet separated by an unfathomable distance. What she pursued throughout her life was something the young princess had innately possessed in abundance. Li Yuan, seated beside them, felt rather indifferent. To him, it seemed rather normal. From the very beginning, Xiao had come to gild her status. Yet now, the transformation had become apparent, showcasing a stark contrast for the humble Xiao. A month later, Xiao had adapted to life on the mountain, astonishing Li Yuan. The young princess had not once thrown a tantrum or uttered a word of regret. Instead, her demeanor grew increasingly earnest, shedding her previous restlessness. Even without refining her innate gu, she diligently studied the cultivation of basic gu insects and meticulously recorded her insights, earning Li Yuan's respect. He recalled what King Kanglin had said. The young princess's mother was a gu master. Perhaps her mother's legacy had imbued her with an intrinsic passion for the gu arts. Xiaoqi's ascent to the mountain had also revealed many intricacies to Li Yuan, allowing him to form a rough prediction of the forthcoming circumstances. It was likely that the collaboration between King Kanglin and the gu nest of the Ninth Palace was about to unfold. The former was a steadfast supporter of the Dian royal family, while the latter was an ancient force in the southern frontier with a lineage spanning thousands of years. A sacred ground for gu masters. Once the two parties joined forces, stabilizing the situation in the southern frontier would not be difficult. However, whether they could expel the demons and quell the unrest would depend on the circumstances in other regions, as the world was far from being influenced solely by the southern frontier. In the deep of night, Li Yuan, sound asleep, was jolted awake by the forewarning of the ant nest gu. He sat up abruptly. Has it finally arrived? From the day the 16 caves of the Ninth Palace were ruthlessly slaughtered, he had known that chaos would inevitably sweep through this place. Months of apprehension had materialized into reality. It had indeed come. Li Yuan took a deep breath, his spirit coalescing as he utilized the ant nest gu to perceive the information relayed by the ants scattered across the 12 caves. The feedback in his mind was blurred, yet even these indistinct messages were sufficient for Li Yuan to infer countless details. Thousands of demons and warriors are gradually converging upon the 12 caves. Is this truly a coalition of humanity and demons? Li Yuan was taken aback. This undoubtedly complicates and exacerbates the situation across the realm. Contemplating this, he could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Wherever one may be, at any time, there will always be individuals who, driven by self-interest, betray their homeland, and even their own kind. Surely, they can withstand this? Li Yuan sensed that among the unexpected visitors, two presences were exceptionally formidable. One emanated from the demon faction, while the other belonged to a human warrior. Outside a small bamboo grove, a towering tree stood tall. Leaning against its trunk with a sword in hand, Li Yuan suddenly felt a stirring within her, and she abruptly opened her eyes. Her piercing gaze fixed on the distance. Demons? Have they actually tracked her down to this place, intent on assassinating the county princess? Chapter 32. The Onslaught of Demons. The crocodile leader, the most formidable being among the 12 caves, is a 6th-tier gu master. Together, we shall vanquish him within 3 moves. In the shadows beyond the mountains, a young man clad in a dark robe converses with a demon possessing a crocodilian visage. Very well, the crocodile demon chuckled. As per our usual agreement, the corpses belong to me, while the gu worms are yours. My brethren will ensure that our presence remains concealed. We shall accomplish this within half an hour. Let us proceed. At the moment the crocodile demon finished speaking, a vast white canopy began to manifest in the sky above the 12 caves, casting a pall over the land. It was an expanse of white spider silk, impenetrable and suffocating, completely sealing off this realm. Boom! 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 In the next instant, a deep bell tolled across the mountains of the 12 caves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The demons are upon us! The demons are upon us! The frantic warning echoed from the sky, only to be abruptly silenced as a demon pierced through its body with the spider silk. The fiend surged into the mountains of the 12 caves. Li Yuan had anticipated this and was prepared, having observed the scene beyond the small bamboo grove through the moonlight gu. This was not Li Yuan's first encounter with demons. He had witnessed them several times while fleeing, but upon arriving at Jugong Mountain, he had gradually forgotten them. The invading demons were far more ferocious than he remembered. Humanoid in shape, yet distinctly beast-like, exuding a bloodthirsty and violent aura. A tremendous commotion erupted from the main mountain. Li Yuan focused his gaze and beheld a colossal entity enveloped in white mist, reminiscent of a massive infant, standing at least 10 zhang tall. Brother Li Yuan, what is that? At that moment, Wang Zhaozhao and Shao Qiner emerged, the young princess gazing at the gigantic infant with eyes wide in shock. Gu. Li Yuan recalled a book that described a rare type of plant, gu known as the ginseng infant gu. The primary material for crafting this gu is a millennium-old ginseng fruit, requiring nurturing with a ginseng tree day and night for 6 years to successfully refine it. Its name derived from its infant-like appearance. The book lacked illustrations, providing only a simple description, resembling a giant infant, standing 10 zhang tall, precisely matching what Li Yuan was witnessing. It seems I need not worry. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the ginseng infant gu, Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Furthermore, with Li Ruoqian holding the formation, the enemy would struggle to breach the 12 caves. However, Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the end of the bamboo grove, recognizing that there were still minor troubles ahead. The demons were advancing toward the small bamboo grove. Qiner, demons are approaching. The ensuing scene may be quite bloody. Would you prefer to take refuge indoors? Li Yuan kidat. No. Shao Qiner's small hands trembled. I'm not afraid. And you, Zhao Zhao? Li Yuan asked again. Even if it means death, I wish to be with Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao replied, her tone heavy with a sense of grim determination. That is unnecessary, Li Yuan chuckled, bemused by her thoughts. What are you thinking? 16 caves have been annihilated, with none surviving. Brother Yuan, can we truly escape this calamity? Wang Zhaozhao asked bitterly. The situation is different. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing ahead. In what way is it different? Wang Zhaozhao queried. As the mighty roar of the tiger reverberated through the bamboo grove, it drowned out Li Yuan's voice. Damn it! Just when he was about to cast a spell. His concentration was shattered, leaving him rather displeased. Shao Kai, deal with him. After much anticipation, Shao Kai opened her mouth, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames. The tiger demon, attempting to evade, suddenly felt its feet ensnared. Before the demon's ascent, this serene bamboo grove had been a tranquil sanctuary. With the arrival of the demon, it transformed into a perilous trap, binding earth goo, bewitching soul goo, sword-killing goo, self-destructing chaos worms, shadowless death manaces, and the phantom dream, 5-poison butterfly. An array of goo worms was at hand. Cursed be it! The tiger demon, ensnared by the binding earth goo, could not escape and unleashed a resonating roar in a futile attempt to shatter Shao Kai's flames. In the blink of an eye, the crimson fire pierced through the sound wave and directly entered the tiger demon's mouth. The 3 accompanying wolf demons were left in stunned silence, witnessing the tiger demon's abdomen being seared through, leading to its immediate demise. A 4th-tier beast met its end so easily. This goo master possesses formidable skills. Let us strike together and swiftly eliminate him, commanded the human warrior nearby. Clad in a dark robe, a hat, and a mask, his features obscured, he drew closer. The 3 wolf demons, receiving the order, split into 3 directions to charge at Li Yuan. Standing his ground with a smile, Li Yuan awaited their approach. Bang! Mere moments later, one wolf demon was pierced through the head by the sword-killing goo, its brain reduced to a pulp, collapsing lifelessly. Moments later, the second wolf demon met its fate at the hands of a mantis, losing its head. After a brief interval, the last remaining wolf demon fled the bamboo grove, only to stumble and fall, its body rotting away. The human warrior, shielded by the 3 wolf demons, closed in. Divine Windblade, he bellowed, die. The blade, swift as a shadow, slashed towards Li Yuan's neck, severing a head that rolled to the ground. A 5th turn goo master, Mareli Afade Raliingontrix. In a direct confrontation, he could not withstand my strike. The South had long awaited a change in power. Then came, his words were abruptly cut off as the warrior's pupils constricted in disbelief, staring at the fist that had pierced through his chest and the head that had inexplicably transformed into wood on the ground. Illusion. An illusion? No. It was genuine goo arts, came a cold voice from behind. Li Yuan withdrew his bloodied arm, contemplating that he could have defeated this fifth-grade warrior in a direct confrontation with a single punch. Yet he opted for a more cautious approach, adhering to the principle of never give an opportunity for a direct confrontation if one can strike from the shadows. It was more aligned with Li Yuan's philosophy to treat his adversaries with treachery. Thump! The corpse fell to the ground, having retreated to a distance. Xiao Qiner witnessed the scene, her eyes glazing over as she could no longer contain herself, leaning against the wall to violently retch. "I told you to stay away." Li Yuan was unperturbed by the sight, aware that being born into a royal lineage meant the blood on her hands would eventually accumulate. This level of combat was merely trivial skirmishes. "Brother Li Yuan, this is too," she gasped. Xiao Qiner spoke a few words before succumbing to another wave of nausea. Wang Zhao, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into Li Yuan's embrace, fully prepared for a battle of life and death. Yet, nothing transpired. All the demons and traitorous warriors were effortlessly dealt with by her elder brother Yuan. It felt as though she had steeled herself for the loss of everything, only to awaken and discover it had all been a mere dream. "You should keep one for practice," Li Yuan remarked with a smile. Although he occasionally trained Xiao Zhao, there remained a significant distinction between practice and genuine combat. He hoped that she would be able to confront danger on her own. Hiss on his shoulder. Xiao Kai kept flicking out its tongue. Li Yuan was taken aback, grasping the meaning behind Xiao Kai's intentions. "You wish to feast on demons?" Chapter 33. The blood and qi drive me, while the flesh and blood of the demons seem to possess an irresistible allure for Xiao Kai. A sudden epiphany struck Li Yuan. The raw materials he had been desperately seeking were right before him, while demons viewed humanity as mere sustenance. Many elements from these otherworldly beings were, for humans, rare treasures that were hard to come by. With a mere thought, he summoned the ants hidden within the bamboo grove, which converged like a dark stream to transport several demon corpses. SSS Xiao Kai leaped from Li Yuan's shoulder, landing eagerly upon the corpse of the tiger demon, devouring it voraciously. Just as Li Yuan contemplated dismembering the demon remains, the Zhaiwegu once again sent a warning. More demons were ascending the mountain. Was there an unexpected delight in store? Rarely had Li Yuan felt such joy. This night, he had truly stumbled upon a treasure trove. Had it not been for the demon invasion, he would never have considered this direction. In a moment, two demons materialized in the small bamboo grove, a python demon and a spider demon, both exuding an aura far more potent than the deceased tiger demon, eclipsing even that of a fifth-tier martial artist. To his astonishment, there was still a formidable adversary concealed here. The python demon possessed a human upper body, while its lower half transformed into an enormous serpent tail, stretching several feet long. "Let us resolve this swiftly," the spider demon urged. "Given our strength, we could eradicate the 12 caves within half an hour, leaving no survivors. Yet it seems reinforcements have arrived. You control the situation, and I will eliminate him within 30 breaths," the python demon declared, her gaze piercing through the bamboo to rest upon Li Yuan. She had collaborated seamlessly with her spider sister, having unknown countless victories over goo masters. "Understood," the spider demon replied, nodding. "You focus on the battle. I will handle the goo worms. My webs thrive on those pesky little creatures." Whoosh! The python demon sprang into action, her form remarkably agile as she weaved through the bamboo grove. The spider demon, brimming with confidence, remained stationary, manipulating a vast array of silk that surged like a white tide, intercepting numerous goo worms alongside the python demon. However, after 3 breaths, her expression shifted dramatically, and she transmitted a message. "Sister Snake, we must act quickly. This goo master is peculiar." "What is it?" the python demon inquired. "The quantity and variety of goo worms here are far too abundant. There are likely several. No, dozens. No, it's... The spider demon's tone grew increasingly frantic. Whoa, in the next instant, words escaped her as something forcefully filled her mouth, rendering her capable only of muffled whimpers. "You talk too much." The object thrust into the spider demon's mouth was a massive, hardened bamboo worm goo, adept at camouflaging itself as bamboo. capable of hardening to a metal-like strength while simultaneously releasing toxins. The python demon sensed the precariousness of the situation as well, unleashing her full power and bursting from the bamboo grove, darting towards Li Yuan like an arrow released from a bow. Li Yuan's gaze intensified as he sank his body, establishing a firm stance. A white vapor enveloped him, his skin gradually reddening like a boiling cauldron, his internal organs roaring with energy. Giant spirit! At the moment the python demon soared toward him, Li Yuan unleashed a simple yet powerful uppercut. Let me take flight. Clang! A precise strike from his fist connected with the jaw of the serpent demon, propelling it skyward in a perfect arc. How could a mere human shaman possess such terrifying divine power? Was he truly a shaman or a martial artist? The serpent demon, in a state of panic, found itself completely out of control, rising ever higher. Li Yuan leapt into the air, seizing the demon's tail and momentarily suspending in midair before channeling all his strength into his arm, forcefully hurling it downwards. Smash! The impact was thunderous. The serpent demon, like a long whip, crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater and sending blood flying. Yet, this was not sufficient. Li Yuan maintained his grip on the demon's tail, swinging it with ferocity, blood from the serpent splattering in all directions. After what felt like countless rotations, he finally released his hold. The serpent demon lay gasping for breath, its once alluring and vibrant visage now a grotesque mask of bruises and blood. Li Yuan, still unsatisfied, had yet to unleash even half of the giant spirit goo's power. He estimated that at 70% strength, his muscles would swell to the point of tearing his clothing, while at full power, a blazing aura would envelop him, his hair standing on end in a frenzied display. The very thought processes of battle would be influenced by this overwhelming force. Around 50% was just right, enough to leave his opponent dazed without inflicting permanent harm. You are not human. The serpent demon gazed at Li Yuan in terror. Indeed, I am no mere human. I am the progenitor of all monsters. With that declaration, Li Yuan stepped forward and brutally crushed the demon's skull beneath his foot. The spider demon lurking in the bamboo grove bore witness to the entire ordeal, its fear surpassing that of the serpent demon. Struggling futilely against the torrent of goo insects that bound it, unable to move an inch, Li Yuan approached the spider demon and pointed to the white canopy of silk woven above, created by its own handiwork. Did you do that? The spider demon, its mouth stuffed, could not utter a word in response. Never mind. It might be dangerous to leave your mouth unblocked. I shall explore it myself. Li Yuan unleashed a punch, his heated blood surging through his arm as it pierced through the spider demon's chest, grasping its thumping heart. With a powerful squeeze, the internal organs shattered, and the spider demon met its demise. Li Yuan disengaged from the giant spirit fusion state, observing the gaping hole in the spider demon's chest, immediately entering into a profound post-battle reflection. The formidable combat prowess of the giant spirit goo had been validated, yet its flaws were glaringly apparent. Perhaps the surging blood had affected his mind, causing him to utter more brutish remarks during battle, his approach becoming less cautious. While he did not consider himself above all, he acknowledged a degree of arrogance had seeped in. Throughout this overwhelming display of power, he rated the giant spirit goo as a gem amidst flaws. However, in a more evenly matched or disadvantageous confrontation, its shortcomings would be magnified. Henceforth, caution was warranted in its application. Taking advantage of this rare opportunity, Li Yuan conducted an experiment and reached a conclusion. Another point of interest from this battle was the form of the demons. They were not mere beasts, but rather humanoid entities, possessing distinctly human traits. He made a deliberate observation. The internal organs of a spider demon bear a remarkable resemblance to those of humans, sharing 7 similarities. What then are these demons? This question merits profound contemplation. The battle in the small bamboo grove has come to a definitive conclusion, and Li Yuan gazes toward the main peak, where the conflict is also drawing to a close, and the demons begin to retreat. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Before her chamber, Shaoqiner witnessed the entire spectacle. Although she could not fully comprehend it, she was deeply moved. In that moment, she seemed to behold the epitome of a shaman in her mind. Li Yuan, his bloodied figure indelibly etched into her memory. It was both terrifying and enchanting. Wang Zhaozhao felt somewhat lost. Not only did she not partake in a battle, but even the very aura of conflict left her feeling utterly powerless. Like you, I too am a climber. She recalled Li Yuan's words, which had once inspired her. Yet at this moment, she realized that Brother Yuan had ascended to a divine stature that she could only admire from below. Half an hour later, two figures arrived together at the small bamboo grove. Upon witnessing the multitude of demon corpses strewn about, Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian both inhaled sharply, taken aback by the sight. Chapter 34, The Fifth Life. Gu Jr. Brother, have you stepped into the realm of a fifth-rank Gu Master? Pei Luoqing exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, Li Yuan replied, nodding without reservation. There is no need to conceal his level. Revealing one's talents judiciously serves as a means of self-protection. The only secret that must remain undisclosed is the existence of multiple life Gus. Ah, Junior Brother, your extraordinary talent has indeed proven my judgment correct. Pei Luoqing remarked with a smile. Li Ruoqian had already discerned this. Otherwise, she would not have dared to place the young princess beside Li Yuan to intercept the strongest among the demon squad. However, Li Yuan's strength exceeded her expectations. The aftermath of the battle in the small bamboo grove revealed a one-sided slaughter, with Li Yuan alone overpowering a horde of demons. All the demons lay dead, while Li Yuan's attire bore only slight stains. The two sides were clearly not of the same caliber. Senior Brother Pei, Miss Li, have you discovered the origin of these traitorous warriors? This was Li Yuan's primary concern. He sensed that someone aimed to stir chaos, dragging the 12 caves into turmoil and inevitably forcing him into the fray. There are some indications, but nothing conclusive. Pei Luoqing shook her head. Li Ruoqian interjecta. Due to the massacre at the Ninth Palace's 16th cave, the Ninth Palace has cast suspicion upon our prince, causing relations to deteriorate. The Kanglan Wangfu has been investigating this matter, hoping to uncover the true culprit through this opportunity. It was not only the Ninth Palace that suspected the Kanglan king. Li Yuan himself had entertained doubts. He often approached others with the utmost skepticism. Although the Kanglan king enjoyed a stellar reputation and was beloved by many in the southern region, who could truly ascertain his character? At least, Li Yuan had not delved deeply enough to trust him without reservation. We will soon uncover the truth, Pei Luoqing said, clasping her hands in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Li, for your assistance. Without you, the 12 caves would have faced dire straits. I merely added a touch of embellishment, Li Ruoqian replied with a gentle smile. With your strength, Senior Brother Pei, delaying until reinforcements arrive should pose no issue. This assessment astonished Li Yuan. It seemed that Pei Luoqing's prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary 6th-rank Gu Master, reflecting Yu Hongchuan's high regard for him. After exchanging a few more words, Li Ruoqian went to comfort the young princess. Pei Luoqing surveyed the corpses of the demons strewn across the ground. Junior Brother, do you require my assistance in disposing of these demons? No need, Li Yuan responded with a smile. Senior Brother Pei, the materials from these demons can be used for refining goo, correct? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. But you must exercise caution. The energy within these demons is rather volatile and can be difficult to control. Rest assured, I'll be careful. Li Yuan was unfazed, regardless of the demon's nature. He would suppress them all by consigning them to the Dark Cauldron. I will report this matter to the Ninth Palace. Our teacher will likely return, so be prepared, Pei Luoqing cautioned. He will surely be pleased and may even consider you for direct discipleship. Li Yuan felt indifferent toward the notion of direct discipleship. However, he would welcome it if it came with sufficient benefits. As Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian departed, Li Yuan commanded the Ant Legion to carry several demon corpses into the residual Gu Tower. The corpse of the warrior was taken away by Pei Luoqing, who compensated him with the body of a 5th-tier demon. Li Yuan was eager to discover whether demon corpses could be utilized for refining goo. He meticulously processed the demon carcasses with a sharp blade, sorting the useful from the useless. Selected raw materials: 1 4-turn jumping bug, 2 4-turn killing bees. Add the heart of the mountain wind tiger demon. Add the fangs of the green wood wolf demon. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 5th turn mysterious goo. Tiger Sting B. King Goo. The Tiger Sting B. King Goo, an exceptionally aggressive goo worm, when refined into a master goo, could assist the goo master in condensing the might of the Tiger King, instilling fear in all beasts. If transformed into a subordinate goo, it could unleash tiger stings as an attack. Do you wish to refine it into a master goo? It was confirmed that demon corpses could indeed be used for crafting goo worms, which was splendid news. A single synthesis yielded a 5th-tier, mysterious goo of commendable quality. However, it was still inadequate as a master goo. With a philosophy of preferring quality over quantity, Li Yuan insisted that all master goo must possess sufficient potential. The Tiger Sting B. King Goo evidently fell short in this regard. Onward. Selected raw materials: 1 4-turn Thousand Threads Goo, 2 4-turn Demon Spider Goo. Add the gall of the Silk Thread Demon Spider. Add the scales of the beautiful Python. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 5th-turn Mysterious Goo. Human-Faced Demon Spider. The Human-Faced Demon Spider, a bizarre class of goo worm, when refined into a master goo, could aid the goo master in summoning 8 venomous spider spears for combat support. As a subordinate goo, it could emit peculiar sonic wave attacks. Do you wish to refine it into a master goo? While both were 5th-tier Mysterious Goo, the Human-Faced Demon Spider was evidently superior to the Tiger Sting B. King Goo. Yet Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. The Human-Faced Demon Spider resembled a weapon of an archvillain. He pressed on. The synthesis of the Tiger Sting B. King Goo and the Human-Faced Demon Spider instilled confidence in Li Yuan, demonstrating that the probability of crafting goo worms from demon corpses was quite favorable. He resolved to take a bold gamble, investing the most valuable parts of the demon corpses, along with the materials brought by Li Yuan, all at once. Brother Tiger, Brother Wolf, Sister Snake, Sister Spider, though I have vanquished you, I implore you to grant me a favor and bless me with a rare goo. Li Yuan silently prayed. Selected raw materials: 5th-turn Mysterious Goo, Human-Faced Demon Spider. Add the spinning device of the Silk Thread Demon Spider. Add the gall of the beautiful Python. Add the heart and soul of the Mountain Wind Tiger Demon. Add the brain core of the Greenwood Wolf. Add the King S. Heartgrass. The spinning device is the most crucial organ of a spider, secreting silk that enables its body to adapt to its environment and evolve continuously. The gall of the snake requires no further explanation. The heart and soul of the Mountain Wind Tiger Demon and the brain core of the Greenwood Wolf are both invaluable, while the King S. Heartgrass is the most precious of the materials collected by Miss Li. Li Yuan invested them all. A bold gamble. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 5th-turn Rare Goo Spider Queen Goo. It succeeded. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, indeed. Taking a gamble proved to be a stroke of genius. The Queen of Silk, an all-encompassing goo worm, possesses the ability to lethally poison foes, weave webs to hinder adversaries, and manipulate corpses. Its unique silk can imitate the characteristics of any life form, forge prosthetics, and mend internal organs. It cannot be refined into a subordinate goo. The term all-encompassing was a first for Li Yuan in the context of synthesized goo worms, underscoring the exceptional value of the Queen of Silk, a distinction even the resurrection goo does not share. From within the dark vessel, a diminutive spider emerged, no larger than a thumb, its body glistening like crystal and radiating an enigmatic glow. It gracefully ascended to Li Yuan's hand, each movement reminiscent of a dancing sprite, exuding elegance. The silk it produced flowed in a cascade of colors, resembling a meandering river leading to a fairy tale realm. A soft sound, nearly inaudible, emanated from the Queen of Silk, which Li Yuan deciphered through mental feedback as a plea for affection, akin to a gentle request for a pat on the head. How is it that you bear the title of queen yet engage in such endearing antics? Li Yuan chuckled, recognizing its spirited nature. He decided to bestow a name upon it. You shall be called Wu Mei, the 5th sister, for one who wishes to embody sweetness. Chapter 35. Apprenticeship and Personal Transmission. 5th sister, Li Yuan softly called. The Queen of Silkworms, delighted, nuzzled against his arm. Hiss, hiss, little Kai. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, also pressed against Li Yuan, unwilling to be outdone. Alas! It seems my life is destined to be spent in the company of insects and beasts. The bond between a practitioner and their life insect is akin to that of bloodkin. While outsiders may view these creatures with trepidation, to the practitioner, the life insect is the closest companion, a reflection of one's very existence. Yet Li Yuan's other side is more abundant than that of other practitioners. 7 days later, Yu Hengchuan ascended to the small bamboo grove once more, this time alone, without even Pei Luo Qing accompanying him. Li Yuan, we meet again. Yu Hengchuan greeted, his demeanor calm. Greetings, Elder, Li Yuan replied, cupping his hands in respect. Has your life-blood insect evolved? Yu Hengchuan observed, noting that Li Yuan's vitality had increased exponentially since their last encounter, dozens of times stronger. Not even formidable demons could rival him now. The Elder's insightful notes had provided Li Yuan with invaluable guidance, allowing him to find a shortcut to the evolution of his blood insect. This was no mere flattery. Indeed, Yu Hengchuan's wisdom had saved Li Yuan from much unnecessary detours. Otherwise, even with a synthesis system, he would have squandered many materials and wasted considerable time to achieve this evolution. May I have a look? Yu Hengchuan inquired. Li Yuan beckoned, and the giant spirit insect crawled out from his garments. Gazing at the palm-sized crimson insect with sharp antennae, Yu Hengchuan felt a surge of astonishment. Isn't this the giant insect? This is... He could no longer maintain his composure, utterly taken aback. You have actually cultivated the giant spirit insect? It is called the giant spirit insect? Li Yuan mused, acknowledging Yu Hengchuan as extensive knowledge as the elder of the Ninth Palace. Remarkable, indeed, Li Yuan. Yu Hengchuan praised. The giant spirit insect has been extinct for a millennium. Who would have thought you could bring it back to life? You are truly a prodigy in the art of insects. Your praise is too generous, Elder. This modest achievement is also due to your benevolence, Li Yuan smiled. When I departed last time, I made a promise that should you facilitate the transformation of my life-blood insect, I would take you as my personal disciple. I have come this time for that purpose. Yu Hengchuan's heart raced with excitement, though he maintained a effet of calm. Li Yuan, do you wish to take me as your master? Li Yuan did not respond immediately. Yu Hengchuan, not angered, understood that such a talent had the right to be discerning. Elder, may I inquire if there is a remnant insect pavilion within the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace? Li Yuan asked. There is none, Yu Hengchuan replied, shaking his head. In the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, remnants of insects are virtually non-existent. Even if they did exist, they would have been dealt with by the practitioners themselves. High-tier insects, should remnants exist, would not circulate outside. Li Yuan lamenta internally. Had there been a remnant insect pavilion in the inner sanctum, he could have relocated his operations. There is no need to take such great risks if there is nothing to gain. After all, the Ninth Palace is teeming with masters. Should one venture there and have the secret of multiple life goo discovered, it would be a perilous fate indeed. The 12 caves are far more suitable for him. Do you truly enjoy your time at the residual goo tower? Yu Hengchuan inquired, surprised. Indeed, I take pleasure in the company of goo, Li Yuan replied with utmost seriousness. Yu Hengchuan chuckled. If you have a fondness for goo insects, you might as well visit the goo cultivation garden of the Ninth Palace. No, Li Yuan countered. The goo cultivation garden is strictly regulated by the sect. If I were to recklessly engage in synthesis, I would likely fail to meet expectations. It lacks the freedom of the residual goo tower. For me, nurturing residual goo poses a greater challenge, as it allows me to uncover the profound truths of goo Dao through their imperfections. Li Yuan spoke earnestly. You possess ambition and courage. Yu Hengchuan admired him further. If you were to become my direct disciple, you could remain here and enjoy all the privileges that come with it. Like you, I too rose from humble beginnings and understand how rare it is to find a talent such as yours among the 72 caves of the outer sect. In you, I see a reflection of my former self. Yet you shine even brighter than I did at your age, with greater potential to ascend to the pinnacle of Gu Dao. I do not wish for you to take unnecessary detours and squander precious time on your journey to greatness. Yu Hengchuan spoke from the depths of his heart. Li Yuan pundarat, sensiuso Yuan's sincerity. While his words held truth, he needed to weigh the pros and cons. Li Yuan. Yu Hengchuan continued, some truths may be harsh, but they are nonetheless genuine. The path to the pinnacle of Gu Dao can only be sought within the inner sanctum of the ninth palace. Ultimately, you will have to join as my direct disciple. I can promise you all that you desire, without encroaching upon your freedom. Li Yuan recognized the necessity of having a solid backing, and taking Yu Hongchuan as his master seemed a wise choice. Yu Hongchuan fell silent, allowing Li Yuan to contemplate. After a long pause, Li Yuan fetched a pot of tea, poured a cup, and presented it to Yu Hongchuan. "Master, please enjoy some tea." Ha ha ha. The tension on Yu Hongchuan's face finally melted away, and he laughed heartily. "Very well. Excellent disciple. This is truly delightful." His joy was heartfelt. "My legacy, my path, at last, has someone to inherit it." Yu Hongchuan sighed with a sense of fulfillment. "Master, you are in the prime of your life. You can certainly tread the snowy path to the mountain's peak," Li Yuan remarked with a smile. "No," Yu Hongchuan shook his head. "I have taken too many detours to behold the scenery at the summit. Hence my eagerness to accept you as my disciple. As your teacher, I fear you may be lured by the flowers halfway up the mountain and stray from the path to ascend. The journey of 100 miles is merely half at 90. Li Yuan, your accomplishments in the outer sect's 72 caves are commendable, yet the true path of a Gu master has only just begun." Yu Hongchuan spoke with deep sincerity. "You speak wisely, Master," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "May I inquire about the benefits of becoming a direct disciple of the Ninth Palace?" This was what truly concerned him. Indeed, Yu Hongchuan raised a finger. "There are 3 benefits of being a direct disciple. First, the monthly allowance from the sect far exceeds that of the outer sect's 72 caves. Secondly, all direct disciples are granted the opportunity to enter the secret realm of immortal worms to select a treasure once. Thirdly, direct disciples may comprehend the advanced principles of the worm path, as well as learn the methods of refining within the worm house, which are inaccessible to ordinary worm masters." As Yu Hongchuan extended his fingers one by one, Li Yuan's gaze grew increasingly bright, filled with a fervent desire for advancement. Particularly the term worm house, which he had tirelessly sought to define in various texts, yet found no mention within any of them. "Master, what is the worm house?" Chapter 36. A journey of 100 miles begins with the first 90 after a long pursuit. The answer lay before Li Yuan, stirring a wave of excitement within him. The Gu House represents a secret art unique to advanced Gu masters. Yu Hongchuan explained, "You may perceive it as a dwelling constructed from Gu insects. It serves as both their sanctuary and the ultimate abode for most Gu masters." "Please enlighten me further, teacher," Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. "You're likely aware that exotic Gu are exceedingly rare. As a Gu master ascends in rank without an exotic Gu as their life Gu, they find themselves increasingly outmatched by their martial counterparts of the same level. The techniques and skills of powerful warriors are diverse and innumerable, augmented by divine weapons. How can a Gu master rely solely on one life Gu to contend with such foes? Only through the Gu House. It employs the life Gu as its core to construct an entire army of Gu insects that move in accordance with your will, akin to an ant king commanding its legion. However, the construction of a Gu house is far more intricate than that of an ant colony. For each Gu within the house can provide the Gu master with feedback akin to that of a life Gu, thereby enhancing the master's own strength. Yu Hongchuan explained patiently, and gradually, Li Yuan began to comprehend. Much like your life Gu, the giant spirit Gu, if you use it as the core to build your Gu house, you can command hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of subordinate Gu. Each subordinate Gu can offer you feedback, and this enhancement rivals the martial convergence of celestial phenomena, delivering devastating blows to lesser Gu masters and warriors. It is akin to the distinction between a frog in a well and the moon in the sky. Without reaching that level, one cannot fathom such power. Li Yuan felt a surge of inspiration. Although he could command countless subordinate Gu, they provided him with no feedback, leaving his innate strength unenhanced. Even if he could assemble an army single-handedly, he remained vulnerable to the blades of the formidable. "Teacher, what are the requirements for refining a Gu house?" Li Yuan inquired. Generally speaking, only an 8th-tier Gu master possesses the possibility of refining a Gu house. Much like how only an 8th-grade martial saint can converge celestial phenomena in the martial realm. Only a select few extraordinarily talented 7th-tier Gu masters may have the opportunity to create miracles. 3 conditions must be concurrently met. First, one's mental power must reach the domain level among the realms of river, sea, domain, and abyss. Second, the life Gu must not be a fundamental insect. It should have several subordinate Gu, such as the giant spirit Gu possessing subordinate Gu like the giant Gu and blood-chi Gu. Third, the Gu master must attain the level of resonance with the heart in their Gu mastery heart technique. Yu Hengchuan articulated the stringent prerequisites for refining a Gu house, noting that those who could satisfy all 3 conditions were predominantly 8th-tier Gu masters. Teacher, what does resonance with the heart entail? Li Yuan realized there was much he did not understand. Without joining the 9th Palace's inner sect, relying solely on his own exploration would likely lead to numerous setbacks. You, who know so little, have nonetheless achieved your current standing solely through effort and talent. Truly remarkable, Yu Hengchuan reflected. A golden scale is not merely a creature of the pond. When it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Li Yuan is a piece of uncut jade, destined to shine with extraordinary brilliance. Disciple is merely fortunate. Li Yuan replied, slightly embarrassed by the praise. There is no need for modesty. Yu Hengchuan smiled and said, my disciple, I have heard from the master of the 100 Affairs Hall that since your entry into the sect, you have not once left the remnant Gu Tower. It was only upon the passing of the esteemed elder that you emerged from the mountain to return his token. I understand the sweat and effort you have poured into your training. Accepting Li Yuan as a disciple was not a hasty decision. I have conducted thorough investigations beforehand. You came here as a refugee, carrying your grandfather's remains, and for years you have dedicated yourself with unwavering focus. Your exceptional circumstance of stepping out of the bamboo grove for the elder's sake speaks volumes. What I see in you is far beyond mere talent. Your character and diligence are what I hold in the highest regard. The disciple felt a deep sense of shame. Li Yuan truly felt humbled. Enough of this hesitation. The youth must possess vigor and not be overly mature for their age. Yu Hengchuan added appreciatively, handing Li Yuan 2 ancient tomes edged in gold and jade, along with several thick volumes. These 2 ancient texts include an advanced technique for controlling Gu and a secret method for crafting Gu houses. You may peruse them at your leisure. The other books contain my notes and insights, which may guide you in nurturing advanced Gu insects. Thank you, Master, for bestowing these texts, Li Yuan said, bowing his head respectfully. For him, this was a key to unlocking a new realm, a matter of great significance. The feeling of having a mentor was indeed delightful. I already have 2 direct disciples under my wing. You'll be the 3rd. Pei Luoqing is the 2nd. And you also have an elder sister. You will meet her when fate allows, Yu Hengchuan remarked. Understood, Li Yuan replied. Due to the recent turmoil in the southern frontier, the 9th Palace has been exceedingly busy. I cannot linger here for long. If you have any questions regarding Gu cultivation, you may first consult your senior brother Pei. Yu Hengchuan advised. Very well, Li Yuan nodded. Master, have the true culprits behind the massacre of the 12 caves been identified? Nearly, Yu Hengchuan replied calmly. Once confirmed, the elders of the 9th Palace will personally act to eradicate the entire clan as a tribute to our fallen comrades. He rose to his feet, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and sighed deeply. The Gu nest of the 9th Palace has been dormant in the mountains for too long, allowing some to forget the days when the region was under the dominion of Gu masters. It is time to awaken them. The Gu nest has never been one to be trifled with. Its location in the deep mountains suits the cultivation and survival of Gu masters and does not indicate a fear of worldly strife. The methods by which Gu masters eliminate their foes are far more terrifying than those of martial artists. As the master and disciple conversed, they reached the edge of the bamboo grove. Take care, Master, Li Yuan waved goodbye. Yu Hengchuan smiled. You truly are reluctant to step beyond the bamboo grove. Only see me off this far. That is because I am eager to return and study your notes on nurturing Gu, Li Yuan replied with a grin. Indeed, you are more articulate than your senior sister, Yu Hengchuan remarked as he stepped away, moving slowly until he vanished from sight. Returning to the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan immediately grasped the ancient tomes with fervor. His desire to progress was palpable. His sisters, Wu Mei and Xiao Kai, who had been cooped up, eagerly emerged from the black jar, climbing onto his shoulders, nuzzling him affectionately. Li Yuan could sense that Wu Mei genuinely enjoyed being close to him. Xiao Kai, consumed by jealousy towards Wu Mei, was primarily driven by a sense of possessiveness. Contemplating this, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly as he perused the first volume of the ancient text, The Advanced Art of Controlling Insects. Within this tome, it spoke of various levels of mastery, enticing insects with flavor, commanding them with objects, and controlling them through thought, culminating in the fourth realm of resonating hearts, and the fifth realm of selflessness and insectlessness. What exactly constitutes resonating hearts? Li Yuan examined the text with great care. It described resonating hearts as the ability to perceive the emotions of one's destined insect, its joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, embracing the insect as a most intimate companion, valuing it as one's own life. There was no need for verbal communication. They could comprehend each other's intentions through shared thoughts, executing actions with complete harmony. Is this what resonating hearts entails? Li Yuan tilted his head to observe Xiao Kai, then glanced at Wu Mei, both of whom were conveying their delight to him. It seems, Master, that the realm of resonating hearts may not be as elusive as it appears. Chapter 37. The realm of spiritual power. Perhaps it is due to the innate sensitivity of Xiao Kai and Wu Mei that Li Yuan Kai perceives their emotional feedback with remarkable clarity, understanding their joys, sorrows, and other sentiments. In contrast, the responses from the giant spirit Gu and the rebirth Gu are considerably feebler. Only during battles does the giant spirit Gu convey emotions to him, incessantly repeating, "Fight. We must fight," a sentiment that encapsulates its essence. The rebirth Gu, on the other hand, stirs only when he is injured, silently bestowing vitality upon him to heal wounds and absorb damage. The slug illusion robe occupies a middle ground between the two. If one were to describe it, it would be akin to an ultimate slacker who is reluctant to work, yet finds it necessary to do so, perpetually languid. Li Yuan pondered that if he wished to construct a Gu house, it must be centered around the three-color fire python and the spider queen Gu. As for the highest state of the heart mantra, no self, no Gu, it lacks specific documentation and must be comprehended through personal insight. Even in 9 transformation, Gu Master may not attain the state of no self, no Gu. For now, Li Yuan chose not to dwell on it. The second prerequisite for establishing a Gu house is to possess spiritual power at the domain realm, which is essential to withstand the boundless feedback that the Gu house provides. Without reaching the domain realm of spiritual power, one cannot control multiple Gu with a single thought, nor can all Gu share the same will, thus rendering the construction of a Gu house impossible. For him, this should not pose a significant challenge. Li Yuan practiced Gu refinement daily, controlling numerous subordinate Gu, which inherently served as a tempering of his spiritual power. He began to follow the spiritual cultivation methods outlined in the advanced Gu manipulation heart mantra, gradually seeking to understand the spiritual realm. The sensation of entering the spiritual world through self-conception is profoundly enchanting. It feels as though he has arrived in a secluded celestial garden, where a gentle breeze caresses him, leaving his mind and body ethereal, immersed in the essence of freedom. Before him, his spiritual realm manifests as an expansive ocean, ever-growing. At the edge of his sea of consciousness lies an unending expanse of mountains and rivers. According to the advanced Gu manipulation heart mantra, traversing the sea to encompass mountains and rivers signifies the entry of one's spiritual power into the domain realm. He discerned that his spiritual realm still had some distance to cover before reaching the domain realm. However, he believed he would achieve this before stepping into the 6th transformation. With a thought, a data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th transformation 73, 1500. Realm, 5th transformation, spiritual power, mid-level C realm. Destined Gu, giant spirit Gu, rebirth Gu, 3-color fire python. Slug illusion robe, spider queen Gu. Gu house. None. To attain the 6th transformation, he would need to refine himself for more than 4 years. A lengthy period of tempering for the still youthful Li Yuan. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to this lifestyle, his heart remaining largely undisturbed. Time passed swiftly, and half a month had elapsed. Li Yuan once again appeared in the small bamboo grove, seeking out Li Yuan. The princess's 2-month training period in the mountains had concluded, and the prince had instructed her to return, preparing to enter the 9th palace's inner sanctum. It was entirely expected that Shao Qiner, being from a different world than Li Yuan, would depart. Li Yuan held a favorable impression of the young princess, recognizing her genuine passion for the art of Gu, which she pursued with both dedication and enthusiasm. Brother Li Yuan, by the time we meet again, I shall have become a true Gu master, Shao Qiner expressed, cherishing her time in the small bamboo grove, feeling a tinge of reluctance, yet eagerly anticipating her journey to the inner sanctum of the 9th palace. With the aid of secret techniques to transcend age limitations, she aspired to become a true Gu master at the earliest opportunity. When we meet again, the princess will undoubtedly be an exceptional Gu master, Li Yuan encouraged her. My goal is to be as formidable as Brother Li Yuan. Since that fateful night when demons invaded, and she witnessed Li Yuan in battle against them, her admiration for him had reached monumental heights, becoming indelible. You must surpass me, Li Yuan Shukulat. Absolutely. I shall outshine Brother Li Yuan, Shao Qiner declared fervently, her small fists clenched in determination. Princess, it is time for us to depart. Li Yuan felt little emotional connection, recognizing that children, in their innocence, often inhabit a world apart, and their paths may never cross again. In life, how many first encounters become eternal farewells? Miss Li, I have one more request. Li Yuan called out to her. What is it? Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. Miss Li, may I inquire about the usual handling of the demon corpses slain during the Kanglan army's battles? Li Yuan asked. Those of value are preserved for medicinal or culinary purposes, Li Yuan replied. Might I purchase some of the unusable demon corpses? To Li Yuan, these corpses represented treasures. If the Kanglan royal mansion were willing to collaborate with him, it would yield an inexhaustible trove of riches. That is certainly possible, Li Yuan nodded. What will you offer in exchange? Gu. The only asset Li Yuan had to offer was the Gu itself. The vast majority of Kanglan army soldiers are martial artists, with only a handful being Gu masters. Your Gu holds no value for us, Li Yuan replied without hesitation. It is different, Li Yuan countered with a smile. The art of Gu possesses boundless utility and could be of assistance to you as well. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a small crimson insect. This is the Qi blood Gu, capable of replenishing one's vitality to a certain degree. For martial artists, vitality is of paramount importance, is it not? Can be used by those who are not Gu masters. Li Yuan's interest was piqued. Once tamed by a Gu master, even ordinary civilians can utilize it. How many can you provide? As long as the Kanglan royal mansion continually supplies me with demon corpses, I can offer an endless supply of Qi blood Gu. Is that true? I assure you, it is no mere exaggeration, Li Yuan vowed earnestly. Li Yuan's demeanor shifted to seriousness. This matter cannot be decided solely by me. Upon my return, I shall consult the prince. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Li, Li Yuan said, clasping his hands together as he handed her a jade vial. Here is some tamed Qi blood Gu, suitable for anyone to use, capable of swiftly replenishing the soldier's vitality on the battlefield. The Kanglan prince will find it to be true. Very well, Li Yuan nodded. I will respond to you as soon as possible. Half a day later, Li Yuan returned to the Kanglan army camp with Shao Qiner. Father, I have returned. Shao Qiner danced with joy, exclaiming, Father, I have completed the trial. You shall send me to the 9th palace, shall you not? Sighing, Shao Yuan gazed at his innocent daughter, his heart a tempest of emotions. Father, why do you sigh? Are you reconsidering your decision? Xiao Qinea pouted. No. Shao Yuan shook his head repeatedly. It is merely that I am reluctant to see you embark on such a journey. Do not worry, father. Once I become the most formidable Gu master, commanding an army single-handedly, I shall return to assist you in conquering the world and vanquishing all evil. Xiao Qinea declared proudly. Indeed, Qiner will undoubtedly become the greatest Gu master. With that, Shao Yuan retrieved the gourd, kneeling down to solemnly place it in his daughter's hands. Qiner, this is a treasured gourd left by your mother. Keep it close and remember, only when you reach the ninth palace may you unveil its secrets. Chapter 38. The Awakening Lion of the Southern Frontier, What Treasures Lie Within the Precious Gourd Left by My Mother? Xiao Qiner exclaimed, her astonishment palpable. I do not know, Xiao Yuan replied, shaking his head. Years ago, after my wife fell in battle, she left behind this gourd. In her blood-written message, she instructed me to burn her remains and place her ashes within the gourd, burying it in the scorching sands. Should either Liar or Qiner wish to embark on the path of a Gu master one day, they are to retrieve the gourd and present it to their offspring. Today, my wife's final wishes come to fruition. A profound melancholy enveloped Xiao Yuan's heart. He held a steadfast belief that his wife would never harm Qiner. As the former saintess of the Ninth Palace, she had been greatly esteemed by the sect and cherished by her elders. Thus, the legacy she left would undoubtedly benefit their daughter. Perhaps this is fate. The following day, after the midday feast, King Kanglin personally escorted his daughter into the depths of the Jiugong Mountains, not knowing when they would meet again. Upon returning to the military camp, Li Ruoshan finally spoke up. Your Highness, I have a matter to report. Proceed, he replied, feeling a sense of loss and guilt now that his daughter had departed. Although he was aware that the Ninth Palace would not mistreat her out of respect for his late wife, she would ultimately be regarded as a hostage within the mountains. Li Yuan, a steward from the 12 Caves, proposed a collaboration with the Kanglin royal household, seeking their assistance in providing him with the corpses of demons. Li Ruoshan stated, due to concerns for his daughter, Xiao Yuan took note of Li Yuan's name, but nothing more. Isn't Li Yuan merely a minor steward among the 12 Caves? Does he truly expect our Kanglin royal household to collaborate with him? Without further ado, Li Ruoshan presented the jade vial entrusted to him by Li Yuan. Your Highness, this contains a blood goo that he has tamed, capable of providing vitality to our soldiers at any time. And then, Xiao Yuan was well aware of the blood goo's function, but it hardly warranted a partnership with the Kanglin royal household. Li Yuan claimed that as long as the royal household could continually supply him with demon corpses, he could reciprocate with an abundance of blood goo. Can such a minor steward possess such capabilities? Li Ruoshan inquired. Xiao Yuan, furrowing his brow, remained skeptical. Li Yuan's talents are indeed remarkable. At merely 20 years of age, he has already attained the rank of a 5th-level Gu master and has recently been accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Yuhengxuan of the Ninth Palace. Even Elder Yuhengxuan has expressed admiration for his aptitude. He appears to possess an innate mental acuity, capable of controlling a vast number of subordinate Gu and has cultivated rare Gu that have not emerged for a millennium. He may well ascend to a position of prominence within the Ninth Palace in the future. Not long ago, demons and a faction of treacherous martial artists launched an assault on the 12 Caves. With 2 5th-tier demons and a 5th-grade martial artist simultaneously attacking the bamboo grove where Li Yuan was stationed. The outcome was that all the demons perished, while Li Yuan emerged with merely a soiled garment. Li Ruoshan meticulously reported all the information regarding Li Yuan. Is he truly so formidable? Xiao Yuan's eyes brightened, unable to underestimate Li Yuan any longer. With such potential as a Gu master, combined with his mentor Elder Yuhengxuan, he indeed possessed the qualifications for a partnership with the Kanglin royal household. Initially, let us engage in a preliminary collaboration, providing him with a portion of demon corpses. Should it prove beneficial to the Kanglin army, we may deepen our partnership without delay. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, if it is but a cursory matter, then you shall oversee its execution. Yes, Li Ruoshan replied with a respectful gesture. There is another matter requiring your investigation. Pertaining to the direct bloodline of the Dayan royal family, recent developments have surfaced. Xiao Yuan continued. Li Ruoshan was taken aback. Is it truly possible that a member of the royal bloodline still exists in this world? I had always believed it to be a ruse concocted by the Night Owl Guard to stabilize the situation. Truth and falsehood, who can truly discern? Xiao Yuan sighed softly. Even if it were a fabrication, the implications concerning the martial god-esque treasure and the unification of the realm would undoubtedly stir the tides across the 8 wildernesses. Li Ruoshan inquired, My lord, does the rumor indicate which prince or princess remains alive? It is said to be the young prince born of Ladian. The lesser deity of the northern Ice Plains tribe, Xiao Yuan replied, furrowing his brow. Amidst the bloodbath that befell the Dian royal family, the Night Owl's forces arrived too late, managing only to rescue the young prince. However, they were subsequently ambushed by demons, resulting in the demise of those escorting him. The young prince was hidden away, left to wander among the common folk, his whereabouts unknown. In the depths of the mountains, within the 12 caves, the residual Gu Tower, 2 months swiftly passed. Li Yuan reclined on a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, relishing a rare moment of leisure. Upon his shoulder rested Xiao Kai and Wu Mei, displaying an endearing humanity as they nestled against him. Li Yuan referred to this process as cultivating a bond with his innate Gu, preparing for the construction of his Gu house. He recalled a film he had seen in his previous life, where the gambling sage nurtured his connection with Mahjong by sleeping beside it each night. Were Xiao Kai and Wu Mei not far more sentient than mere tiles? Indeed, it seemed quite reasonable. Now, even in slumber, Xiao Kai and Wu Mei insisted on joining him, each claiming a side of the pillow. Suddenly, Li Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing an impending presence. Senior brother Pei has arrived. Xiao Kai, Wu Mei, quickly conceal yourselves. In a swift motion, the 3-colored fiery python and the queen of silkworms dove into the black jar, masking their aura. Li Yuan found the situation somewhat amusing. Why did it feel akin to petty thievery? Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength, and even the cultivation of his innate Gu lacked proper justification. Moments later, Pei Luoqing's figure emerged within the small bamboo grove. Junior brother, he called. Within a few breaths, he approached. I bring you good news. We have located the traitorous forces colluding with the demons to assault the various caves. Have you uncovered the details? Li Yuan was eager to learn. Indeed, Pei Luoqing affirmed, the traitors are the 3 largest sects of the southern frontier, the Wind and Snow Sword Manor, the Heavenly Blade Cliff, and the Star and Moon Palace. Li Yuan was astonished. What motives do they have for colluding with demons? These 3 factions, ostensibly the most powerful in the southern frontier, had long been suppressed by the 9-Palace Gu Nest. Perhaps they seek to seize this opportunity to challenge the 9-Palace Gu Nest's authority. Or perhaps the demons have offered them sufficiently tempting conditions, prompting them to gamble their very existence. Yet, they seem to have forgotten. The 9-Palace Gu Nest harbors a vengeful spirit. From the moment the truth is revealed, there shall be no rest until vengeance is exacted. Pei Luoqing spoke with a grave tone. Li Yuanming understood. So it seems the 9-Palaces Gu Nest is preparing to embark on a vengeful campaign? Indeed. Pei Luoqing nodded, stating that the 9 palaces had issued orders to eliminate all members of the 3 major sects and to obliterate all their enterprises. They would not cease until the 3 sects were utterly annihilated, leaving not even a single intact worm in their wake. If they chose to act, it would be an extermination of entire families. Why did you provoke them? Li Yuan also recognized that, given the implications for the entire 9-Palaces Gu Nest, he could not remain uninvolved. Senior brother, what are your instructions? Pei Luoqing replied sternly. According to the ancestral teachings of the 9-Palaces Gu Nest, when disciples of the sect are maliciously slaughtered by external forces, both the 9th Palace and the 72 caves under its jurisdiction must partake in the quest for vengeance. From the palace lord to the disciples, none are exempt. This mission will be conducted via a lottery system. Those who draw the winning lot must participate in the action. If victorious upon their return, their monthly allowances will be doubled as a reward. Should they perish in battle, they may be recorded separately in the family lineage, ensuring that their descendants will forever be under the protection of the 9 palaces. Chapter 39. Drawing the life and death lots. Li Yuan, though an outsider, had acquainted himself with many customs of the Jiugong mountain range. The Jiugong Gu Nest traced its origins to a prominent family with the surname Qi. Generations of this clan had dwelled within caves, holding a profound reverence for the concept of bloodline kinship. In such an environment, the allure of the family tree was ineffable, rendering many incapable of resistance, even to the extent of taking pride in the sacrifices made for the clan. Thus, the Jiugong Gu Nest had endured for millennia, unwavering through the rise and fall of dynasties, steadfastly maintaining a formidable presence in the world. Li Yuan felt little emotional connection to this legacy. Yet he could envision the terrifying power and unwavering resolve of a united force in action. Pei Luoqing remarked with a smile, as we are both outsiders. It is customary that if there are not enough volunteers from a clan, we too must draw lots. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He was not devoid of compassion. Having received blessings from the 12 caves, he held a certain affection for this land. When the time came to act, he would not hesitate. The drawing will take place tomorrow at the Baisher Hall. Remember to bring Xiao Zhao, Pei Luoqing instructed. The following day, both Li Yuan and Wang Zhao rose early. This marked Li Yuan's second departure from the remnant Gu Tower in the Bamboo Grove. The first was for old Wang, and this time it was for his fallen comrades who had met a tragic fate at the hands of demons and traitors. Upon reaching the mountain where the Baisher Hall was located, they found the area outside teeming with people. Li Yuan stood quietly in line among the crowd. Few in the 12 caves recognized him. Only a handful of disciples who frequently visited the remnant Gu Tower were aware of his presence. Before long, Pei Luoqing appeared, personally overseeing the drawing ceremony. Esteemed disciples of the 12 caves, I express my gratitude for your presence at Baisher Hall to honor our departed brothers and sisters. Pei Luoqing, with his arm wrapped in white mourning cloth, bowed deeply. Today's drawing will consist of two types: the life lots, which remain within the sect, and the death lots, which require leaving the sect to avenge our fallen comrades and bring back their spirits. He continued now. I invite the leaders and stewards of each hall to step forward for the drawing to commence. The first to draw was the Battleguard Hall, as the primary combat hall of the 12 caves, naturally leading the way. The atmosphere grew tense as the Hall's leader reached into the wooden box and withdrew a slip of paper, handing it to Pei Luoqing. Chi Huan, Death Lot, Pei Luoqing announced. Ha ha ha, it seems I cannot escape this fate. Chi Huan laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned by the outcome. Subsequently, the three Vice Hall masters approached in turn. Two drew death lots, while one drew a life lot, visibly relieved. After half an hour, all 300 members of the Battleguard Hall had completed their drawings, resulting in 100 death lots and 200 life lots. The members of the Battleguard Hall, having finished drawing, moved to the back where some greeted Li Yuan. Li Yuan, it has been a long time. Li Yuan turned to see who it was and recognized Qi Lin. Indeed, it has been a while. When he first arrived at Jiugong Mountain, it was Qi Lin who had guided him through the Gu Master examination. Once perceived as mysterious and powerful, Qi Lin now appeared rather ordinary. I have drawn the death sign. I wonder how your fortune will fare, Qi Lin remarked casually. I can manage, Li Yuan replied indifferently. Are you still working at the Cursed Gu Tower? Qi Lin inquired again. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Qi Lin chuckled. You seem quite adept at enduring solitude. Your vitality appears robust, and you haven't replaced your life Gu, have you? You should have already ascended to the realm of a third transformation Gu Master, right? The vitality Gu is indeed quite beneficial. Li Yuan smiled in agreement, suddenly struck by a sense of poignant nostalgia. After a brief conversation, Qi Lin departed with the Battleguard Hall, and Li Yuan wished him good fortune at their parting. The drawing ceremony continued, with each hall completing their draws, resulting in approximately 70% life signs and 30% death signs. Next up was the Cursed Gu Tower. After a long wait, it was finally Li Yuan's turn. In stark contrast to the other halls, the Cursed Gu Tower had only Li Yuan and Wang Zhao, which felt rather meager. Li Yuan reached into the wooden box, casually feeling around and retrieving a slip of paper. Wang Zhao waited behind him, her nerves palpable. Pei Luoqing announced, Li Yuan, life sign. After declaring this, the 100 Affairs Hall Master made a mark on the roster of 12 caves, drawing a check. Next was Wang Zhao. Her heart raced as she nervously trembled, pulling a slip of paper from the box and handing it to Pei Luoqing. Wang Zhao, death sign. A death sign? Wang Zhao murmured, not out of fear of death, but because a death sign meant a long separation from Brother Yuan. A sense of melancholy inevitably washed over her. After all, since entering the mountains, she had never left the small bamboo grove, never spent a night elsewhere, always by Brother Yuan's side. The sudden prospect of parting today filled her with reluctance and an indescribable heaviness. "It's all right, Xiao Zhao." Li Yuan gently patted the girl's back, reassuring her that the tasks assigned by the outer sect S-72 caves were not particularly complex. Their opponents were merely the enterprises and affiliated forces of the three major sects scattered across the land. "And with your capabilities, you'll be just fine." "Yes." Wang Zhaozhao nodded. "I will return soon. If Brother Yuan finds it uncomfortable to wash clothes and cook, he can hire a clever young lady to assist in the small bamboo grove." Throughout the long years, she had always stayed by Brother Yuan's side. How could she not be aware of his charm? Every sister who came to deliver cursed Gu cast him furtive glances, yet Brother Yuan, engrossed in the art of Gu, remained oblivious. What if she left? Would someone truly take her place? Accompanying Brother Yuan, sharing the seasons together? The thought saddened her. Li Yuan noticed the subtle worries in her demeanor. Her heartfelt grievances were nearly spilling over. TSK, and she still dares to suggest he invite another young lady to the mountain? "I am quite sentimental," Li Yuan chuckled. "The food prepared by others seldom suits my palate. It would feel quite awkward with unfamiliar faces. Please return soon." All right. Wang Zhaozhao's heart blossomed with joy, unaccustomed to hearing such warm words from Li Yuan. There is one more matter. After some contemplation, Li Yuan resolved to prepare some self-defense measures for Wang Zhaozhao. While she possessed considerable strength, her lack of practical experience could easily lead to mishaps. "Xiao Zhao, tonight I shall present you with a gift." "What gift, you may wonder?" Wang Zhaozhao's mind wandered in anticipation. "It is a secret. What else could Li Yuan possibly offer but the enchanting Gu worms?" As the drawing ceremony concluded, dusk had already fallen. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan immediately immersed himself in the remnants of the Gu Tower, diligently working to tame some extraordinary Gu worms for Wang Zhaozhao. In her chamber, Wang Zhaozhao sat before the mirror, gently unveiling the black satin that had shrouded her eyes and cautiously retrieved the wooden box hidden within the cabinet. The contents of the box were not extraordinary. Rather, they were the cosmetics that every woman would employ. At this moment, her sole desire was to present her finest self to receive the gift from her beloved Brother Yuan. Chapter 40. Who am I? As night fell, Li Yuan emerged from the remnants of the Gu building after several hours of labor. The Zhuya insect gathered the moonlight, casting a gentle, luminous glow upon the small bamboo grove by the bedroom, resembling a grand lantern. Beneath this soft illumination lay a table adorned with exquisite dishes and fine wines, accompanied by a demure young lady, her head bowed modestly, akin to a shy flower poised to bloom. In this splendid moment, amidst the enchanting scenery and the beauty under the moonlight, Li Yuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Did this young lady perhaps misinterpret the situation? "Xiao Zhao, when did you acquire this attire? I have never seen you wear it before." Throughout the long years, both Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao had donned the unremarkable uniform of the 12 caves, frequently exchanging them for clean garments. Li Yuan seldom paid heed to such superficialities. Yet today, upon a cursory glance, he was struck by the realization that the girl had transformed significantly. Xiao Zhao was no longer the Na'vi maiden who had first ascended the mountain 4 years prior. With her features having matured, she had become strikingly beautiful. As their living conditions improved, her physique blossomed. She was no longer pale and emaciated, but rather full and fair, with a demeanor that had undergone a remarkable transformation. The only flaw lay in her eyes, which could only open wide in the throes of battle, slightly diminishing her vivacity. "Brother Yuan." Wang Zhaozhao sensed Li Yuan's gaze upon her, her shyness intensifying. "I have had this dress for quite some time. I simply lack the opportunity to wear it." "It is quite beautiful," Li Yuan complimented. "Really?" Wang Zhaozhao's delight was palpable. "Does Brother Yuan like it?" Who could resist such a lovely sister? Li Yuan replied with a smile, producing 3 jade vials from his robe and placing them in her hands. "With the task ahead, these are 3 types of Gu insects I have crafted for you. They will only respond to your essence and serve your needs. The first vial contains 3 spring return Gu, each capable of healing your wounds and expelling toxins. The second vial holds 3 shadowless sword-like Gu, which, if deployed at the right moment, can fell any warrior below the 6th rank in a single strike. The 3rd vial contains the Flying Wing Goo and the Golden Garment Goo, which will aid your escape in critical moments. As the vials settled into her hands, the young lady's heart fluttered with a mix of emotions. An indescribable fervor surged within her, causing her heart to ache. Tears streamed down her face as she suddenly embraced Li Yuan. Brother Yuan, thank you. Though these gifts were not what Wang Zhao had desired, they were a testament to the care and affection from the one she admired. What more could she wish for? Thank you for what? Li Yuan gesta. When I first came to the mountain, I was utterly destitute, without even a coffin or tombstone for my grandfather. Old Wang unhesitatingly provided the funds for the coffin. At that time, I did not show any hesitation in accepting it. When you venture outside, be resolute and a bit brazen. Honest individuals are often taken advantage of. Wang Zhao nodded earnestly, committing Brother Yuan's words to memory. That is well, Li Yuan said, assisting the young lady to a seat. We must not waste this fine feast after tonight. It may be 2 or 3 months before I can enjoy your cooking again. The following morning, after bowing 3 times at the grave of old Wang on the back mountain, Wang Zhao tearfully bid farewell to Li Yuan and embarked on a journey beyond the Jiugong mountain range. Those who had sought refuge from the ravages of war were once again compelled to depart due to the conflict. This profound realization struck Li Yuan, revealing that in a tumultuous world, there exists no eternal sanctuary. The only unwavering path lies in the relentless pursuit of self-improvement. Half a month later, Qi Xian, the master of the Baishir Hall, hurried up the mountain to present a list to Li Yuan. This document contained the names of disciples who had perished during missions outside the 12 caves. A wave of emotion surged within Li Yuan as he grasped the weight of the list. Over the past few weeks, he had grown unaccustomed to the absence of a companion who shared meals with him, tended to his laundry, and alleviated his loneliness, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. As he opened the roster and scrutinized the names, he released a long-held breath of relief upon noticing that Xiao Zhao's name was absent. However, another familiar name caught his eye: Qi Lin, the individual who had once introduced him to the mountains and guided him through the Goom Master examination, had fallen during a mission to eradicate a faction of the Fengshui sword manor. While not sorrowful, he felt a pang of sentimentality. Another half-month passed, and the second list of the deceased arrived. Once again, Xiao Zhao's name was not among them, much to Li Yuan's delight. If all went as expected, the techniques he had imparted to Xiao Zhao would suffice to handle any tasks assigned to outer disciples. On that day, a distinguished guest graced the little bamboo grove. A substantial number of demonic corpses, over 100 in total, were transported to the grove. Li Yuan, the blood gas you cultivated is remarkably effective. The prince has agreed to collaborate with you. Here are 120 demonic corpses in exchange for 600 blood gas goo. Is this acceptable? Li Yuan personally led the escort of demonic corpses to negotiate with Li Yuan. Absolutely. Li Yuan readily acquiesced. With just 1 demonic corpse and a few inconsequential bloodworms, he could produce a significant quantity of blood gas goo, rendering the remainder pure profit. To him, aside from the investment of time, it was a transaction devoid of cost. You're not bargaining? Li Yuan inquired, surprised that producing such high-quality blood gas goo would be challenging. Li Yuan realized he had miscalculated. It turned out that the Kanglin Prince's residents felt they had struck a remarkable deal. Had he known earlier, he would have negotiated a better price. The Kanglin army fights against the demons to protect the southern borders, and I too benefit from this. If the prince has set this price, then let it be so, Li Yuan stated with solemnity. Such resolve. Li Yuan rarely displayed a smile, yet when she did, a gentle dimple appeared, adding a touch of femininity to her otherwise spirited countenance. In the future, I will ensure that the logistics team of the Kanglin army selects high-quality, well-preserved demonic corpses specifically for you. Thank you, Miss Li, Li Yuan expressed with a fist salute. There is no need for gratitude. This is merely business. If you treat us with sincerity, the Kanglin Prince's residents will not shortchange you, Li Yuan replied. Oh, right. Li Yuan felt a bit embarrassed by the exchange. Prepare yourself, she continued. Recent conflicts have intensified, and the situation is escalating. We anticipate a considerable influx of demonic corpses, and we hope you can continuously supply us with blood gas goo. Has the situation escalated again? Li Yuan kirat astunisha. What has transpired? It is due to one individual. Li Yuan's expression grew grave. Who? Li Yuan asked, intrigued. The world is rife with turmoil. The lords of demons, various monarchs, and martial artists from the rivers and lakes are all involved, yet none dare to claim supremacy. Who possesses such immense influence? Merely one person capable of inciting an escalation in hostilities? It is none other than the last surviving direct descendant of the Yuan royal lineage, a figure steeped in legend. His bloodline serves as the key to unlocking the treasures of the martial god. It is the stabilizing force amidst the chaos of the realm. Everyone desires to possess him, Li Yuan stated solemnly. Does the Yuan royal family truly have a direct descendant still alive? Li Yuan felt a stirring within. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This individual is the young prince born to concubine and during the royal family's grave crisis over 20 years ago. Li Yuan? Not the young prince born to concubine in whom all the heroes pursue. Then who am I? Chapter 41. The true Queen's Li Yuan found himself unexpectedly embroiled in the unfolding drama. The little prince spoken of by Li Yuan was evidently not he. Was there truly a counterfeit little prince? Li Yuan pondered deeply. A sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled that over 2 decades ago, his mother, the esteemed concubine, had entrusted the imperial physician with his safety, urging him to smuggle him out of the palace to evade the royal blood disaster. In a selfless act, the physician had stripped away Li Yuan's own bloodline and offered it to his own grandson, allowing the latter to take his place and face death in his stead. Thus, from the outside world's perspective, the physician's grandson was the genuine little prince. Yet now, he was the sole bearer of the truth. Could it be that the physician's grandson had not perished, but rather had been rescued? He turned to Li Yuan and calmly inquired, Miss Li, did you not say that the bloodline of the Yuan royal family had been entirely extinguished? The sudden emergence of a little prince, could it be a mere fabrication? More likely than not, it is authentic, Li Yuan replied. The various factions are not fools. They would not engage in a bloody conflict over a false prince without substantial evidence. It is rumored that during the blood disaster, the Night Owl's men arrived too late, but managed to rescue the little prince at a critical juncture. However, those same Night Owl Guard were pursued by demons and ultimately met their demise, while the little prince was concealed, his whereabouts unknown. In the aftermath of the blood disaster, the lords of the demons boasted that they had eradicated the Yuan royal bloodline, a claim that even the Night Owl King believed to be true. It was only recently, after the Night Owl King slayed a demon lord and accessed its memories, that he discovered the little prince might still be alive. Li Yuan inhaled deeply. If this were the case, could it be that the physician's grandson still drew breath? He recalled the jade pendant left to him by the physician on his deathbed, the aged, hoarse voice echoing in his ears. Yuaner, remember, you are not my grandson. Your true identity is that of the Yuan prince. Your mother is the lady of the North Ice Plains, concubine from 16 years past. You must survive. Within this pendant lies a drop of the blood of the founding emperor, which, when combined with potent elixirs, holds the promise of reviving your divine martial roots. Yuaner, you must vanquish the demons, restore Yin, and avenge your mother. Since joining the 12 Caves, Li Yuan had immersed himself in the art of Gu, never contemplating the opening of the pendant or the refining of the ancestral blood. He wondered, after exchanging blood with the physician's grandson, would his bloodline still possess value? Could the physician's grandson, who had been forced to accept the royal bloodline, unlock the treasures of the divine martial arts? The situation had grown increasingly convoluted, compelling Li Yuan to consider many questions he had never before entertained. The inheritance of royal bloodlines was a complex matter. Not all descendants of the founding emperor were deemed to belong to the direct royal lineage. Only those children born after an emperor ascended the throne and underwent the baptism of ancestral blood were considered true heirs, possessing the power to unlock the treasures of the divine martial arts. Thus, offspring born prior to an emperor's reign, as well as those of other princes, were ineligible to inherit the legitimate royal line. It seems that a careful plan must be devised. The esteemed physician saved his life, and even the physician's own grandson is considered a benefactor, entangled in matters of blood feud, leaving Li Yuan with no choice but to intervene. Time is of the essence, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. The voice of Li Yuan pulled Li Yuan from his reverie. We shall depart, and I hope that upon our return, we will acquire the promised 600 blood qi insects. Take care, Miss Li. Watching Li Yuan's figure recede into the distance. Amidst the corpses of demons scattered across the ground, Li Yuan took a deep breath. At this moment, I can change nothing. Amidst the myriad princes and demon lords, daring to intervene would lead to certain demise. I must remain composed. I possess the sole means to turn the tide, requiring time to mature. I cannot recklessly court death. Once calm, Li Yuan began to address the demon corpses. The bodies delivered by the Kanglan army were mostly of the 3rd rank and below, with only 6 4th-rank corpses and 2 5th-rank ones. The most valuable among them was the remains of a 6th-rank demon, its heart excised. After commanding the Ant Legion to categorize and arrange the demon corpses, Li Yuan turned his attention to the most precious 6th-rank remains. His little Kai and 5th sister emerged. Would you like to eat? Yuanyin kidat. The 3-colored ethereal fire python and the silk-spinning queen bug possess immense evolutionary potential and require constant nourishment from heavenly treasures to facilitate their metamorphosis. Choose for yourselves. In his dealings with little Kai and 5th sister, Li Yuan was never stingy, permitting the 2 little creatures to indulge in a buffet. Hiss with Li Yuan's consent. Little Kai and 5th sister leaped down from his shoulders and landed on the demon corpses, selecting their desired parts. Little Kai opted for the demon's gallbladder, while 5th sister skillfully extracted the demon's brain matter using her silk threads. All right, go eat over there. I will begin refining the insects. Li Yuan smilat. Little Kai shook her head, carrying the demon's gallbladder to an adjacent clearing, then opened her mouth to unleash crimson flames. The gallbladder hissed as it burned, the bile boiling within. What is this? Li Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Once the scarlet flames subsided, the outer layer of the gallbladder vanished, and the bile condensed into a thumb-sized, resplendent golden stone. Gallstones? A term sprang to Li Yuan's mind. Clearly, this was not merely gallstones. It was likely a treasure of considerable worth. Little Kai, clutching the golden stone, hopped back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, twirling in circles as if to boast or perhaps to provoke 5th sister. Li Yuan picked up the stone, examining it closely. He could sense the powerful energy contained within, evoking memories of a term he had encountered in a previous life novel. Its name, Golden Core. Cultivators refine the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth, condensing a golden core within their dantian. Perhaps demons possess a similar cultivation method? How should it be utilized? Should it be used for synthesis? Li Yuan attempted to stimulate the golden stone with his bug path mystical energy, but to no avail. At that moment, he noticed 5th sister placing the previously extracted brain matter back into the demon's skull, her 8 spider legs deftly maneuvering the silk threads with remarkable speed, akin to conducting a precise surgical operation. 5th sister first stitched together the demon's brain with silk threads, then crafted a bionic heart using the same delicate material, and finally mended the demon's corpse to perfection. Indeed, the Spider Queen's goo is an all-encompassing type of goo worm. Due to 5 sisters' excessive attachment, Li Yuan nearly overlooked the true characteristics of the Spider Queen's goo, for its silk is capable of mimicking any life trait. Boom! The demon, once restored, stood upright. This was a black bear demon, towering over 2 zhang in height, resembling a small mountain when standing, its eyes glowing like burning copper furnaces, filled with vitality. At first glance, it appeared entirely lifelike, not a corpse at all. Under Li Yuan's gaze, the black bear demon slowly knelt down, prostrating in homage, emitting a deep, thunderous sound from its abdomen. The black bear pays homage to its master. Chapter 42. The sweet yet fearsome 5th sister. Could it be played this way? A novel idea unfurled in Li Yuan's mind. The true essence of the Spider Queen's goo seemed to begin revealing itself at this very moment. His little Kai flicked her tongue, feeling a sense of inferiority. The fifth sister swiftly clambered back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, even using silk to draw a playful nana-nana gesture towards little Kai. Li Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. Where had they learned such antics? Enough of the bickering. Fortunately, neither little Kai nor the fifth sister had overly complex thoughts, and their occasional bouts of jealousy did not disrupt the overall situation. Otherwise, Li Yuan would truly be at his wit's end. Fifth sister, how many of these demon corpses can you control? What is the extent of your range? After expelling a copious amount of silk to mend the black bear demon, the fifth sister appeared considerably weakened, undoubtedly limiting her control. Chirp chirp. Li Yuan somewhat grasped the situation. The fifth sister could control at most 2 demon corpses that were 1 rank higher than herself, while she could command 10 corpses of the same rank. As for those of a lower rank, hundreds or even thousands would pose no issue. With the fifth sister by my side, could I not form an army single-handedly? She could serve as a sweet companion or reign as the queen of a demon legion. His little Kai, feeling competitive, protested. Kiet, Li Yuan Kunsulat. Both you and the fifth sister have your unique strengths. You are my most cherished life Gu. No sooner had he spoken than another strand of silk shot forth, binding the golden stone extracted from the black bear demon and pressing it into the demon's forehead. The black bear demon's aura surged as a result. Li Yuan's smile blossomed. Look, little Kai, your significance is now evident, is it not? In the future, your collaboration with the fifth sister will be sufficient to forge the most formidable demon army. Thus began their division of labor. Little Kai, your keen sense for treasures will be invaluable in extracting valuables from the demon corpses. Fifth sister, focus on controlling the more powerful demon corpses to create puppets. I shall continue refining Gu. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this time, the 100 Affairs Hall sent 2 more death lists, neither of which included Xiao Zhao's name. However, the duration of the mission was lasting longer than Li Yuan had anticipated, possibly extending for several more months. Li Yuan also received significant news. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest had officially announced a collaboration with the Kanglin King. This signified that the 9 Palaces Gu Nest would no longer remain reclusive, confronting demons head-on, thus leaving Li Yuan with diminishing time to develop in silence. Not long after, the Wind and Snow Sword Manor, the foremost force in the southern Jianghu, was breached. From the manor's master, a legendary sword saint, to the elderly, young, sick, and even pets within, none were spared. All properties under the Wind and Snow Sword Manor were liquidated. The orchestrators of this action were the leaders of the 3rd and 6th palaces of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. The following day, the Xinjiang Palace, another of the 3 major forces in the southern Jianghu, abandoned their stronghold and relocated to the impregnable territory of Tiandao Cliff. Shortly thereafter, the head of the 1st palace personally struck, slaying a demon lord, sending shockwaves through the major factions and officially announcing the 9 Palaces Gu Nest's emergence into the world. The relentless flow of news left Li Yuan contemplative. In times of chaos, even the leaders of powerful factions have fallen one after another. What significance do I hold in such a tumultuous world? The martial sage ranks as an 8th-tier master in the realm of martial arts, and similarly, the demon lord is revered as an 8th-tier demon. To witness such formidable beings succumb is indeed disheartening. It is no wonder that many covet the treasures of the martial god. Li Yuan once again grasped the allure of the martial god's treasures. Should formidable warriors obtain these treasures, not only could they aspire to become a martial god, but simply stepping into the 9th tier and achieving the status of a martial emperor would place them in an invincible position. I wonder if the master of the 1st palace has entered the 9th transformation realm? In the realm of martial arts, the Night Owl King is likely at the pinnacle of the current era, although the demons appear to lack a common master. Those who could once trap the Night Owl King and subsequently decimate the imperial family must possess 9th-tier demons. The paths of Gu, martial arts, and demons each have their zeniths. Li Yuan gazed up from the foot of the mountain, realizing that according to the adage of walking 100 miles only to have traveled 90, he had merely taken his first steps. 3 months elapsed. Li Yuan received news from the 100 Affairs Hall, stating that the campaign against the Heavenly Blade Cliff and the Star Moon Palace had concluded, and the tasks of the outer 72 caves had come to an end. The inner disciples of the 9 palaces would soon launch a full-scale assault on the Heavenly Blade Cliff and the Star Moon Palace. It seems that Xiao Zhao will be returning shortly. During this period, Li Yuan had forged his own army of demon corpses, led by 2 6th-tier demons, 10 5th-tier demons, and 300 4th-tier demons, a truly extravagant assembly. Li Yuan personally tested the combat capabilities of his corpse army. The fighting potential of the corpses was roughly 70% that of their original forms. They were not particularly agile, lacked adaptability, and acted on instinct, but they were impervious to pain and unafraid of death. However, the sheer number of demon corpses made the small bamboo grove feel constricted. Li Yuan pondered whether to petition senior brother Pei to expand the bamboo grove. After careful consideration, he resolved to wait until the returning disciples completed their tasks before making the request, lest he appear overly unfeeling. As Li Yuan anticipated, 3 days later he received another report from the 100 Affairs Hall. The 12 disciples who had ventured out for battle were set to return the following day, and all hall masters and managers were requested to descend the mountain to welcome the returning disciples and to honor the fallen with a proper burial. Junior brother, I have held the position of cave master for quite some time now, and aside from the last time we drew the life and death lot, I have not seen you leave the bamboo grove. You truly possess an incredible tolerance for solitude. I thought that with Xiao Zhao absent these past few months, you would seek some amusement outside, but it seems I have underestimated you. On the way down the mountain, Pei Luo Qing teased Li Yuan. With Xiao Zhao gone, you have the company of insects, do you not? Initially, Li Yuan found it challenging to adjust, especially during the first few days after Xiao Zhao's departure, when he felt a profound emptiness. However, he eventually acclimated. Ah, Pei Luo Qing laughed. Junior brother, your words remind me of the master of the 7th palace. Why is that? He, like you, spends his days surrounded by insects, living a solitary life. Yet one day, he accomplished a feat that shook the heavens and moved the spirits. What was it? He wed his soul insect. My goodness, how shocking. Li Yuan was astounded. Such occurrences were indeed unheard of. Pei Luoqing laughed heartily, remarking that if it weren't for the presence of Xiao Zhao by your side, I would genuinely fear that you might one day engage in such behavior yourself. Li Yuan, filled with curiosity, inquired about the life-bound insect of the 7th palace master. Is it a humanoid corpse insect? If so, that could be somewhat comprehensible. Pei Luoqing whispered, regrettably, his life-bound insect is a serpent. Li Yuan blinked in surprise, asking whether the master's surname is Su or Xiao. Ah, Pei Luoqing paused. Did you perhaps see it in the notes your teacher provided? Indeed. The surname of the 7th palace master is Su. Chapter 43. The past of the Kanglan princess Li Yuan had not encountered this in the notes of his mentor. Yu Hingchuan, the tale of the serpent, as spoken of by Su, was renowned in his previous life, deeply etched in the hearts of many. Elder brother, do you think it is possible that, after reaching a certain level of evolution, a life-giving gu could, under the influence of a gu master, take on human form? Li Yuan kidat. Hiss, Pei Luoqing squinted, casting a meaningful glance at Li Yuan. Junior brother, your thoughts are perilous. Do not misinterpret my words, Li Yuan teased. I am merely curious about the tale of the 7th palace master. In theory, it is indeed possible, Pei Luoqing chuckled. When the second gu immortal emerges in the Tianyuan continent, this theory may find validation. Li Yuan was left speechless. To hear your words is akin to receiving a profound lesson. As they engaged in casual conversation, the group arrived at the foot of the mountain. A distant glance revealed that not a single figure was in sight. It seemed they would have to wait for some time. Pei Luoqing sat down, then turned to his junior brother. By the way, have you heard about the Kanglan little princess? No, Li Yuan shook his head. Wasn't she sent to the 9th palace's inner sanctum to study gu arts? Has something gone awry? Indeed, something unexpected has occurred, Pei Luoqing replied. The Kanglan king was able to forge an alliance with the 9th palace's gu nest largely due to the efforts of that young princess. Such prowess in a little girl? Li Yuan mused. Xiao Qiner is merely a child of around 10 years, possessing some talent for gu arts. But she has yet to reach the age of refining her life gu. What impact could she possibly have on the 9th palace's gu nest? This is a story I've only recently come to learn. My senior sister informed me, Pei Luo-Qing remarked. It seems my unknown senior sister possesses extensive connections and is well-informed, Li Yuan noted, for he had yet to meet her. Indeed, Pei Luo-Qing smiled. My senior sister revealed to me some secrets from the past. It turns out that the previous saintess of the Ninth Palace was the Kanglin princess. Li Yuan was taken aback when he had heard the Kanglin king mention that Qinger's mother was a Gu master. He had speculated that the princess must have a deep connection with the Ninth Palace's Gu nest. He never anticipated that the Kanglin princess was the very saintess of the Ninth Palace. What does it mean to be a saintess? He pondered. Only those confirmed to inherit the position of palace master are granted such honor. It is said that the previous saintess was exceptionally talented, a Gu prodigy who had not appeared in a millennium. Yet she fell in love at first sight with the Kanglin king and pledged her life to him. During her time with the Kanglin king, she witnessed the suffering of the southern border's common folk and vowed to eradicate demons to save the people from peril. In pursuit of this, she petitioned the Ninth Palace's Gu nest to emerge, but to no avail, ultimately departing due to ideological differences. In retrospect, it appears the Kanglin princess was indeed correct. Had the Ninth Palace's Gu nest emerged sooner, perhaps the situation in the southern border would not have deteriorated to such an extent. It was only after suffering themselves that they began to raise their banners in protest. Pei Luo-Qing lamented. Li Yuan suddenly comprehended and asked, what does all this have to do with the little princess? Because the little princess recently inherited the Kanglin princess's life Gu, which is ranked third on the extraordinary Gu list, Pei Luo-Qing explained. The extraordinary Gu ranked third is the heart-questioning Gu? Li Yuan recalled. The conditions for refining the heart-questioning Gu are exceedingly stringent, regardless of one's cultivation level. The most crucial aspect is that the Gu master must conduct their life with an unblemished conscience. Perhaps it is precisely this principle that has forged the indomitable princess of Kanglin, a figure of passionate love and hatred, who bears a fierce enmity towards evil, bravely stands against adversity, and lives without regret. Indeed, Pei Luo-Qing's eyes glimmered with admiration, perhaps the moment the princess of Kanglin refined the heart-questioning Gu. Her fate was sealed. She would not allow her true self to be tarnished by anyone or anything. Li Yuan remarca solemnly. Does this imply that the young princess is now treading the path of the former saintess? If this were not the case, the Nine Palaces Gu nest would likely not relent so easily, and the collaboration with the Kanglin king may still be significantly delayed. Pei Luo-Qing sighed. Senior brother, I have another question. Li Yuan, puzzled, inquired why the heart-questioning Gu could persist indefinitely. Should it not have vanished alongside the princess of Kanglin? That remains a mystery. Pei Luo-Qing shook his head. The combat prowess granted by the heart-questioning Gu is rather mediocre, yet ranks third on the list of extraordinary Gus, perhaps due to its unique characteristics. Indeed, Li Yuan could recite the documented uses of extraordinary Gus from memory. The heart-questioning Gu's combat ability is unimpressive. Compared to other main combat Gus, and even some precious Gus, it pales in comparison. However, it possesses an exceptionally formidable and mystical application. The heart-questioning Gu enables the Gu master to achieve a state of clarity in their heart. At the moment of refinement, the Gu master can bypass the first 3 stages of the heart resonance technique and reach the level of resonating with the heart. It also bestows upon the Gu master an extraordinary mental acuity. Due to this clarity and exceptional mental state, communication between the Gu master and other Gu becomes remarkably effortless, and their ascension in rank accelerates significantly, allowing them to command numerous subordinate Gus in battle. Consequently, the bearer of the heart-questioning Gu is hailed as the most promising candidate to step into the realm of Gu immortals. Junior brother, do not dwell on this, Pei Luo-Qing chuckled. For individuals like us, even if we refined the heart-questioning Gu, we would only be consumed by its backlash. Such an opportunity is beyond the grasp of the ordinary. Ha. Li Yuan laughed heartily. He could not deny his inability to act with an untainted conscience, yet if a chance were to arise, he would seize it without hesitation and refine it instantly, for he would be immune to its backlash. After conversing for quite some time, the sky had grown late. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the shadows lengthened, yet the disciples of the 12 caves had yet to return. Could something have happened? Pei Luoqing furrowed his brow. He promptly instructed the patrolling disciples to investigate further afield. Shortly thereafter, a returning scout hurriedly reported, his expression fraught with alarm. Cave Master, a grave situation has arisen. The nearby roads have been blocked. Did you discern which faction is responsible? Pei Luoqing inquired. It appears to be the army of the King of Ghosts. The scout replied. The King of Ghosts? Pei Luoqing narrowed his eyes. That old wretch had indeed taken action. She had suspected he would not remain passive while the Kanglin king collaborated with the Nine Palaces Gu Nest. Li Yuan was somewhat informed about the situation in the southern frontier. Years prior, he had heard of the ongoing struggle between the Kanglin king and the King of Ghosts for control over the southern frontier, marked by continuous friction. Was it now poised to erupt into open conflict? Pei Luo spoke coldly, suggesting that the collusion between the three major factions of the southern border and the demons might have been orchestrated by King Yu. What should we do now? Li Yuan kidat. We must hold our ground until reinforcements arrive, Pei Luo replied. Recently, both the Nine Palaces Gu Nest and the Kanglin army had focused their efforts on the battlefield against the demons and the three factions, unaware that King Yu's forces would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Most of the entrances outside the Nine Palaces mountain range were jointly guarded by the Kanglin army and the inner sect of the Ninth Palace, making it impossible for King Yu's main forces to infiltrate. It seemed that only a portion of his soldiers had stealthily entered through certain gaps. We can hold our position. Pei Luo, as the cave leader, displayed clarity of mind and immediately commanded all members of the 12 caves to heed his orders and return to the mountain, ensuring a steadfast defense. Li Yuan remained silent, following the group back to the mountain. It appeared that the time had come for the demon corpse army to be put to use. Chapter 44. The lone battle against the minor master upon returning to the small bamboo forest. Li Yuan immediately rallied all his Gu insects to establish an intricate web of defense. With my current strength, I possess the ability to contend against 6th-grade martial artists. 7th-grade warriors are not as abundant as cabbages, as I find myself in a passive position with insufficient intelligence. I remain unaware of the true strength of the ambushing force sent by King Yu, and can only respond to their advances as they come. Should I find it impossible to hold my ground, I can utilize the camouflage abilities of the slug's illusionary robe to make my escape. Sizzle Chirp, even Fifth Sister, and Shao Kai adopted serious expressions. Fifth Sister commanded the army of demon corpses to lie in ambush, either underground or in the trees. Li Yuan concealed the presence of the corpses using the sealing goo, while he himself took advantage of the slug's illusionary robe's power to hide in the shadows. The suddenness of King Yu's assault left me with little time to prepare. Boom! 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 Shortly thereafter, the deep tolling of bells resonated across the 12 mountains. I cannot help but worry about Xiao Zhao. I fear she may encounter King Yu's forces. Should she come across a 6th-grade martial artist, her life could be at stake. I can only pray, for my own safety is paramount, and I am presently unable to venture outside the mountain in search of her. At that moment, a speaking sparrow arrived, delivering a message. Li Yuan, the cave master, has decided to abandon the various mountain halls. Should the outer defenses fall, all disciples will retreat to the main peak. You are now requested to return to the main peak for protection. As these words were uttered, Li Yuan immediately sensed a shift in intelligence. The pressure exerted by King Yu's forces had compelled Senior Brother Pei to abandon the mountain strongholds. Tell the cave master that I must hold the ruined Gu Tower. Li Yuan could not leave. His base was here, and if he could not defend it, the main peak would likely fall as well, yielding the same disastrous result. Understood. The sparrow, executing its orders without hesitation, departed. Half an hour later, tumultuous sounds erupted from the two outer defenses of the mountain, signaling the commencement of battle. Through the illumination of the moonlight bug, Li Yuan beheld the scene at the mountain gate. Simultaneously, he dispatched a swarm of killer bees, sword goo, and mesmerizing insects to launch a surprise attack on King Yu's forces. However, the enemy proved too formidable. A group of martial artists exuded an overwhelming spirit, and the ordinary goo insects were obliterated before they could even approach. Each of these warriors was a seasoned veteran, rigorously trained. and utterly incomparable to the forces led by the 12 Caves battle guard. The defenses crumbled within mere moments. Yet Li Yuan managed to glean critical intelligence amidst the chaos. The situation was dire. The strongest among King Yu's ranks was perilously close to the 7th grade realm, possibly even on the brink of crossing into the domain of the Grandmaster. Accompanying him were 3 6th grade minor masters. This was a truly elite force, explaining their ability to circumvent the defenses of the Kanglan army and penetrate this location. Kill! The battle was imminent, the cries of conflict reverberating from the main peak. Li Yuan again glimpsed senior brother Pei Luo Qing's life gu, a colossal entity enveloped in white mist, resembling a gigantic infant. The ginseng infant gu. He longed to admire such a wondrous plant gu up close, yet reality forbade it. A small squad from King Yu's army was advancing towards the small bamboo forest. I shall do my utmost to draw the enemy's fire away from my senior brother. The principle of mutual dependence between lips and teeth lingered in Li Yuan's mind. Should the peak be breached, he would be forced to abandon the small bamboo grove and flee like a lost dog. The hunt commenced. With a mere thought, Li Yuan unleashed the ambush lying in wait along the mountain path. The first to emerge were the self-destructive 5 poisons gu, exploding in droves, compelling the ascending soldiers to shield their noses and cover their eyes. What on earth? How could so many poisonous insects detonate at once? There must be a multitude of gu masters hidden within this mountain. Quickly summon Lord Baihu. The soldiers swiftly realized something was amiss, but it was too late. With his current capabilities, slaughtering a squad of soldiers lacking a 6th grade warrior leader was akin to butchering chickens and ducks. The insignificant little pests were insufficient to attract the attention of even 1 or 2 6th grade warriors. Only then could they truly alleviate some pressure from the main peak. With the total number of subordinate gu I laid out in the small bamboo grove, combined with the Corpse Puppet Legion, even if 1,000 men came without 6th grade or higher warriors leading them, I could eliminate them all. This was Li Yuan's confidence and the reason he was unwilling to forsake the small bamboo grove. Leaving would mean abandoning many gu that he could not transport all at once, akin to severing an arm. Before long, another small team arrived at the foot of the small bamboo grove, including 2 6th grade warriors. This illustrated the dire situation at the main peak. It exerted little pressure on the Yu Wang army, allowing for the immediate dispatch of 2 6th grade minor masters. This would mark my first direct confrontation with a martial arts minor master, Li Yuan mused, feeling a twinge of anxiety. In the presence of adversaries who have comprehended the essence of mastery, the ambush from lower-tier subordinate gu appeared feeble and ineffectual, likely to fail. All he could do was stall the other soldiers. The 2 6th grade minor masters joined forces, advancing with unstoppable momentum, their murderous intent palpable, effortlessly ascending the small bamboo grove. As expected, Li Yuan felt little surprise. After all, he was merely a 5th transformation gu master, with limited power from subordinate gu, to confront 6th grade minor masters. He would need to rely on his innate gu. The innate gu was the true embodiment of a gu master's formidable strength. Concealed in the shadows, the slug illusion robe enveloped him in a swirling mist, rendering even the 6th grade minor masters oblivious to his presence. What is happening? The 2 6th grade minor masters, ascending the mountain, were bewildered, scanning their surroundings. They noted the absence of any figures upon the mountain, yet the path was teeming with gu. Even 5th grade warriors had been ambushed and slain. Be cautious, Chue. The 2 minor masters positioned themselves back to back, adopting a defensive stance. These gu masters are mere tricksters. One direct encounter will shatter them. The minor master known as the Chue scoffed. Old Qin. Cover me while I use my sound wave technique to break their illusion. Understood. Lao Qin, whose real name was Qin Shu, had encountered countless battles, yet seldom faced such peculiarities. He dared not underestimate his opponent, even feeling a tinge of fear. How could so many gu masters conceal their presence? Eluding his detection? Judging by the sheer number of gu at the mountain's base, it was reasonable to conclude that at least 100 gu masters were concealed here. Why, then, were there no visible figures upon the ascent? Lion's roar hammer. In contrast to Che, Ding Taizhan was much more robust, wielding a pair of hammers weighing several thousand pounds. He leaped high into the air and crashed down with tremendous force. Bang! Invisible waves of air stirred the dust and swept up fallen leaves, creating ripples upon the ground. At that moment, a colossal black bear demon descended from the sky, raising a paw to deliver a fierce strike upon Ding Tieshan's head. Just as Qin Shu intended to assist, he was repelled by a large stone. The assailant was a simian demon. Black Bear Commander, Brother Ape, Ding Taizhan exclaimed in astonishment. Had they not been slain by the Kanglan army? How could they possibly appear here? It was likely they had been transformed into corpse puppets. Qin Shu's expression darkened like the depths of water. Our intelligence has proven gravely flawed. There is indeed more than 1/6 transformation goo master among the 12 caves. Prepare to fight with all we have. Chapter 45. The corpse puppet Legion Li Yuan seemed to have stumbled upon a momentous secret. The Black Bear Commander? Brother Ape? It appears that the true puppet master orchestrating the chaos is none other than King Yu, while the 3 major sects have merely been cast as scapegoats. In their relentless quest for dominion over the southern wilderness, they will stop at nothing. Perhaps King Yu had long devised this scheme, first covertly uniting the 3 sects with the demons to butcher the disciples of the Outer Gate S72 caves, then framing King Kanglan to sever ties with the 9 Palaces Goo nest. If the blame cannot be placed, he may as well ally with the demons to retain competitiveness. Li Yuan felt that his conjecture was nearly infallible. Such a person as King Yu would undoubtedly be indifferent to the immediate outcome. History is written by the victors. Victory is all that matters. Why not join forces to expel the demons? Li Yuan found this perplexing. Or does King Yu believe that the turmoil wrought by the demons is irreparable, and that each should carve out their own territory to reign, with a union of humans and demons being the inevitable trend? Chirp Chirp Fifth Sister sensed the fury within Li Yuan. The attacks from the Black Bear Demon and the Ape Demon grew increasingly fierce, temporarily suppressing the 2 junior masters, Qin Shu and Ding Taizhan, who had occupied the advantageous position. Li Yuan understood that this was merely a fleeting advantage. Once the enemy became accustomed to the attack patterns of the demon puppets, the threat they posed would significantly diminish. To achieve a kill, it ultimately depended on him. He had but one opportunity for a surprise attack. He must eliminate one of them first. His gaze fell upon the hulking brute. The dim-witted giant's vigilance was evidently inferior to that of the other, making the chance of a successful strike greater. Concealed beneath the guise of the slug illusion robe, Li Yuan held his breath and focused, stealthily approaching, while the small colored disc on his shoulder, attuned to his intent, began to gather momentum. Simultaneously, Fifth Sister exerted her strength, manipulating the Black Bear Demon to intentionally reveal a flaw. Black Bear Commander, your corpse has been desecrated. Allow me to liberate you. Ding Tieshan's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity, wielding his dual hammers, the essence of a master gathering, roaring like dragons and tigers as they thundered down upon the Black Bear Demon-S form. Bang! He believed this strike would shatter the Black Bear Demon-S body into a bloody mess. To his astonishment, within the Black Bear Demon-S body lay a veritable web of white threads, which erupted at the moment of impact, ensnaring his hammers. A profound sense of crisis surged from his feet to the crown of his head, causing Ding Taizhan to tremble uncontrollably, his heart gripped by fear. From the shadows, 2 flames, one crimson and one emerald, spiraled and intertwined towards him. The sound of an explosive crack pierced the air. Ding Taizhan reacted swiftly, opening his mouth to unleash a series of air circles in an attempt to extinguish the flames, but it was a futile endeavor. The 2 colored flames landed upon his arm like a malignant growth, refusing to be quenched. The cries of agony reverberated throughout the bamboo grove. As the illusion robe unraveled, Li Yuan's assault followed in rapid succession. With the giant spirit goo empowering him, he launched a punch that erupted with ferocity, his muscles swelling, hair standing on end, the fiery essence of his vitality enveloping his entire being, causing his garments to shred at the seams. Puff! Without holding back, his fist surged forth like a torrent, piercing through Ding Tieshan's chest. Clang! The dual hammers crashed to the ground. In the fleeting moment from the instant Li Yuan struck to the demise of Ding Taizhan, Qin Shu realized it was too late for intervention, especially with a six-tier corpse puppet ensnaring him. The hammer. Qin Shu's countenance turned ashen. It is your time. Li Yuan's gaze was icy. Qin Shu understood the grimness of a situation and could not help but smile bitterly. To think there are two sixth-tier Gu masters lying in wait here. Did you anticipate the actions of King Yu all along? 2. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, before comprehending. To his adversary, it seemed they presumed another Gu master controlling the corpse puppet lurked in the shadows. You guessed correctly. You shall still meet your end. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, instilling greater psychological pressure upon his opponent, rendering him hesitant, thus facilitating an easier kill. After exchanging blows for more than a dozen rounds, Qin Shu's body collapsed to the ground, his skull crushed beneath the foot of the ape demon. With a sigh of relief, Li Yuan finally relaxed. A six-tier minor master was indeed formidable. Had he not possessed the advantage of terrain and the element of surprise, it would have surely been a grueling battle today. At the main peak, Pei Luoqing was engaged in a fierce struggle, commanding the ginseng infant Gu against the forces of King Yu. The towering ginseng infant Gu, exceeding 10 zhang in height, incessantly absorbed the energies of the forest to replenish itself, effectively withstanding the onslaught of a half-step great master. It is tougher than a turtle's shell. Are Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu not back yet? Why is it taking them so long to clear out some inconsequential hills? The impatience of Zhao Ting, the 1,000 household commander of King Yu's army, grew as they failed to make headway. Ultimately, this was the periphery of the 9 palaces' Gu nest, and prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. They must be encountering formidable opponents, an underling suggested. Are you implying that the intelligence was erroneous? Shao Ting frowned. Even if there were another 6-tier Gu master, their combined strength should have sufficed. Could it be that a mere 12th cave harbored an army of thousands? Report. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, flustered. Commander Zhao, it is dire. Both Lord Qin and Lord Ding have perished in battle. How can this be? Zhao Ting's expression changed drastically. What transpired? We encountered obstacles while searching for a bamboo peak. A minor flag officer leading the ascent was besieged by a swarm of Gu insects. Upon receiving the distress signal, Lord Qin and Ding rushed to the small bamboo grove. Shortly thereafter, the fighting ceased, yet the 2 lords did not descend, and they are likely ambushed by the enemy. The soldier explained the sequence of events. The intelligence was indeed flawed. Zhao Ting's expression darkened ominously. The 12th cave surely concealed at least 2 6th-tier Gu masters, deliberately stalling their main forces to pick them off one by one. We have a traitor among us. The 9 palaces Gu nest was already aware of our intelligence and lured us into a trap. We must retreat immediately. Zhao Ting was struck with alarm. Unwilling to linger any longer, and ordered an immediate withdrawal. Pei Luoqing's eyes gleamed with determination, and he bellowed. The 12th cave is not a place you can enter and exit at will. He had surmised that this was the doing of Li Yuan. Oh, junior brother, just how deeply do you conceal your true self? 2 minor masters were so easily ambushed by you. The other Gu masters of the 12 caves were equally bewildered. Who, apart from a cave leader, possesses such formidable prowess to eliminate 2 minor masters so nonchalantly? Could it be that the inner sect of the 9 palaces had already devised a plan? Upon this realization, the morale of the 12 caves surged. Attack! Under the leadership of Pei Luoqing, the horn of counteroffensive sounded. The ginseng infant Gu, while lacking in offensive capabilities, excelled in defense and entanglement. The flora of heaven and earth at my command, the essence of the sun and moon, infused into my being, the vegetation of the mountains and forests transformed into a verdant torrent, continuously flowing into the ginseng infant Gu. The colossal ginseng infant took its position, effectively blocking the main path down the mountain, leaving only a narrow passageway. This was done to prevent the forces of the King of Ghosts from severing their resolve and mounting a desperate counterattack. Lu Baihu, lead the brothers in retreat. I shall hold the rear. Zhao Ting was compelled to intervene and obstruct Pei Luoqing. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, an old 6th had silently approached the foot of the main peak. Chapter 46. Retreating the enemy. Seeking Xiao Zhao, Li Yuan concealed himself within the shadows, guarding the descent from the mountain. The army of King Yu, consisting of 1,000 men, had dwindled to only a half-step grandmaster and a minor grandmaster, rendering the rest incapable of posing a threat to him. Naturally, Li Yuan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Regrettably, the newcomers were all humans and not demons. Otherwise, he would have truly struck gold. Before long, he observed a group descending the mountain, approximately 400 strong. His gaze fixated on Bai Hu, the remaining 6th-rank minor grandmaster amidst the throng. This individual was cunning, hiding in the center of the crowd, thus denying Li Yuan the chance for a surprise attack. He resolved to first disrupt their formation with his puppets. Li Yuan did not deploy all his puppets. Instead, he sent forth 2 6th-tier corpses, the black bear and the ape demon. 5th sister engage. With a thunderous roar, the sealing curse was lifted, and the 2 puppets burst forth from the ground. The black bear's massive claws swept through the crowd, instantly claiming the lives of 7 or 8 men. Meanwhile, the ape demon lunged directly at the lone remaining minor grandmaster. Commander Black Bear? Brother Ape? Lu Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. You have been transformed into puppets. As expected of a minor grandmaster, his discerning eyes quickly grasped the situation. It seems Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu have also perished at your hands. Autumn wind, Lu Baihu bellowed, wielding his blade as the essence of a grand master radiated from him, attempting to locate the hidden Gu master controlling the puppets. Yet he sensed nothing. Panic rose within him, an unsettling feeling as if unseen eyes were fixated upon him. Meanwhile, the other soldiers of King Yu were being decimated by the sweeping claws of the black bear and devoured by the countless Gu insects, their cries of despair echoing through the air. Hiding in the shadows is no skill. Come forth and speak. Lu Baihu shouted. No one responded. Li Yuan remained quietly concealed, observing the enemy's performance. Without absolute certainty, he would not reveal himself. What if he would be counterattacked? After all, he had often relied on feigning weakness to turn the tables on his adversaries. As a cunning scoundrel himself, he naturally anticipated even greater treachery from his opponents. As time passed, an increasing number of soldiers from King Yu fell to the black bear and the countless Gu insects, Lu Baihu's psychological defenses gradually crumbling. At long last, Li Yuan seized his opportunity. Whoosh, whoosh. The synergy between Shao Kai and Li Yuan was seamless, akin to a singular entity, launching their assault without a word. Thud! The crimson flames surged forth, an unstoppable force as a fiery fist pierced Lu Baihu's chest. You! Lu Baihu's eyes widened in fury. Commander Baihu is dead. Upon witnessing this, the remaining soldiers of King Yu abandoned their armor and fled in a frenzy. Leave no one alive, Li Yuan commanded. His Gu insects had already enveloped the area. None who had witnessed his prowess would escape. They were destined to perish here. Eventually, the forest fell silent. Li Yuan gazed up at the towering mountains, still refraining from ascending to the main peak. A half-step grandmaster was not easily slain, and he risked losing more than he gained. Moreover, the other party was unlikely to remain stationary for long. An hour later, Pei Luoqing arrived at the small bamboo grove. The others from the 12 caves believed that the 9th palace had made prior arrangements, which led to their victory. However, as the cave master, he understood that it was a genuine and deadly ambush. Without Li Yuan, the 12 caves would likely have been annihilated. Junior brother, you truly concealed your strength, he remarked, gazing at the minimally damaged bamboo grove, astonished by the prowess of his junior. Is it so effortless for you to slay martial artists? Brother, you flatter me. I merely fear death and enjoy setting a few traps in the bamboo grove. I didn't anticipate they would come in handy, Li Yuan replied, neither confirming nor denying. Pei Luoqing's lips twitched. Are you certain it was merely a few? Let us not dwell on such trivialities, Li Yuan countered. Did we manage to capture the leader of the Ghost King's army? No, Pei Luoqing shook his head. I could not stop a half-step grandmaster from leaving. Li Yuan fronut. This is no ordinary army, is it? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. It is the elite force under the Ghost King, the Qingyo Guards. I failed to recognize it at first, which nearly led to a grave error. That explains it, Li Yuan mused. It became clear why even a 1,000-strong contingent was led by a half-step grandmaster. It was a personal guard of the Ghost King. Pei Luo Qing sighed. Thanks to you, we were fortunate to escape a calamity. The brothers from the other caves, however, may suffer dire fates and face slaughter. This effectively marks the complete rupture between King Kanglin and the Ghost King, a conflict to the death. The situation in the southern frontier is now entirely clear. Though who may emerge victorious remains uncertain. Junior brother, I must attend to sect affairs. Please rest well, he said, noticing Li Yuan was unscathed and refraining from further inquiries. Safe travels, brother. Li Yuan appreciated the boundaries Pei Luo Qing maintained. Excessive questioning could be presumptuous and impolite. The next day, the ban was lifted. Li Yuan received word to proceed to the Baishir Hall to mourn his fallen comrades. Even the hall master, Qi Xian, had perished in this battle. Everyone is gone. Li Yuan reflected, feeling a pang of sorrow. He had not known many in the 12 caves, and the 3 he had initially encountered, Qi Lin, Qi Xian, and Old Wang, were all deceased. When he first arrived, he had believed life in the mountains was serene, only to realize the unpredictability of the world. What was destined could not be avoided. In the afternoon, following the morning, Li Yuan did not return to the small bamboo grove, but instead headed towards the outer defense line of the 12 caves. As of today, Xiao Zhao had yet to return, indicating she had encountered some insurmountable force. If she had fallen to the Qingyu guards, there should be a corpse left behind. Thousands of reconnaissance insects, under Li Yuan's mental command, soared in every direction. He sat atop a mountain, gazing into the distance. What is the world beyond like? I feel as though I am on the brink of forgetting. A data panel manifested before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 5th Transformation 257-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation, Mental Power, Late Stage of Sea Realm. Innate Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, 3-colored Fire Python. Illusory Luo Clothing, Queen of Silken Threads Gu. Gu House, none. At present, his mental power has ascended to the late stage of the Sea Realm, enabling him to rival the majority of 7th Transformation Gu Masters, capable of directing reconnaissance Gu to probe vast distances. As dusk approached, Li Yuan began to feel fatigued, but ultimately made a significant discovery. He sensed the presence of Gu insects, specifically the revitalization Gu he had specially reserved for Xiao Zhao's injuries. Following the trace of its aura, the reconnaissance Gu navigated through the shadowy thickets and ultimately uncovered Xiao Zhao within a damp pit. In that moment, Xiao Zhao lay on the brink of death, bloodied and battered, with a severed arm, unconscious and unresponsive. The revitalization Gu was exerting its feeble power to sustain the girl's life. Chapter 47. 2 years have I truly perished? It seems that only in death can one return to the quaint cabin and be by Brother Yuan's side. Upon awakening once more, the familiar warmth enveloped Wang Zhao, leaving her momentarily entranced. But why does it feel so vividly real? Perhaps Brother Yuan has rescued me? She mused, lifting her arm to pinch herself with vigor. Ah, there's a tinge of pain. Is this not the dream of one on the brink of death? Yet, she soon found herself in disbelief. Hadn't my arm been severed? Why has it healed? The young maiden let out a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, it must be a dream. Even dreams can inflict pain. Creak! Suddenly, the sound of a door opening broke the silence. Wang Zhao caught a whiff of a familiar scent and was about to open her eyes to behold it when a voice halted her. You have yet to fully recover. Refrain from using the blood eyes powers to spy. Rest well, Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Was this not a dream? I'm not dead. I found you in a pit. Fortunately, your willpower held strong. Otherwise, you would be playing cards with my grandfather and yours. Li Yuan Shukulat. What is playing cards? Wang Zhao inquired. A trifling game from my hometown, Li Yuan replied earnestly. It dawned on her that she had never heard Brother Yuan speak of his homeland. There's nothing much to say. If given the chance, I shall take you to visit, Li Yuan said as he approached her bedside, opening his mouth. Upon hearing that Brother Yuan would take her to his hometown, Wang Zhao felt a surge of joy and eagerly opened her mouth. A few drops of a liquid with a metallic taste fell into her mouth, flowing down her throat and gradually warming her previously cold body. "Brother Yuan, what have you fed me?" "A secret elixir," he replied. Li Yuan's blood, having refined the resurrection goo, possessed restorative and nourishing properties. Wang Zhao then asked, "But Brother Yuan, my arm was severed. Who has mended it?" "A distant cousin of mine," Li Yuan answered. "Cousin? Where is she?" Wang Zhao asked in surprise. "Speak less. Rest more," Li Yuan insisted, offering no further response. "All right," the young maiden acquiesced, closing her mouth in mild frustration. Life continued as usual. Wang Zhao's return merely restored the familiar rhythm, providing companionship for Li Yuan during meals, conversations, and moments of leisure. Following the abrupt attack by the Qingyu Guard, the Jiugonggu Nest and the Kanglan army intensified their patrols, leaving no opportunity for the demons and the Ghost King to infiltrate. Time flowed gently. The 12 Caves welcomed many new faces. Collaborating with the Kanglan royal mansion, Li Yuan's business thrived, yielding a plethora of high-quality demon corpses and igniting a fervent synthesis frenzy. With the addition of the Toad Demon's Eye, you have successfully synthesized the 5th-rank bloodthirsty Toad Goo. By incorporating the Dog Demon's Gallbladder, you have created the 5th-rank Sky Dog Gallbladder Goo. By adding the Stone Demon's Crystal Core, you have fashioned the 5th-rank Rocky Goo. Day after day, the process of synthesis continues, as you tirelessly explore the path of goo insect evolution and transformation. Gradually, Li Yuan has replaced all of his lower-tier goo insects with superior alternatives, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. During this period, he requested Pei Luoqing to renovate and expand the small bamboo grove. Pei Luoqing readily consented to his request. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yuan constructed a dedicated goo breeding garden, focusing on cultivating higher-tier goo insects and gathering more synthesis materials for future needs. Under Li Yuan's guidance, Wang Zhao also ascended to the 4th-rank Goo Master realm, mastering the Blood Eye Goo with remarkable skill. This tranquil and beautiful life persisted until 2 years later when Yu Hongchuan visited once again. Upon reuniting with this esteemed master, Li Yuan noticed the signs of aging on him. "Master," he began, though their encounters were few, Li Yuan had always held deep respect for the teachings he received from the latter. "Li Yuan, I have been exceedingly busy over the past few years and have not had the opportunity to instruct you. I hope you harbor no grievances toward your teacher." Yu Hongchuan sighed. "The kindness of my master is etched in my heart, and I bear no complaints," Li Yuan replied earnestly. "Have you completed the readings of the notes I bestowed upon you?" Yu Hongchuan inquired. "Indeed," Li Yuan replied. "Not only have I read them, but I have also conducted cultivation experiments based on the evolutionary directions you proposed, achieving an impressive 70% accuracy." Yu Hongchuan was taken aback. "You tested them all?" "Indeed," Li Yuan nodded. "Splendid. Li Yuan, I truly did not misjudge you. With your innate talent and your dedication to the path of goo, undisturbed by external distractions, you are destined to stand at the pinnacle of goo mastery. It is the greatest fortune of my life to have you as my disciple." Yu Hongchuan exclaimed with immense excitement. "Master, you flatter me. I merely stand upon your shoulders to see further," Li Yuan humbly responded. "Could you present to me the goo insects you cultivated according to my notes?" Yu Hongchuan asked, his hands trembling with anticipation. "Please wait a moment, master." Soon, Li Yuan returned with numerous black jars. Each jar contained the goo insects he had synthesized following Yu Hongchuan's insights, remaining unrefined to avoid detection. Yu Hongchuan opened the jars one by one. As he beheld the cultivated goo insects, it was as if he glimpsed a path leading to the pinnacle of his dreams. He had once laid the foundation with bricks and tiles, yearning to glimpse the scenery upon the extraordinary goo list, yet became blinded by trivialities, losing his way down that path, left only to lament from afar. "Li Yuan, have you ever considered cultivating an extraordinary goo?" Yu Hongchuan suddenly inquired. Of course, Li Yuan smiled. "The cultivation of an extraordinary goo is the aspiration of every goo master. Even though I already possess one of the extraordinary goo, the revitalization goo, I yearn for all of my innate goo to evolve into extraordinary ones. Once, I endeavored to cultivate a peculiar goo, nearly achieving success, only to lose my way and ultimately fail due to unforeseen circumstances. Yu Hengchuan sighed deeply. In truth, the notes and insights he provided to Li Yuan had been deliberately altered, subtly guiding him in a different direction. Should Li Yuan lack the capacity for reflection, adaptability, and perseverance, merely adhering to the written notes in his quest to cultivate the gu would surely lead to failure. If that were the case, he would not possess the qualifications to cultivate such a gu, nor would he articulate the sentiments he expressed today. However, Li Yuan has surpassed expectations, diligently studying all of his notes, integrating his own understanding, and achieving results that far exceed what Yu Hengchuan had anticipated, an excellence 100-fold greater than his own in years past, truly resplendent. Li Yuan, from this moment forth, I shall impart to you the true knowledge, the art of cultivating a peculiar gu. The day has been long awaited, and Yu Hengchuan finds himself even more eager than Li Yuan. Do you know? In the realm of gu masters, it is said that to ascend to the 9 transformations, one must possess one of the peculiar gu. To become a gu immortal, one must rank among the top 3 on the list of peculiar gu. Yu Hengchuan's spirit and vitality have significantly heightened, his words resonating with conviction. This stirred a sense of unease within Li Yuan, evoking the feeling of an elder entrusting his legacy. Master, are you in good health? Li Yuan inquired with concern. Yu Hengchuan flinched, taken aback by the unexpected attentiveness of Li Yuan. Most gu masters, upon hearing the term peculiar gu, will be too consumed by their desires to notice anything else, eager to acquire the methods for cultivating such gu immediately. Yet, here was Li Yuan, expressing genuine concern for his well-being. Such a character, a disciple endowed with both talent and virtue, is one whom I fear I shall never encounter again in my lifetime. Chapter 48. The secret method of cultivating exotic gu. My health is well, Yu Hengchuan remarked with a smile. It was merely an injury sustained in battle against demons, requiring a period of recuperation. My dear student, how fares the situation in the southern wilderness? Li Yuan had not kept abreast of external affairs for quite some time. Ever since the Duke of Yu revealed his treachery, severing ties with the King of Kanglan, the conflict had reached a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. There had been no reports of significant victories or defeats, indicating that the war would persist for an extended duration until a pivotal event unfolded. Thus, it was futile to dwell on the matter, though the fighting had been fierce. Following the initial bloodshed, large-scale confrontations had ceased, leaving only minor skirmishes at the borders of both territories. In this grand contest, even a master like me, a seasoned 8-transformation gu master, lacks the capacity to sway the tide of battle. Ultimately, the fate of the world lies in the hands of a few 9-transformation experts. Enough of external matters, Yu Hengchuan continued. Such concerns are not for you to bear. It is not yet your time, young genius, to engage in frontline warfare. In his heart, he had already regarded Li Yuan as a pillar of the future for the 9 Palaces gu nest. Yes, master. Now tell me, what is the gu insect ranked 9th on the exotic gu list, and what abilities does it possess? Asked Yu Hengchuan. It is the dream silkworm, Li Yuan replied effortlessly. Once refined into a master gu, the gu master can control their own dreams and alter the memories of others through the silken cocoon. Indeed, Yu Hengchuan nodded. What I wish to teach you is precisely the dream silkworm. Generally, once a gu master reaches the 4th transformation of the mysterious realm, it becomes exceedingly difficult to replace their master gu. Yet this restriction does not apply to exotic gu. The pursuit of exotic gu is the lifelong aspiration of countless gu masters and exerts an unimaginable suppressive power over all gu insects. Your kindness, master, I shall forever remember. To synthesize an exotic gu independently is a formidable challenge, and years of honing have allowed Li Yuan to grasp this reality. Without extraordinary fortune, even with the ability to infinitely synthesize using the black pot, he would still be unable to obtain an exotic gu. The birth of the regeneration gu was purely serendipitous, having exhausted all his luck. With guidance, however, the situation differs, he mused. Li Yuan possessed the unique ability to bypass the lengthy processes, directly attaining results, significantly reducing the time typically squandered by ordinary gu masters on cultivation. Some goo insects require months, years, or even decades to nurture. How many years does one have in life? The vast majority of goo masters lack the opportunity to make mistakes. But Li Yuan has countless chances. Cultivating any exotic goo demands immense patience, extraordinary perseverance, and, above all, innate talent. Even so, not a single error can be afforded. Any misstep could lead to utter collapse, resulting in total failure. Yu Hengchuan's tone turned gravely serious. The disciple shall remember. Li Yuan adjusted his demeanor to listen attentively. My master, in his youth, was overly proud, leading to failure in a crucial step during the cultivation of the dream silkworm, leaving behind an indelible mark of misfortune. This also sealed my fate, rendering me forever unable to attain the 9th transformation of the goo master realm. Yu Hengchuan lamented bitterly. He recounted this experience to Li Yuan during a cultivation session. Driven by an overwhelming desire for success, he hastily employed a secret technique to stimulate the silkworm pupa, which ultimately led to a backlash. The unformed silks of the dream silkworm infiltrated his mind, inflicting damage upon his sea of consciousness, and from that moment forward, his mental prowess could not advance, severing his path to the 9th transformation realm. What a pity, Li Yuan lamented. Had his master been able to exercise a little more patience, perhaps success would have been within reach. Indeed, in his youth, filled with arrogance and self-importance, he paid dearly for his own hubris and ignorance. Yu Hengchuan was filled with regret. The mistakes of his youth had solidified into an obsession within his heart. It was precisely for this reason that he recognized how rare it was for someone as young as Li Yuan to possess such composure, as if he were born for the art of goo. The path of goo differs from that of martial arts. While martial arts emphasize an invincible heart and the courage to confront formidable foes, the art of goo demands a steady and methodical approach. Bring me paper and pen. I shall impart all my insights on cultivating the dream silkworm to you. Initially, Yu Hengchuan had intended to observe Li Yuan for a longer period, but this recent injury made him realize that if he did not share his true teachings now, his lifetime of effort would be buried in obscurity, leaving him unable to rest in peace. Li Yuan had already performed admirably, consistently exceeding his expectations, and was the only one among his 3 disciples with the potential to cultivate the dream silkworm. Please, master, impart your knowledge to me. At this moment, Li Yuan was resolute, procuring paper and pen, ready to listen intently. Yu Hengchuan sat upright, his demeanor serious, and began to narrate. The methods for cultivating the dream silkworm had long been lost to time, and he had spent years scouring ancient texts, piecing together fragments of knowledge, and after 30 years of practice, had finally gleaned a few truths. First and foremost, the foundational goo insect for cultivating the dream silkworm is the illusory soul bug. The goo master must prepare a vast quantity of illusory soul bugs, nourishing them with herbs such as cloud lotus seeds, purple flower, and red mushrooms, among others. Some must be fed a single type of herb, while others must be mixed. Building upon this foundation, the following profound goo must be nurtured. Once the profound goo are cultivated, a separate black jar must be opened to nurture the following 3 types of rare goo. The most crucial step, which I refer to as the 9 transformations of illusion and dream, requires the unformed dream silkworm to metamorphose into a pupa, then into a moth, which will lay moth eggs that will eventually hatch into silkworms. This process must be cycled at least 9 times, with each cycle lasting 3 years. In other words, this single step spans 27 years, after which the dream silkworm can truly take shape, qualifying as an extraordinary goo. Yu Hengchuan dedicated an entire day and night to convey this entire process, and Li Yuan listened enraptured, for the first time experiencing the arduousness of cultivating an extraordinary goo. To say it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens would not be an exaggeration. No wonder, throughout the long and storied history of goo masters, only 33 types of extraordinary goo have been birthed, most of which have left only their names behind, with no cultivation methods remaining. Perhaps some extraordinary goo are fated to be fleeting moments in history, never to be recreated by another goo master. In the past, his master had been overly eager for success, unaware of the need for multiple transformations, and, at the sixth transformation, he could no longer resist the temptation to refine the unformed dream silkworm. It was only when I truly set my intentions into motion that I realized the vast distance I had to traverse. I surmised that it would take at least 9 transformations to connect the dream silkworm with the essence of the Gu master. Yu Hengchuan imparted his lifelong teachings to Li Yuan without reservation, holding nothing back. The disciple vowed to honor the hopes of his mentor. Li Yuan felt the weight of this responsibility. It was a legacy of considerable significance. "You are destined to achieve greatness," Yu Hengchuan said, visibly relieved, his countenance brightening with a smile. "Remarkably, this is only our 3rd encounter, and between us as master and disciple, there is little camaraderie. I have not bestowed upon you much, nor do I seek recompense. What I desire is to see my life's work not go to waste. So you need not bear excessive pressure. The endeavor lies in human hands, while success is determined by fate. Should you succeed in the future, I ask only that you bring the dream silkworm to my grave for a brief reunion, and I shall have no regrets in either realm." "There is no need for such pessimism, Master," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "Before you depart from this world, I shall ensure the cultivation of the dream silkworm. Wherever the extraordinary Gu may be, simply point the way. The rest shall be paved with diligence and effort, complemented by a touch of strategy to achieve success." Chapter 49. "The reappearance of the little prince's clear thoughtfulness is sufficient to satisfy me," remarked Yu Hengchuan, dismissing Li Yuan's words as mere jest. "Master, do you have any remaining materials for cultivating the dream silkworm?" Li Yuan inquired. "None," Yu Hengchuan replied, shaking his head. Following a disastrous failure years ago, he had been consumed by frustration and destroyed all materials related to the dream silkworm, never to touch them again. After a long period of mourning, unwilling to let his life's work be buried, he began to accept disciples, hoping that his lifelong aspirations might blossom and bear fruit through the younger generation. Collecting materials can be a gradual process. There is still ample time, Yu Hengchuan remarked with a smile. "Indeed," Li Yuan conceded, feeling it unnecessary to press further. "I must take my leave now," Yu Hengchuan sighed. "If I do not return from this battle, remember to seek your senior sister at the 9th Palace's inner gate once you enter the 6th transformation realm. She will guide you into the immortal Gu secret realm. There lies an opportunity for a Gu master to alter their fate. Make sure to seize it." Li Yuan had always remembered the matter of the immortal Gu secret realm, yet he refrained from mentioning it, as he was not yet inclined to approach the 9th Palace's inner gate. This matter required utmost caution. Venturing there might reveal that he had refined the multiple life Gu. He intended to wait until his mental strength reached the domain realm before proceeding to the 9th Palace's inner gate and entering the immortal Gu secret realm. "Master, are there rare Gu in the immortal Gu secret realm?" Li Yuan asked. "Indeed," Yu Hengchuan replied with a smile. "A millennium ago, a Gu master discovered a rare Gu within the immortal Gu secret realm and soared to great heights thereafter." Li Yuan pressed his forehead, pondering. "Once every several thousand years? What difference does that make to 0? The rare Gu were inherently difficult to be born naturally, the immortal Gu secret realm, being the place where that Gu immortal attained enlightenment, was the only reason such rare Gu and countless precious Gu could be nurtured." A bold thought emerged in Li Yuan's mind. What would happen if one were to synthesize a multitude of precious Gu from the immortal Gu secret realm? He had long considered the idea of using all precious Gu as the foundational materials for synthesis, but it was a challenge without the necessary conditions. "I understand, disciple," Li Yuan concluded, refraining from further inquiries, harboring his expectations within, preparing to invest his heart and sweat anew in the immortal Gu secret realm. A few days after Yu Hengchuan's departure, the personnel from the Kanglan royal house delivered another batch of demon corpses. Yet, Li Yuan did not encounter Li Yuan. He approached the captain escorting the demon corpses and asked, "Brother, may I inquire why Miss Li is absent today?" "General, Li has accompanied the prince to war," the captain replied. "Has something significant transpired recently?" Li Yuan probed. "A few days prior, Master Yu Hengchuan had arrived injured to impart the secret method of cultivating the rare Gu, the dream silkworm, which carried an air of entrusted legacy. At that moment, Li Yuan sensed that something monumental was on the horizon. The absence of Li Yuan further solidified his inner suspicions. In the past, She had always led the escort of demon corpses herself. Now that she had been reassigned, it was likely that the situation in the war had become exceedingly urgent. It is said that the last surviving young prince of Dayan has revealed traces concerning the treasure of the war god, prompting all the heroes of the realm to vie for it. The centurion remarked, "Has the young prince truly appeared? This is undoubtedly one of the few matters that can stir Li Yuan's heart." "Who knows?" The centurion shrugged. "That is not our concern. In my view, it will be better for the young prince to reveal himself sooner. Regardless of who acquires the war, god's treasure, or who ascends to power, the cessation of war is what the people yearn for. Whether in prosperity or ruin, the common folk suffer. Let destruction befall the Tianyuan continent." The soldiers, visibly weary, began to voice their discontent. Observing this, Li Yuan refrained from further comment. He could not alter the current state of affairs. Even if the treasure of the war god were to be unveiled, it would not necessarily herald the emergence of a new war god. Rather, it might escalate the conflict, intensifying its ferocity. After a brief conversation, Li Yuan handed a list and several black jars to the centurion. "Brother, these are the materials I require for my next step in crafting goo. I will be grateful if you could procure them swiftly. They are of great importance to me." The goo worms for this transaction were contained within the jars. The list detailed the materials needed to cultivate the exotic goo known as Dream Silkworm. After dispatching the team responsible for transporting the corpses of the demons, a data panel materialized before Li Yuan. Goo Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5 turns 1031-1500, Realm, 5 turns, Mental Strength, Great Perfection of Sea Realm, Life Goo, Giant Spirit Goo, Resurrection Goo, 3-color Exotic Fire Python, Illusory Robe, Queen of Silk Spiders Goo, Goo House. None as time slipped away. Li Yuan found himself just a step away from transcending to the domain realm. He anticipated a breakthrough before entering the 6 turns. This would be the opportune moment to access the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces and enter the secret realm of immortal goo. As the situation grew increasingly chaotic, Li Yuan felt a heightened sense of urgency. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. One evening, Pei Luo Qing arrived in haste. "Senior brother, what has happened?" Li Yuan inquired. "The master is in trouble." Pei Luo Qing's demeanor was far more anxious than when they had faced the Qingyu Guard in the surrounding mountains. The master was injured by a demon, and his life goo was consumed by that fiend. It was only through the intervention of the 9th palace master that the master was able to cling to life. "Is it that serious?" Li Yuan was taken aback. The fears he had long harbored had come to fruition. In such a condition, even if he survives, he will be rendered as good as useless, never again able to tread the path of goo, Pei Luo Qing lamented. For one who had once been on the brink of the summit, such a fall to despair would be unbearable, perhaps more painful than death itself. "Where's the master now?" Li Yuan asked. "He has been taken to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. The senior sister has sent word, instructing us to await further news. We can only visit once the master has regained consciousness," Pei Luo Qing replied. "Given how dire the situation has become, is there any progress regarding the young prince's emergence?" Li Yuan had been closely monitoring this matter. "None." Pei Luo Qing shook his head. "I'm beginning to doubt that the phenomenon of the Kunlun Void Dragon Vein, which the young prince purportedly triggered 6 months ago, was genuine. Perhaps someone has deliberately orchestrated this scheme. Otherwise, with all the formidable figures converging in that region, and even the Night Owl King himself having made an appearance, how could the trace of a young prince be so elusive?" As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. "Yet, regarding the treasure of the martial god, even if it were a mere fabrication, no one would willingly withdraw. They would fight to the death." "Indeed," Li Yuan sighed. Pei Luo Qing cursed vehemently, expressing disdain for these greedy wretches who fail to consider that these relics belong to someone else's ancestors. Do they truly believe they can claim such riches? If I were the young prince of Dayan, I would remain hidden for a lifetime, secretly honing my skills until I was unmatched in the world. And then I would seize the treasure of the martial god. Chapter 50. The Evolution of Little Kai Disciple. Do you believe what I have said is accurate? Absolutely. Li Yuan replied earnestly. I too believe that the young prince would think in such a manner. I have a premonition that it will not be long before the younger generation is summoned to the battlefield for their own trials. Pei Luo Qing side. Once the war escalates to a certain level, the means of engagement will transcend mere fate. Every individual will be compelled to take up arms. Disciple, focus on your cultivation. Pei Luo Qing encouraged, patting Li Yuan on the shoulder. Strive to reach the sixth transformation before the great conflict ensues, so you may possess a measure of self-preservation in these tumultuous times. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He shared the same sentiment. Only by attaining the sixth transformation could one be considered an elite among the foremost factions, rather than mere cannon fodder. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The Kanglan army had delivered another batch of demon corpses, along with the materials Li Yuan required to nurture the dream silkworm. Little Kai, fifth sister. It's time to get to work. During this period, Little Kai had extracted numerous treasures from the demon corpses. Fifth sister utilized spider silk to bind several formidable demon bodies, sealing them within the underground storage. Once Li Yuan entered the sixth transformation, fifth sister's potential would also rise, enabling these preserved demons to be unleashed and form a more powerful army of corpses. His Little Kai leaped onto the largest demon corpse, a 3-headed serpent demon. Alas, all 3 heads bore gaping wounds, pierced by sharp weapons, and the most valuable crystal core had been removed. Given the circumstances, Li Yuan realized that to acquire treasures, he must rely on refining the refuse. Little Kai swiftly entered the serpent demon's body, and after a flurry of activity, emerged with a gallbladder. Another gallbladder? Li Yuan Shuklat. Is there truly so much value within the demon's gallstones? This gallbladder was tricolored, dripping with murky bile, possessing potent, corrosive, and toxic properties that could erode the very ground it touched. Little Kai opened her mouth and expelled the tricolored gallbladder, which, upon the flames subsiding, revealed a stone the size of an egg. His Little Kai circled the stone incessantly, her eyes wide with desire, yet hesitant to touch it. Do you wish to consume it? Li Yuan discerned Little Kai's intentions, though he instinctively sensed her trepidation. His Little Kai nodded fervently. Very well. Li Yuan Smilat grasped Little Kai and tossed her into the black jar along with the refined stone. Original material selected. Urine born goo, tricolored fiery python, combined with Hell's tricolored stone. Commencing synthesis. Generally, Li Yuan preferred Little Kai to consume rare treasures herself for evolution, though this method carried certain risks. Utilizing the black jar circumvented that process, providing a safer alternative. After a considerable time, urine-born goo, tricolored fiery python has undergone evolution and has transformed into the 5-colored fiery python. Li Yuan Gaza Intanli. Little Kai emerged from the black jar, her exterior seemingly unchanged, save for the addition of a few iridescent scales and slightly more pronounced small horns on her head. Previously akin to tender shoots yet to break the soil, it has now emerged, sprouting a small segment that resembles a diminutive serpent. Indeed, evolution has transpired. The years have not been spent in vain. The metamorphosis of Little Kai was not a sudden occurrence. Prior to this, it had consumed numerous treasures, rendering this evolution a natural progression. His Little Kai crawled back onto Li Yuan's shoulder and exhaled a plume of black flame. The flames landed on a distant tree. Before one's very eyes, the leaves began to wither at a visible pace, as if it were late autumn. In an instant, they fell completely, and the trunk soon followed suit in decay. Could it inject death into living beings? Li Yuan grasped the essence of the black fire. His Little Kai proudly raised its head and unleashed another breath, this time a white flame, which struck a flying insect. In a moment, the insect buzzed frantically, colliding with the tree, and within a few breaths, it perished. Did it induce madness and rage in living beings? Li Yuan understood immediately. Little Kai was indeed an offensive beast spirit, aside from its minimal feedback to the Goo Master and the necessity of charging its attacks. Its other offensive capabilities were nothing short of exemplary. Quite impressive. Li Yuan felt immense satisfaction, especially since Little Kai still possessed evolutionary potential, capable of providing him with formidable assistance. During Little Kai's demonstration, Fifth Sister was diligently crafting a demon mummy. It seemed he would need to seek an opportunity to procure some 7th-tier demon corpses. Li Yuan contemplated in his heart. Once he stepped into the 6th transformation realm, the Queen of Silk Spiders Gu would be able to control 7th-tier demon corpses, representing a significant enhancement in combat power. However, acquiring 7th-tier demon corpses proved exceedingly difficult. The last time he brazenly broached the subject with Li Yuan, he was met with a cold refusal. Demons placed immense emphasis on the evolution of their physical forms. Upon reaching the 7th tier, they would evolve to an entirely new level, and to say they were treasures in their own right would not be an exaggeration. A 7th-tier demon is equivalent to a 7th-rank Grandmaster Martial Artist. Grandmaster Martial Artists can condense indestructible blood, achieve limb regeneration, and fight without exhaustion. 7th-tier demons possess similar abilities. The flesh and blood of such beings are considered strategic resources. Even ordinary martial artists would gain substantial benefits from consuming them. Purchasing them seemed futile, as high-tier Gu insects hold no value for martial artists, and he lacked other treasures to exchange for demon corpses. Li Yuan was troubled, unable to buy or fight for them. He could only hope for a miracle. He suppressed his distracting thoughts, refocusing on cultivating the materials for the dream silkworm. Here we go. O teacher, your 30 years of dedication. Let us see when your disciple can digest it. Select original materials, common item. Phantom Soul Insect 10086. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first transformation common Gu. Phantom Soul Gu 3362. Once more. Select original material. Phantom Soul Gu. Add purple hand. Add red mushroom. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a 4 transformation mysterious Gu. Great Milk Gu. Great Milk Gu, when refined into a life Gu, can assist the Gu master in enhancing spiritual power. As a subordinate Gu, it can cause a hallucinatory explosion, sending enemies to meet their great milk. Such a Gu exists? Li Yuan was astonished. The nomenclature of any Gu insect is steeped in a unique history, and the Gu master who named the Tai Nai Gu must have endured a thrilling tale. Furthermore, mere Xian Gu is far from sufficient. In order to cultivate the elusive dream silkworm, one must first rear 3 essential preliminary rare Gu. Without meeting these prerequisites, one cannot advance to the stage of illusory dream 9 transformations. Select original materials. Commence synthesis. The site of the dying dragon vein. Kunlun Void. The mountains stretch endlessly, shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise beyond the mundane world. On the borders of Kunlun Void, various factions reside. The Night Owl Guard, the Kanglin King, the Yu King, the Qian King, the Han King, the Ing King, and the National General. Today, all the prominent figures in the realm have converged here, united by a singular objective, to locate the long-missing dying young prince. Chapter 51. Kunlun Void. 6 months ago, the dragon vein of Kunlun Void manifested an extraordinary omen, heralding the imminent return of the true dragon to the mortal realm. Coupled with the news of the Night Owl King slaying a demon lord and the revelation that the long-lost young prince, born to the deceased concubine, still lived among us, all factions concluded that the sole legitimate heir of the dying royal family, the young prince, was hidden within Kunlun Void. However, due to the vast expanse of Kunlun Void, spanning 6 counties and straddling the borders of various powers, it did not belong to any single entity. None possessed the capacity to monopolize this coveted treasure. Thus, the factions reached a consensus. No armies would enter Kunlun Void. All would remain steadfast at the borders, allowing only those of the 8th rank and above to venture within to seek out the prince. As for who would ultimately find the young prince, that would depend on their individual prowess. In a small village nestled within the mountains, a robust, dark-skinned youth rushed along a muddy path, carrying several bundles of firewood. Dog Egg, you've helped your mother chop so much wood again. What a diligent child you are. The villagers praised him as he passed, enviously admiring Widow Chun for having such a good son. Uncle Ant, good morning. The youth, affectionately nicknamed Dog Egg, greeted the villagers with enthusiasm, his strides vigorous as he swiftly disappeared around a bend in the muddy path. Mother, I'm back. Dog Egg shouted from a distance of over 100 meters. Strangely, today no one responded to him. Usually, upon his return from gathering firewood, his mother would be waiting for him at the courtyard. Mother, I've returned. Dog Egg, Perplexed, called out several more times, yet still received no reply. How odd. The young man furrowed his brow. Is mother asleep? He placed the firewood down and hurried into the house, only to be met with a horrifying sight, a pool of blood trailing from the main room into the bedroom. Mother! Dog Egg's heart raced as he dashed into the inner room, where he found a headless corpse of a woman sprawled in a pool of blood. And on the bed lay a gruesome demon. It stood 9 feet tall, with the body of a man and the head of a dog, a knife hanging from its waist. Demon! Demon! Dog Egg was struck with terror, instinctively wanting to flee. Mother! No! Mother! I will avenge you! In an instant, his eyes glazed with rage, reason drowned by an overwhelming fury. Dog demon! Return my mother's life! At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to slay this dog demon and avenge his mother. Little creature, you possess a most intriguing scent. To consume, you would be a delightful experience. The dog demon sneered. As the youth charged at him, the demon merely raised a hand and effortlessly sent him flying against the wall. What a foolish and ignorant mortal. How laughable and tragic your courage is. Come now, let your vitality swell a bit more. Let your flesh and bones meld more thoroughly. Only then will the flavor be exquisite. The dog demon licked its lips as if savoring a dish about to be served. Coughing violently, the youth staggered to his feet, spitting blood as he glared fiercely at the dog demon and charged once more. You, return, my mother's life. His mind was a blank slate, consumed by a singular desire to rend the dog demon before him into 1,000 pieces. Yes, that was it. Infuse more fury. The dog demon laughed heartily. With a whoosh, the young man was sent flying once more. Come again. The dog demon beckoned with his hand, deliberately stepping upon the corpse of a headless woman to provoke the youth. The young man rose, only to fall again. Rise. Fall again. He had lost count of how many times this cycle repeated, akin to a wild beast, seemingly devoid of exhaustion. After a prolonged while, the dog demon finally furrowed his brow. You, my boy, possess quite the tenacity. Based on his experience, in such circumstances, a mere mortal would have long been incapacitated, left to watch helplessly as their loved one's corpse was devoured slowly. For him, that was a truly delectable feast. Forget it. The dog demon unsheathed the knife at his waist, deciding to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. He would grant a swift end. As he spoke, he stepped forward, his figure flickering, arriving before the young man, and swung the blade fiercely toward the latter's neck. As the blade sliced through, he beheld a headless body. The headless form was not that of the young man, but rather his own. Me? How did I die? The last image that registered in his mind was of a tall man entering the room, draped in a black cloak and donning a bronze mask. Thud! The young man collapsed to the ground as if deflated, his eyes vacant, staring blankly at the imposing figure before him. Just one glance from that man caused the dog demon's corpse to disintegrate, as though a deity had descended upon the earth. A god! If he were indeed a divine being, could he perhaps revive my mother? The first absurd thought that crossed the young man's mind was the desire to kneel and implore the deity to save his mother. Yet, he witnessed the godlike figure kneeling first. Your servant, Night Owl, pays homage to your highness. Night Owl? Your highness? What does this mean? The young man was bewildered. He wished to kneel, but found himself unable to do so, as an invisible force supported him. What are you saying? The Night Owl King bowed his head, his voice grave. 23 years ago, during the blood calamity of the Dayan royal family, the direct bloodline of Dayan was slaughtered by demons, and the Night Owl Guard fell victim to their treachery, arriving too late to rescue. The royal family was decimated, and the Night Owl Guard managed to save only you, who had just been born. Later, the Night Owl Guard, while fleeing from the demons, could only hide you in the shadows, sacrificing themselves to lure the enemy, ultimately perishing in battle. You have been lost to us, and we have searched in vain until now. Fortunately, by the grace of heaven, the Night Owl has found you in this Kunlun void. For the sins of the Night Owl, I would gladly face 100 deaths. Daringly, he implored the young man to return to Longdu, ascend the throne, and restore peace to Dayan. Once tranquility was restored to the realm, the Night Owl would willingly sacrifice himself to repay the dragon's grace. The tall man kept his head lowered, his tone profound, while the young man could not see the expression beneath the mask. Though he resided in the mountains, he was aware of the turmoil of the world. He had believed the Dian dynasty to be nothing more than a name long lost to history, never realizing that he was one of the roots of that turmoil, the last descendant of the direct bloodline of Dian. Yet, he had no desire to be an emperor. He only wished for his mother to live once more. "Can you save my mother?" the young man asked cautiously. The minister felt utterly powerless, shaking his head. In truth, on the very first day the dragon vein phenomenon manifested, he had discovered this place, completely sealing it off and observing from the shadows. Had he wished to intervene, he could have done so long ago. However, he understood that if he were to sever the prince's distractions and provoke his wrath, the prince would forever remain a mere mortal, constrained by his vulnerabilities, unable to ascend as a sovereign who commands respect across the realm. Only by severing all ties here could the prince be liberated from burdens, allowing him to truly restore the great Yin, pacify the world, and return peace to the land. With a self-deprecating smile, the young man rose unsteadily, approached the body of the woman, covered her with a blanket, and carried her out of the house. 7 days later, the young man had completed his mother's funeral rites. Sitting before her grave, he felt as though his heart had been entirely hollowed out. Life seemed bewildering, and he was lost as to where to direct his thoughts. "Your Highness, it is time for us to depart," the minister remarked. "As long as you do not ascend the throne, the world remains divided, and the demons will continue to wreak havoc, causing calamities to unfold incessantly." "No," the young man replied, shaking his head. "I am powerless. I could not even protect my own mother. How can I possibly stabilize the realm?" Chapter 52. The young Prince Li Qingshu, you are the sole direct descendant of the Dian royal family, Night Owl declared in a grave tone. Only your ascension to the throne would be justifiable, compelling all lords to bow in submission. "I am unworthy," the youth replied, shaking his head. "Your claim to the throne surpasses mine, or you could simply find someone to declare themselves the rightful heir. Why cling to a mere insignificant being like me? Me? An emperor? How absurd! What audacity! What am I, a dog emperor? He dismissed the notion of pursuing such an unattainable daydream. Suddenly, a formidable aura surged forth, and the youth's expression shifted dramatically, as if two colossal mountains bore down upon his shoulders. In times past, the founding emperor, a commoner, wielded a 3-foot blade, rising amidst chaos to establish the dragon vein at Kunlun, laying the foundation for the Dian dynasty that would endure for a millennium. The Taizu Emperor, through both civil and martial prowess, implemented benevolent governance, ensuring the populace enjoyed peace and prosperity, thereby fostering a flourishing dynasty. Each successive sovereign toiled tirelessly to solidify the nation and its stability. Yet here was a prince who was ensnared by personal affections, neglecting the peace of the realm and the welfare of the common folk. What face did he have to present before the ancestors of Dian? Night Owl chided coldly. "Ha ha," the youth shrugged and scoffed. "You see, this is the plight of the powerless. You proclaim fealty and address me as your highness. But what then? If even you do not respect me, what right do I have to expect the world to bow to me? Absurd. What of royal ancestry? What of peace in the realm?" The youth's indifference was palpable. He had never tasted the slightest favor from the royal lineage. All he knew was the harrowing sight of his mother's tragic demise, and he felt utterly powerless. Should he ascend the throne, it would only bring suffering to the masses. "I shall teach your highness the martial arts. You possess the bloodline of a martial god. Even if you have missed the optimal age for training, you can still break your shackles and ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess," Night Owl offered. "You merely wish for me to become a puppet, do you not?" The youth never believed that an ordinary person could command the fealty of divine martial saints and emperors. This individual's request for him to ascend was merely driven by ulterior motives. "Your Highness, the Night Owl has remained loyal to the royal family for generations, upholding the will of the founding emperor without any ulterior motives," Night Owl asserted with solemnity. The youth fell silent, and Night Owl chose to remain quiet, accompanying him. The youth sat atop the mountain, gazing at the sparsely populated village below, his place of upbringing, his true homeland. Here resided his beloved mother, the girl he adored. the kindly neighbors who often aided him, and many delightful children. He did not wish to protect the world, but rather to safeguard this remaining beauty. After a long pause, the youth suddenly inquired, "If I refuse you, will the village be bathed in blood? Not only this place will bleed, but the entirety of Dayan. Every inch of territory forged by the Li family's ancestors," Night Owl replied. The youth then asked, "What was my original name?" "Li Chengxiu," Night Owl answered. The youth murmured softly, "Could you tell me the meaning behind this name?" The Night Owl spoke, "With a legacy to uphold and a duty to bear. I'm like the warm sun of spring. I wish for your highness to inherit the throne, to govern with benevolence, and to bring warmth and prosperity to the people. Yet, I feel I have accomplished nothing." The youth's expression was one of bitterness. To achieve great deeds is to act in the present. As long as your highness raises your voice, it is not too late. The tone of the Night Owl softened. "If you grant me a single request, I shall accompany you." The youth turned his head, gazing at the figure cloaked in shadows, whose face was obscured by a bronze mask. In that moment, he felt no fear, realizing that divinity was not so formidable. "Please, your highness, speak." The Night Owl maintained his calm demeanor. From the moment the young prince was born, fate was sealed. He was destined to bear the responsibility of restoring the Yuan dynasty, an inescapable fate. "Please help me protect this village, ensuring that no harm befalls its inhabitants. My mother has endured too much in her life. My only wish is for her to rest peacefully. Can you do this?" The youth implored. The Night Owl nodded. "I vow that from this moment forth, no one in this village shall suffer harm from demons or the chaos of the world. It is easy to protect a village, but only you can safeguard the realm." With that, both rose to their feet. "Very well." The youth inhaled deeply. "From today, I am no longer Chen Godin of Xiaofeng village, but Li Chengxiu, the one needed by this world." The Night Owl knelt on one knee, bowing his head in reverence, his voice resonating like a great bell. "I, Night Owl, humbly welcome your highness back. Where shall we go next?" Li Chengxiu asked. "To meet the various lords and nobles," replied the Night Owl as he rose, stepping behind Li Chengxiu. Though Li Chengxiu was already robust, the Night Owl towered over him like an indomitable giant. Together, they departed from Xiaofeng village. Suddenly, a rumble echoed across Kunlun as thunder clapped and the wind swirled, heralding a portentous event. The various factions searching for the young prince sensed a shift in the atmosphere and hurriedly retreated. Upon their return, they beheld an unfamiliar figure among the Night Owl's grand army, which bore the Yin banner. A youth, weary from travel, sat astride a dragon horse clad in armor, personally led by the Night Owl, acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial prowess. Thus, the identity of the youth became evident, the sole bloodline of the Dayan royal family. The young prince born to consort in 23 years ago, Li Chengxiu. Had he truly been found? In that moment, the expressions of the lords were a mix of complexity, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. The return of the royal lineage signified a hope for unification and the potential end of turmoil, yet they would again be subject to servitude, bowing their heads in submission. What joy could compare to the carefree life of a prince? Though the chaos of demons was grave, what impact did it truly have on them? They could even gain more amidst the turmoil, relishing it further. Now all this would be shattered. "You there, bow before his highness. Why do you hesitate?" The Night Owl King surveyed the feudal lords, his voice cold and commanding. "Your highness, we pay our respects." Under the formidable pressure exerted by the Night Owl King, the lords dared not oppose him, compelled instead to yield, reluctant to be the one who stood out. "Your highness, since you have returned, we implore you to manifest the ethereal dragon vein of Kunlun, to proclaim it to the world and instill fear in the demons." At this moment, the Grand General Bai Chun spoke up. "Indeed, we beseech your highness to reveal the ethereal dragon vein of Kunlun, to consolidate the nation's fortune and soothe the hearts of the people." The other lords echoed their pleas. Li Chengxiu, taken aback, was at a loss for how to proceed. The Night Owl King spoke once more. "The manifestation of the dragon vein is no trifling matter. It cannot be approached with such haste. Your highness has only just returned, yet to receive guests and pay respects to the ancestors. This matter requires further deliberation, to be undertaken on an auspicious day." With these words, the lords, each harboring their own thoughts, could only lower their banners and cease their clamoring. In the southern frontier, within the Jiugong mountain range, the 12 caves, in a small bamboo grove, Li Yuan was immersed in the joy of nurturing dream silkworms, fervently synthesizing, striving to catch up with his teacher's 30-year advancement, a formidable task. Suddenly, the Zairikong sent a warning. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Was senior brother Pei arriving? It seemed he had urgent matters to discuss with me. Could it be that the teacher has awakened? Chapter 53. Fluctuations of the Heart. Another breakthrough, brother. The tides are about to change. Pei Luoqing arrived in haste. Li Yuan immediately surmised. Has the young prince been located? Indeed, Pei Luoqing replied. Not long ago, various factions ventured to Kunlun Su. And now it seems we finally have a resolution. The Night Owl King has found the young prince. Li Yuan concurred. If that is the case, the royal family will have a leader, and peace shall reign over the realm. Not so simple. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Whether the young prince can ascend as the sovereign of the world is not merely at the discretion of the Night Owl King. How so? Li Yuan Kidath. The Kunlun Fengshan ceremony, a veneration of heaven and earth, resonates with the dragon veins and verifies one's true identity. Pei Luoqing stated solemnly. Only by gaining the recognition of the Yin dragon vein can one be revered as the legitimate ruler. Otherwise, how can we ascertain that the young prince is not merely an impersonator sent by the Night Owl King? That is a valid point, Li Yuan nodded, though a sense of worry crept into his heart. Even if the imperial physician's grandson were to undergo a transformation of blood and bone, he would most likely still fail to earn the recognition of the Yin dragon vein. If the lineage of a millennium-old dynasty, coupled with the heritage of a martial deity, could be so easily supplanted, it would have long since met its demise. The essence of the royal bloodline is likely preserved by the imperial physician, contained within that drop of ancestral blood encased in the jade pendant. This implies that the true identity of the imperial physician's grandson will inevitably be revealed, and at that moment, he may very well be slain by the Night Owl King, who uncovers the truth. Brother Pei, do you know when the Fengshan ceremony will be held? Li Yuan asked again. It has yet to be determined, Pei Luoqing responded. I have heard that the Night Owl King has already returned to the royal capital with the young prince to host a welcome and simultaneously select an auspicious date. Once the day for the Fengshan ceremony is confirmed, it will surely be proclaimed to the world. At that time, all factions within the Yin realm will attend, including the 9 palaces Gu Nest. Pei Luoqing was well informed. How long do you think it will be before the Fengshan ceremony takes place? Li Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, engaging in casual conversation. At least half a year, perhaps even longer, Pei Luoqing speculated. Why so? Li Yuan inquired, sumawet perplexa. There are many reasons. Firstly, the Fengshan ceremony is typically reserved for a newly crowned emperor. The young princely Qingshu is an exception and will face additional resistance. Secondly, the ceremony is intricate, requiring numerous preparations, especially in an era plagued by demons and unrest among the populace. However, these are not the most significant reasons. The most crucial point is that prior to being found, the young prince was merely an ordinary individual. He cannot withstand the immense power of the Fengshan ceremony without first undergoing a period of cultivation. Pei Luoqing elucidated the rationale. Ah, I see, Li Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing that the imperial physician's grandson had not fared well over the years, struggling in the mire of the mundane world just as he had. Pei Luoqing smiled. If the young prince truly possesses the bloodline of a martial deity and is protected by the auspicious fate of a true dragon, his cultivation will progress swiftly. By the way, he recalled something. Once the Fengshan ceremony is held, all who journey to Kunlun Su to pay their respects will be able to receive a baptism of fortune. This is a celebration for all under heaven, a rare opportunity as myriad nations come to pay homage. Regardless of the dynasty, every emperor upon ascending the throne would invite the 9 palace Gu Nest, and perhaps you and I could secure a place among them. If the teacher had not encountered misfortune, he would surely have fought for their spots. Now, the situation is uncertain. After spending so long in the mountains for the first time, Li Yuan felt an urge to venture outside. He wished to see the benefactor who had been forsaken by the grand physician, the one who had saved his life by taking his place. The truth seemed rather cruel to him. As the sole bearer of this knowledge, Li Yuan found his emotions difficult to articulate. From a mere mortal in the countryside to the ruler of the realm, only to be revealed as a discarded pawn, such drastic fluctuations were profoundly heart-wrenching. Could the other truly endure this? Upon introspection, Li Yuan could not claim he was resilient enough to withstand it. If given the chance, he would seek to meet him. A man of virtue must act in accordance with his principles. There were certain matters Li Yuan felt compelled to address. After Pei Luoqing departed, he made his way to the back mountain, arriving at the grand physician's grave. "Grandfather, by heaven's grace, your beloved grandson has not perished. All these years, through every night and day of fleeing, your heart must have endured great torment. Both my mother and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Please rest in peace. I shall ensure that your true grandson, my brother, remains unharmed." Li Yuan knelt before the grave, bowing solemnly. It had been a long time since his heart had experienced such intense turmoil. At that moment, an enigmatic sensation surged within him, as if tumultuous waves were rising in his consciousness, crashing against the boundaries of his mental realm. The sea of consciousness spanned mountains and rivers, embodying the essence of domain. Thunderous sounds echoed from his consciousness as Li Yuan focused his mind, sitting cross-legged and turning his gaze inward. Within the world of his consciousness, the vast ocean of spirit stirred with tremendous waves, surmounting the impediments of the mountains, allowing land to return to the sea, transforming into a brand new domain. After a considerable duration, Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes and a virtual panel materialized before him. "Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 5th Transformation, 1233-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation, Mental Strength, Initial Stage of Domain, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, Multicolored Exotic Fire Python, Illusory Robe, Silk Spider Queen Gu, Gu House." None. He had broken through. Li Yuan had not anticipated achieving a breakthrough in his mental realm under such circumstances. Transitioning from the perfected sea realm into the initial stage of domain much quicker than he had envisioned. Was this the significance of a clear and focused mind? At this moment, he began to grasp the remarkable utility of the Inquiring Heart Gu, which ranked 3rd on the exotic Gu list. The young lady of Kanglin, Xiao Qiner, empowered by the Inquiring Heart Gu, would likely experience rapid advancement and rise swiftly. With a deep breath, Li Yuan expelled the stale air and bowed once more to the Grand Physician's gravestone. "Grandfather, thank you for guiding me from the depths of despair." This timely breakthrough bolstered Li Yuan's confidence. Possessing the mental strength of the domain realm would render him nearly invisible to even the most formidable practitioners of the 8th and 9th realms. Certain matters would become significantly easier to undertake. Returning to the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan immediately retrieved the tome provided by his teacher, Yu Hengchuan, which contained the secret methods of refining a Gu house. The conditions for refining a Gu dwelling are threefold. One must possess mental strength that reaches the domain realm, resonate with one's innate Gu through the heart, and have a sufficient quantity of subordinate Gu at one's disposal. Presently, he fulfills all three criteria. According to his mentor, a 7th-turn Gu master capable of refining a Gu dwelling is a prodigy of the Gu path. Yet here I am, at merely the 5th turn, having attained such a remarkable milestone. Does this not seem exceedingly extraordinary? Chapter 54. Constructing the Gu house. Li Yuan held the book in his hands, engrossed in its contents. He had met all the preliminary conditions for the crafting of a Gu house. However, the endeavor of constructing a complete Gu house remained a monumental task. The time required for this construction was extensive, with higher quality demanding even more time. Much like his teacher's Gu house, which took 12 years to complete, there were numerous precedents of similar or even longer durations. While I could significantly reduce the time required for the construction, accomplishing it before the Fengshan ceremony posed a considerable challenge. Li Yuan set aside his worries. Given the current circumstances, any enhancement would bolster his confidence. My plan for the Gu house would center around the vibrant fire python and the silk queen Gu, hoping to yield a delightful surprise. The construction of a goo house not only greatly enhances the feedback to the goo master, but also has the remarkable ability to nurture spiritual substances. These so-called spiritual substances are akin to rare treasures. Although not born of heaven and earth, they were aptly named spiritual substances by the predecessors of the goo path. Different goo houses produce vastly different spiritual substances. Li Yuan searched the book for a considerable time, but found no mention of the spiritual substance produced from a goo house centered around the Silk Queen goo and the vibrant fire python. Records regarding precious goo are already sparse, and those concerning goo houses are even fewer. I hope to generate some superior spiritual substances, which I could then sell for a higher-tiered demon S-corpse. The lack of funds had evidently become a lifelong adversary for Li Yuan. The production of spiritual substances is closely tied to the quality of the goo house and the type of innate goo. For instance, the innate goo of Yuanyin is the butterfly mirage, primarily used to create illusions to confuse opponents. Constructing a goo house around this core yields a spiritual substance known as awakening water, which enhances mental acuity and temporarily boosts comprehension. Awakening water is not only beneficial to goo masters, but is also regarded as a treasure by martial artists, allowing it to fetch a handsome price in the market. I remain uncertain about what my goo house will produce. Li Yuan was both anxious and hopeful. Should it yield a spiritual substance akin to awakening water, I could escape poverty and embark on a grand venture. Enough of this. It is time to attempt the construction of the goo house. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, come here. With a gentle call, Shao Kai and Wu Mei promptly flew to settle upon Li Yuan's shoulders. Which of you wishes to become the core for the goo house first? His chirp. The two little creatures were eager, brimming with anticipation. As expected, Li Yuan rubbed his forehead. Having them both together was not feasible, for their master would be drained. He had only just entered the initial domain stage, and constructing a goo house was already his limit. How about this? You can play rock, paper, scissors, and the winner will go first. Agreed? No cheating and no sulking. Li Yuan had to coax the two little beings like children. His chirp. Shao Kai and Wu Mei readily agreed. I will count to 3, and then you begin. 1, 2, 3. Start. At the moment the words fell, the tail of the little twisted, reshaping into a fist-like form, while also expelled a fist-sized ball of silk. A draw. Let us try again, Li Yuan announced with resignation. The two little creatures made their moves once more, and again both chose cloth. Again, for the third time, they both opted for scissors. This repetitive cycle continued for over 10 rounds, with the two little ones consistently selecting the same gesture. Could it be? Li Yuan realized belatedly. They are both raised by the same master, rendering them unable to break the stalemate. Whether it was or their bond had reached a level of resonance of hearts, sharing the same spirit. How could they possibly best one another? It seems they can only be drained. Unable to determine a victor, Li Yuan certainly could not allow in a fight amongst themselves. Such a scenario could easily lead to trouble, harming their camaraderie and jeopardizing their intimate relationship. How challenging it is to maintain balance. Li Yuan chuckled in resignation. They were all his own, and he could only endure this, treating it as a means of spiritual fortification. A slower pace was of no consequence. He soon came to terms with it. Select original materials. Common red, snake 99. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first-tier common goo. Little fire python 33. Though the colorful was cultivated by Li Yuan through the dragon pattern egg along with some treasures. The goo that shared the closest bloodline connection was the little fire python. A higher bloodline affinity between the lower-tier goo and the main goo elevates the success rate of constructing the goo dwelling. Let us proceed. Select original materials. Common spider 99. Add near springgrass. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a first-tier common goo. Spirit breath spider 33. The spirit breath spider is also among the lower-tier goo of the Silk Queen, possessing a relatively high bloodline affinity. Let us prepare to begin. Li Yuan, accompanied by, and ventured to a newly developed area after expanding the small bamboo grove. This space was concealed and hidden, accessible only to him. It was perfectly suitable to temporarily place the goo dwelling here. Sitting cross-legged, eyes slightly closed, he focused intently, channeling his mind's power to resonate with the colorful and the Silk Queen goo. Before long, He felt as though he had entered a marvelous spiritual realm. More precisely, it was two extraordinary spiritual worlds. His dual focus rapidly drained his mental energy, proving quite taxing. The first step in constructing the Gu dwelling was to strengthen the connection between the main Gu and the lower-tier Gu. Unifying the intentions of all the Gu hearts was essential for the dwelling to take form. The concept of a dwelling originates from home. In ancient times, when Gu masters were still struggling through their early days, all Gu insects were treated as family. Only family could reside under the same roof. After a considerable duration, the wondrous spiritual world began to shift slightly as the consciousness of a little fire python coalesced and manifested within this realm. Simultaneously, in the real world, a little fire python began to actively construct its nest. It expelled a mysterious substance, akin to drifting dust, nearly invisible to the naked eye, until more and more little fire pythons appeared, joining in the construction process. The dust coalesced into soil, revealing some tangible results. On the other side, the spirit spider was also constructing its lair, with both nests appearing as holes that continuously delved into the earth. Li Yuan gradually became immersed in the task. After an indeterminate passage of time, he awoke in a daze, his consciousness drained, and a wave of fatigue washed over him, leaving him feeling rather unsteady. Upon focusing his gaze, he observed that the Gu houses on either side had only been expanded by approximately a foot, with around 80 Gu insects participating in the construction on each side. A glance at the nearby hourglass revealed that 3 days had already elapsed. This meant that it had taken him an entire 3 days and nights to establish merely a foot of the Gu house and assimilate only a handful of Gu insects. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. The critical issue was that as the construction progressed, the number of Gu insects increased, resulting in an even greater consumption of mental energy. Even Fifth Sister and Little Kai had grown weary, resting upon his shoulders. Truly, it was an immense undertaking that could only be approached with patience. Chapter 55. The Young Deity in Muyao, the imperial capital of Dian, Tianan City. After enduring the calamities of bloodshed in the preceding years, the Night Owl King rallied his forces, leading the Night Owl Guards and various station troops to reclaim the land, driving away the demons. Within the palace, a youth clad in a python robe was vigorously practicing martial arts, drenched in sweat. Beside him, the imposing figure of the Night Owl King, adorned with a bronze mask, observed silently, resembling a statue. After a considerable time, the youth withdrew his fists, and waves of energy erupted from within him, stirring the air and rustling the trees in the courtyard. This python-robed youth was none other than Qinggoden, a humble villager brought back by the Night Owl King from Kunlun Su, and the sole bloodline of the current Dian imperial family, Prince Li Qingshu. Indeed, the young prince possessed extraordinary talent. Within a mere 7 days, he had advanced to the 2nd rank of Qi Induction Realm and mastered the 1st level of the Shattering Heaven Divine Fist. The Night Owl King praised him, saying, "I have fulfilled my promise. Now, shall you not teach me the true essence of the art?" Li Shangshu inkidat calmly. Since returning from Kunlun Su, he harbored no other thoughts. His sole desire was to eradicate the demons, sparing the world from suffering and avenging his mother. Yet all of this required formidable strength. "It is my duty," the Night Owl King replied, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. In the Tianyuan continent, martial prowess reigned supreme. Whether it be the cultivation systems of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism, the evolutionary paths of demons, or the lesser arts of Gu, talismans, and formations, none surpass the significance of martial arts. The 9 ranks of martial arts are as follows. 1st rank, body refinement. 2nd rank, Qi induction. 3rd rank, spirit gathering. 4th rank, cocoon breaking. 5th rank, freedom. 6th rank, lesser grandmaster. 7th rank, grandmaster. 8th rank, martial sage. And 9th rank, martial emperor. Beyond the 9th rank lies the realm of the martial deity. In years past, the founding emperor ascended to the status of martial deity, sweeping through the 6 directions and 8 desolations, with myriad nations paying homage, while demons were banished beyond the borders, daring not to intrude for a millennium. The Night Owl King patiently elucidated the historical significance and foundational knowledge of martial arts to Li Qingshu. The founding emperor established 3 divine martial arts: the Shattering Heaven Divine Fist, the Yuanyin Myriad Manifestation Sword, and the Tianlong Destiny Technique. Among these, the Shattering Heaven Divine Fist is the simplest to learn, with a lineage preserved within the Night Owl Guards for unforeseen circumstances. The Yuanyin Myriad Manifestation Sword, however, is reserved solely for emperors, necessitating that the prince personally seek the inheritance deep within the ancestral grounds after his ascension. As for the Tianlong Destiny Technique, it is an ethereal art that gathers and suppresses the imperial fortune, beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists, yet it is fundamental to the resurgence of Daiyan. The Night Owl King elaborated extensively, demonstrating the Shattering Heaven Divine Fist multiple times for Li Qingshu. I understand, Li Qingshu reflected thoughtfully. The Night Owl chuckled, "Your Highness, with your keen intellect, you shall soon step into the 4th rank of cocoon breaking, at which point you may return to Kunlun, Su, to conduct the Fengshan ceremony and manifest the dragon vein." Indeed, Li Qingshu nodded, his expression grave. Each time he recalled the despair of his mother being devoured by demons and considered the countless others suffering similar fates, his heart ached profoundly. His mindset had shifted from initial feelings of resentment, rebellion, and self-destruction to a recognition that he must take action. At times, he found it all rather amusing. He could not even protect a small mountain village, nor save his own mother, yet after merely a few days of martial training, he harbored the absurd ambition to safeguard vast territories, the nation, and the lives of countless people. It was utterly laughable. In a state of inner turmoil, the young man's fists and feet never ceased their movements, his mind swirling with evolving martial techniques. The Night Owl King departed silently. Soon he arrived at a tower, where within an elegant chamber sat a veiled woman clad in a blue robe, her skin as delicate as jade and her aura frigid. "Did you see clearly?" the Night Owl inquired as he took a seat, gazing into the distance, where he could observe the young man, Li Qingshu, practicing martial arts in the courtyard. "I cannot discern it clearly," the woman replied, shaking her head. She was an Emuyao, the newly appointed envoy of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe, summoned by the Night Owl King to assist in locating the sole heir of her elder sister, who had perished in a royal blood calamity years prior. "Is there any trace of his bloodline?" Emuyao asked. Years ago, her sister had entered the royal family through a politically motivated marriage, a sacrifice made to save their tribe, a source of deep guilt for her father. Without her sister's sacrifice, the extreme North Ice Plains tribe would have long been annihilated. Now, having reclaimed their totem and grown strong, her sister could never return home, and even her sole descendant was lost to the winds. Thus, when the Night Owl King sought her assistance, and Muyao did not hesitate to accept. "Little Linner, you must still be alive, right?" Linner was the affectionate term used by the tribe for children. Yet, as she gazed at the young prince, Li Qingshu, a sense of detachment washed over her. Her instincts told her that he was not her sister's child. Still, she needed to proceed with caution and verify the bloodline. Even if he were not her sister's offspring, he was undoubtedly the only lead to finding little Linner, and she could not afford to miss it. This is his blood. Extracting the blood of an ordinary person was a trivial task for the Night Owl King, yet he remained cautious. The grand ceremony of Fengshan was of utmost importance, with various lords and demons awaiting that day. Should he return with anything less than the true dragon heir, it would be a fatal blow to the Daiyan royal family. And Muyao took the transparent jade vial containing the blood and examined it meticulously. "Qu'il a un trésor technique. Manifest." She swiftly formed seals with her hands, and a blue Qilin symbol appeared on her forehead, radiating a luminous glow. The brilliance cascaded into the jade vial. Simultaneously, a series of blurred scenes unfolded in her mind. There were 2 infants, their bloodlines and roots exchanged in the darkness through secret arts. In that instant, and Muyao understood. During the royal calamity, her sister had sought a substitute to save little Linner, swapping their bloodlines to deceive the demons. This meant that although the young prince before her was a false heir, little Linner had escaped that catastrophe and must still be alive. Fate had been cruel to Linner. "Linner, your aunt shall surely find you." Knowing that her sister's child still lived was the greatest comfort for Muyao. "Envoy, what is the matter?" A cool, deep voice pulled Muyao back from a reverie. The gaze of the Night Owl King was as piercing as the scorching sun, instilling a profound sense of oppression in Muyao, causing her heart to race and compelling her to instinctively reveal the truth. Yet, just as the thought was on the verge of escaping her lips, she forcefully suppressed it. If I were to disclose the truth, the innocent young prince, who had taken Linner's place, would undoubtedly meet his demise. He is utterly blameless, abandoned by his own parents and forced to undergo a change of fate, all while remaining oblivious to the circumstances. Moreover, he had once saved Linner's life. To now subject him to the harsh consequences would be exceedingly cruel. Fate plays its tricks. This was meant to be a tale of sacrifice. No one anticipated that both the true and false young princes would still be alive, rendering certain matters exceedingly complex. And Muyao steadied her emotions and spoke with composure. "Night Owl King, this matter is indeed shrouded in mystery and requires careful deliberation." Chapter 56. Spiritual substance. After careful consideration, even the lesser deity could not discern the truth. The Night Owl King furrowed his brow. He was aware that the seer of the extreme north possessed the art of bloodline tracing, and had specifically summoned in Muyao from the far north. Yet, the latter failed to uncover the reality of the situation. The little prince's bloodline was indeed peculiar, and I dare not draw conclusions. We shall wait until he matures further. And Muyao deliberately spoke in ambiguous terms, hesitant to declare a definitive answer. Since the Night Owl King had summoned her, he must have sensed the underlying issues and speculated that the little prince was not the true descendant of the Lin family, but lacked the means to verify it. With the impending ritual of Fengshan, which bore significant implications for the world, time was not on their side. The Night Owl King spoke solemnly. "As for the Fengshan matter, I do possess a method that could alleviate our immediate predicament." And Muyao was resolute in her intent to save the ill-fated substitute prince, considering it a meritorious act for her sister's child. "How so?" inquired the Night Owl King. "By employing deception to confuse the true with the false. We can initially conceal the truth from the lords and various demons, thus stabilizing the current situation," and Muyao replied. "Impossible. The matter of Fengshan is of great consequence. How can we deceive those above and conceal the truth from those below? If he is indeed a false prince, yet ascends to the throne, would this not completely sever the bloodline of the Li family? Ascending to the throne is easy. Abdicating is difficult. The Night Owl King would not permit such treachery and absurdity to transpire." He dismissed the notion. The times have changed. Stabilizing the situation is essential for the vitality of the DNS fate. Otherwise, the people's hearts will scatter and the dragon vein will dissipate. And Muyao could not fathom the Night Owl King's true intentions. This man, recognized as the pinnacle of martial arts in the present age, was he genuinely seeking to restore the Yuanyin imperial family, or was he merely playing a part for the sake of the martial goddess treasure? She leaned towards the latter. "I urge you to think carefully, Night Owl King." And Muyao lacked the power to sway his actions, having said her piece. She turned to leave. Watching her retreating figure, the Night Owl King fell into deep contemplation. It appeared that this little prince was most likely an impostor. Could it be that there had once been a switcheroo, with the true prince already sent away from the palace? Such a scenario was not beyond possibility. The former consort and was no ordinary figure. One who could ascend to the role of seer in the extreme north was far beyond the likes of the delicate flowers found within the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Perhaps, during the blood calamity, consort and had already sensed something amiss, orchestrating a replacement of the little prince's bloodline, concealing the truth and facilitating his exit from the palace. The Night Owl King sought the truth from the minutiae of the past, if all unfolded as he surmised. Then Muyao's actions were solely to preserve the life of the little prince's substitute. After all, it was an act of saving grace. Thus, everything would fall into place. Given the Night Owl King's disposition, anyone daring to impersonate the bloodline of the founding martial god, regardless of the reason, would face execution at his hands. He would not allow so-called personal sentiments to jeopardize the millennia-old foundation of the Yin. And Muyao was certain that as long as she did not verbally acknowledge it, he would not dare to harm the substitute prince. especially since this substitute was also the only thread leading to the true heir. The unseen scenes from the past blood calamity now unfolded vividly in the Night Owl King's mind. In an instant, several figures entered the chamber. The Night Owl King spoke coldly, instructing the 36 divisions of Tianluo to thoroughly investigate all intelligence regarding consort and her confidence. Submit it within 7 days. Years have passed, and the demons have ravaged many ancient texts and scrolls in the imperial capital. It is exceedingly difficult to trace back to the events of those years. Only the Night Owl Guard possesses such capabilities. It seems that the ceremony of Fengshan must be postponed. Unless absolutely necessary, the Night Owl King is reluctant to allow an unidentified substitute prince to ascend the throne, as it could potentially invite irreparable calamities, even leading to the complete disintegration of the already precarious Dayan. Time flows swiftly. Each day, Li Yuan immerses himself in the intricate art of constructing the Gu House, diligently conducting his studies. At last, he has succeeded. In the stillness of the night, Li Yuan emerges from his taut mental state. Before him, 2 small nests have been forged. The former is slender and elongated, while the latter is broad, filled with spider silk. This is the Gu House constructed around the cores of the colorful fire python and the silk queen Gu. A data panel materializes before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th Transition 1490-1500, Realm, 5th Transition, Middle Power, Mid-Domain Realm, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Reviving Gu, Colorful Fire Python, Illusionary Robe. Silk Queen Gu, Gu House, Colorful Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House, Silk Mysterious Realm, 1000 Gu House. Gu House Output, Celestial Fire. Reviving Essence, my relentless toil has not been in vain. The reward from the Gu House are indeed immensely beneficial. The completion of the Gu House has significantly enhanced Li Yuan's own strength, propelling his mental power into the mid-domain realm. In terms of the vastness of his sea of consciousness, he is no weaker than some seasoned 8-realm experts. Thus, he no longer fears the exposure of his secrets. More importantly, the production of the Gu House is remarkable. Li Yuan meticulously examines the wondrous applications of the treasures produced by the 2 Gu Houses. Celestial Fire, flame condensed from the energy of the great sun above, useful for forging treasures or attacking enemies, and once unleashed, it resembles a great sun, enduring without cease. Reviving Essence, a blend of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, fused with the essence of insects and beasts, possessing the ability to resurrect the dead. The treasures produced by both Gu Houses are extraordinary. The sole drawback is their meager output. It takes a full month to yield a wisp of celestial fire and a drop of reviving essence. This is the utmost limit of what Li Yuan can achieve. To enhance production, he must elevate the grade of the Gu House, which requires years of diligent refinement. The grades of the Gu House are classified as 1000 Gu House, 10,000 Gu House, 100,000 Gu House, and million Gu House. The higher the grade, the steeper the difficulty of refinement. According to the records in the book bestowed by his teacher, Yu Hongxuan, several long-established palace masters have barely reached the 100,000 Gu House tier. A million Gu House? Perhaps it exists only in legend. That seems far beyond my reach. Li Yuan does not dwell on this. For him, the most pressing concern is to accumulate wealth, gather raw materials, and enhance his combat power. He can seek opportunities to sell celestial fire. If fortune smiles upon him, he might fetch a high price and acquire a 7th-grade demon corpse in return. As for the reviving essence, he intends to reserve it for his teacher, Yu Hongxuan. The teacher, whom he has met only thrice, has treated him kindly, bestowing upon him numerous opportunities, and within his capabilities, he will not neglect them. In just 10 days, he shall be able to step into the 6th transformation realm. At that time, he will have the chance to venture into the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan has been eagerly anticipating the immortal Gu secret realm, an endless array of precious Gu. If he could amalgamate them, how magnificent that would be. He would awaken from dreams with a smile. To fail to create even a single extraordinary Gu would be a disservice to such an opportunity. Chapter 57. The 6th transformation in the blink of an eye. 10 days had elapsed. Li Yuan awakened from his slumber, invigorated and refreshed. The data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6 transformation 1, 3000. Realm, 6 transformation, mental power, mid-domain realm. Innate Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python. Illusory Robe, Spider Queen Gu, Gu House, Colorful Exotic Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House, Spider Mystique Realm, 1000 Gu House. Time truly flies. It has been over 7 years since he joined the 12 Caves. This is indeed a remarkable number. There is even a saying about the 7-year itch between couples. Yet, Li Yuan had remained within the 12 Caves for a full 7 years, without venturing out even once, with only a handful of excursions beyond the small bamboo grove. It was time to explore the world beyond. However, this journey would not lead him into chaos, but deeper into the mountains. After a brief preparation, Li Yuan departed from the small bamboo grove and ascended to the peak of the 12 Caves. Junior brother? Pei Luo Qing, upon seeing Li Yuan, widened his eyes in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. No way. Actually left the mountain? He had never encountered such a composed young man. Without a wife or children, to remain in one place for 7 years was a testament to his endurance of solitude. Brother, I have reached the 6th transformation, Li Yuan stated with a faint smile. What? Pei Luo Qing was taken aback. The 6th transformation? So soon? Not particularly fast, Li Yuan chuckled. Pei Luo Qing teased. Compared to the most illustrious prodigies in history, it may not be swift, but certainly surpasses your elder brother's progress. You flatter me, Li Yuan replied. His strength lay not in the speed of his breakthrough, but in his multiple innate Gus. Did you come to seek me out, preparing to enter the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces and venture into the immortal Gu's secret realm? Pei Luo Qing inquired. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This matter should not be delayed. I have long harbored this aspiration. Ha! I understand completely, Pei Luo Qing laughed. In my time, I too was eager to dive into the immortal Gu's secret realm the moment I broke through. It is truly a magnificent place, though one can only visit once. His ginseng infant Gu attained such potency precisely because he discovered suitable materials within the immortal Gu's secret realm, completing a vital evolution. Brother Pei, when shall we depart? Li Yuan asked, his eagerness palpable. We can leave today, Pei Luo Qing affirmed, nodding. I will arrange matters within the sect, and we shall set off this afternoon. Very well. The brothers reached a mutual understanding. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan shared a meal with Wang Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, I must venture out for a while, he announced. Over the years, the two had spent every day together, with only a brief separation during the turmoil in the southern frontier when the 12 Caves drew life and death lots. This marked their second parting. I'm going to the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces, Li Yuan stated calmly. Brother Yuan, you have entered the 6th transformation, Wang Xiao Xiao exclaimed with delight. Li Yuan had previously mentioned this to her, and she was somewhat prepared, given Brother Yuan's talent. His breakthrough was inevitable. Yes, Li Yuan nudda, advising her to take good care of herself during this period. If any crisis arises, she must not venture outside, but remain within the bamboo grove for her safety. Understood, Wang Xiaoxiao replied, ever obedient. I shall take my leave now. In the afternoon, Li Yuan shouldered his pack and hurried away to join Pei Luo Qing. Marking the first time in 7 years, he departed from the 12 Caves. The Jiugong mountain range stretched for miles, enveloped in serene nature. As he stepped into the world beyond, Li Yuan felt little sentiment. The verdant hills appeared largely unchanged, a landscape he had long grown accustomed to. The mountain paths were rugged and challenging. As night approached, Li Yuan followed Pei Luo Qing to a mountain gate. Where are we? He inquired, puzzled. For the inner gate of Jiugong was evidently not this close. 13th Cave, Pei Luo Qing responded. At this pace, it will take an eternity to reach the inner gate. If we encounter thick fog in the mountains, we may easily lose our way. I shall procure a precious artifact to hasten our journey. With that, he inhaled deeply, cupping his hands before his mouth, and shouted, Brother Yang, come forth for a chat. A moment later, a large black eagle descended from the sky, landing before them. Pei Shidi, to what do I owe the pleasure? A one-armed man jumped down from the eagle's back. His sword-like brows and bright eyes exuding an air of carefree elegance. "Brother Yang, allow me to introduce you to my teacher's newly accepted disciple, Li Yuan. He has just attained the 6th transformation, and I intend to take him to the inner gate of Jiugong," Pei Luo Qing said with a smile. "Hence, I wish to borrow your eagle for a time." "Not a problem," the amiable Yang Chong replied. "Li Yuan, you appear quite youthful. Yet you're already a 6th transformation Gu master. Truly enviable. Thanks to my master's guidance, I was fortunate to break through," Li Yuan modestly responded. "It is getting late. Why not rest for the night at 13th Cave and set off for the inner gate tomorrow?" Yang Chong suggested, eager to forge a connection with Li Yuan. "That will not do," Li Yuan politely declined. "My master is gravely injured, and I wish to see him first." "Very well," Yang Chong conceded, unable to press further. "I wish you both a successful journey, and may you discover rare goo in the mystical realm." "Thank you, Brother Yang." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Yuan and Pei Luo Qing mounted the eagle and took flight. Soaring through the night sky on the majestic creature, their speed surpassed that of their earlier frantic pace along the mountain paths. At last, they had a moment to breathe, sitting atop the eagle as they engaged in light conversation. "Brother Pei, do you know anything about our elder sister?" Li Yuan queried, having only heard of her existence without yet meeting her. His teacher seemed to place immense trust in her, delegating many responsibilities to her. "I cannot say I know her well, but we are somewhat acquainted," Pei Luo Qing chuckled. "Rest assured, our elder sister is quite warm and not the icy figure one might expect." "What is her level of mastery?" Li Yuan inquired further. "She is a 7th transformation Gu master. In truth, she stands as one of the foremost talents within the inner gate of Jiugong, a prominent figure among our younger generation. She was once a contender to become the next palace master. However, upon the arrival of that young lady from the Kinglan lineage, all hope seemed to vanish for her." Pale King sighed, pondering that perhaps our lineage is simply not destined to hold the title of palace master. The heart-questioning Gu, ranked 3rd on the stands as the most promising means to achieve the status of a Gu immortal, rendering any Gu master who dares to challenge it utterly powerless. It then struck Li Yuan that the young lady, Xiao Qiner, was also within the inner circle of the 9th palace. After years of separation, he wondered just how far Xiao Qiner had progressed following the refinement of the heart-questioning Gu. However, the role of palace master hardly offers any significant advantages. Even the position of a cave master is exhausting enough, and the meager monthly stipend hardly facilitates grand endeavors. Pale King preferred a life of leisure and freedom. His assumption of the role of cave master was merely a consequence of the war's exigencies, as well as a directive from his mentor to safeguard his yet-to-mature junior. Now that his junior has stepped into the 6th transformation realm, he can seek an opportune moment to resign. 7 days later, after traversing formidable mountains, a great eagle descended upon a peak. Pale King took a deep breath. Ahead lay the inner gate of the 9th palace, ensconced within a maze that necessitated a token for entry. "Follow me," he instructed. Chapter 58. The inner gate of the 9 palaces nestled in the depths of the mountains. Surrounded by intricate mazes, the 9 palaces Gu nest can endure as long as its internal sanctity remains intact. Li Yuan followed Pei Luo Qing into the dense fog, where at times he glimpsed flying beasts and exotic plants, and at other moments, the curling smoke of cooking fires and the bustling of people. Countless scenes interwove, shifting unpredictably, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. He felt a profound astonishment. In the face of an ancient power that had persisted for millennia, he felt as insignificant as a mayfly. His previously restless heart was suddenly calmed. A 6th transition Gu master? What significance did that hold against the superpowers that governed the Tianyuan continent? It is important to note that the 9 palaces Gu nest is merely a colossus in the southern frontier. Similar dominant forces exist in the northern lands, eastern wilderness, and western territories, not to mention the long-established, mysterious entities in the central plains. Survival. We must continue to endure. After what felt like an eternity, the two finally emerged from the depths of the fog. "This is the place." Pei Luo Qing pointed to a narrow crevice in the valley and stepped inside, with Li Yuan following closely behind. Initially cramped, it soon opened into a vast expanse after several dozen steps. Rows of houses came into view, with curling smoke rising, exuding a palpable sense of human warmth. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. He was witnessing a true paradise for the first time. The inner gate of the ninth palace was vastly different from his imagination, yet it resonated with his preferences. You should enjoy this place. Pei Luoqing surmised his thoughts. Indeed. Unfortunately, there are too many strong individuals here, drawing attention. Li Yuan cannot remain here for long. Otherwise, he would have moved in with his teacher years ago. Gulme, let us meet the senior sister and the teacher. They traversed a quaint rural path, listening to the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers until they arrived at a small farmhouse, where Pei Luoqing halted. Teacher, senior sister, Pei Luoqing shouted from outside. I have returned. No response came from within. Is the senior sister not home? Li Yuan mumbled. She is. Pei Luoqing smiled and called out again. Junior brother has returned too. Bang! In the next instant, the door swung open, and Li Yuan saw a flash of red darting toward him, swiftly grasping his arm and pulling him into the house. Hey, senior sister. I haven't whoosh. The red skirt fluttered in the wind, revealing a long, snowy leg that kicked Pei Luoqing out as he attempted to follow. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. Li Yuan? What is happening? Who am I? Where am I? Junior brother Li Yuan, greetings. A soft, alluring voice pulled Li Yuan back from his daze. Before him stood a woman clad in a striking red dress. She possessed a graceful figure and an enchanting charm. Her peach blossom eyes seemed capable of stirring the heartstrings, lively and captivating. The crimson fabric hugged her form, accentuating her alluring curves, while the hem revealed a glimpse of her delicate, long legs. Her dark hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with a red jade hairpin that shimmered softly in the sunlight, complementing her vivid attire. Yet, this stunningly sensual woman appeared somewhat at odds with the tranquility of this idyllic paradise. Senior sister? Li Yuan recalled his senior brother, Pei mentioning that the eldest sister, Ning Hongyu, was quite amiable. However, this warmth diverged somewhat from his expectations. You are rather handsome. Junior brother, Ning Hongyu remarked, her eyes twinkling with amusement as she appraised Li Yuan. Eldest sister, is Pei's senior brother all right? Li Yuan inquired tauquarly, momentarily perplexed by Ning Hongyu's intent. He won't die, Ning Hongyu chuckled. The fateful worm, nurtured by Pei Luoqing, behaves like a wild boar whenever released, wreaking havoc upon the exquisite flora of my courtyard. Ah, I see, Li Yuan responded, a mix of laughter and exasperation washing over him, realizing that Pei's senior brother was not as solemn as he appeared. Junior brother, do you have someone who holds your affections? Ning Hongyu pressed further. Li Yuan, taken aback, thought, compared to Pei's senior brother, the eldest sister seems even less decorous. No, he answered candidly. No. Ning Hongyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. That's quite good. Eldest sister, what about the master? Li Yuan, unable to withstand her penetrating gaze, hastily redirected the conversation. Inside, still in a state of unconsciousness, with only a faint trace of life, Ning Hongyu replied, turning away. Come with me. All right. Following Ning Hongyu into the room, Li Yuan beheld Yu Hengchuan lying on the bed. Upon their reunion, he noticed that Yu Hengchuan's hair had turned completely gray, resembling the dry tendrils of an ancient tree, and his face bore no hint of color. Master, Li Yuan called softly as he approached the bedside. Yu Hengchuan's fingers twitched slightly, a testament to his lingering consciousness, albeit unable to command his own body. Ning Hongyu explained. After he was returned, the master consumed various treasures meant for healing, yet none proved effective. The rarer medicinal herbs for recovery are exceedingly scarce, particularly in these tumultuous times of warfare, making it difficult to procure them for the master's use. Ultimately, even if Yu Hengchuan were to recover, he would be devoid of the path of the worms, destined to live as an ordinary mortal in his twilight years. Senior sister, I have brought a medicinal liquid that might aid the master in his recovery. Li Yuan produced a small green vial. What it contained was the precious resurrection essence produced by the Gu Hao Silken Abyss. Ning Hongyu's eyes lit up as she uncapped the vial and inhaled deeply. Sensing the vibrant life force within, It was undoubtedly a rare elixir. Junior brother, you are thoughtful. Without inquiring about the origin of the potion, she diluted it and carefully administered it to Yu Hengchuan. Before long, the parched skin of Yu Hengchuan began to regain its smoothness and vitality, and some of his hair darkened visibly, a clear sign of rejuvenation. A miraculous medicine, Ning Hongyu exclaimed, astonished at the elixir's efficacy, which surpassed her expectations. Truly, you live up to the master's praises. Before the onset of the great battle, Master Yu Hengchuan had repeatedly urged her to support junior brother Li Yuan, arranging for him to enter the secret realm of the immortal worms. He had even secured a place for him in the grand ceremony of Fengshan. It would not be long before the master awakened. Ning Hongyu sighed with relief. That is wonderful, Li Yuan Dao. I have been unable to enter the sixth transformation realm until now, and I have not had the opportunity to visit my master. This medicine, if it proves effective, serves as a token of my heartfelt intention as a disciple. Are you planning to wait for the master to awaken? Or shall we venture into the immortal Gu's secret realm first? Ning Kongqiu inquired. Let us proceed to the immortal Gu's secret realm, Li Yuan replied. I possess only a single drop of the reviving spirit nectar, which I have already used. Remaining here serves little purpose. It is better to resolve my concerns sooner rather than later. Very well, Ning Hongyu nodded. I will promptly request permission from the palace lord. You should rest here for 3 days in preparation for entering the immortal Gu's secret realm. Li Yuan could not help but glance at his senior sister, recalling the peculiar questions she had posed earlier, which made him feel somewhat anxious. What are you so nervous about? Are you afraid that your senior sister might devour you? Ning Kongqiu tested. Perhaps a little, Li Yuan admitted with a nod. There are so many peculiarities among Gu masters. Who knows what true form lies beneath a beautiful exterior? Rest assured, I am not a monster, Ning Hongyu said with a radiant smile. Junior brother, let us have a candlelit conversation tonight. Once you understand your senior sister's heart, you will surely have nothing to fear. Chapter 59. The true emotion Gu as night fell, Pei Luo Qing, having vowed not to disturb the remarkable flora in the courtyard, was finally permitted to enter the house and savor a warm meal. Senior sister, your treatment is rather biased, Pei Luo Qing teased. You serve Li Yuan food and pour him wine, leaving me in a rather pitiable position. Then keep your distance, Ning Hongyu retorted. Your skin is as thick as a pig's. It's a wonder I haven't tea-struck you yet. Senior sister, you can't possibly have feelings for your junior brother, can you? Pei Luo Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Uft. Senior brother, don't speak carelessly. Li Yuan, caught off guard, had a mouthful of wine spray onto Pei Luo Qing's face. Why am I being dragged into this again? Indeed, Ning Hongyu proudly raised her fair neck. Your junior brother is quite handsome and talented. Who would be fond of him? Pei Luo Qing was taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. It makes sense. After all, why let good fortune go to waste? I support this union. Li Yuan. What is this? Just a few words, and my lifelong matters are being decided? Senior sister, second senior brother, please stop jesting, Li Yuan protested. He had no thoughts of marriage or children. Burdened as he was with blood vendettas, it was far too early to entertain notions of love before settling his affairs. We are not jesting, Pei Luo Qing blinked. Do I appear to be joking? Li Yuan was truly bewildered. Could this actually be serious? All right, I shan't tease you any longer, Ning Hongyu continued. In truth, this relates to my life Gu. What is your life Gu, senior sister? Li Yuan pondered, countless names of Gu insects flashing through his mind. Yet none seemed to align with the current condition of his senior sister. True emotion Gu, Ning Hongyu revealed. The name of true emotion Gu was well known, and Li Yuan was certainly aware of its reputation. This Gu was heralded as one of the rarest and most extraordinary Gu, with 2 evolutionary paths. It could evolve into the 3rd-ranked Xin Gu on the list of extraordinary Gu, or into the 11th-ranked Hongqin Gu. True emotion Gu bestows the Gu master with unparalleled focus. While it may not enhance mental strength as swiftly as Xin Gu, it possesses a unique trait. It can draw feedback from a partner to enhance the user's capabilities. I understand now, Li Yuan finally comprehended. Ning Kong, you seek it. Finding a genuinely loving partner is no easy feat, let alone the fact that human hearts are fickle. If my beloved were to change his mind, it would cost me my life. This was the fatal flaw of true emotion goo. To transform true emotion goo into its complete form, the goo master must find a truly loving partner, engaging in a harmonious fusion to refine this goo. After its refinement, the goo master must also relinquish control to the partner. Should the partner betray them, they would suffer some injuries at most, but if true emotion goo were to perish, the fate of its master would be infinitely more tragic. This meant that while Ning Hong Yu gained power, she simultaneously handed over the reins of life and death to another. Indeed, it is not an easy task, Li Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. Were he in her position, he would never dare to cultivate such a life goo. Ning Hong Yu smiled and said, "I often hear the master praise you, my junior brother," with kind words that seemed to flow endlessly. "I must confess, I have entertained certain thoughts. While I do not dare to speak of love at first sight, your qualities truly resonate with my heart. You are the first man to stir my emotions. If you are willing, perhaps we could attempt to spend some time together." The unexpected declaration nearly caused Li Yuan to falter. It was not that he objected to such a direct approach, but rather that he had no intention of pursuing this matter. As fellow disciples, there would be ample opportunities for interaction in the future. He preferred to let fate guide him, acting according to his heart. "Well said," Li Yuan replied. Ning Hong Yu, undeterred by embarrassment, viewed expressing her intentions to someone who piqued her interest as anything but shameful. Li Yuan, too, remained unfazed. As a goo master, he understood the profound influence that one's life goo has on their character. It was remarkable that the senior sister could maintain clarity of thought and discernment, remaining unmarried and unenchanted by the pursuit of power. Even he, when utilizing the giant spirit goo, found his thoughts swayed, often speaking in an arrogant and pretentious manner. Thus, he held a deep respect for his senior sister. Now let us return to the matter at hand. Ning Hong Yu straightened her posture, ready to discuss the important considerations regarding the immortal goo secret realm. Indeed, Li Yuan sat up attentively, eager to listen. The possibility of acquiring another rare goo hinged upon this knowledge. 3,000 years ago, a singular goo immortal of unparalleled renown attained enlightenment deep within the Jiugong Mountains, opening the heavenly gate through the path of goo. Divine light cascaded from the heavenly gate, manifesting at the site of enlightenment and transforming into what is now the immortal goo secret realm. This realm is the only place on earth capable of nurturing rare goo in abundance, even the extraordinary ones, and serves as the foundation of the Jiugong goo nest legacy. Ning Hongqiu elaborated. Li Yuan listened intently, his eyes alight with anticipation. Though referred to as a secret realm, the immortal goo secret realm is, in fact, an isolated island situated within a vast lake at the heart of a great mountain. The island still harbors the will of the goo immortals, making it inhospitable for ordinary people. A person's spiritual strength can only endure for 7 days on the island. After that time, one must depart, lest they be overwhelmed by the will of the goo immortals and face a tragic demise there. As for the fortunes one might encounter during those 7 days, that is entirely dependent on one's own destiny, Ning Hong Yu solemnly stated. "Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I shall certainly remember," Li Yuan replied. 7 days was ample time for him to accomplish much. "Senior sister, I have another question. If I were to discover numerous rare treasures within the immortal goo secret realm, would the sect impose any penalties upon me? What are you thinking?" Ning Hongqiu lauket. Finding even a few rare treasures would be quite fortunate. The immortal goo secret realm is not a mere vegetable patch for you to plunder at will. Pei Luoqing also cautioned, "Junior brother, do not be greedy. Historically, no one has emerged with more than 5 treasures, while many have returned empty-handed. If everyone could freely harvest, the immortal goo secret realm would have long since been depleted. How could it continue to produce for 3,000 years? I understand." Li Yuan committed this to memory. At the same moment, his harvest undoubtedly far exceeds that of an ordinary goo master. It is indeed a profitable endeavor. Here is a map for you. Ning Hong Yu produced a parchment, inscribed with the general topography of the solitary island, detailing areas rich in treasures as well as several domains that are strictly off-limits. "Will there be others accompanying us?" Li Yuan inquired further. "It is possible," The other 8 palaces possess their own routes to the island and may send individuals in. If we encounter others, we must remain vigilant. After all, what transpires within the immortal Gu's secret realm is entirely unknown to the outside world. One must always be cautious of others. Ningkongyu advisit. Understood. Li Yuan's expression radiated excitement. He had overlooked much of what was said previously, retaining only the phrase, "The outside world is completely unaware." Chapter 60. Entering the secret realm of immortal Gu. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yu Hengchuan's condition visibly improved. The range of motion in his limbs increased significantly, indicating that his consciousness was gradually awakening and he would soon regain full awareness. It appeared that the effects of the reviving spirit saliva were remarkable, and in this tumultuous era of conflict, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price, Li Yuan contemplated. After visiting his master, senior sister Ninghongyu led him away from the 9th Palace region. The secret realm of immortal Gu was situated within the territory jointly governed by the 9 palaces. Li Yuan had roughly discerned the layout of the Gu nests within the 9 palaces, with the 2nd through 9th palaces encircling the secret realm and sealing off 8 directions. The first palace, located at the center, was built on the edge of a vast lake. This arrangement ensured that the secret realm, a sacred site for Gu masters, would remain undisturbed by external forces. After 6 hours, the two arrived at the mist-laden borders of a lake. Thick fog shrouded the water, obscuring the line between reality and illusion. All that could be seen beyond the solid ground behind them was a vast expanse of white. The sound of rolling waves resonated continuously. It could be described as a sea rather than merely a lake. Junior brother, do you not find it magnificent and awe-inspiring? Ninghongyu inquired with a smile. Li Yuan marveled at the breathtaking scenery hidden within the heart of the southern wilderness, where mountains concealed vast oceans, leaving him in admiration. Are you ready? Ninghongyu asked solemnly. Remember, the spirit tortoise Gu will wait for you on the island for no more than 10 days. If you have not returned by then, it signifies your demise, and the spirit tortoise Gu will return here to convey the final message. Be warned. Only take what you can carry from the island. Do not let greed mislead you from the path home. Both master and I will be waiting for your safe return. With that, she stepped forward and embraced Li Yuan. Senior sister, I understand, Li Yuan affirmed, nodding earnestly. I will return safely. Indeed, Ninghongyu nodded, igniting the token she held. In a brief moment, a massive tortoise, measuring nearly 20 feet in length, emerged from the waters of the lake. The tokens that summoned the spirit tortoise Gu were jointly controlled by the 9 palaces and were the sole means of entering the secret realm of immortal Gu. Go now. Ningkongyu vavet. Farewell, senior sister. Li Yuan ascended the tortoise's back, and with the spirit tortoise Gu, he plunged into the lake, swiftly vanishing into the mist. Junior brother, you must return safely, Ninghongyu prayed. This young disciple resonated well with her. His talents were extraordinary, and he possessed a commendable character. She did not mind vying for his affection, as seeking a sincere companion was essential for her aspiration to reach greater heights. Otherwise, she would remain stagnant for eternity. As he traversed through the mist, with waves howling and cold winds sweeping around him, Li Yuan found himself unable to distinguish cardinal directions while seated upon the tortoise's back. Simultaneously, he felt an increasingly potent pressure. Was the residual will of the Gu immortal, truly this formidable, enduring for 3 millennia? Li Yuan was astonished, which only heightened his anticipation as he retrieved the map gifted by his senior sister. The map detailed 3 forbidden areas on the isolated island and 5 regions abundant with rare treasures. Before long, the speed of the spirit turtle slowed, revealing the indistinct contours of a solitary island within the dense, white mist. The secret realm of the immortal Gu had arrived. A surge of majestic spiritual energy struck him. Li Yuan spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply, feeling invigorated, and leaped off the turtle's back. As he landed on the rich, fertile soil, he sensed the oppressive will of the Gu immortal, which relentlessly consumed his vitality. He pondered for a moment. Given his strength, he could certainly endure here for 10 days. Unlike an ordinary 6th Order Gu master, His mid-domain spiritual power was comparable to that of an 8th Order Gu master, making a 10-day stay feasible. However, even if he could withstand the duration, he must eventually depart. Otherwise, if the spirit turtle left and he remained trapped on the island, time would inevitably lead to a dead end. Time is of the essence. It was time to act. Li Yuan extended his spiritual awareness, only to find it constrained by the vast, white fog, limiting his perception to approximately 100 meters in radius. Should an unforeseen event arise, he might be caught unprepared. The white mist severely diminished the utility of his map, compelling him to navigate based on vague sensations and key landmarks in search of opportunities. This search consumed the better part of the day. As night approached, Li Yuan beheld a colossal tree, so vast that it would require dozens of people to encircle it. This was one of the 5 renowned regions known for yielding treasures. This place was dubbed Giant Tree Ridge, historically noted for producing 6 types of precious goo and 11 varieties of treasures used for nurturing goo insects. Li Yuan had long since memorized all the essential details. Beyond Giant Tree Ridge lay the perilous abyss of the living dead. "Little Kai, 5 sister, come forth." Li Yuan softly called, and from the folds of his garments emerged the colorful fire python and the spider queen goo. The 2 little creatures, excited and enraptured, seemed to revel in their surroundings. "Little Kai, can you sense any treasures?" The colorful fire python possessed an extraordinary sensitivity to treasures, a fact he had confirmed while refining the corpse puppet legion. Hissing, Little Kai nodded, tilting her head toward a specific direction. Following her lead, Li Yuan discovered a cluster of 10 or so vibrant red wild fruits nestled in a thicket. Selected raw material. He thought locked in, and the system prompt appeared. Dream raspberry, a fruit that grows beneath the dream tree, contains potent toxins but offers exceptional nourishment for serpentine creatures. What a fine find. Li Yuan instructed Little Kai to gather all the raspberries. Selected raw material. Destined goo, colorful fire python, infused with dream raspberry to save time. Li Yuan directly utilized the black jar to accelerate Little Kai's evolution. Your destined goo, colorful fire python, has undergone a significant spiritual transformation, becoming more sentient. Hissing, Little Kai could not yet speak human language, but communication with her had become much simpler, allowing Li Yuan to easily comprehend her thoughts. She conveyed, "Master, I am so happy. Please feel free to command me." Given the potency of the dream raspberry, he wondered if he could refine the dream tree as well. Li Yuan lifted his gaze, following the towering trunk that seemed to touch the heavens, its branches and leaves obscured beyond 100 meters, hinting at the tree's immense stature. If this were to be refined, it might just ascend to the heavens. With an inexplicable sense of anticipation, he concentrated his thoughts. Select the original material. This is a proprietary item, inaccessible for inquiry and synthesis. Li Yuan was taken aback. Who is the master of the dream tree? Is it the lingering will of the Gu immortal? Never mind. If it is not destined, do not force it. Li Yuan reassured himself. Little Kai, continue the search. Thus, he and his 2 Gu embarked on a thorough exploration of the Giant Tree Ridge area, tirelessly gathering and refining the treasures of the island. After an entire day and night, they unexpectedly detected the aura of a rare goo. Has it arrived? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This was indeed the purpose of his visit. With 3 rare goo and an abundance of similarly characteristic exotic treasures, could he possibly synthesize an extraordinary goo? The long-awaited enigma was on the verge of revelation. Chapter 61. Encounter in the secret path. Li Yuan encountered a rare goo, a cicada resplendent in golden hues, adorned with 4 delicate wings. The evolutionary trajectory of this goo was unmistakable. The base goo was the day cicada goo. The Xian goo evolved into the 2-winged golden cicada goo, and the rare goo was the 4-winged golden cicada goo. It could further evolve into the extraordinary 6-winged golden cicada goo, delineating a singular evolutionary path with stringent and challenging conditions. Regardless of the complexities, Li Yuan resolved to capture it. With a fleeting moment of movement, he seized the 4-winged golden cicada goo and swiftly subdued it, rendering the unclaimed goo before him as defenseless as fish on a chopping board. Continuing his search, He placed the four-winged golden cicada Gu into a black jar and proceeded onward with Xiao Kai and Wu Mei. Another night passed. The trio, consisting of one person and two Gu, discovered a second rare Gu at the edge of the giant tree ridge. This peculiar plant Gu, known as the liveliness Gu, originated from the tendrils of the dreaming tree. After detaching from its host, influenced by the secret realm of the immortal Gu and the will of the Gu immortal, it transformed into a remarkable plant Gu, named for its striking resemblance to human meridians. Once refined into a life-bound Gu, it could enhance the strength of human meridians, allowing the Gu master finer control over their own body. Without hesitation, Li Yuan sealed the liveliness Gu into the black jar. Only one more was needed. This expedition aimed to acquire the sixth life-bound Gu, and the notion of collecting rare Gu was far from his intentions. On the fourth morning, Li Yuan encountered the third rare Gu, a soil Gu, embodied by a pangolin. Sensing imminent danger, it frantically burrowed underground. Where could it possibly escape? With time slipping away, Li Yuan was determined not to let the soil Gu evade him. He exerted his strength and arrived at the spot where the pangolin was digging, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! The ground collapsed beneath the force of his blow. It was then that Li Yuan discovered a hidden passage beneath the surface, one he had previously failed to perceive. Cautiously, he ventured a short distance into the dark tunnel, but a sense of unease washed over him, amplifying his awareness of danger. Perhaps this was unwise. The underground passage was rife with uncertainty, and his mental perception was limited to a mere 10 meters, rendering it perilous. Acting on instinct, he turned back. Just then, he glimpsed a fleeting, radiant glow deep within the shadows. Was it the essence of the dreaming tree? The dreaming tree was undeniably a remarkable artifact, stirring a sense of curiosity within Li Yuan. Wu Mei command a few flying insects and bats to explore within, he instructed. His cautious nature prevailed, even when faced with treasures comparable to extraordinary Gu. He dared not venture too far himself, preferring to relinquish the pursuit if it proved too treacherous. With a chirp, the effect of the queen's silk Gu manifested, guiding the flying insects and bats into the dark passage. Before long, the dazzling, colorful light flickered once more. Through a resonance of thoughts with Wu Mei, Li Yuan gained clarity on the scene deep within the passage. Countless intertwining roots, resembling meticulously woven colored lanterns, shimmered with dreamlike hues. What astonished Li Yuan further was the sight of a massive coffin beneath the intricate roots, appearing eerie and enigmatic under the flickering lights, as if something unseen was watching from shadows. To venture forth or to retreat, Li Yuan found himself in a state of deep contemplation. A unique energy surged through the area, rendering the bats and insects controlled by the fifth sister incapable of venturing further. To uncover the truth, one could only proceed personally. This was the sacred ground of the Gu immortal. Could it also conceal the remains of others? Were those buried here friends or relatives of the Gu immortal? Li Yuan pundarat. Entering could lead to strange entanglements, a foreboding omen from years past. Just as he contemplated retreating, he heard a commotion at the entrance of the dark passage. Were more individuals arriving? Li Yuan recalled his senior sister mentioning that disciples from the other 8 palaces occasionally sought opportunities in the immortal Gu secret realm. And now he found himself amidst such an encounter. Senior brother, is what the master said credible? Is the corpse of that sword immortal truly interred here? A melodious voice echoed through the passage. Would the master deceive us? Replied another robust voice. Suddenly, the 2 figures walking ahead sensed Li Yuan standing at the edge of the dark passage, startling them into a near instinctive defensive stance. Are you a disciple of the 9th palace? One of the men inquired, regaining his composure. Yes. Li Yuan nudda. Are you from the 7th or 8th palace? The 7th palace was closest to the giant tree ridge, and disciples from the 8th and 9th palaces typically took the shorter route to seek opportunities in this location. Junior brother, we hail from the 7th palace, the woman said with a smile. I am Su Yuetian, and this is my senior brother Zhao Baidong. I am Li Yuan. Li Yuan held a vivid impression of the 7th palace. The master there, who had bonded with a fake Gu, was a formidable figure from the Su family, known as the Serpent in the alternate realm. Did you hear us speaking just now? Junior brotherly? Zhao Baidong inquired. Yes. The mention of the Sword Immortal's corpse interred here led Li Yuan to wonder if the Sword Immortal lay in eternal slumber within the massive coffin beneath the dream tree. Do not be alarmed, Junior brotherly. We harbor no ill intentions, Sui Wetian reassured with a gentle smile. Hearing us is not a matter of great concern. That is a relief, Li Yuan exhaled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. Had this pair intended to silence him, he would have had no choice but to act in self-defense. Junior brotherly, have you ventured inside to investigate? Zhao Baidong asked. I caught a glimpse from afar. What did you see? Numerous luminous tree tendrils and an enormous coffin. Li Yuan concealed the details of his exploration, allowing little Kai and the fifth sister to once again blend into his attire. Indeed, Zhao Baidong's expression radiated excitement. The corpse of the Sword Immortal lies within. Sister, let's proceed. Senior brother, could there be dangers? Suzutian hestita, apfa and see. If Junior brotherly could emerge unscathed, what is there for us to fear? Especially with the means granted to us by our master? Zhao Baidong asserted, regarding Li Yuan as merely an ordinary disciple of the Ninth Palace. While he and his sister were directly favored by the palace master, their standing far superior. Very well. After much deliberation, Sui Wetian acquiesced. Junior brotherly, will you accompany us? Zhao Baidong inquired once more. I am apprehensive, Li Yuan admitted, feigning bravery while genuine fear gripped his heart. You may simply follow behind us. We shall ensure your safety. Zhao Baidong believed that, at a critical moment, it may require an individual to unveil the coffin lid, and Li Yuan was well suited for this exploratory task. Very well then, with someone leading the way, Li Yuan felt a surge of reassurance and believed it was worth a try. Once consensus was reached, the three of them promptly advanced. Sister Yuanyin, may I inquire about the identity of the Sword Immortal you mentioned? Could you enlighten me? Li Yuan expressed his curiosity. Are you not aware, Junior brother Li Yuan? Have you not been at the intersect of the 9 palaces for long? Suzuelian inquit. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This revelation further reassured Zhao Baidong, who was leading the way. A Gu master newly entered into the 6th transformation, particularly one from outside, was indeed fitting for the task. Allow me to share the tale, Su Yulian said with a sweet smile. The legend of the Sword Immortal has persisted for 3 millennia. P.S. As the new year commences, I wish everyone a joyful new year, abundant wealth, and the fulfillment of your desires. Chapter 62. The Legend of the Sword Immortal, 3,000 Years? Li Yuan was astonished to learn that she was a figure from the same epoch as the Gu Immortal. Indeed, Sui Wetian explained, the Sword Immortal is the daughter of the Gu Immortal, though she perished before her father achieved enlightenment. This revelation took Li Yuan by surprise, unveiling a narrative buried within the Gu Immortal's secret realm. Over 3 millennia ago, the Gu Immortal was but a young lad emerging from the mountains, fatefully entwined with a woman afflicted by a debasing poison. After a fleeting romance, the woman departed quietly, leaving an indelible mark on the boy's heart. For years, the young Gu Immortal searched in vain for his beloved. Time flowed like a river, and 20 years passed until he attained the rank of a 9 revolutions Gu master and was summoned to the Central Plains to partake in a bloody battle against a malevolent fiend. There, he beheld a familiar figure, whose features bore a striking resemblance to his lost love. In that moment, he learned that his beloved had fallen victim to the fiend, leaving only their daughter to survive in this world. He longed to reunite with her, but was met with scorn. The Gu Immortal, burdened by unspoken anguish, could only guard her from shadows. Later, the Second Great War between humanity and demons erupted across the Tianyuan continent, where the Sword Immortal perished valiantly at the border. In her final moments, misunderstandings were resolved, and she recognized her father. That day, as the bloodied Sword Immortal tearfully called out Father, it summoned the first Gu Immortal in the annals of the Tianyuan continent. Sui Wetian recounted the tale with vivid emotion, sharing in the sorrow of the characters within the story. Li Yuan could not help but reflect on the tragedy of time. A grain of sand from an era becomes a mountain upon an individual, and prodigies like the Sword Immortal, possessing immense potential, were extinguished by demons. History is replete with such gifted souls, despite their potential to reach the summit, never traversed the final leg of their journey. The Gu Immortal took his daughter's lifeless form and vanished into the mountains, his power surging as he ultimately paused to open the heavenly gate with Gu arts. Thus, the Gu Immortal's secret realm was formed, and the Sword Immortal's body was laid to rest therein. Sui Wetian narrated the conclusion of the tale. Li Yuan inhaled sharply. His expression one of dread. You do not intend to transform the Sword Immortal's body into a corpse Gu, do you? Zhao Baidong, who walked ahead, trembled suddenly. Junior brother Li, one may indulge in reckless eating, but words must be measured. None of the palace masters possess such capabilities. How could we dare? Then what is your purpose in seeking the Sword Immortal's body? Li Yuan inquired. We are merely assisting our teacher in testing a hypothesis, Zhao Baidong replied. Li Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, sensing the peril of accompanying this group. His goal was the Dream Tree, not to meddle with the remains of the Sword Immortal. Fear not, junior brother, Sui Wetian reassured him. We would never presume to offend or desecrate the esteemed Sword Immortal. Our actions are in strict accordance with the will of the Gu Immortal. Li Yuan frowned. What exactly do you intend to do? This ties into the subsequent narrative. Su Jutian et la Bozet. After the Sword Immortal's demise, the Gu Immortal was unwilling to let his daughter rest in eternal slumber. He sought to defy fate by planting the Dream Tree here, in an attempt to sustain the Sword Immortal's vitality. Yet, can one truly resurrect after death? Even the exotic resurrection insects, such as the rebirth Gu, have their constraints when it comes to reviving someone. The Sword Fairy has truly succumbed to death, leaving no possibility of resurrection. Years later, the Gu Immortal, guided by the heavenly gate, shattered the void and departed. Before leaving, the Gu Immortal forcefully severed their own will, sealing it on a solitary island to guard the Sword Fairy's lifeless body with unwavering devotion. The Gu Immortal proclaimed that the Sword Fairy would surely awaken, for it was the echo of fate. The echo of fate? At this juncture, Li Yuan began to comprehend. All is dictated by destiny, and not a fraction is determined by man. Sui Wetian sighed, noting how the Gu Immortal, having achieved the supreme status through the second-ranked Great Destiny Gu, led a life fraught with tumult and absurdity, devoted yet tormented by the whims of fate throughout their existence. Future generations would come to speak of this as the price of destiny. Perhaps, amidst the throngs of humanity, they had brushed past their beloved countless times. Yet fate had conspired to keep them apart. In a moment of refining the Great Destiny Gu, fate had already inscribed the cost of all things for the Gu Immortal. Zhao Baidong interjected, stating that it was precisely the miraculous nature of the Great Destiny Gu that led later generations of Gu masters to believe in the possibility of the Sword Fairy's awakening, prompting successive palace masters to seek methods of revival. So, have you found a way? Li Yuan remained skeptical. To be precise, it was the master of the Seventh Palace, our mentor, who found it, Zhao Baidong replied. Upon hearing this, an inexplicable sliver of hope flickered within Li Yuan. The master of the Seventh Palace was a formidable figure, unafraid to publicly marry their fateful Gu, hosting banquets for all, disregarding the gaze of society. One would need considerable skill and fortitude to achieve such a feat, however. He still doubted that this person could revive a corpse that had lain still for 3 millennia. At best, they could perhaps animate the Sword Fairy in a manner akin to creating a corpse Gu. Such an act would likely provoke vehement condemnation from numerous Gu masters, drawing ire from all corners. As they spoke, the trio had reached the depths of the hidden passage. The dense tendrils of trees shimmered once more, casting a dreamlike spectrum of colors that briefly illuminated the surroundings. The three beheld a massive coffin. Zhao Baidong's breath quickened. It was unmistakable. The Sword Fairy lay in eternal slumber within, and we must awaken her. Sui Wetian was equally exhilarated. Li Yuan, however, was filled with trepidation. Indeed, the Seventh Palace was peculiar. How could they be so thrilled at the prospect of awakening a corpse? Unafraid of the potential emergence of a millennia-old zombie to consume them all? Junior brother Li Yuan, could you lend us a hand? Zhao Baidong spoke once more. I cannot. Li Yuan swiftly replied. Zhao Baidong was taken aback. This person was defying all expectations. Junior brother, This matter pertains to the grand endeavor of the Nine Palaces Gu Nest. If successful, it would benefit the southern territories, and you would achieve everlasting fame. I refuse. Li Yuan was resolute in his disbelief. If this truly were a matter of the Nine Palaces, how could they possibly send only 2 minor apprentices? It was clearly the private ambition of the 7th Palace Master. Junior brother Li Yuan, now that you are aware of our plan, you are part of it. I advise you to cooperate with us willingly. Zhao Baidong shed all pretense, revealing his true intentions. From the moment Li Yuan's voice reached her ears, he was as good as dead. Su Yuetian's laughter faded away, her expression transforming into one of icy coldness, starkly contrasting with the sweet and gentle demeanor she had just exhibited as a patient senior sister. Junior brother Li Yuan, in the Gu Immortal Secret Realm, even the 9 great palace masters have no authority here. If you perish in this place, no one will care, she stated, silently retreating to block his escape route. If you obediently comply and consume the oath Gu afterward, we may grant you a chance at survival. This is our utmost concession. Zhao Baidong sighed. Do you truly wish to eradicate me? Li Yuan appeared furious, his face a mask of fear, his body trembling. We have offered you a way out. Should you refuse, there is little we can do, Zhao Baidong replied. I, Li Yuan, who had wished to avoid bloodshed for fear of unforeseen consequences, found himself with no choice. His expression turned timid as he staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground with a thud. I agree to your terms. Junior brother, you must consume it, Su Yuetian urged, a smile gracing her lips as she approached, extending an oath Gu. Yet at the very moment she offered the Gu, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from Li Yuan. And as Su Yuetian recoiled in shock, a colossal hand, gripping her heart, pierced through her chest. You! Su Yuetian's eyes widened in disbelief as she fell to the ground. Chapter 63 Endless Considerations. As Su Yuanyin collapsed, the colorful, ethereal fire python manifested upon Li Yuan's shoulder. With a whoosh, the azure and emerald flames intertwined and spiraled toward the suddenly pale Zhao Baidong. He had never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous and naive youth would unleash such venomous intent. Zhao Baidong reacted swiftly, summoning his innate shadowless Gu, narrowly avoiding the blue fire, though his arm suffered a graze. To his horror, an overwhelming chill rapidly engulfed him, freezing his arm in an instant. How could this be? Zhao Baidong was bewildered, completely unable to discern the nature of his opponent's innate Gu, while Li Yuan, with hair standing on end and blood pulsing like fire, advanced menacingly. Was this truly an unremarkable foreign 6th turn Gu master? Regardless of his speed, in the confines of this narrow space, he could hardly leverage it. Within mere exchanges, Li Yuan had seized Zhao Baidong by the throat. As expected of the Palace Master's direct disciple, able to withstand a few of my strikes within the same realm, a worthy source of pride for a lifetime, a tale to boast in the underworld. In this moment, Li Yuan exuded arrogance, his eyes aglow with contempt, uttering words steeped in hubris. Spare my life. Zhao Baizong Podit, Stuling Hao. I can ingest the oath Gu, and will never divulge a single word of your secrets. I cannot trust the oath Gu. Only the dead cannot speak, Li Yuan retorted, twisting his powerful hand. Crack! Zhao Baidong's neck snapped, his unwilling gaze bloodshot, seemingly on the verge of rolling from its sockets, as life fled entirely. The giant spirit Gu promptly released its possession. Who could have imagined it would culminate in this? Indeed, there are many perverse individuals among Gu masters, truly terrifying. Li Yuan siga inwarli. Fortunately, he was even more twisted than his adversary. Otherwise, he might not have escaped today as calamity. It was unwise to linger here. Retreating was prudent. Upon learning of the slumbering figure within the enormous coffin being the daughter of the Gu Immortal, Li Yuan abandoned any intentions of exploration. The Gu Immortal's abilities were boundless, and their lingering might after 3 millennia was not worth the risk. With this thought, he turned to depart. At that moment, the fantastical tree tendrils flickered once more, emanating resplendent colors. Li Yuan was suddenly alarmed. The two corpses on the ground vanished amidst the shimmering light. Boom! Instantly, the entire dark passage began to tremble violently. Rocks shattered, dust billowed, and the distant exit collapsed. Fairy Sword Master, I have not wronged you. Do not harm me, innocent. Li Yuan lamented, his eyes brimming with despair. The giant spirit Gu reattached, and he pounded his fists in a desperate attempt to carve a path through the crumbling earth. Nearby, the tree tendrils flickered again. With a fleeting glimpse, Li Yuan saw the coffin's lid being lifted. Li Yuan instinctively wished to curse, but restrained himself, quickly altering his words. Fairy Sword Master, I never intended to defile you. I have slain the villains. Do not mistakenly harm the good. Yet, his explanations felt feeble and ineffective. Buzz! From within the coffin. A sound reminiscent of a sword's cry resonated. In an instant, the endless underground roots illuminated entirely, no longer flickering, casting a bright glow upon the dark passage. And entwining towards Li Yuan. Zhao Baidong, Su Yuanyin, the seventh palace. Li Yuan could no longer contain his fury, cursing aloud. Shao Kai, fifth sister, act swiftly. Let us ensure that the sword fairy may rest in peace. At this juncture, Li Yuan found it impossible to maintain respect for his predecessor. Fifth sister exhaled, releasing countless silken threads, resembling a torrent of white, clashing against the vibrant roots that surged forth. Li Yuan, alongside Shao Kai, swam against the current. Escape was no longer feasible. Severing the source was the only option. Under Fifth Sister's cover, Li Yuan and Shao Kai approached the root as which Shao Kai had meticulously prepared, was now ready. With a roar, the crimson flame soared forth, for the roots were immobile. A mere touch of the red fire would incinerate them entirely. Suddenly, a second sound of a sword echoed. An invisible sword aura spread, extinguishing the crimson flames in an instant. How terrifying! Li Yuan was filled with dread. The opponent's unconscious release of sword aura was sufficient to extinguish the flames, indicating an insurmountable disparity between them. According to Zhao Baidong, the sword fairy had reached the 8th rank of martial saint during her lifetime. If she were to truly revive, he would not be able to withstand even a single strike. Yet, if she were but a lifeless corpse, there remained a glimmer of hope. As this thought emerged, Li Yuan felt a void in his right arm. An unseen sword aura had struck, severing his right hand. The force was overwhelming. Li Yuan summoned the rebirth Gu, and a new arm swiftly sprouted. Swish, swish, swish. More sword auras followed. Thus, Li Yuan lost his legs. His left hand vanished. A gaping hole appeared in his abdomen. He was reduced to a shambles. How long would this continue? Were it not for the regenerative abilities granted by the rebirth Gu and the vast vitality supplied by the giant spirit Gu, Li Yuan would have perished countless times over. It was fortunate that the sword fairy's sword aura was released unconsciously. Had it been a true sword saint targeting him, a few strikes would have obliterated him. Enduring this was untenable. He must seek a breakthrough. Li Yuan surveyed his surroundings and soon noted an anomaly. The sword aura was not solely directed at him, as other creatures within the passage were also affected. In places devoid of life, the sword aura roamed freely. It only targeted the living? Upon this realization, Li Yuan collapsed to the ground, feigning death, while shielding Shao Kai and fifth sister, suppressing all signs of life. In the next moment, the passage fell silent. Indeed, his conjecture was correct. Li Yuan silently rejoiced, yet a dilemma presented itself. How to escape? Prolonged exposure would lead to his annihilation by the will of the Gu immortal. He should not have acted so arrogantly. He ought to have spared Zhao Baidong to clarify matters. Alas, once the giant spirit Gu took hold, the surging vitality clouded his judgment, and he had not considered the implications at the time. Reflecting now, it was likely that Zhao Baidong and Su Yuanyin possessed some item that had disturbed the slumbering sword fairy. They must have come prepared for this very purpose. To uncover the truth, he would have to enter the coffin himself. Li Yuan suddenly leaped up, charging towards the enormous coffin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword energy surged forth once more. I lay down. Li Yuan once again fell to the ground, concealing his breath, feigning death to escape. When the sword intent subsided, he sprang up again. The sword energy surged. Alas, I met my demise once more. Although this was merely a simulation, it was a trial of hellish difficulty. Were it another, they would have perished no less than 800 times. Li Yuan reflecta. He must not act recklessly again. Not even a hint of greed could he entertain. Regrettably, he was but a human. After countless attempts, employing the tactic of feigned death, Li Yuan finally reached the edge of the coffin, lying upon the lifted coffin lid. For the last time, Li Yuan's heart ceased to beat. Yet his mind remained taut. Esteemed sword immortal, I sincerely apologize. This junior seeks only to survive. Should there be any offense, I implore your forgiveness. Chapter 64. All is fate. In the midst of surge of thoughts, the rebirth goo once again erupted with vitality. Li Yuan leaped suddenly from the coffin's lid. As he drew closer, the sword energy emanating from the sword fairy intensified, nearly overwhelming him. Get back! Gathering all his strength, Li Yuan desperately evaded the critical blows, splitting into 4 or 5 pieces that fell into the coffin. It was only at this moment that he beheld the true form of the sword fairy. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, strands delicately spread across her snow-white gown, each filament shimmering with a silvery luster, as if capturing the ethereal glow of moonlight. Her features were exquisite, with brows resembling distant mountains, elegantly arched and elongated. Her eyes were tightly shut, with long lashes framing skin whiter than snow. As delicate as mutton fat jade. Beside her floated a sword, its slender blade radiating a chilling blue light. It was this weapon that had sliced at him from various angles. Li Yuan's eyes widened, too terrified to change his position. Wait, something felt amiss. It dawned on him. How could the sword fairy's body be warm? Could she truly still be alive? 3,000 years. Under normal circumstances, a 9th-rank martial emperor would not survive beyond 300 years. While the longevity of a martial god remained uncertain, they could not linger on this continent, destined to be summoned through the heavenly gate, shattering the void to ascend. How could anyone possibly live for 3 millennia? Let alone the fact that the sword fairy had perished once 3,000 years ago. Could it be? Li Yuan suddenly recalled the guidance on the map. Beside the giant tree ridge lay the tomb of the living dead, one of the desolate islands. Was this the very place referred to? What to do? Countless thoughts swirled in Li Yuan's mind. The exit had been sealed off, and his time was dwindling. To escape, he must ensure the sword fairy returned to her eternal slumber. Calm down. Calm down. Li Yuan pundara deeply. Revisiting the words spoken by Zhao Baidong and Su Yuetian. To untie the bell, one must first tie it. The key to breaking the impasse lay within their words. Could it be that I truly have to refine the sword fairy? Gazing upon the slumbering beauty, unparalleled in grace, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. In this moment, nothing mattered more than survival, not even the sword fairy herself. If a true immortal were to appear, he would still act without reservation. Sword fairy, please forgive this junior. Years ago, you were harmed by demons. If I manage to escape this time, I vow to slay 10,000 demons in your name. If you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent. I am about to proceed. After repeated mental reassurances, Li Yuan focused his intent, locking onto the sword fairy's body. Select original material. This is a possessed item and cannot be examined or synthesized. It's over. A chill ran through Li Yuan's heart. The sword fairy's body is claimed by another? Did a faint consciousness truly linger for 3,000 years? Or did her master refer to the will of the Gu immortal? If he were to attempt manual refinement, it would take at least a decade, time he could not afford to waste. It seemed every avenue had been blocked. No, he must not give up. Where there's life, there's hope. There must be a way. Li Yuan contemplated in despair. After a while, a flicker of inspiration illuminated his mind. Since there is a master, I shall seize the opportunity. As long as I am the master, the refinement will occur in an instant, and the problems will be effortlessly resolved. Fifth sister, transform the sword fairy into one of our kin. With a bold command, Li Yuan leapt into action, his frail body rejuvenated as he grasped the sword fairy's sword. The giant spirit, Gu, surged forth with all its might, firmly restraining her. Fifth sister immediately expelled a multitude of silk threads, aiming to infiltrate the sword fairy's being. All is destined. Not a single detail is left to chance. Is this the price of becoming a Gu immortal? Suddenly, a series of soft sighs erupted within Li Yuan's mind. The threads expelled by Fifth Sister fell in resignation. Gu, immortal. Li Yuan perceived an immensely towering figure seated at the center of his consciousness, continuously shaking its head in lamentation. The singular Gu immortal throughout history appeared far less spirited than he had envisioned, radiating instead a sense of despondency. My daughter, such is fate. All I can do for you is this. In the eternal sleep of the immortal Gu's secret realm, the physical body remains eternal for 3,000 years, yet can gather a fragment of residual consciousness. With a soul to inhabit it, the residual consciousness may endure for 300 years, allowing for rebirth. For 30 years, the soul remains unchanged. Only then can one recall past lives. A hauntingly ethereal voice echoed in his mind. Li Yuan meticulously savored the words, and in that instant, his will to survive surged to its zenith. He cried out to the heavens, Gu immortal, this life is claimed by me, Li Yuan. I am willing to forge a bond with the sword fairy's soul, to protect her through past and present. Gu immortal, I am the destiny of the sword fairy. At this juncture, Li Yuan disregarded whether the Gu immortal could comprehend his intentions. He could only declare his resolution. Should all else fail, he would resort to a final desperate measure. The rumbling of his consciousness continued unabated as he instinctively tightened his grip on the jade pendant concealed against his heart. This was his ultimate weapon, a jade pendant infused with the will and blood of the Emperor Taizu, the god of war. The will of the Gu immortal was formidable, and the will of the god of war was surely no less potent. You? In the sea of consciousness, the towering and indistinct figure turned. And Li Yuan's gaze seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, colliding with the fate of the Gu immortal. Yes, I can. Li Yuan Shota. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The ethereal figure of the Gu immortal remained still, while Li Yuan clutched the sword fairy's sword with unwavering determination, ready to stake everything on this gamble. Good. After a prolonged silence, the Gu immortal spoke once more. You, May. As the words fell, the visage of the Gu immortal became increasingly distinct. Just as Li Yuan was on the verge of fully perceiving him, the sword fairy's sword ceased its trembling. Everything within the realm of consciousness returned to reality. The overwhelming sense of pressure dissipated, and the sword intent and killing aura faded away. The exquisite sword fairy remained in eternal slumber within her coffin. Li Yuan was drenched in sweat, his throat parched. It seemed that the Gu immortal had long been orchestrating this, yet his conditions were excessively stringent, attainable only by someone like me. The physical body nurtured within the Gu immortal's secret realm for 3,000 years could indeed yield a fragment of residual consciousness. The sword fairy had indeed received it. The first prophecy of the Gu immortal has come to fruition. However, the second point proves to be exceedingly arduous. The notion of soul connection necessitates that a Gu master transforms the sword fairy into their life Gu. Yet, the formidable Gu masters are no longer able to replace their life Gu, and weaker Gu masters venturing here would be tantamount to courting death. They would scarcely survive another 300 years, let alone ensure that the sword fairy's consciousness remains lucid enough to achieve resurrection. The Gu immortals' fervently held plans exist almost solely in the realm of theory. Li Yuan stands as the sole solution to this seemingly impossible hypothesis. Is this destiny? Perhaps it is indeed fate, the enigmatic power of the grand fate Gu, which ranks second on the extraordinary Gu list. I beg your pardon, esteemed sword fairy. Li Yuan chose not to employ the black pot synthesis system to forge a life bond with the sword fairy, since the Gu immortal had already laid the groundwork. The most primitive method would suffice. He offered a drop of his heartfelt blood into the sword fairy's mouth, then sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the essence of life. At that moment, vivid scenes began to unfurl within his mind. Chapter 65. Harvesting a sword immortal in the Lingxiao sword sect. A prodigy was born with a natural affinity for swordsmanship. At the tender age of 3, they began practicing with a sword, and by 5, they had delved into martial arts. At 10, they comprehended the essence of the sword, and by 14, they ascended to the realm of a 6th-rank minor grandmaster. At 17, They achieved the status of a grandmaster. By the age of 20, they participated in the Second Tianyuan War, defending the borders of humanity against the onslaught of demons and monsters. In a life-and-death battle, they astonishingly defeated 2 demon saints, triggering the celestial phenomenon known as 10,000 swords returning to the sect, thus stepping into the 8th rank and becoming a legendary sword saint, revered by the world as the Sword Immortal. Tragically, this illustrious life was cut short at the age of 22, falling victim to a treacherous plot by the 7 demon saints. Fragments of memories burst forth in Li Yuan's mind like a meteor shower, revealing the extraordinary talent and unparalleled grace of this remarkable individual. Experiencing the journey of such an exceptional genius left Li Yuan profoundly moved. The reverence for martial prowess on the Tianyuan continent was not without justification. In comparison to martial arts, other cultivation systems bore evident flaws. The path of Gu masters was particularly grueling, as without extraordinary encounters, even those endowed with remarkable talent had to rely on the passage of time to refine their abilities. At that moment, Li Yuan sensed a peculiar connection with the Sword Immortal, akin to the bond between a Gu master and their life-bound Gu, yet with a distinct difference. A data panel materialized before him. Gu master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6th rank 17-3000. Realm, 6th rank, Mental Strength, Mid-Domain Realm. Life-Bound Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Resurrection Gu, Colorful Fiery Python, Illusory Robe, Silk Queen Gu, Sword Immortal, Gu House, Colorful Fiery Cave, 1000 Gu House, Silk Profound Realm, 1000 Gu House. Had it come to fruition? Upon seeing the addition of Sword Immortal to his list of life-bound Gu, Li Yuan let out a sigh of relief. This journey had not been in vain. He had sought the extraordinary Gu, yet by a twist of fate, had transformed the Sword Immortal into his life-bound Gu. Li Yuan had already witnessed the Sword Immortal's exceptional combat prowess. Even if she could not unleash her pre-rebirth strength, her abilities would still far surpass those of ordinary Gu. Today marked the 5th day since my entry into the secret realm of Immortal Gu, with but 2 days remaining, time that must not be squandered. Sword Immortal? Li Yuan concentrated his thoughts and softly called out. The long-slumbering Sword Immortal, clad in white, stirred slightly, her eyelashes fluttering. Under Li Yuan's anxious gaze, she slowly sat up, her head tilted in a daze, her vacant eyes fixed on him, silent and unresponsive. Sword Immortal, we must depart, Li Yuan announced, rising to his feet. The Sword Immortal followed suit, her essence merely a remnant residing within Li Yuan's soul, devoid of substantial intelligence and unable to articulate her thoughts. As they emerged from the coffin, a sudden thought struck Li Yuan. Would their exit attract the attention of the ancient beings residing in the 9 Palaces Gu nest? Should the 9 Palace Masters learn the truth, they would undoubtedly dissect him for research. He pondered whether the illusory robe could conceal the Sword Immortal's aura. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he made his way outside. At that moment, a flash of colorful light flickered once more. The Dream Illusion Tree. Previously, he had attempted to refine the Dream Illusion Tree, but it had indicated that it was already bound to another, rendering synthesis impossible. The master of the Dream Tree is most likely the Sword Immortal, and now that I have the Sword Immortal under my command, it seems quite reasonable to refine a Dream Tree, does it not? With this thought, Li Yuan immediately focused his intent. Select original material, Dream Tree. A wondrous tree nourished by the celestial dew shed when a heavenly gate opens, capable of purifying all things and granting immortality. It represents the dreams of the mortal realm. Is it truly feasible? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, the dream tree was far too large to transport. It could only be synthesized on site. Otherwise, wouldn't it be splendid to take it back and plant it in the small bamboo grove? Just then, as Li Yuan was lost in thought, the slug illusionary robe crawled out. Would you like to eat? Each of the life-bound insects possesses a spirit, expressing desires that vary greatly. The giant spirit insect is combative. The rebirth insect silently protects, while the slug illusionary robe is indolent, a fine representative of the lazy worker insect. The colorful fire python exhibits strong possessiveness, and the spider queen insect is a clingy darling. Instances where the slug illusionary robe actively expresses its wishes are quite rare. Then it shall be yours. Little Kai and Wu may showed little interest in the dream tree, making it a fitting offering for the slug illusionary robe. Select original material, life-bound insect, illusionary robe, to be added to the dream tree. Commencing synthesis. Oh, lazy insect, you must strive a bit harder. Such a splendid item holds a rarity equal to that of the lower-ranked exotic insects. Li Yuan hoped for the illusionary robe's evolution. Over the years, in numerous battles, the slug illusionary robe had made significant contributions, enabling him to exhibit the elusive combat capability of vanishing and reappearing. It often allowed him to strike first. Boom! In the next moment, the illusory black cauldron before Li Yuan began to rise, swiftly piercing the clouds of the sky, enveloping the dream tree, which stood like a pillar supporting the heavens. This was Li Yuan's first time employing such an extraordinary material for insect refinement. Without the enhancement of the black cauldron, attempting to refine the dream tree into an insect would have required at least 100 or 80 years. Moments later, the black cauldron began to shake violently. Li Yuan was filled with anticipation. A full 5 hours passed before the commotion of the cauldron gradually subsided. Previous insect syntheses rarely took longer than the time it took to brew a cup of tea, making this the longest yet. The system's prompt finally resonated. Your life-bound insect, the illusionary robe, has completed its evolution, transforming into the exotic insect. Myriad manifestations. Une myriade manifestations insectes. Capable of granting the Goom Master the ability to alter the celestial phenomena within a certain area, using the heart as a canvas to encompass the myriad, constructing a domain wholly beneficial to oneself in combat, capable of concealing and altering the aura of all things. An exotic insect? The myriad manifestations ranks as the 8th on the exotic insect list. The dream tree, a divine entity that has existed for 3,000 years, hand-planted by the Gu Immortal, naturally filled Li Yuan with high hopes for the illusionary robe's evolution into an exotic insect. Yet, when the evolution was truly successful, he could hardly contain his inner joy. Altering the environment, constructing a domain, concealing the aura. The 3 abilities bestowed by the myriad manifestations insect could be deemed divine skills. Proficient in offense, defense, and surprise attacks. Boom! Boom! At that moment, the earth trembled once more. Oh no! Li Yuan's expression shifted slightly. The dream tree had been refined by me, leaving this land desolate, and it was likely to incite anomalies. The formidable beings of the 9-Palace Gu nest would undoubtedly come to investigate the truth. I must depart. Manifesting the myriad forms of nature, I commanded, open the way. With a mere thought, the powers of the myriad forms Gu emerged, forging a stable passage amidst the collapsing earth. This is the ability to alter the environment, to bask in sunlight amidst torrential rain, to embrace snow and wind under the scorching sun. This is the essence of the extraordinary Gu. Once emerging from the ground, Li Yuan utilized the capabilities of the myriad forms Gu to pierce through the mist, making his way swiftly to the island where the spirit turtle resided. The land of Giant Tree Ridge continued to crumble. Li Yuan felt like a child who had committed a grave mistake, anxiety swirling within him. No, why am I anxious? This is, after all, the creation of the Gu Immortal. Assisting the Gu Immortal in caring for his daughter. Is it not reasonable to request a modest compensation for my efforts? Reassuring himself, he did not falter in his steps, weaving through the jungle with remarkable speed. Before long, he arrived at the riverbank. Slugs, protect the sword fairy. Let not the mundane world disturb her splendid beauty. Chapter 66. News of the Fengshan Grand Ceremony. The myriad manifestations of the Gu settled upon the garments of the sword fairy, shifting and transforming until she seemed to dissolve into the very air, as if she had never existed. Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. Such a disguise would elude even an 8th turn Gu master. It was a perfect ruse. The spirit turtle swam ashore, and Li Yuan leapt onto its back, followed closely by the sword fairy, who remained undetected by the spirit turtle Gu. By the lakeside, Ning Hongyu was in quiet meditation, awaiting her moment, when suddenly, an unsettling sensation jolted her awake. What was amiss? She turned her gaze to the center of the lake, where colorful lights flickered incessantly, piercing through the mist and affecting even the shoreline. Could it be that a disturbance had arisen within the immortal Gu's secret realm? Would her junior disciple be in danger? Ning Hongyu's heart filled with concern, yet she could not approach the island and was left to watch helplessly. The waves in the lake surged with a ferocity unmatched, akin to a wild beast roaring. An elder approached swiftly from a distance. "Master Uncle." Upon seeing the elder, Ning Hongyu clasped her hands respectfully. This was Qi Yin, the vice master of the 9th Palace and a formidable 8th turned Gu master in his own right. "Master Uncle, what has transpired in the immortal Gu's secret realm?" "I am unaware," Qi Yin replied, shaking his head. "It is likely that one of the disciples undergoing trials on the island has triggered this chaos. Such occurrences have been rare in the secret realm. It remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. I shall investigate." As one of the guardians of the immortal Gu's secret realm, he possessed the authority to enter the isolated island under special circumstances. "Master Uncle, my junior disciple Li Yuan is also on the island. If something dire has happened, I implore you to rescue him." Ning Hongyu beseitet. "Oh," Qi Yin raised an eyebrow. "Is he the disciple of Master Yu?" "Indeed," Ning Hongyu confirmed with a nod. "Very well," Qi Yin replied. "If I encounter him, I shall ensure his safe return." Just then, a commotion arose from the shore as a spirit turtle emerged from the lake, upon whose back stood a tall and handsome young man. "Junior brother," Ning Hongyu exclaimed with joy upon seeing the returning figure, rushing forward. "I am relieved you are unharmed. What transpired on the island?" "I do not know." Li Yuan shook his head. "I was in search of treasures when suddenly the ground trembled violently, prompting me to flee towards the shore and call for the spirit turtle Gu to bring me back. Your caution is commendable. You exhibit no greed. It is no wonder Master Yu praises your character, believing you will achieve great things in the future," Qi Yin remarked with a smile. "Disciple greets Master Uncle," Li Yuan said, bowing respectfully, though a sense of unease lingered within him. The sword fairy stood concealed in the white mist by the shore, shrouded by the myriad manifestations of the Gu. She was a senior disciple of his teacher, Yu Hongchuan, and surely also an 8th turn Gu master. Should she discern any hint of his presence, his fate would be dire. No need for excessive formalities, Qi Yin waved his hand. "You both should return. Do not linger here. I shall investigate the island to uncover the truth of these events." "Understood," Ning Hongyu nodded, hastily leading Li Yuan away. As she grasped his hand, Li Yuan sensed a rising sword intent, unmistakably emanating from the sword fairy who trailed behind him. Could it be? The possessiveness displayed here surpasses even that of Shao Kai. While Shao Kai merely contends with the Gu worms and has a discordant relationship with Wu Mei, the sword fairy outright forbids him from approaching other women. This seems unlikely. After careful contemplation, Li Yuan deduced that the sword fairy, having lived in seclusion for 3 millennia, is somewhat averse to unfamiliar presences. Familiarity will surely remedy this. It is merely a remnant of her consciousness, not enough to provoke jealousy. Most likely, it is an instinctive reaction. It appears that considerable effort will be required to acclimate the sword fairy to the world of 3,000 years hence. As these thoughts occupied his mind, the distance between the two grew until he could no longer sense his master's presence. Only then did the weight lift from Li Yuan's heart, affirming the formidable disguise capabilities of the infinite forest Gu, which would facilitate his future endeavors. "Junior brother, how was your harvest in the immortal Gu's secret realm?" Ning Hongyu inquired during their journey. "Quite satisfactory," Li Yuan replied, unable to suppress a smile. His long-held anticipation was not in vain. The immortal Gu's secret realm truly was his paradise. The precious Gu, illusory Luo-E, had evolved into the extraordinary infinite forest Gu. He had also acquired a stunning sword fairy. He would certainly return if given the chance. It is a pity that unforeseen events transpired on the island. Otherwise, you could have stayed longer and gained even more, Ning Hongyu lamented. "That is enough," Li Yuan responded contentedly, then asked, "How is the master? Has he awakened?" "He has," Ning Hongyu replied with a smile. "He is recovering well and can move freely now. Ever since he awakened, he has been singing his own praises." "What is he boasting about?" Li Yuan kidat pujlat. What else could it be? He is praising his own discernment, claiming that finding a talent like you in such a place as the 12 caves of the outer sect is a divine recompense. Ning Hongyu teased. As they chatted, they returned to the 9th palace, where Ning Hongyu resided in a quaint farmhouse. Master, we have returned. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Yuan immediately spotted the white-haired elder tending to the flowers and hurried over. Master, you must have had a difficult time during our absence. Not at all. Yu Hengchuan replied with a smile, waving his hand. After traversing the realms of life and death, his perspective had become remarkably open. With nothing left, he had truly relinquished his final obsessions. With you and Hongyu here, I can enjoy my twilight years in contentment. And what about me? Pei Luoqing chimed in. You? Yu Hengchuan grumbled playfully. You consume like a pig. If it weren't for your senior sister, our household would have been emptied by your appetite. Pei Luoqing protested. Is it my fault that my innate goo is like this? Besides, I have been eating only vegetarian food. Ning Hongyu playfully kicked him. So you still wish to eat meat? Enough of this bickering, Yu Hengchuan interjected, waving his hand. With the royal ceremony approaching, since you are all here today, let us discuss the allocation of the quotas. Li Yuan felt a surge of curiosity. Master, when does the ceremony commence? The palace lord recently conveyed information to me that the ceremony will take place in 36 days. Originally, each elder had only one recommendation quota. However, due to my significant contributions in life and death, I have been granted an additional quota. Thus, 2 of you among the 3 may participate in this grand event. Yu Hengchuan informed them. The grand ceremony of Fengshan brings forth universal celebration, revealing the dragon's vein and bestowing abundant blessings. Those who journey to Kunlun Su to partake in this auspicious event shall receive a baptism in the fortune of the dragon vein, a rare opportunity that countless individuals eagerly pursue. As the eldest senior sister, Ning Hongyu graciously steps aside, suggesting that the opportunity be granted to Pei Zhu and her junior brother. Among the 3, I possess the least talent, and it is only fitting that this chance be bestowed upon my senior sister and junior brother, remarked Pei Luoqing with a smile. Li Yuan interjected, Wait, this makes me seem rather foolish. His desire to attend was genuine. This matter was intertwined with familial blood feuds, linked to the beloved grandson of the imperial physician and implicated his mother. He had compelling reasons to go. Furthermore, having acquired the Wanxiang Senluo Gu, he felt quite secure. As long as he refrained from revealing his true self, no one would uncover his peculiarities. Chapter 67. A mute and a blind man, you must be eager to go. Ning Hongyu said with a smile, wrapping her arm around Li Yuan's shoulder. Junior brother, don't be shy. If you wish to go, just say so, we all understand. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, acknowledging that he owed a favor to both the senior sister and the second senior brother. It's merely a trivial matter. Not at all. Pei Luoqing waved her hand dismissively. Senior sister, it would be better if you accompanied junior brother. This Fengshan ceremony may not be entirely peaceful. Your strength would ensure that you can protect him should any unforeseen events arise. Ning Hongyu raised an eyebrow. Are you truly willing? Siblings must be fair in their dealings. Speak plainly, do not feign innocence. I do not feign. Pei Luoqing chuckled. As long as senior sister allows me to feast freely at the cottage for 3 days, I shall consider it compensation. Get lost. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. At most 1 day, with 3 days, you would devour the entire celestial palace like a glutton. Agreed. Pei Luoqing grinned mischievously. Are you setting a trap for me? Ning Hongyu's brows furrowed in mock irritation. He. Pei Luoqing's scheme succeeded. As the saying goes, one seeks the upper realm to attain the middle, seeks the middle to gain the lower. Yet when the lower is unattainable, it is called deception in war. Both the master and junior brother bear witness. Allow me to indulge for a day. No turning back. As she spoke, Pei Luoqing licked her lips. Look at you. Like a pig. I shall overlook it this time. Ning Hongyu replied with exasperation. Then, Li Yuan beheld the once handsome Pei Luoqing transform into a rotund figure, burrowing into the vegetable patch and beginning to gorge herself. This reminded him of a ginseng baby worm that towered 10 zhang high, resembling a small mountain. So, it was all due to senior brother Pei's indulgence? Master, you should be concerned about whether your second disciple will find a wife, Ning Hongyu teased. Women should marry. You must seize your own opportunities as well. Yu Hengchuan glanced at her. Junior brother is quite exceptional, fitting my ideal. Ning Kongqiu blinket blaishuli. Master, why not bestow a marriage between me and junior brother? Yu Hengchuan chuckled. You certainly know how to choose. Li Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. Senior sister, it is still too early for such discussions. Once my cultivation matures, we may speak of romantic matters. I shall await your return. Ning Kongqiu desit. She understood that feelings do not blossom overnight. Yet someone must take the initiative in matters of the heart. She was willing to pursue a young talent like junior brother. If he was reluctant, she would not press him. They would let fate unfold. Who knows, it might truly come to pass one day. The following day, the four of them enjoyed lunch together. It was time for Li Yuan to depart. The journey from the Jiugong mountain range in the southern frontier to Kunlun Void would take at least 15 days, even by riding the Black Eagle. Additional time would be needed for preparations upon arrival, at least 3 days. Junior brother, I shall come to the 12 caves to find you in half a month. Ning Hongyu planned. Understood. Li Yuan nodded, waving his hand in farewell. Master, take care. I shall visit you again when time permits. All my life's work has been entrusted to you. Yu Hengchuan, with a pair of withered hands, firmly grasped Li Yuan's, softly imploring, Li Yuan, you must concoct the extraordinary goo known as the Dream Silkworm. 7 days later, Li Yuan returned to the 12 Caves bamboo grove with the Sword Fairy. Brother Yuan, you're back. Before they even stepped into the grove, a figure suddenly dashed out from the residual goo tower. It was Wang Zhao Zhao. Xiao Zhao, your perceptive abilities have grown remarkably keen, Li Yuan remarked with a smile. The blood-eyed goo robbed the goo master of their sight, while bestowing heightened senses in other realms. Over time, Wang Zhao Zhao had become increasingly astute. Brother Yuan, who is the lady beside you? Wang Zhao Zhao inquired, noticing the presence of an extraordinary woman at Li Yuan's side. Li Yuan hesitated momentarily. Is my distant cousin, known as the Sword Fairy. Cousin? Wang Zhao Zhao felt a flush of embarrassment. Brother Yuan, does that mean the distant cousin who assisted me with my arm last time knows her? Yes. They are from the same family. Li Yuan paused. They all share my destined goo, so it's not inaccurate to say they belong to one family, right? Oh, Sister Sword Fairy, greetings, Wang Zhao Zhao greeted, her heart racing as she sensed the formidable presence of this sister, who seemed far more powerful than Brother Yuan. She cannot speak. She is mute, Li Yuan explained. Mute? Wang Zhao Zhao felt a surge of sympathy, reflecting on how kind-hearted Brother Yuan was to take in this blind sister while also caring for a mute elder sister. Brother Yuan, I'll prepare the meal. You can help the Sword Fairy get acquainted. In her early days of blindness, she had faced considerable challenges in mobility. The Sword Fairy, despite her strength, was mute, likely a victim of some cruel and insidious means that led to her current plight. You worked hard, Xiao Zhao. It's not hard at all. Just having Brother Yuan back home brings me immense joy, Wang Zhao Zhao replied, swiftly darting into the kitchen to begin her tasks. Li Yuan then led the Sword Fairy to the bedroom. Sword Fairy, you shall sleep here from now on, to restore a thread of her residual consciousness. It would require nurturing for 3 centuries, gradually imparting the nuances of this world, including the essence of human warmth. Sword Fairy, that girl is called Xiao Zhao. Henceforth, we shall be a family, and you must not harbor any hostility towards her. Li Yuan instilled in the Sword Fairy the concept of regarding others as allies. Otherwise, apart from him, she would instinctively perceive everyone else as foes. The Sword Fairy nodded slightly. Do you comprehend? This simple gesture filled Li Yuan with delight. It seemed that after connecting with his soul, the Sword Fairy had developed a basic consciousness. In his eyes, the Sword Fairy now represented a vibrant life, one capable of continual metamorphosis and evolution. Perhaps in the future, she could unleash powers surpassing those of 3 millennia ago, becoming an unparalleled ally for him. Subsequently, he imparted to the Sword Fairy some fundamental commands, such as drinking water, sleeping, undressing, and dressing. Brother Yuan, Sister Sword Fairy, it's time to eat. Before long, Xiao Zhao's voice resonated from outside the house. Let's go. Li Yuan stepped outside, followed closely by the Sword Fairy. Sword Fairy, please take a seat here, he said, gesturing toward the chair. The Sword Fairy sat down awkwardly, seemingly at a loss on how to use chopsticks. Brother Yuan, has something happened to Sister Sword Fairy Spirit? Wang Zhao inquired. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. At present, she has lost all her memories, akin to a newborn babe, requiring her to relearn everything from the very beginning. How pitiful, Wang Zhao remarked, retrieving a wooden spoon and holding out a bowl. Sister Sword Fairy, allow me to feed you. She opened her mouth and exclaimed. Zhao exhibited great patience as she tended to the Sword Fairy. As night fell, Li Yuan instructed Zhao to teach the Sword Fairy how to bathe and change clothes. In the bathing room, exclamations of surprise from Zhao filled the air. Wow, Sister Sword Fairy, your skin is so smooth and tender. It feels truly delightful to the touch. Your figure is also remarkable, far more alluring than mine. While wiping the Sword Fairy's body, Wang Zhao couldn't help but feel envious, believing that even without seeing her face, it was evident she must be an unparalleled beauty, as if a celestial being had descended to earth. Chapter 68. The celestial-like cousin time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. After this period of adaptation, the Sword Immortal has gained a touch more ethereal grace, managing to feed herself and bathe independently. However, without attentive guidance, she occasionally finds herself in amusing predicaments. For instance, during mealtime, she might suddenly dart up a tree in pursuit of birds, or, while in the midst of bathing, unexpectedly invade Li Yuan's room. At times, she even ventures into the bamboo grove at midnight to swing on a swing. Such antics leave Li Yuan both exasperated and amused. There remains a vast distance to traverse before the Sword Immortal can truly graduate from her tutelage. It has been half a month, and my senior sister should be arriving soon. Zhao, the grand ceremony of Fengshan is about to commence, and I must make a trip to Kunlun. This is the only unresolved matter in Li Yuan's life, one he cannot ignore. Is it going to be dangerous? Wang Zhao expressed her concern. She had long been aware of the Fengshan ceremony, where various factions and warlords would gather, and the likelihood of demonic disturbances loomed large. Even if Brother Yuan is formidable, in such dire circumstances, he would be akin to a rootless reed. Fear not, Li Yuan replied with a smile, with the Night Owl King overseeing matters. No significant chaos will ensue. I shall return after receiving the blessings of the dragon's vein. Then, Brother Yuan, take care. Wang Zhao couldn't help but recall the tumultuous times of her past. With her father gone and her mother departed, she had endured hunger, consumed foul rats, gnawed on tree bark, and been pursued by wild dogs, until she met her grandfather, who brought her here, where she encountered Brother Yuan. It was then that she truly understood the feeling of home. How she wished this would be the final chapter of her tumultuous journey, living an ordinary life with Brother Yuan in a tranquil little mountain for eternity. Despite her heart brimming with reluctance, she understood that this was an opportunity for Brother Yuan, one that could not be squandered. I shall take my leave now. As Li Yuan turned, he felt a sudden tightness at his back. Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao embraced him from behind, tears streaming down her face. You must return. Zhao will always be here, waiting for you to come home. Li Yuan chuckled helplessly, gently stroking Zhao's hair. Silly girl, when I say I will return, I shall certainly do so. Have I ever deceived you? He suspected Zhao was reminded of their days of hardship, instilling a sense of fear within her. Having emerged from a similar hellish experience, he understood the anxiety of loss and the dread of separation, and thus he departed. Releasing Zhao, Li Yuan and the Sword Immortal ventured forth, quickly vanishing at the end of the small bamboo grove. On the descent, Ning Hongyu, adorned in a resplendent red gown, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. No wonder even the senior sister has abandoned you. It seems a golden house harbors a beauty, and two at that. Junior brother, I underestimated you. Senior sister, you jest. This is my cousin. The one on the mountain is my sister, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Is that so? Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. A man's words are but a deceiver's promise. Let us proceed. Li Yuan shifted the topic, shall we? Ning Hongyu pouted, summoning her black eagle, and inquired. Are you certain you want to take your little cousin to Kunlun? Rest assured, senior sister, I have my plans. The Sword Immortal is undoubtedly Li Yuan's most formidable strength and must be kept close at hand. Very well, Ning Hongyu remarked. Do not blame me for not warning you. Kunlun Void is now under stringent defense by various factions. Not even a fly can enter. Fear not, Li Yuan replied with an air of nonchalance. With the presence of the myriad forms and forest goo, the so-called defenses were but a mere illusion in his eyes. Were it not for the intention to allow the Sword Immortal to experience the mundane world, engage with humanity, and thereby stimulate her fragmented consciousness, he would not have permitted his senior sister to see her. Miss, are you truly her cousin? The Sword Immortal, clad in flowing white garments, appeared ethereal, as if descended from the heavens, standing apart from the world. 3,000 years prior, she was already a breathtaking beauty of unparalleled grace, and her 3 millennia of seclusion and slumber had only further elevated her otherworldly aura, making her resemble a celestial being. Ning Hongyu, confident in her own beauty and having garnered the admiration of many young talents, found the disparity between herself and the Sword Immortal starkly evident, particularly in terms of grace. The difference was akin to that between heaven and earth. The only aspect in which she might rival the Sword Immortal was in pride. Reflecting on this, she straightened her posture. What a fairy! At least I possess qualities worthy of comparison. One must not compete for bread, but for dignity. Li Yuan observed his senior sister's subtle gestures with amusement, discovering an unexpectedly endearing side to her boisterous demeanor. He could not help but admire her, for she truly embodied the essence of a masterful sister. Miss, why do you remain silent? Noticing the Sword Immortal's quietude and her gaze fixed on the distant sky, Ning Hongyu sensed something amiss. My cousin has lost her memory. Her consciousness has been impaired, and she cannot speak, Li Yuan elucidated. Huh? Ning Hongyu was taken aback, quickly bowing in apology. I am so sorry, miss. I did not mean to offend. Please forgive me. So she truly is your cousin? A hint of belief began to dawn upon her. With Li Yuan's looks and talents, finding a partner with ample bosom, long legs, and ample curves would indeed pose no challenge. There would be no need to feign companionship with an amnesiac sister and a blind sibling. Thus, I still possess a modicum of opportunity, she chuckled merrily. Dear sister, please refrain from jesting about me, Li Yuan replied with a smile, appreciating her candid and warm-hearted nature, which facilitated self-comfort without his need for extensive explanations. By the way, there's something I forgot to mention, Ning Hongyu exclaimed, slapping her forehead as a particular matter came to mind. What is it? Recently, during your training in the Immortal Goose Secret Realm, did not the isolated island encounter an anomaly? The sect has uncovered the cause. What was it? Li Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. After a thorough investigation by the 9 Palace's elders, it was discovered that the towering giant trees within the Immortal Goose Secret Realm have vanished. It is said that they were extraordinary entities planted by the Gu Immortal 3 millennia ago. Ning Hongyu lamented. Have they identified the perpetrators? Li Yuan ajarli. It seems to have been the work of individuals from the 7th Palace, Ning Hongyu responded. 2 of the 7th Palace Master's direct disciples, one named Su Yuetian and the other Zhao Baidong, recklessly trespassed into the tomb of the living dead. Do you know what that place is, junior brother? Not at all. Li Yuan shook his head persistently. The tomb of the living dead serves as the eternal resting place of the Gu Immortal's daughter. Upon the arrival of the 9 Palaces elder, it was discovered that not only had the colossal tree vanished, but the coffin of the Gu Immortal's daughter had also been disturbed, and her remains had mysteriously disappeared. Those who lie in eternal slumber are not meant to see the light, and perhaps the remains of the Gu Immortal's daughter have simply dissipated into the ether. After a thorough investigation, the elders narrowed their suspicions to Su Yuetian and Zhao Baidong. However, both individuals had vanished without a trace, leaving the matter shrouded in mystery. Originally, the palace master intended to summon you for questioning, but fortunately, with Master Qi Yan's testimony, you were spared the inconvenience of an unnecessary journey. Ning Hongyu spoke at length, revealing the intricacies of the situation. Thus, Li Yuan felt a sense of gratitude towards Su Yuetian and Zhao Baidong. Had it not been for their willingness to take the blame, he might have found himself embroiled in unforeseen complications. Nevertheless, This matter will not be resolved easily. Ning Hongyu sighed, stating, "The Nine Palaces elder has declared that even if the instigators flee to the ends of the earth, those scoundrels shall undoubtedly be brought to justice." Chapter 69. The Mountains Above and Below Sisters Right. Li Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow. That scoundrel still owed me 2 days to seek opportunities. Once he finds them, he must compensate me. With the grand ceremony of Fengshan approaching, the 9 palace masters are overwhelmed, and they will undoubtedly pursue accountability afterward. Ning Hongyu also expressed her indignation. Kunlun Void. Atop the mountain peaks on the Yuanyin platform, Li Chengxiu, clad in a yellow robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After nearly a year of honing, the once humble village youth now exuded a hint of imperial majesty. It is said that this place, aside from the imperial capital, is the most concentrated in the world's fortune. Yet, why do I feel such profound solitude? Gazing down upon the world, surveying the diminutive mountains below, all the lords and martial heroes awaited at the foot of the mountain, while he stood at the pinnacle. In a moment that called for boundless ambition, Li Chengxiu inexplicably felt that this place did not belong to him. Was it because I cannot bear to part with Xiaofeng village and my mother? Perhaps I am not suited to be an emperor after all. His thoughts were a tangled web. Having come this far, he had no choice in the matter. Whether he would genuinely tread the path of the world's sovereign or merely serve as a puppet, he was left with no options. He remained blissfully unaware of the 2 figures observing him from afar. "Is everything prepared on your end, little Death?" The Night Owl King, draped in a cloak and donning a bronze mask, inquired in a low voice. Without fail, nodded Muyao, the little Death of the extreme North Icefield tribe. "With the protective totemic magic of my clan, we can shroud the manifestation of the dragon veins and deceive all. When the demons strike, we can seize the opportunity to disrupt the ceremony, fooling everyone. This will temporarily stabilize the situation, allowing various factions to rally together, expelling the demons from our lands, and subsequently uncovering the truth." This was the stratagem and Muyao presented to the Night Owl King. "Good," the Night Owl King concluded. He was certain that the young prince standing atop the Yuanyin platform was merely a decoy. However, the only one capable of verifying the truth. The little Death of the extreme North Icefield tribe was determined to protect this substitute. He could only play along with the plan to find the true prince. If this connection were severed, it would be irrevocably lost. Once the true prince was located, they could hold another Fengshan ceremony, attributing the previous disruption to the demon's chaos. This was the only feasible course of action at present. The myriad heroes of the realm had begun to arrive in succession. This grand spectacle, capable of altering the world's fate, was finally set to unfold. And Muyao gazed at the throngs gathered at the periphery of Kunlun Void, her heart heavy with sorrow. "Little Linner, will you come?" She pondered, hoping that if little Linner were still alive, he would surely attend. But where could he be? Would they truly meet again? On the outskirts of Kunlun Void, after a 7-day journey, Ning Hongyu and Li Yuan finally arrived at this gathering place of heroes. Despite the clear skies, an inexplicable heaviness lingered in the air. "Junior brother, we can only proceed this far. From here, we must walk in," Ning Hongyu declared. "Further in lies the sacred ground. The foremost powers from the Central Plains, the southern frontier, the eastern wasteland, the northern lands, and the western regions are not permitted to enter without the qualification of having received the blessing of fortune. Even the foremost powers must tread here on foot, as pilgrims, devout and sincere. This is a gesture of respect towards the dragon vein, or perhaps a profound reverence for the martial god. Senior sister, you may go ahead. I will tend to my cousin and join you shortly," Li Yuan stated. "All right." Ning Hongyu was perplexed as to why Li Yuan insisted on bringing along an amnesiac cousin. Yet she refrained from inquiring further. Perhaps it was for convenience and caregiving. Once Ning Hongyu departed, Li Yuan hurried to a nearby grove. "Sword Fairy, stay close behind me. Conceal yourself at the rear of the group. Avoid those formidable beings and refrain from acting recklessly. Do you understand?" he instructed. The Sword Fairy nodded gently in acknowledgement. Li Yuan unleashed the myriad forest goo, which settled upon the Sword Fairy's white dress, swiftly obscuring her form and melding her into the very air. Once assured of her concealment, He took a deep breath and slowly turned around, his gaze fixed upon the towering mountains, looking up at the pinnacle of Kunlun. An unusual sensation washed over him, as if some unseen voice were calling out to him, drawing him forth. Even though his bloodline had been severed and bestowed upon the grandson of the esteemed physician, and despite not yet merging with the blood of the great ancestor emperor, an inexplicable bond tethered him, akin to unbreakable shackles. It seemed destined that he should arrive here, irreplaceable. Ancestors, do not interfere with me just yet. The heavens remain unvanquished. When the time is ripe, the great Yin shall be restored. Li Yuan forcefully quelled the tumult within his heart. He had come merely to observe, to see the grandson of the physician who had sheltered him for 16 years. Nothing more. He temporarily disregarded the allure of the martial god-s treasures and the dragon vein-s fortune. One day, he would tread through the snow to the mountain summit, reclaiming all that was lost and bringing closure to it all. With resolute steps, he emerged from the grove and entered the throng. Presently, the entirety of Kunlun was divided into 4 tiers. The outermost layer housed the armies of various factions, all vigilant, guarding against both demons and allies, poised for potential conflict. The middle layer was occupied by the elite of these factions, and Li Yuan was among them. The innermost layer was dominated by representatives and rulers of the major powers, such as the Lord of the 9 Palaces and various nobles. At the mountain's peak, the imperial family of the Great Yin and the Night Owl Guards resided. "Junior brother, you have returned," Ning Hongyu called out upon seeing Li Yuan approach. She pointed towards the summit. "Do you see that golden platform, nearly touching the clouds?" "Indeed," Li Yuan nodded. "That is the Tianyin platform, where emperors are held grand rituals to worship heaven and earth," Ning Hongyu elaborated. "How lofty it is!" Li Yuan squinted his eyes. Even with his mental acuity reaching the mid-tier of the domain realm, his vision surpassed that of ordinary folk, yet through the layers of mist, he could only discern a mere speck. Could it be? The grandson of the physician, my savior. Li Yuan's breath grew heavy as he struggled to suppress the turmoil within. "Junior brother, are you eager to undergo the baptism of fortune?" Ning Hongyu teased. "Yes." Li Yuan nodded once more. "Patience. We must wait 3 more days." Ning Hongyu remarked, "Many martial artists and gu masters are eagerly awaiting this opportunity, including some martial saints and 8 transmutation gu masters. Brother Li Yuan, Brother Li Yuan." While they conversed, a series of melodious calls echoed from a distance. Li Yuan turned his head to see a girl dressed in silver-white attire from the southern region rushing toward him, the sound of her silver accessories jingling as she approached, her smile radiating sweetness. "Little princess?" "Brother Li Yuan, I'm so glad to see you. I knew you would come." The young princess, Xiao dashed forward, her joy palpable upon seeing Li Yuan. "Congratulations, little princess, on realizing your dream and becoming a formidable gu master." In Li Yuan's perception, Xiao had already attained the status of a 5 transmutation gu master at the tender age of merely 13, a full decade younger than him. This exemplifies the remarkable strength of the 3rd-ranking Worrying Heart Gu on the exotic Gu ranking. Yet, I still pale in comparison to you, Brother Li Yuan. Xiao Qin es sweetly beamed. You have always been my aspiration. The memories of that fateful night of bloodshed against the demons were indelibly etched in the mind of the Kanglin princess. In the days that followed, despite encountering numerous Gu masters, she never witnessed again that aura of invincibility and unparalleled supremacy. Her teacher often said, "Silly Qiner, that was merely the moonlight of your childhood memories." Chapter 70, Old Dreams. Is it the white moonlight from childhood memories? Xiao Qiner did not feel that her teacher's words were accurate. Upon bidding farewell to Li Yuan, she still perceived this elder brother, who had introduced her to the world of Gu Dao, as exceptionally strong. Even with the possession of the 3rd-ranked Wenxin Gu on her feelings remained unchanged. Instead, she felt an increasing sense of unattainable admiration. "Do you know each other?" Ning Hongyu asked, astonished. "Yes," Li Yuan nodded. "The little princess once resided in the 12 caves of the bamboo forest for a while." Ning Hongyu teased. "The teacher says you are introverted and solitary. Yet it seems you have quite a few friends, even knowing the little princess of Kanglin Domain." "Sister, you know me?" Xiao Qiner gazed at Ning Hongyu for a moment, as she had no recollection of such a splendid and alluring elder sister. I am Ning Hongyu. Your sister Hongyu? Xiao Qiner exclaimed in delight. The teacher spoke of you, saying you are the strongest among the younger generation of the Ninth Palace. From now on, it will be you. Ning Hongyu was not one to be overly competitive, yet she felt a tinge of reluctance, inevitably acknowledging the reality. Before Wenqin Gu, she had no chance of victory. I still have a long way to go to catch up to Sister Hongyu, Xiao Qiner humbly replied. Xiao Qiner, enough chatting. We must leave. My father is still waiting for us. A sword-bearing youth approached. Li Yuan turned his head and recognized Xiao Lai, the heir of Kanglan domain. After many years, the once impulsive boy now exuded a certain manly demeanor. Xiao Lai stood tall, clad in armor, merely casting a glance at Li Yuan without greeting him. Brother Li Yuan, Sister Hongyu, I must take my leave, Xiao Qiner whispered. Be cautious. My father mentioned that the Fengshan grand ceremony may not be peaceful, and there could be bloodshed. Understood. You take care as well. Li Yuan nodded, watching the little princess depart. The attitude of the Kanglan king had clearly indicated his distrust of the forthcoming Fengshan grand ceremony. Other lords likely shared similar sentiments, unwilling to have a superior imposed upon them, especially the likes of King Yu, who would dare to collude with demons, revealing their stance. Deep into the night, various factions set up camp. The once serene Kunlun Void had been illuminated every night recently. Under the pressing circumstances, Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu shared a tent, separated by a curtain. Lying upon the blanket, Li Yuan rested his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky as pure white moonlight streamed through the tent's partially open top. As he lay there, his thoughts were restless, seemingly intertwined with the land beneath him. The words of his late grandfather, the royal physician, echoed in his mind. Yuanyin, remember, you are not my grandson. Your true identity is the Prince of Daiyan. Your mother is the lesser deity of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe, the beloved concubine of the late emperor from 16 years ago. You must survive. Within this jade pendant lies a drop of the blood of the founding emperor. When paired with a potent elixir, it may grant you the potential to cultivate divine roots. Yuanyin, you must eradicate demons and restore Daiyan, avenging your mother. Li Yuan felt a warmth surging within his chest. He reached out to grasp the jade pendant that contained the blood of the founding emperor. At that moment, the blood, long sealed away, stirred as if yearning to merge with him. The grand dragon vein of Kunlun soon might very well be the most potent remedy. Patience, it will come soon. Li Yuan murmured to himself. Everything that belongs to me, I shall reclaim, ensuring it remains untainted, but it requires the right opportunity. Chaos is indeed the perfect moment. While various factions were busy speculating on the current situation, only Li Yuan understood that the grand ceremony of Fengshan 3 days hence would surely descend into turmoil. For the dragon vein could not truly manifest. To what extent the chaos would unfold, even Li Yuan could not predict. Should an opportunity arise, he would intervene to save the imperial physician's grandson. If not, he would have to wait until the passage of time to settle both new grievances and old scores together. Thud, thud, thud. Li Yuan's heart pounded heavily. Beneath Kunlun's Su, something perpetually resonated with him. The bloodline of the martial deity was indeed miraculous. Even after the extraction of blood and the alteration of bones, certain elements remained irreplaceable, their legacy inscribed within the soul, validated by fate. It is fortunate it is so, Li Yuan mused. Had it been easily replaceable, the martial treasures of the founding emperor would have long been seized by the ambitious factions. Lost in thought, a gust of wind stirred the tent's flap, and beside Li Yuan lay a warm figure. Lying on her side, her starry eyes gazed intently at him, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. How could I have forgotten this? Li Yuan smacked his forehead, bemused. The moment his thoughts diverged, the remnant consciousness of the sword fairy could no longer sustain independent action and inevitably gravitated towards him, drawn by the power of Kunlun Su's grand dragon vein. The sword fairy had slipped into the tent. Though she is indeed beautiful, Li Yuan admired the sword fairy's stunning visage. Her ethereal aura, having transcended the world for 3 millennia, was breathtaking no matter how many times one beheld her. Very well, you may sleep here. Li Yuan resignedly allowed the sword fairy to lean against him, preventing any further mishaps should his focus waver. Kunlun Su was far too profound for him. He was likely to become distracted again, especially on the day of the Fengshan ceremony, when unforeseen events would undoubtedly occur. The sword fairy nodded, not closing her eyes, but continuing to gaze at Li Yuan with a vacant expression. "Stop looking at me. Sleep now." Li Yuan communicated telepathically, reverting to a reclining posture, and only then did the sword fairy mimic him, closing her eyes. A little obedient, a touch naive, yet undeniably adorable, occasionally even rebellious. It felt akin to nurturing a small kitten. That night, Li Yuan had a dream. He dreamt of the founding emperor rising amidst chaos, wielding a 3-foot azure blade to carve out a vast and resplendent realm, transforming Kunlun Su into the grand dragon vein. He dreamt of his mother, the noble concubine, and bidding him farewell in tears. He dreamt of the steps leading to the dragon throne, where the ancestors of the Li family, along with emperors of generations past, cradled him as an infant, presenting him step by step upward. In the morning, Li Yuan was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Did you see that? Those are the people from the extreme northern ice plains. It is said that the women from the extreme north possess skin as flawless as jade, and are as beautiful as celestial beings. The one at the forefront, adorned with a veil, is none other than a Muyao, the lesser deity of the extreme north icefield tribe. In days of yore, the esteemed concubine and captivated all within the Diyin royal court, rendering the ladies of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Surely her sister is equally remarkable. Whispers of discussion wafted into his ears. Extreme North Icefield tribe? Lesser deity? And Muyao? These phrases stirred tumultuous waves within Li Yuan's heart. Has someone from his mother's side arrived? And it is none other than his aunt? Upon this realization, Li Yuan suddenly sat upright, hastily donned his garments, and exited the tent. Ning Hongyu stood outside, a smile gracing her features as she observed him. "Junior brother, it appears you slept rather soundly last night, only roused by the passage of a great beauty." Chapter 71, Encountering in a Crowd. Sister, I must say, sleeping in Kunlun Su certainly feels different, Li Yuan replied with a smile. "Your mindset is commendable," Ning Hongyu praised. "As for someone like me, who fears death, I can only afford a brief nap, terrified of the possibility of having my throat slit in the dead of night. But you have me watching over you," Li Yuan reassured, glancing toward the distance where a group was approaching from the foot of the Tianyin Peak in Kunlun Su. At the forefront was a woman adorned in an ice-blue robe, her head covered by a hood crafted from white fox fur. Draped over her outer robe was a snow-white shawl, and the hem of her garment was embellished with several delicate ice bells, expertly carved from pure ice jade and set with tiny ice diamonds. Around her alabaster ankles were 2 chains of ice linked with gemstones, an attire distinctive to the lesser deity of the extreme North Icefield tribe. She moved gracefully, her steps light and ethereal. Even with her features concealed beneath a sheer veil, her beauty could not be obscured, captivating all who beheld her in Kunlun Su. "Hey, junior brother, don't get lost in admiration," Ning Hongyu teased as she noticed Li Yuan's rapt attention. "That woman is unattainable for you. It would be wise to admire your sister instead, who is not lacking in anything. At the very least, your children one tea go hungry." Li Yuan, what audacious words are these? "Sister, please refrain from such talk. I am merely curious. After all, it is rare to encounter someone from the extreme North Icefield tribe, given the vast distance between us." "I don't believe you." Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. Under the gaze of various factions, the delegation from the extreme North Icefield arrived at a clearing, quickly forming a circle as they moved and chanted ancient incantations. Eventually, the lesser deity and Muyao planted a game piece into the earth. "What are they doing?" Li Yuan kidat. "They're likely conducting some form of ritual, probably related to the dragon vein," Ning Hongyu explained. "By the way, this current lesser deity is akin to a maternal aunt to the young prince, sharing part of the same bloodline. It is no wonder that the Night Owl King invited her here. Few in the world can verify the authenticity of the young prince's bloodline, and Muyao is one of them. As the strongest of the younger generation from the 9th Palace, Ning Hongyu was well informed. Li Yuan felt a surge of shock. If Muyao could authenticate the young prince's lineage, she must already know that Li Chengxiu is merely a substitute. Then, does the Night Owl King know? Most likely. If everything unfolds as I suspect, then the Fengshan Grand Ceremony is merely a farce, a grand performance to lure in a big fish. And I, Li Yuan, am that fish. Li Yuan harbored doubts about the Night Owl King. He was equally skeptical of the unfamiliar aunt. Even if she was the young prince's savior and the beloved grandson of the royal physician, he maintained a cautious stance. He had to be prudent. The only fate that awaited one who recklessly revealed their identity was to become a mere pawn, a key manipulated at will. In the midst of his thoughts, the delegation from the Icefield tribe completed their rites and moved toward another clearing to continue their flag planting. Li Yuan stood quietly amidst the crowd, appearing as nothing more than a passerby, his countenance betraying none of the tumult within. After a while, the group from the Icefield tribe shifted their location, approaching the encampment of the Nine Palaces Goon Nest. A frown crossed Li Yuan's brow as he subtly retreated behind Ning Hongyu. Why are you still hiding at the back? Junior brother? Ning Hongyu desert. The Icefield beauty has truly arrived. Why not move forward and take a closer look? Such opportunities are rare. Upon reflection, Li Yuan retorted, I find my senior sister far more captivating. At least you possess some sense, she replied with a chuckle. As they engaged in light banter, the Icefield tribe approached, and Muyao led the way, her fair feet gracing the ground, each step birthing an icy lotus, untouched by the slightest speck of dust. She had intentionally delayed the placement of the totem banners until all factions had gathered, eager to discern if Shaoliner would make an appearance. In that moment, an inexplicable sensation surged within Muyao. The jade pendant at her chest trembled slightly. Xiaoliner. The thought of the lesser deity stirred excitement in her heart. He was indeed here. Yet, she refrained from making any impulsive moves. Every action of hers was under the watchful eye of the Night Owl King. To reveal Shaoliner's location would invite dire consequences. Maintaining her composure, and Muyao continued onward. Upon reaching a clearing, she planted another banner, deliberately avoiding any search for Shaoliner, her gaze sweeping evenly over the crowd. Southern Frontier, Nine Palaces Goon Nest. After the royal blood disaster of Ur, did Shaoliner escape to the southern frontier upon leaving the palace? Has he forsaken martial arts to learn the ways of Gu? Through her connection with her sister's jade pendant, she sensed Shaoliner was nearby. Alas, she could not identify him nor acknowledge him in that moment. After the Fengshan Grand Ceremony concludes, I shall seek an audience with the Nine Palaces Goon Nest, she resolved, suppressing her inner turmoil as she departed the area, exhibiting not a trace of abnormality throughout. As the crowd watched the lesser deity depart, Li Yuan felt a weight lift from his heart. She must have sensed my presence, if only to know I am among the throng. Earlier, his jade pendant had also reacted, tightening his nerves with the fear that this aunt, whom he met for the first time, might wish to acknowledge him. Fortunately, and Muyao remained composed throughout, behaving as though nothing were amiss. This suggested to Li Yuan that his aunt was likely on his side, fearful of being discovered by the Night Owl King. Yet, he chastised himself for not being cautious enough. He had indeed not anticipated that the jade pendant left to him by his mother was a twin. The other rested upon his aunt's person. A storm was on the horizon, and Li Yuan was curious to see how this drama would unfold. Having arrived at this juncture, he understood that the Dying Dragon vein could manifest solely through him. Not even the bloodline of a renowned physician could achieve such a feat. The Night Owl King must also grasp this truth, yet he still summoned various lords, gathering heroes from across the realm to Kunlun Void. Either he possessed methods to deceive, or he had no intention of allowing the Fengshan Grand Ceremony to proceed unscathed, merely utilizing it to fulfill some ulterior plan. Li Yuan leaned towards the latter. Although the Night Owl King is universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial arts in this era, it is unlikely that he could penetrate the strategies devised by the martial god, especially considering that the Night Owl King was nurtured under the will of the founding emperor, which has undoubtedly influenced him profoundly. The intrigue deepens. Through the intricate details of various events, Li Yuan deduces the general trajectory of the Fengshan Grand Ceremony. Chaos, indeed, is preferable. The greater the turmoil, the safer I feel, for therein lies the opportunity to unravel the knots within my heart. Another night has passed. Today marks the final day before the commencement of the Fengshan grand ceremony. Early in the morning, Ning Hongyu roused Li Yuan from his slumber. Junior brother, are you truly confident, or is your heart simply untroubled? The greater the storm, the deeper your sleep, it seems. What troubles you, senior sister? In the realm of Kunlun, Li Yuan indeed slept soundly, a gift of reassurance from his ancestors. Ning Hongyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The palace master and King Kanglin are deliberating on significant matters and have summoned us. It may not bode well. It seems that the Fengshan grand ceremony is destined for turmoil. Chapter 72. The grand ceremony of Fengshan commences accompanied by Ning Hongyu. Li Yuan arrived at the command camp of the Kanglin army, where he encountered numerous unfamiliar faces, each radiating formidable energy. Talented figures in the art of gu and martial prowess had gathered here in abundance. A glance around revealed an array of elite disciples from the Ninth Palace, though it remained uncertain how many palace lords had arrived. Before long, the king of Kanglin, Xiao Yuan, emerged from the tent, accompanied by an elderly matron at his side. We pay our respects to the king of Kanglin and to the Ninth Palace lord. The crowd bowed in unison. This was Li Yuan's first encounter with the Ninth Palace lord, who, by relation, was the mentor of the king's consort and thus older than Xiao Yuan himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the king began, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I have summoned you here today to assign you a crucial task. Yesterday, our spies detected traces of demonic entities. Various fiends are poised to assault Kunlun Void, intending to disrupt the grand ceremony of Fengshan. This matter pertains to the resurgence of the Dian royal lineage and the peace of the realm. We cannot afford any mishaps during the ceremony tomorrow. With the strength of the feudal lords, safeguarding Kunlun Void should be a straightforward endeavor. However, the hearts of men are divided, and there are those with treacherous intentions. Thus, we shall inevitably face vulnerabilities in our defenses, and your mission is to secure these gaps. The king's intent was clear, referring specifically to the Prince of Yu. Previously, in his contest for control over the southern territories, the prince had brazenly colluded with demons. It was only due to the current chaos in the realm that the Night Owl Guard had refrained from exacting retribution. Perhaps, the list of those harboring treachery extended beyond just the Prince of Yu. Understood, the crowd responded with a respectful bow. Subsequently, the king's subordinates unfurled a map that floated in midair, allowing all to view it. Xiao Yuan pointed out several strategic points and allocated defensive responsibilities. Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu were assigned together, tasked with guarding a road leading to Tianyin Peak alongside a contingent of the Kanglin army. Senior sister, has only one palace lord from our ninth palace arrived? Li Yuan inquired curiously. I heard that the sixth palace lord has also come, Ning Hongyu replied. However, the sixth palace lord rarely reveals his true form. His innate gu is the thousand-faced gu, allowing him to blend into the mortal realm, making him scarcely recognizable. Is that so? Li Yuan marveled, reflecting on the eccentricities of the many divine figures among the 9 palace lords. A sleepless night ensued, and Li Yuan awoke early. As dawn broke, a great blaze ignited atop Tianyin platform, illuminating all of Kunlun Void like a blazing sun. The banners previously set up by the tribes of the far northern ice plains began to shimmer with light. The flags from various regions resonated with an invisible energy, appearing as a cohesive whole, radiating layers of brilliance across the vast expanse of Kunlun Void. Is it finally beginning? As a true descendant of the Dian bloodline, Li Yuan felt an increasingly profound connection. The dragon vein energy hidden beneath Kunlun Void was stirred by the ancient rites. Yet, it still lacked a guiding entity to manifest fully. That guiding entity could only be he. This foreshadowed a destined failure for the grand ceremony of Fengshan. Li Yuan gazed toward the mountain summit. Under the blazing illumination of the fierce flames, a figure emerged, gradually ascending the Tianyin platform, with a resounding voice reverberating among the mountains. Today, the Dian royal family held a grand ceremony of Fengshan at Kunlun Su to pay homage to heaven and earth, and to manifest the dragon's veins. From the very outset, Li Yuan's suspicions were confirmed through the titles used. The Night Owl King undoubtedly knew that the young prince was merely a substitute, not the true dragon, which is why he allowed the ceremony to proceed under the royal name rather than that of the emperor. In that brief utterance, he sensed the ominous winds of change approaching. As he surveyed the scene, he noticed that the vast majority of attendees remained filled with anticipation, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, their eyes shimmering with desire as they awaited the baptism of the true dragon's fortune. The truth could not be hidden from the heavens, nor could it cross the seas. Should the ceremony fail, the trust of the people would be irrevocably lost, and the last vestige of the Yuan royal family's authority would inevitably collapse. Thus, Li Yuan surmised that the Night Owl King would not dare to allow the ceremony to reach its conclusion. It was highly probable that he would invoke the forces of demons to disrupt everything. The resounding voice continued to echo across the heavens and the earth. Kunlun, the spine of the world, the source of all beings, and the foundation of the Yuan. Since the founding of the dynasty by the great ancestor Emperor millennia ago, the dragon's veins had thrived in Kunlun, safeguarding the myriad citizens of the Yuan. Today, as the nation's fortune flourishes and the populace rallies in unity, it is indeed the moment for the dragon's veins to manifest. I shall uphold the heavenly mandate, align with the will of the people, and collaborate with the divine spirits of heaven and earth to celebrate this grand occasion. Praying for the eternal stability of the dragon's veins and the perpetual prosperity of the nation. May the Yin endure through the ages, eternally thriving. With the conclusion of these words, a dragon's roar resonated through the cosmos. Above the vast expanse of Kunlun Su, a shimmering, auspicious light materialized, swirling and billowing between the mountains. In the realm of existence, the dual energies of yin and yang intertwined and collided, forming a vibrant tapestry of colors upon the mountain peaks, as if the heavenly laws had laid out a magnificent carpet for this grand ceremony. Ancient trees stood tall in the mountains, rustling in unison, while ethereal birds took to the skies, their melodious calls echoing sweetly. It was as if a dragon's chant had awakened the spirits of all creation. At the foot of the mountains, various lords and heroes from across the land witnessed this spectacle, bowing their heads in reverence, hoping to partake in the baptism of fortune. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. Were it not for their apprehension regarding the formidable Night Owl King, they would have longed to rush up the mountain and claim the most magnificent celestial blessing for themselves. Upon the Tianyin platform, the altar crafted from exotic stones gleamed brightly, emanating a blinding radiance. Surrounded by an array of rare treasures offered as tributes to the divine spirits of heaven and earth. At the center of the altar, the Yuan imperial jade seal connected heaven and earth. The royal fortune manifested as a substantial column of energy 3 feet wide, piercing through the clouds and reaching into the sky. In comparison to the grand Fengshan ceremony held during the ascension of the previous emperor, the disparity in the column of fortune was staggering. This time, it appeared as diminutive as a silver needle. Among the crowd, an elderly man, a relic from the era of the previous emperor, sighed with nostalgia. He faintly recalled the ascension of the previous emperor, when the column of fortune stood tall like a mountain, visible across the seas and lands. It was beyond imagination to consider the prosperity during the establishment of the Yuan dynasty by the great ancestor emperor. Li Yuan caught the murmurs of lamentation, a testament to the undeniable decline of the Yuan royal family's fortune, which had weakened to such a degree that the hearts of the people were now fragmented, poised for the rise of a new leader at the mere call of the Destined One. Only the Destined One, awaited by the world, has yet to emerge. Li Yuan remained inactive, merely observing. After a considerable time, the celestial pillar of fortune began to emanate a rising dragon aura, and faintly, the manifestation of a 5-clawed golden dragon seemed poised to grace the world. A resounding roar erupted from beneath Kunlun, reverberating through the air. The people, both above and below the mountains, were invigorated, believing that the dragon vein would soon reveal itself, and the celestial gates would reopen, showering fortune upon the realm. Yet, only Li Yuan understood the truth. The dragon vein remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of stirring. All that unfolded before him was but a superficial illusion. merely a ruse to deceive the masses, utterly incapable of enduring for long. If this continued, all would inevitably be unveiled. Chapter 73. The Demonic Invasion at Tianyin Terrace. Li Qingshu stood in a daze, overwhelmed by a profound sense of alienation. This place did not belong to him, nor did he belong here. Everything before his eyes was an illusion. All that existed here was the domain of another, while his true home would forever remain the humble village at the foot of the mountain. He felt no kinship towards the royal family, the dragon vein, or the ancestors of the Li clan. He now comprehended the essence of his heart. The impending evolution of the dragon vein was a mere fabrication. The Night Owl King intended to use him as a pawn in a grand performance. Yet, whether this performance would bring calamity or salvation to the world remained uncertain, for his understanding was ultimately too limited to discern the truth. He could only watch helplessly as the magnificent five-clawed golden dragon began to manifest along the celestial pillar of fortune. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, a thunderous commotion erupted in the distance. In the firmament, a colossal black lotus flower unfurled, exuding boundless dark energy, akin to layers of ominous clouds infiltrating the radiant Kunlun void. The celestial pillar of fortune trembled. The coalescing image of the five-clawed golden dragon began to show signs of disintegration. Black Lotus, Demon Emperor. How dare you? A booming voice resonated through the heavens as the Night Owl King stepped forth from the Kunlun void, appearing atop the Black Lotus in an instant. He struck with a single palm, shattering the fabric of space as if it were a broken mirror, incinerating the Black Lotus into ashes. Unexpectedly, the scattered ashes blossomed once more, transforming into countless tiny black lotuses that erupted anew. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Kunlun void quaked under the relentless chain of explosions, sending tremors through the earth. Protect the sacrificial altar, commanded the Night Owl King, simultaneously compelling the Black Lotus Demon Emperor to retreat towards the battlefield. Concurrently, more demons surged forth, charging out from various directions of the Kunlun void. What a splendid performance this was. The situation unfolded much as Li Yuan had anticipated. The Night Owl King indeed seized the opportunity to halt the grand ceremony of Fengshan. Consequently, even if the various lords discerned the underlying truth, the recent spectacle would convince the common folk that the heir of the Dian royal family had returned. The world was rife with gullible souls swayed by popular opinion. The few who remained clear-headed were compelled to feign ignorance in the face of overwhelming circumstances. This undoubtedly favored the Dian royal family, as it ensured that public sentiment would not waver. With a central figure in place, the cohesion of the stationed troops across regions would be fortified. Kill. At that moment, the unknowing factions engaged in a frenzied battle against the demons. Indeed, trouble had arisen. Ning Hongyu furrowed her brows. Shitty, we must leave. Their mission was to defend a road adjacent to the encampment of the King of Ghost's army. Let us go. Just as the King of Kanglan had predicted. When Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu arrived, a horde of demons surged from that very road, while the King of Ghosts had left his defenses completely vulnerable, allowing the demons to pour in unchecked. The Kanglan army was locked in a fierce struggle against the demons. Li Yuan spotted a familiar figure among the chaos. It was Li Ruoqian, the former personal attendant of the young princess, Shaoqiner, Li Yuan. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Li Ruoqian was momentarily taken aback, further astonished by the formidable aura emanating from the other party, whose vitality was as robust as that of a grandmaster in martial arts. Miss Li, Li Yuan said, "It has been a long time. In this battle, could you assist me in acquiring the corpse of a 7th-tier demon? Is business your first concern?" Li Ruoqian retorted, slightly exasperated. "Let us first survive this ordeal. Junior brother, your fortune is remarkable. Wherever you go, beautiful companions accompany you, even amidst this bloody battlefield," Ning Hongyu remarked from behind. "Senior sister, do not misinterpret. Miss Li is merely my business partner, and our meeting today is purely coincidental," Li Yuan defended himself. Ning Hongyu scoffed before changing the subject. "Speaking of which, I have yet to present you with a gift. You mentioned wanting a 7th-tier demon S-corpse. I can procure one for you, and I assure you it will be far superior to what Miss Li offers. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. His relationship with Miss Li was strictly professional, yet it seemed his senior sister was prone to jealousy. Lost in thought, Ning Hongyu surged into battle. As a Gu master, her combat style emphasized close quarters, showcasing her exceptional martial prowess. The Gu insects swirled around her, enabling her to be elusive and unpredictable. The demons she engaged either succumbed to grotesque decay or collapsed lifelessly. Within a brief moment, she carved a bloody path straight towards a 7th-tier tiger demon. Li Yuan also joined the fray, yet he refrained from exerting his full strength. Shao Kai and Wu Mei were concealed within his garments, and the sword fairy observed from a distance, choosing not to enter the fray. Bang! After effortlessly obliterating a 6th-tier demon, Li Yuan assessed his own capabilities. With the enhancement of 2,000 Gu houses, his strength far surpassed that of a 6th-tier demon, and he had no doubts about confronting a 7th-tier demon head-on. Coupled with his various techniques, he was confident in his ability to slay a 7th-tier demon. However, amidst the chaotic battlefield, he preferred to remain inconspicuous, displaying only the prowess of an average genius. Rumbling, the celestial dragon vein phenomenon continued to manifest, fragmented yet desperately holding together. I must seek an opportunity to resonate with the dragon vein and obtain the royal heritage. Li Yuan was determined not to let go of what rightfully belonged to him. The greater the chaos, the better the cover it provided. As Li Yuan pondered, a figure suddenly flew backwards, crashing heavily against a distant mountainside. It was Li Yuan, an 8th-tier demon sage. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. No, it was not quite 8th tier. It appeared to be at the perfected half-saint level. It was an elephant demon, possessing a humanoid form with the feet of an elephant, causing the ground to tremble with each step. Ordinary blades were utterly ineffective against it. Li Yuan, step back, Li Yuan commanded, gripping her blade as she charged once more. As a grandmaster, she could condense indestructible blood and recover swiftly. Being one of the younger elites of the Kanglan army, she was not intimidated even by a half-saint. The two engaged in combat again. However, the situation was glaringly evident. Li Yuan had only recently ascended to the 7th-tier grandmaster realm and was no match for the elephant demon. The talents of humanity were, after all, limited. The monstrous creature spoke with human words, its attacks seemingly clumsy, yet capable of shattering myriad laws with sheer force. A single kick from its mighty legs could obliterate mountains, rendering even the most exquisite swordplay of Li Yuan futile. What a remarkable demon puppet! Li Yuan felt an intense envy. A half-step demon saint was indeed classified as 7th rank, while within the manageable scope of his 5th sister. If he could seize control of one, his combat prowess would soar. Alas, the prospect appeared bleak, unless he were to enlist the aid of the sword fairy. Yet, Li Yuan hesitated. The sword fairy was too ethereal, and her emergence into the public would inevitably stir up endless troubles. Not to mention the members of the Lingxiao sword sect, her ancestral clan from 3 millennia ago, were also present in Kunlun Void. Should they discover that he had turned their ancestral figure into a personal lifebound puppet, and worse, used it to warm his bed, they would undoubtedly seek his life. Roar! At that moment, a disturbance arose on another battlefield. Li Yuan turned his gaze to witness Ning Hongyu, adorned in a flowing red gown, perched upon the neck of a tiger demon. Golden light erupted from her legs as she forcefully twisted. Crack! The neck of the tiger demon was brutally snapped. The golden garment puppet and the great strength puppet had been employed by his senior sister to such devastating effect. At this moment, Ning Hongyu also glanced at Li Yuan, brandishing the corpse of the tiger demon as she approached, her red dress billowing in the wind, her fair legs dashing through the crimson. What do you think, junior brother? Are you pleased with this gift? Chapter 74. The elephant demon semi-saint Li Yuan was astonished, expressing his gratitude to his senior sister. Master Sister Ning Hongyu was far more formidable and tenacious than he had imagined. Not only did she master the art of Gu with remarkable prowess, but her own strength was also extraordinary. This was a rare opportunity for him to hone his skills. With a smile, Ning Hongyu declared, "I shall go rescue your dear friend, Miss Li." With that, she gracefully surged back into the fray, dashing towards the elephant demon semi-saint. Suddenly, a flurry of arrows shot forth from the shadows, forcing Ning Hongyu to retreat momentarily. She swiftly activated the golden garment Gu, successfully deflecting the onslaught of arrows. The lady in red possesses quite an exquisite figure. Allow me to keep you company. A figure approached, bearing a quiver of arrows. Jiang Qiufeng, it's you. Li Ruoqian recognized the intruder, her voice laced with fury. This is Kunlun Void. Do you not fear the Night Owl King will slay you and your master for your blatant collusion with demons? Your words are misguided. Sister Li, Jiang Qiufeng chuckled. I have long ceased to be human. Demons are now my brethren. Do not hastily label me. The great Yin has returned, and the world shall be pacified, exterminating all demons. You shall meet a wretched end, Li Ruoqian retorted. Great Yin? Ha! Jiang Qiufeng scoffed. This endeavor will not succeed today. Awaken from your delusions. The great Yin has long perished, and only pitiful souls like you remain ensnared in dreams. Traitor! Disgusting. Li Ruoqian spat. Let's see if you can survive to speak again, Jiang Qiufeng taunted, a mocking smile on his face. Hold on for a moment. I shall first claim the head of that traitor. Ning Hongyu could no longer contain herself. Be cautious. This traitor is no weakling. He was once the adopted son of King Yu, his strength nearing that of a semi-saint, Li Ruoqian warned. The battlefield was once again fracturing. The influx of demons on this path was growing, and the Kanglan army suffered heavy casualties. Other routes were equally dire, with some demons even advancing towards Tianyin Peak. Is this all a performance? Li Yuan could hardly believe that, amidst the convergence of heroes from across the realm, the most formidable organization, the Night Owl Guard, could not halt the demons. It was evident that someone sought to prevent the young prince from ascending the throne, deliberately employing demons to target the royal family. In truth, it seemed only the Kanglan army was genuinely fighting for their lives, and, among the nobles, only Kanglan King Xiao Yuan truly wished to see the royal family restored. With a thunderous crash, after hundreds of exchanges, Li Ruoqian was struck by the elephant demoness foot, nearly incapacitating her. Her recovery slowed considerably, and she found herself at a distinct disadvantage. Upon witnessing this, Li Yuan had no choice but to charge towards her. If Li Ruoqian were to perish, the Kanglan army would face utter collapse, and he and his master sister would likely share a grim fate. Boom! 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 The elephant demon semi-saint roared with manic laughter, relentlessly trampling and kicking, forcing Li Ruoqian to evade repeatedly. Its trunk lashed out like a whip, each strike creating deep craters in the ground. In a moment of misfortune, Li Ruoqian was struck once more, her blade sent flying, and the elephant's hoof descended, threatening to crush her into oblivion. Just in time, Li Yuan burst forth through the chaos, carving a bloody path to her side. The giant spirit Gu was fully unleashed. His vitality blazed like a fiery inferno, surrounding him in a fierce glow, with his hair standing on end. In the illumination of the blood flames, it resembled a cascade of crimson waves. Boom! He unleashed a powerful punch, colliding forcefully with the elephant demon's hoof. The semi-saint elephant demon staggered back a step, while Li Yuan was forced to retreat several paces. This scene left Li Ruoqian utterly astonished. Li Yuan, are you even human? She stammered, bewildered. The elephant demon possessed immense strength by nature, and, as a semi-saint, its physical prowess was sufficient to crush nearly all practitioners of the same rank, let alone the Gu Master, who was not adept in the ways of physical strength and vitality. Stop dawdling, Li Yuan interjected without further elaboration. Miss Li, I have my eyes set on this demon's corpse. Could you assist me by delivering a few strikes to sever it? Very well. Li Ruoqian felt an odd sensation. Li Yuan seemed transformed, exhibiting a newfound audacity, shedding his former humility and caution. To refer to a living semi-saint demon as a mere corpse was astonishing. You little brat, you shall meet your demise. The semi-saint elephant demon was infuriated. He was very much alive and could not abide being coveted as a corpse. Such an affront was utterly unforgivable. Size alone does not equate to power, Li Yuan declared, his long hair billowing as he took on an audacious demeanor. "If I say you're a corpse, then you are indeed a corpse." The semi-saint elephant demon swept its hoof toward him. Li Yuan's muscles bulged as his clothing tore apart. He rooted himself firmly, merging his waist and stance, and thrust both fists forward with tremendous force. The collision of their powers created a surge of vitality. Rebirth goo. Li Yuan did not retreat to dissipate the force. Instead, he held his breath and tapped into the restorative power of the rebirth goo, enabling him to recover even from internal injuries in the blink of an eye. "Li Yuan, have you lost your mind? Are you throwing your life away?" Li Yuan's heart raced in alarm. This man, who once appeared graceful and cautious, now seemed like a reckless outlaw, employing a life-threatening style of combat. Most astonishingly, how could Li Yuan, a 6th-turn Gu master, exhibit strength surpassing that of a 7th-grade martial grandmaster? "Don't worry about that. Just help me strike him with all your might." Li Yuan shouta fiercely, advancing with reckless abandon. The semi-saint elephant demon, intimidated by this desperate approach, felt its own insides churning from the impact, struggling to maintain its composure. How could a human exhibit such tenacity? Having reached this point, Li Yuan could only follow suit in madness. With Li Yuan's assistance to distract the demon, her exquisite knife techniques could finally shine, unimpeded by brute force. Within Li Yuan's embrace, the little colorful creature was gathering energy, a white flame rising and swirling within its belly. The semi-saint elephant demon was forced to retreat step by step, although it had not sustained any substantial injuries. It felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, finally reaching its limit. "Get away from me, you wretched human." It ceased to mitigate the force, enduring the backlash with a fierce determination, allowing its insides to roil as it prepared to stomp down with renewed vigor. At that moment, it caught sight of a small python, adorned with colorful scales, emerging from Li Yuan's embrace. Roar! The multicolored flame python opened its mouth, unleashing a surge of white fire. The elephant demon instinctively recoiled, yet realized the flame was intangible, impossible to extinguish, and it surged directly into its mind. A mental assault. It was unexpected. What appeared to be tangible flames were, in fact, a pure means of spiritual attack, catching the demon off guard. Seizing the moment when the elephant demon was momentarily disoriented, Li Yuan and Li Yuan struck once more, one attacking from above and the other from below. A resonant hum echoed as Li Yuan's long blade plunged forcefully into the colossal head of the elephant demon. Li Yuan, with ferocity unmatched, delivered a devastating kick aimed at the demon's lower regions. The anguished wails of the semi-saint elephant demon pierced the air as a dreadful power erupted from its being, manifesting a towering phantom over 10 feet high, only to vanish in an instant. Both Li Yuan and Li Yuan were violently hurled backward by the force. The celestial phenomena of demonkind. This was a power only a demon saint could wield, and even a fleeting moment of its presence was insurmountable for those beneath the 8th realm. Li Yuan crashed heavily to the ground, her bones shattered, nearly in ruins. With the speed of her indestructible blood's regeneration slowing to a crawl, already beyond recovery, Li Yuan fared no better, his meridians utterly shattered, hastily mended by the rejuvenating insect. Roared the semi-saint elephant demon, its body drenched in crimson as it charged forward, shaking the very earth, intent on utterly crushing the two. Chapter 75, A Legacy Passed Down Li Yuan. Let us depart. The half-saint elephant demon, rugged and resilient, continued to fight even after suffering severe blows, while Li Yuan was quickly reaching her limits. With a swift motion, she unleashed a palm strike, transforming it into a gust of air, hoping to send Li Yuan a distance away. Perhaps that girl in the crimson dress could still save him. Yet, she was soon left in a state of bewilderment. Despite the currents swirling around him, Li Yuan stood firm, shaking his head and rising to his feet, flashing a grin at her. "Miss Li, spare me the melodrama. Remember, you owe me a favor. I expect generous discounts on future ventures." "You can still fight?" Li Yuan gasped in disbelief, questioning if this man was truly human. Was the art of Gu truly so profound? His performance shattered her understanding of the Gu lineage entirely. Thud, thud, thud. The half-saint elephant demon stomped forward, causing the earth to tremble, utterly oblivious to the seventh-tier tiger demon's corpse lying on the ground, now accompanied by a small spider, its exterior resembling glass and colored like a dream. The half-saint elephant demon aimed a kick at Li Yuan, but as he lifted his foot, an ominous premonition struck him. Before he could react, a claw pierced through his chest. Tiger! Brother Tiger! His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned, encountering the headless corpse of the tiger demon. Li Yuan was equally stunned. Was this a Gu that controlled corpses, turning them into puppets? Bang! The half-saint elephant demon's heart was crushed by the tiger's claw, yet he did not fall, fueled by sheer force. He sent the tiger demon's corpse flying with a punch and leapt into the forest, attempting to flee. He can still run? What tenacity of life! Li Yuan would not let such a fine puppet escape and immediately pursued. Do not chase a desperate foe. The mountains are fraught with danger. Liru Qianshota. Focus on healing your wounds. If you are so weak, do not concern yourself with me. Li Yuan laughed boisterously, tossing two rejuvenation Gu behind him as he dashed into the forest, quickly vanishing from sight. Rude. His words are truly unpleasant. Li Yuan spat, muttering under her breath. Yet, there is something captivating about his demeanor, far more spirited than that pretentious, genteel fade. In contrast to her previous impression of the cautious Li Yuan, she found herself appreciating the brutish, wild manner he displayed now. Within the forest, Li Yuan pursued the elephant demon, entering a secluded, uninhabited area. This was precisely the outcome he desired. By seizing the opportunity to discreetly separate from the main group, he could engage in his own endeavors. He had no desire for bloodshed. While the feudal lords were acting, was he not performing as well? In truth, Li Yuan was the star of this grand spectacle. After completing his self-reflection, Li Yuan exited the state of the giant spirit Gu. Caution was paramount now. The blood and energy flow of the giant spirit Gu was too elevated, prone to mishaps, and not to his liking. The fleeing elephant demon suddenly sensed something, pausing in its tracks to turn and face Li Yuan. The vitality was waning. Are you unable to endure any longer? The wind ceased, the rain stopped, and the elephant demon felt rejuvenated once more. You must be a remarkable figure from the 9 Palaces Gu nest, a 6-turn Gu master who could drive someone like me. The elephant lord, to this extent, indeed a source of pride. I will consume you. A great boon. The elephant demon charged towards Li Yuan. However, after just a few steps, it abruptly halted, standing frozen in place, cold sweat instantly drenching its fur, its spirit nearly fleeing. Before the human Gu master, a figure materialized unexpectedly. A woman of extraordinary beauty, ethereal as though descended from the heavens. He had never encountered such a breathtaking presence, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Even a demon like him felt awestruck, unable to divert his gaze. Please, sword fairy, vanquish the demon. Li Yuan sufli intunat. Swish. The sword's radiance flashed and vanished. The sword fairy, while still before Li Yuan, had already reached behind the elephant demon by the time she sheathed her blade. The expression of terror remained etched on the demon's face. 3 breaths later, its head slid off its towering frame, a column of blood gushing forth from its neck. The elephant demon, a half-saint, was slain. Thud! Li Yuan collapsed to the ground, his complexion ashen, as though all vitality had been drained from him. His limbs felt weak, and his head spun. The previous battle had continuously depleted his essence through the use of Revival Gu and Titanic Spirit Gu, compounded by the surprise attack from Shao Kai and the swift subjugation of the Tiger Demon by Wu Mei, all of which had extracted nearly 90% of his vigor. The Sword Fairy's strike further left him at a deficit of 30%. Indeed, the stronger the power, the more challenging it is to master. Li Yuan reclined upon the grass. The Sword Fairy, though splendid, should not be overindulged. 1 strike consumes 40% of one's essence. 2 strikes call upon the nurturing of the soul, and 3 strikes send the spirit soaring to the heavens. After a time sufficient to brew a cup of tea, he slowly rose, regaining some strength. He gazed towards the sky. After relentless assaults from the demons, the pillar of fortune atop the Tianyin platform had dimmed, and the five-clawed golden dragon could no longer manifest. It seemed this was the outcome desired by the Night Owl King, able to shift all blame onto the demons. Would he henceforth coerce the emperor to command the lords, or seek my true form through the bloodline of a substitute? Li Yuan could not ascertain. Fortunately, the chaos orchestrated by the Night Owl King was precisely what he required, aiding him in obscuring his presence to resonate with the dragon vein. To the ancestors of the Li family and the illustrious sages of the royal lineage, the younger Li Yuan, compelled by circumstance, is unable to host a grand ceremony to venerate heaven and earth on your behalf. But rest assured, our lineage shall not be taken from us. One day, I shall eradicate the demons, restore the Yuan, and uphold the royal family. If you deem the younger generation worthy, bestow upon me your legacy to illuminate my path, and I shall not fail the trust of our ancestors. Li Yuan knelt upon the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the earth, eyes closed, listening intently to the resonances of the Kunlun void dragon vein. As the saying goes, sincerity begets spiritual response. Having witnessed the formidable will of the Gu immortal, he believed that the martial spirit of the founding emperor was equally potent, imbued with a spirit that could be communicated with. Thud, thud, thud. Li Yuan's heartbeat grew heavy once more. A searing heat enveloped his heart as the blood of the founding emperor sealed within the jade pendant began to unleash its power, seeping from the pendant in a mist of blood, merging with his being. Just as Li Yuan surmised, the Yin dragon vein of the Kunlun void was the true elixir. Immediately afterward, golden light began to shimmer upon his surface. It felt as though an ethereal dragon robe enveloped him, exuding an air of majesty, while a diminutive five-clawed golden dragon circled around him. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the reception of this legacy would create a tremendous uproar, stirring the entire Kunlun void, with dragons soaring across the wilderness and instilling fear throughout the 4 seas and 8 desolations. Yet, the reality was quite different. Ha! Li Yuan could not help but burst into laughter. So, the ancestors had foreseen this day as well? Was the golden dragon that had emerged truly of such modest size? It dawned upon him that his meticulous caution was indeed a legacy passed down through the generations. Chapter 76. The legacy of the great ancestor martial god, a diminutive golden dragon, circled around Li Yuan, and even the slightest movement was overshadowed by the grand ceremony and the tumultuous circumstances. Within Li Yuan's sea of consciousness, 4 small dragon eggs materialized. Was this the spiritual inheritance? Truly, the will of a martial god left behind a contingency that rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the Gu Immortal's intentions. If one were to draw a comparison with the Gu Immortal's secret realm, it could be anticipated that the martial god's treasures concealed unimaginable wonders, awaiting future generations to uncover them, thereby renewing the glory of the Dayan Empire. Li Yuan concentrated within his sea of consciousness and reached out to touch the first dragon egg. The golden egg burst forth into radiant light, coalescing into a magnificent figure. It was the great ancestor emperor. Despite having never met and separated by a millennium, the bond of blood and the overwhelming aura sufficed to declare the identity of this imposing figure, the founder of the Dayan Empire, the last martial god of the Tianyuan continent. Lonely descendant, when you behold me, the Dayan realm is already in peril. I leave this spiritual edict in hopes of guiding you along your path. The ethereal voice reverberated within Li Yuan's mind. The younger generation shall remember. Li Yuan bowed his head in reverence. In my youth, I, a mere martial man, wielded a 3-foot azure blade, cleaving through thorns to rise amidst chaos. After countless battles, vanquishing demons and monsters, I ultimately stabilized the Dayan universe and ascended to the pinnacle of power. At that time, Dayan warriors were numerous, strong figures emerged, and nations came to pay homage, basking in boundless glory. Yet, I was acutely aware that the Tianyuan continent was fraught with uncertainties, crises looming like a chasm, and no one could remain eternally prosperous, nor could any legacy endure through the ages. Those who achieve the status of martial god ultimately declare that there is no everlasting life. Li Yuan felt a heavy heart, yet remained attentive. I have left behind 4 legacies, 3 grand techniques, and the martial goddess treasures. The first inheritance is the shaking heaven divine fist. This fist technique was conceived by me during the chaos of war. When unleashed, the fist power can summon the forces of heaven and earth, akin to stars plummeting or mountains collapsing. When perfected, it can subdue all foes. To cultivate this fist, one must possess an unwavering heart and relentless courage, guided by blood and will, to unleash its formidable might. As the words faded, the imposing figure within the sea of consciousness began to demonstrate the fist technique. Li Yuan Bacha Antransa. Impressive, he thought. However, when he attempted to practice it, he found himself utterly lacking, unable to evoke even a fraction of a shaking heaven divine fist's essence. This technique did not suit my usual state. Rather, it complemented my condition when possessed by the giant spirit goo, perfectly addressing the deficiency of brute strength without finesse. Li Yuan Pundara Depli. After a while, the phantom of the great ancestor emperor completed his demonstration. For the first time, Li Yuan felt his mind was exceptionally smooth, with martial knowledge slipping away like water through his fingers, leaving behind a profound solitude. Indeed, martial arts may not be my calling, or perhaps my bloodline has yet to fully merge with me, awakening my innate potential. He moved to the second dragon egg, channeling his power into it. The grand phantom re-emerged. The second inheritance is the Yuanyin myriad manifestations sword art. This sword technique was born from my experiences at the borders of humanity, where I engaged in battle against demons for 91 days, comprehending the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, and merging various sword intents. When the sword is drawn, it may strike with the force of thunder, caress like a gentle breeze, surge like the raging sea, or wail like the spirits of the underworld. Its techniques are infinitely varied. Mastery of this sword technique requires a serene state of mind, an understanding of the mysteries of the universe, and an observance of the myriad phenomena of the world, moving in accordance with one's heart and thoughts. As the words fell, the ethereal figure of the founding emperor demonstrated once more. Compared to the heaven-shaking divine fist, the heaven-transforming sword technique is even more profound and obscure. One viewing is akin to not seeing at all, for Li Yuan has never even touched a sword. He felt a peculiar itch in his mind. Li Yuan understood that good fortune cannot be hastily sought and must be gradually honed. He then activated the third dragon egg, the third legacy, the heavenly dragon's fate technique. This technique, crafted by the sovereign through the will of countless subjects of the dynasty, harnesses the power of the Kunlun Void's dragon vein. By practicing this technique, one can consolidate the dynasty's fortune, akin to a heavenly dragon protecting one's body. Under the aegis of heaven and earth, it requires a heart that cherishes the world, contemplating the welfare of the populace, to grasp its true essence. Li Yuan dismissed this technique outright, as it was far beyond his current capabilities. He approached the fourth dragon egg, only to find that he could not activate it. The egg bore 3 lines, symbolizing 3 distinct powers. It informed him that he must cultivate the 3 legacies to a certain extent before it could be unlocked. The divine martial treasure is coveted by the world's strongest. To recklessly activate it would merely serve others' interests, which is why the founding emperor set such a threshold. The emperor's legacy shall not be in vain, and Li Yuan vowed to honor it. He bowed deeply to the towering figure. What has been left by the sovereign could extend the life of the dying. If it is to endure through the ages, future generations must strive unremittingly. With a soft sigh, the emperor's ethereal form gradually dissipated. Li Yuan felt a moment of disorientation. He sensed he had grasped something, yet it seemed as though nothing had been retained. Even with the divine martial prowess and a millennium of planning, what could be left behind is merely this. Ultimately, much depends on the capabilities of future generations. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble jolted Li Yuan from his meditative state, bringing his thoughts back to reality as he gazed upward at the sky. There, several 8th-tier demon saints were engaged in battle with the Night Owl Guard. caught in the tumult. The pillar of fortune on the heaven-transforming platform collapsed, and the shadow of the five-clawed golden dragon shattered, heralding the imminent conclusion of this grand spectacle. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan unleashed the full potential of the myriad manifestations forest goo, concealing his presence. Since the grand ceremony had been driven to failure by the Night Owl King, it seemed the esteemed physician's grandson would not need to perish after all. He was the only lead the Night Owl King had to find me, and surely, the Night Owl King would not be foolish enough to sever his own arm. If fate allows, we shall meet again. With his concerns resolved, this journey felt complete. There was nothing more Li Yuan could do. Rushing forth to identify himself to the physician's grandson or his aunt would be a reckless act leading to certain death. Sword Fairy, let us depart. He did not intend to regroup with the main force, fearing that at the Night Owl King's command, this place would be sealed off, with everyone thoroughly investigated. Even with the best concealment, Li Yuan could not guarantee that he could evade detection after a direct encounter with the Night Owl King. Sister Wu, you shall command the Elephant Demon's corpse to clear the path. The grand ceremony of Fengshan has been abruptly interrupted. The Black Lotus Demon Emperor, satisfied, led the myriad demons in retreat. The Night Owl King has returned to Kunlun Void. Various factions continue to linger within Kunlun Void, while Ning Hongyu and Li Ruo Qian follow the trail of Li Yuan in pursuit of the Elephant Demon. Ultimately, they uncover a hastily written note. Sister, I have discovered a treasure within the body of the Elephant Demon. It must be refined while it is still warm, for it holds great value in the art of goo. I shall return to the 12 caves. Until we meet again. Chapter 77. The schemes of the Night Owl King, did he leave so abruptly? Ning Hongyu found herself both amused and exasperated. Yet, this behavior was indeed characteristic of her junior disciple. After all, the master had remarked that he could endure solitude, remaining within the confines of the sect. In a place rife with conflict, it was prudent for him to depart early. She did not dwell on it further. I still wanted to express my gratitude. Li Ru Qian Lamanta. On the peak of Yuanyin, the Night Owl King returned, his strides powerful and commanding, concealing his true emotions behind the bronze mask. High-ranking ministers of Dian, including the Ghost King, Kanglin King, Ing King, Qian King, Han King, and the Grand General of the nation, had gathered. Before the Night Owl King, they wore solemn expressions, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Some were guilt-ridden, while others harbored secrets. Yet, all present understood a crucial truth. Although the demon's assault appeared fierce, it had not reached a level that could disrupt the sacrificial ceremony. Ironically, the ceremony had been interrupted. Even the young prince had suffered grievous injuries, falling into unconsciousness. This led them to suspect whether the Night Owl King had orchestrated this deliberately. Was the grand ceremony merely a fade to rally the populace and stabilize the situation, while he sought to seize actual power, using the young emperor as a pawn to command the lords? The expressions of the feudal lords varied. Even with the suspicion of the Night Owl King's intentions, they dared not openly resist, for such defiance would only provide him with a pretext to deal with them. "You are all worthless," the Night Owl King bellowed, his anger palpable. "With so many of you, you cannot even safeguard the prince. What use are you?" Though seemingly directed at the Night Owl Guard, the lords felt the sting of his words, sensing he was covertly mocking them. No one had anticipated that the Black Lotus Demon Emperor would personally intervene, crossing borders to attack Kunlun Void. The incident had transpired, yet it was prudent to first assess the prince's condition, suggested Grand General Bai Chun. "Indeed," echoed the Ghost King Ling Yu. "Let us ensure the prince's swift recovery before selecting an auspicious date to recommence the sacrificial ceremony." "That is natural," the Night Owl King replied, standing with hands clasped behind his back. "The ceremony will take place only after the prince ascends the throne. Until then, I implore you all to refrain from spreading rumors that may disturb the public's peace." His voice resonated across Tianyin Peak, exuding an overwhelming pressure. "Understood," replied the Ghost King with a respectful bow. "We shall adhere to the Night Owl King's command." All factions dared not speak further, their hearts convinced that the Night Owl King aimed to become a treacherous usurper, wielding the emperor to command the lords. The next steps would likely involve sweeping reforms, reshaping the central plains and expelling the demons. Was this the prelude to another great conflict or a quiet transition of power? None could foretell. Enough, the Night Owl King declared as he ascended the Yuanyin platform, turning his back to the assembly. I request the presence of the lesser deity, Emperor. All others may leave. Yes, the crowd complied, feeling as though they had received a pardon, and they withdrew. And Muyao maintained a calm demeanor, though her heart raced. Was the Night Owl King about to speak candidly with her? No more pretense. The prince is already visited, she noted. The Night Owl King spoke softly, and his words stirred a tempest within in Muyao's heart. What did the Night Owl King mean? And Muyao feigned ignorance. At this juncture, there was no need for the minor god of death to continue pretending. The intentions of the king were clear to him. The Night Owl King stated calmly, "What I imply, the minor god of death surely understands." Daring to speculate on the king's intentions was beyond in Muyao's boldness, and she resolutely denied it. If the true prince were present, do you think the grand ceremony would falter? Mere demons cannot disrupt the sacred grounds of Kunlun. I possess the means to keep them at bay. This is the territory of Dian, and it is not for demons to rampage, the Night Owl King proclaimed. Having taken your counsel into account, I can ascertain that the one lying upon the Tianyin platform is merely a substitute for the prince. As he spoke, the Night Owl King retrieved Dian's imperial jade seal from the altar. The tribes of the far north possess methods to discern the prince's bloodline. Surely, Dian has its own techniques to rival them. He approached Muyao, holding the jade seal before her. Can you feel it? A new force emanates from the imperial seal. It tells me that the true prince has returned, embracing the will of the ancestors of the Dian royal family. Laughter erupted from the Night Owl King, unrestrained and filled with joy. After the royal blood calamity, I have never laughed so freely. With the protection of our forebears, Dian shall surely thrive. I should have anticipated that the true prince would not be an ordinary peasant. Even amidst chaos and peril, the prince will undoubtedly display the grace of the Li lineage. Minor god of death, do you still not acknowledge this? He fixed his gaze upon Muyao, his eyes beneath the mask burning like ghostly flames. After a lengthy pause, Muyao nodded. Indeed, the young prince has been here, but I do not know his true identity or his current whereabouts. The Night Owl King's meticulous thoughts and exquisite methods were more terrifying than Muyao had imagined, compelling her to accept the reality. I can understand why the prince does not trust you, nor me, nor anyone in this world. He wishes to seize his destiny firmly in his grasp. Just as our forefather did a millennium ago, the prince harbors this resolve, which brings me great solace, the Night Owl King remarked with a smile. And Muyao found it impossible to fathom the Night Owl King's intentions. What thoughts occupied the mind of this pinnacle of martial prowess? Were his words truth or deception? She dared not gamble. Perhaps the Night Owl King was genuinely devoted to the Dian royal family, fulfilling the will of their forefather to support the young prince's ascension and uphold the rightful lineage. Yet, the world is unpredictable, and the hearts of men are inscrutable. Setting aside whether the Night Owl King was sincere, even if he were, when the treasures of the martial god lay before him, his loyalty might waver. Once the young prince emerged, he would become a puppet, a key. What will the Night Owl King do now that it is certain the young prince is an impostor? And Muyao inquired, "What do you believe, minor god of death?" The Night Owl King countered, "I hope you will spare his life. He is innocent and merely a pawn caught in the currents of fate." And Muyao pleaded, "The king shall certainly spare his life. The prince would wish for the same as well, and it shall be left to him to decide his fate in the future." The Night Owl King declared that from this moment forth, he could no longer reveal his true identity to the world. The young prince would often be unwell and unable to engage in governance. It would only be on the day of the true dragon's return that he would awaken. The people needed only to know that his highness had returned and that Yin would restore its rightful order. That alone would suffice. This was the Night Owl King's grand scheme. You act in a manner that will make you regarded as a traitor by the various lords and ministers of the Yin, seizing the emperor to command the vassals. This is not the conduct befitting the Night Owl Guard. And Muyao spoke solemnly. It matters not. The Night Owl King stood tall, proclaiming with pride, for the sake of the Yin's realm and the illustrious ancestors of the Li family. What does it matter if I bear the weight of all accusations? I am indifferent to the censure of the ministers. I am also unconcerned with the public's scorn. Even if I am misunderstood by His Highness, I remain unperturbed. All I desire is for this world to be at peace, for the hearts of the people to unite, for the common folk to be free from the chaos wrought by demons, for the virtues of the yin to be extolled, and for the dynasty to flourish. That is enough. Should I pave the way for His Highness, enabling the true dragon to return, to uphold the mandate of heaven and secure the throne, then I would willingly bear the infamy of the ages, even unto death. Chapter 78. The first transformation of the sword fairy from the beginning to the end. The Night Owl King's schemes were merely a pretext to restore the Central Plains. The dissatisfaction of the nobles and the words of the ministers were inconsequential. The peace and happiness of the common people were the very foundation of the Yin nation's fortunes and the most essential element for His Highness's return. The Night Owl King, with great diligence and selflessness, earned the admiration of the young lady. And Mu Yao offered a respectful bow and took her leave. After a considerable time, the solitary Night Owl King spoke again. After listening for so long, you should rise. On the Yuanyin platform, the severely injured and unconscious youth slowly sat up. Ha ha! The youth chuckled self-deprecatingly. I knew it. The name Li Chengxiu is burdensome and too illustrious for me to bear. It's far better to be Chenggoden from my little Feng village. He mused, since I am merely the substitute for the true prince. I suppose I could be considered his savior? As the youth transformed from Li Chengxiu back to Chenggoden, his tone lightened considerably, shedding the fear of death and embracing a carefree spirit. A true dragon, favored by destiny, would not perish. The Night Owl King replied indifferently. To intertwine your fate with His Highness is a privilege and a gift from him. Uft, Chenggoden scoffed. You speak in such grandiloquence. I don't grasp these things. What I want to know now is how you intend to deal with me. Imprison me? Or silence me permanently? The king stated, I have promised in Mu Yao not to kill you. When His Highness returns, he shall decide your fate personally. After speaking, the Night Owl King tossed a mask, instructing, Wear this. You are no longer yourself. On the day His Highness returns, your freedom shall be restored. I have a request, Chenggoden said, holding the mask delicately, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Speak, replied the Night Owl King, nodding. I wish to join the Night Owl Guard and continue my martial studies. I want to be stationed at Kunlun Su, protecting my little Feng village. Is that acceptable? Chenggoden proposed. The Night Owl King was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. Few could evoke such a reaction from him. After a lengthy pause, he inquired, Do you harbor any hatred toward His Highness? A bit, Chenggoden admitted, upon further reflection. My biological parents were likely loyal subjects of the royal family who sacrificed me to save him. Yet I realized he too was coerced, and both our elders acted willingly. So I shall not hold it against him. As long as he can vanquish the demons and restore peace to Kunlun Su, allowing my parents to rest in peace, I will forgive him. You possess a broad mind, the Night Owl King remarked with a hint of a smile. I hope your words are sincere. It would bode well for you. Human hearts are fickle. I cannot guarantee that, Chenggoden replied, baring his teeth as he rose. Lifting the mask and gradually placing it upon his face, his voice became more somber. This mask seems rather fitting for me, though it lacks your elegance. A cloak akin to yours would certainly enhance my presence. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from the Night Owl King. Today is the last time I shall tolerate your foolishness. I hope there will not be a next time. Time flies. 3 months later, in the Jiugong mountain range, amidst the 12 caves, sunlight filters softly through the gaps in the bamboo leaves of a small grove, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A celestial sword maiden, garbed in a flowing white dress, dances with her sword, as if having mistakenly wandered from an ethereal realm into the mortal world. As she raises her sword, her figure is as light as a flying swallow. Each stroke of her blade creates blossoms of light, akin to morning dew leaping between the bamboo leaves. Her swordplay unfolds, fluid as flowing clouds and rushing water, at times resembling a mighty dragon emerging from the sea, exuding grandeur, and at other moments, like a mystical serpent weaving through the air, unpredictable and enchanting. When her sword reaches its zenith, it seems as though a radiant aura envelopes her. merging her essence with the sword, her intent permeating the atmosphere. Time appears to stand still, as myriad sword shadows manifest the various postures of the Sword Maiden, before suddenly converging into a singular form that pierces the heavens, transforming into a white dragon that soars into the sky. The beauty of the Sword Maiden's dance is a sight to behold, ineffably exquisite, akin to a painting. Li Yuan watches in awe, captivated by the poetic elegance of her swordsmanship. Since returning from Kunlun Su, he has occasionally dabbled in martial arts alongside his endeavors in crafting poisons. Yet his talents are rather mediocre, resulting in slow progress. Even with 3 supreme martial arts manuals at his disposal, lacking guidance renders his efforts as futile as a primary school student attempting advanced mathematics. He has managed to grasp a few rudimentary moves of the shaking Heaven Divine Fist, barely crossing the threshold of a novice, while the Tianyin Wanxiang sword technique remains entirely beyond his comprehension. It was only through a fortuitous encounter that Li Yuan allowed the Sword Maiden to peruse the Tianyin Wanxiang sword technique, and to his astonishment, she mastered it effortlessly, reaching the 7th level in no time. Initially, he felt a tinge of envy, but upon reflection, he realized, the Sword Maiden is mine. Her learning signifies my own advancement. Through their intrinsic resonance, he truly comprehended several techniques, and with time, he believed he could achieve success. "Brother Li Yuan, dinner is ready," called Wang Zhao Zhao from the courtyard. "Coming," he replied. The Sword Maiden was even quicker, akin to a white rainbow streaking through the air as she swiftly took her seat, readying her bowl and chopsticks in anticipation of the meal. "Brother Li Yuan, don't you feel that the Sword Maiden seems more spirited?" Wang Zhao Zhao remarked with a smile. Indeed, he acknowledged, having sensed it long before. Perhaps it was the influence of the Kunlun Su's dragon vein fortune. Or perhaps it was connected to his fusion with the bloodline of their ancestors. Or maybe it was the result of practicing the Tianyin Wanxiang sword technique. Regardless, the Sword Maiden had undoubtedly transformed since their return from Kunlun Su. Her gaze was no longer vacant. Moments of brilliance occasionally flickered in her eyes. And her strange behaviors, such as hugging trees, running around while bathing, or swinging in the bamboo grove at midnight, had become increasingly rare. Li Yuan speculated that it was likely his own metamorphosis that triggered a series of changes in the Sword Maiden, given their fate-bound connection. Perhaps, in less than 300 years, he could restore her spirit. Even the Gu immortal of 3,000 years ago could not have anticipated that a mere Gu master like him bore the bloodline of a martial deity. Only a martial god could shatter the fateful prophecies of Gu immortals. Li Yuan did not dwell on this. For him, it was a fortuitous development, entirely beneficial. A few days later, Pei Luoqing hurried into the bamboo grove, his face aglow with radiant joy. "Brother Pei, what delightful news has brought you such happiness?" Li Yuan inquired. "I am preparing to resign," he replied. Pei Luoqing smiled and inquired, "I wish to know your thoughts, junior brother. Should you assume the position of the 12 cave masters, or shall we appoint others?" "Senior brother, you are aware of my preference for tranquility," Li Yuan replied. Pei Luoqing nodded. "Very well then. I shall send someone from the 9 palaces to take over when the time comes, though their strength may not be formidable. Considering your presence here, the cave master's role is merely to manage affairs." "Agreed," Li Yuan consented. Pei Luoqing continued. "There is another matter I must share with you regarding the Yan royal family. As you may have heard, the young prince remains gravely injured and has been under the regency of the Night Owl King. Has the Night Owl King initiated any new actions?" Li Yuan inquired with curiosity. Chapter 79. I have found Shao Linner indeed. Pei Luoqing nodded emphatically. "It is indeed a grand maneuver." "Oh." Li Yuan's interest was piqued. "Do elaborate, master brother." "Not long ago, the Night Owl King issued an order for the Night Owl Guards, commanding all regional commanders to mobilize and oversee the battles across the Central Plains, compelling the station troops to engage in a desperate fight against the demonic forces until they were driven out of the region. For the common folk of the Central Plains, this was undoubtedly a blessing, as they would finally be spared from the calamities wrought by the demons and could savor the joys of peace. Even if some demons remained lurking in the countryside, the Night Owl Guards would gradually eradicate them. I have heard that throughout the Central Plains. There are praises sung for the young prince's merits, with many hoping for his swift recovery and ascension to the throne to restore the grandeur of the Dian era. Pei Luoqing lamented. In this manner, tranquility would return to the Central Plains, allowing its citizens to live in peace and prosperity, extolling the new emperor and reviving the fragmented fortunes of Dian. Yet, with this strategy in play, within a short span of 3 months to a year, a multitude of demons would undoubtedly surge into the southern frontier, northern territories, western regions, eastern wastelands, and Kanglan, transforming the already struggling borderlands into a veritable hell on earth. As a native of the southern frontier, Pei Luoqing could not bear to see his homeland sacrificed under the machinations of power. Alas, the tides of fate were such that even the 9 palaces Gu Nest could not intervene, let alone a mere individual like himself. Li Yuan understood well that the Night Owl King not only sought to manipulate the emperor to command the feudal lords, but also intended to employ the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, utilizing over 2 decades of demonic turmoil to diminish the power of various lords. Pei Luoqing smiled bitterly. The crux of the matter lies in this being a blatant scheme. No lord would dare to confront the Night Owl King. He will undoubtedly make an example of those who defy him. In prosperous times, such actions would evoke a sense of mutual vulnerability among the populace, leading to a loss of public support. However, in chaotic times, one can only say that the Night Owl King possesses remarkable resolve, willing to sacrifice certain regions to stabilize the greater situation. The Night Owl King also anticipated that the demons would be willing to cooperate, accepting this excellent gift presented by the internal strife of Dian's power. Any lord daring to collude with the demons would find themselves akin to a chicken used to warn the monkeys. What a cunning plan. Li Yuan's expression grew grave. The ambitions revealed by the Night Owl King solidified his resolve to remain concealed until he possessed sufficient means of self-preservation. In summary, true chaos was on the horizon, far more intense than the previous upheaval. The Kanglan army might well be overwhelmed, and everything would depend on our own efforts. Pei Luoqing solemnly advised him. After careful consideration, he could not help but ask, "Junior brother, have you truly made up your mind to stay in the 12 caves?" Yes, Li Yuan nodded. The small bamboo grove had been wholly transformed by him, and he intended to continue expanding it, crafting it into a domain that belonged entirely to him. 2 Gu houses were also situated here. This was his stronghold, where he could fully unleash his power. Very well, Pei Luoqing refrained from further persuasion. I shall take my leave today. When we meet again, I know not when that will be. Should you find it unbearable, you may seek refuge within the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Understood, senior brother, take care. As the tempest approaches, the unpredictability of life weighs heavily upon farewells. Li Yuan produced a small jade vial containing the precious medicine I once used to heal our master. Please convey my regards to him, senior brother. Sighed Pei Luoqing. Allow me to speak candidly, junior brother. Our master has long since parted ways with the path of Gu. He should find contentment in enjoying his twilight years. Calamity will soon descend upon us. Such a precious remedy should be kept for your own needs. Even if the master were here, he would not accept it. This is my heartfelt offering, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Trust me, the master will surely find it useful. Very well then. Pei Luoqing did not refuse further. Although the young disciple appeared to be solitary and somewhat reclusive, he was genuinely generous towards his friends and family, freely offering such invaluable medicine. After bidding farewell to Pei Luoqing, Li Yuan made his way to a clandestine treasure trove, shrouded by a multitude of Gu insects. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 6 Transformation 1363000. Realm, 6 Transformation, Mental Force, Mid-Domain Realm, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, 5-Colored Ethereal Fire Python, Myriad Manifestations Gu, Silk Spinning Queen Gu, Sword Fairy Gu, Gu House, 5-Colored Ethereal Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House. Silk Spinning Profound Realm, 1000 Gu House. The Silk Spinning Profound Realm produced a drop of Revitalizing Spirit due each month, totaling 5 drops thus far. Li Yuan had given 4 to his master, Yu Hung Chuan, reserving only one for unforeseen circumstances. The 5 strands of celestial fire yielded by the 5-colored ethereal fire cave were all kept in preparation for trading in exchange for rare treasures. 7 days later, a new master of the 12 caves was appointed, a 5th transformation Gu master. On his first day, he arrived at the small bamboo grove bearing generous gifts. Greetings, Senior Brother Li. Pang Da Chun, sent by the 9 Palaces Gu Nest to serve as the master of the 12 caves. Here is the inner sect token for your inspection. Though Pang Da Chun was also an inner sect disciple, Li Yuan's status as a direct disciple of an elder elevated him above Pang. You are too courteous, master. Li Yuan replied with a slight smile. I shall oversee matters concerning the ruined Gu Tower in the small bamboo grove. Everything else falls under your purview. So there is no need for you to consult me. Reflecting on the past, he recalled his arrival at the age of 16, trailing behind old Wang as a mere subordinate. Pang Da Chun's demeanor today evoked a sense of nostalgia, reminding him of the passage of time and the transience of all things. Indeed, Pang Da Chun nodded repeatedly, then added, Senior Brother Li, I heard from Senior Brother Pei that you prefer tranquility. Should we consider expanding the small bamboo grove, incorporating the surrounding peaks to shield you from disturbances by other disciples during your cultivation? Li Yuan was taken aback, not anticipating Pang Da Chun's astuteness. He indeed harbored thoughts of further expanding the bamboo grove, as the growth of the Gu houses, the expansion of the corpse puppet army, and the cultivation of more Gu insects would necessitate additional territory. Very well. Since Pang Da Chun had proposed it, Li Yuan readily acquiesced. Excellent. Peng Da Shun Biamid. Rest assured, Senior Brother Li, I will make all the necessary arrangements. Thank you for your efforts. Li Yuan extended his hand, summoning a black jar that contained several unrefined 5th-grade mystical worms, specifically intended to replenish the strength of 1S life worm. This is a gift for you. Thank you. Senior Brother Li, thank you. Pang Da Chun beamed with joy, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. In the extreme northern icy plains, the wind howled fiercely, and the chill penetrated to the bone. The vast expanse of white was dotted with houses forged from snow and ice. Here, there were no city walls. The boundless sky and land provided the tribe with the best concealment against potential invaders. Clop, clop, clop. Not far away, horses burst through the snowy veil. The patrolling soldiers, upon seeing the newcomers, exclaimed in delight, It is the lesser god of fate. The lesser god of fate has returned. Quickly, inform the king, within the great icy hall. The resting Kirin king, Onto Yuan, suddenly sat upright. After a few coughs, he steadied himself and rushed out the door. The lesser god of fate dismounted gracefully from her steed, her bare feet treading upon the snow and wind, silver hair billowing, and the tiny ice bells on her dress chiming melodiously. Father, she hastened to the side of the Kirin king. Father, I have found her. I have found little Linner. I have found my sister's child. Chapter 80. The tribe of the far north icefield Mu Yao. Have you found Xiaolinu? The pallid face of the Qilin king, Entuin, flushed with a hint of color. Yes, the young deity and Mu Yao supported him, saying, Father, let us enter the house and speak slowly. Very well, very well. And Tuoyuan beamed with joy. Upon entering the dwelling, and Mu Yao gestured, and a phantom of the Qilin materialized, enveloping the entire great hall. She then spoke, while I was arranging the totemic banners in the Kunlun void. The twin jade pendants unexpectedly reacted. Xiao Linner must have been nearby at that moment. However, due to the threat posed by the Night Owl King, I dared not reveal myself. I only noted the faction Xiao Linner belonged to at that time. He is in the southern wilderness, at the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest? Antoine's brow furrowed deeply. Even in the far north, separated by the vast extremes of the Dian, the name of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest was as thunderous as a clap of lightning. He was well aware of it. That place is the origin of the Gu Master lineage, a dominant force in the southern wilderness, with a legacy far older and stronger than that of the Icefield tribe. Father, should we not retrieve my sister's child? Mu Yao felt a pang of sorrow. He has been alone out there, undoubtedly suffering greatly over the years. The descendant of a martial god, reduced to obscurity, adopting a false name to learn the art of Gu. Of course, we must bring him back. Until Yuan's expression turned bitter. Had it not been for Mu Qiu, our tribe in the far north would have long ceased to exist. How could we allow Mu Qiu's child to wander alone in the world? Yet I feel, and Mu Yao paused. Shaoliner may not be eager to acknowledge us. We must understand him. And to Yuan sighed. Shaoliner has been on the run since childhood, displaced and enduring immense suffering. In such an environment, who could he trust? He, too, is compelled to rely solely on himself. As someone who has walked a similar path, and to empathize deeply with his unacquainted grandson, caution is not a vice. It is wise to tread carefully to endure. What shall we do then? And Mu Qiu remarked, the opportunity to find Shaoliner is right before us. Must we merely stand by and not acknowledge him? We must acknowledge him, of course. And Tu Yuan replied, however, we cannot force him. We have not raised this child, and he has received no kindness from us. It is entirely natural for him to be wary. Our task is to gradually dissipate Shaoliner's apprehension, allowing him to slowly trust us and accept us. He is Mu Qiu's child, and inherently, he cannot be a cold and selfish individual. The indifference he displays is merely a means of self-preservation. After Tu Yuan's words, and Mu Yao felt her heart ease. Father, what do you suggest we do? You should conceal your identity and venture to the southern wilderness. First, conduct your investigation discreetly, and upon finding Shaoliner, do not make your presence known, nor take any unnecessary actions. Tu Yuan instructed, observe first, then gradually make contact until he shows goodwill and is willing to accept us. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, Tu Yuan broke into a violent fit of coughing, his white hair disheveled, resembling a fallen lion king in his twilight years. Father. And Mu Yao hurriedly supported her father, expressing concern over his worsening condition. It's nothing, he replied, waving his hand dismissively. I can still endure for another 10 or 5 years. I shall certainly witness Mu Qiu's child and hear him call me grandfather. Follow me, he continued. I have a gift for little Liner that I need you to take. Trembling, he rose to his feet and opened the door leading underground. And Mu Yao assisted him as they descended the staircase, step by step. The origins of the extreme North Icefield tribe date back 2 millennia. A group of refugees fled from the Central Plains to this desolate, frigid land, facing hunger and the bitter cold that nearly claimed their lives. It was then that one among them discovered a Qilin's carcass in the ice. The Qilin, a harbinger of good fortune, had at certain points in history been equated with the true dragon, and the sight of the Qilin's tragic demise horrified the refugees. At that moment, one man raised his arms and proclaimed, the Ice Qilin is a benevolent deity, unwilling to see humanity suffer, and thus has descended in flesh to nourish us. We must not betray the kindness and compassion of the Qilin deity. Under his leadership, the refugees partook of the Qilin's remains, inexplicably gaining mysterious powers, becoming unafraid of the icy winds and biting cold. Though beset by fear of retribution, they prayed earnestly and bowed in reverence. In time, rather than punishing them, the Qilin deity manifested mysterious runes upon the bones of the Qilin, imparting to them methods of cultivation and bestowing upon them the Qilin's treasured arts. Grateful, the people sincerely venerated the Qilin as a god, establishing a tribe upon the ice field and adopting the Qilin's likeness as their totem. They believed that this was the true divine being, an eternal god that nourished humanity and alleviated worldly suffering. Thus, the Icefield tribe began to flourish in the extreme north, perpetually worshipping the Qilin and serving it faithfully. Every tale was depicted in murals along the walls of the underground passage, and Mu Yao had accompanied the Qilin king here several times, each visit leaving her in awe. At the end of the passage, a vast expanse opened up, revealing a colossal altar measuring 1,000 feet wide and several hundred feet high. At the center of the altar lay a skeleton, its bones resembling exquisitely carved jade, radiating a subtle warmth that spoke of ages past. The contours were robust, yet graceful, with the bases of the horns solid and strong, tapering sharply to form their pointed tips. Along the elongated neck, the vertebrae connected closely, with runes appearing faintly upon them. The Qilin's chest cavity was expansive, its ribs resembling resilient arches that extended outward, while its limbs retained a powerful stance, as if caught in mid-gallop. O great Qilin deity, your subjects in Yuan and in Muyao humbly bow before you. The two knelt before the Qilin's remains, bowing 3 times in gratitude for the deity's grace, wishing for blessings to endure eternally. After their homage, Until approached a recess in the altar, retrieving a jewel that shimmered with an icy blue light, which he handed to Muyao. Muyao, this is the Qilin pearl, capable of catalyzing the bloodlines of all beings and enhancing their spiritual essence. Once, a shaman from the southern regions traversed great distances to seek this pearl, willing to exchange many rare treasures, for this item holds great significance to the shaman. Upon finding little Liner, you shall present him with the precious jewel, which he is sure to cherish. This is one of the few meaningful gifts that Yuan can bestow upon his grandson. Very well. Muyao nodded. Father, do not worry. I shall ensure that little Liner trusts us and embraces us, bringing him back to see you, so that we may together pay homage to our sister. Be not hasty, and do not allow those with ulterior motives to perceive your intentions, Yuan admonished. He sighed softly. Muccio, may you watch over Liner from above. I hope that in my lifetime, I can make amends for the shortcomings I have shown as a grandfather. Chapter 81. The 7 absolute peaks of the central plain Jianghu, 12 caves. The expansion of the small bamboo grove was in full swing. Every day, Li Yuan practiced swordsmanship with the sword fairy, while collaborating with Shao Kai and Wu Mei to construct the insect house, and whenever he found the time, he synthesized new insect species, living a carefree and joyous life. However, he was acutely aware that such blissful moments would not last indefinitely. One day, a familiar visitor graced the small bamboo grove. Miss Li, it has been quite a while, greeted the newcomer, Li Yuan from the Kanglan army. After some time apart, your little bamboo grove has indeed taken on a more impressive form, nearly establishing its own domain. It's essential to have a spacious area when nurturing numerous insects. Raplia, Li Yuan. Thank you for saving me that day, Li Yuan said, lowering her gaze and bowing respectfully. It was a trivial matter. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. We are old partners in business. Without your connections, how could a mere individual like myself hope to board the grand vessel of the Kanglan army? Knowing your affinity for dissecting monsters for insect nurturing, I have brought you a 7th-tier monster corpse, Li Yuan announced, signaling to her soldiers to bring forth the body. Before them lay a butterfly demon, adorned with a beautiful human face, a graceful form, and wings that shimmered in a dreamlike array of colors. What a splendid specimen! Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. The materials he lacked most for crafting the dream silkworm were precisely those from insect-like monsters, such as butterflies and moths. These creatures were inherently weak, and their numbers were far fewer than those of the more formidable beasts like tigers and lions. How much do you ask? It's a gift. This is my personal possession and will not be accounted for within the Kanglan army's records, Li Yuan replied. Li Yuan Shukulat. I knew Miss Li possessed a generous spirit. In return, I shall present you with a gift. He procured a specially crafted metal box and opened it, revealing a flickering flame within. This treasure is called the Celestial Fire, a rare essence condensed from the energy of the great sun, useful for both attacking enemies and forging precious artifacts. Forging precious artifacts? Li Yuan was taken aback. Such extraordinary fire born from the heavens was indeed rare, and she had actively sought it. Now that she had officially ascended to the realm of a 7th-tier grandmaster, she required such a flame to forge her destined sword. Please accept it, Li Yuan said, closing the iron box and extending it to her. I now owe you another favor, Li Yuan said, accepting the celestial fire without hesitation. Next time I ascend the mountain, I will bring several monster corpses as a token of my gratitude. Let us refrain from keeping count of favors. The more monster corpses, the better, Li Yuan replied, foregoing pleasantries and business with an old acquaintance. Miss Li, I can acquire more celestial fire. If there are any high-tier monster corpses in the army, whether intact or damaged, I wish to procure them all. The higher the tier, the better. Understood, Li Yuan. I will assist you in connecting with other commanders to arrange the delivery of surplus monster corpses. Thank you for your trouble. Miss Li Yuan bore respectfully. Not at all, Li Yuan smiled. During that day, at Kunlun Su, Your remarkable valor did not go unnoticed by many in the Kanglan army. I believe everyone would be eager to collaborate with a prodigy such as yourself. The 6th-tier Gu Master engages in a battle against the demonic half-saint, a talent so extraordinary that it would shine brightly among any great power. It is conceivable that in the future, this individual might ascend to become the leader of a formidable force. Who wouldn't wish to forge an alliance? There is another matter of grave importance to convey. Li Yuan's expression turned serious. Is it concerning the chaos wrought by the demons? Li Yuan. Indeed, she affirmed. Ever since King Night Owl commanded the regional commanders to oversee the defense of the Central Plains, the demons have been largely expelled from the region, spilling into the territories of various lords. The current situation sees the Central Plains standing alone, indifferent to the plight of the border areas. The demons are thus wreaking havoc with even greater ferocity, leaving the lords struggling to cope, and the Kanglan army has had to retract its defenses. You must prepare for battle. Although the 12 caves are nestled within the mountains, they are not as deeply entrenched as the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces, and they too may be affected from time to time. Thank you for the warning, Miss Li, Li Yuan replied with a respectful gesture. As the power of the feudal lords wanes to a certain extent, the King of Night Owls will not easily relent until the royal authority is restored. No one can predict how long this turmoil at the borders will last. However, there's also good news. At this point, Li Yuan paused once more, fixing her gaze on Li Yuan. You must have heard of the saying regarding the Central Plains: 1 peak, 1 summit pavilion, 2 supreme sects, and 3 mountains entering the world to sever worldly ties. I have heard some whispers, though my understanding is limited, Li Yuan admitted. He only knew that this phrase referred to the 7 dominant powers in the Jianghu of the Central Plains. According to public opinion, the 7 dominant forces were said to be capable of contending with the 9 palaces Gu Nest. He found this somewhat exaggerated. The 9 palaces Gu Nest boasted nearly 28th-tier Gu Masters, standing at the pinnacle of Gu Dao and encompassing 90% of the strongest practitioners in the field. He believed that any one of the 7 dominant powers in the Central Plains would pale in comparison to the 9 palaces Gu Nest. You are truly engrossed in the art of Gu, oblivious to worldly affairs, Li Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. It was remarkable that someone could be merely aware of the 7 dominant powers in the Central Plains. Many children from the southern regions could recite them with ease. She elucidated. The so-called 1 peak refers to the heavenly beyond, a sect that walks the line between righteousness and wickedness, shrouded in mystery with numerous experts within its ranks. The 1 summit pavilion refers to the Xinjiang pavilion, a domain of scholars who excel in rhetoric, representing the pinnacle of contemporary Confucianism. The 2 supreme sects denote the Ling Shao sword sect and the Bai Lian sect. The former is one of the absolute peaks of swordsmanship, while the latter excels in weapon forging and body cultivation, unmatched by any. The 3 mountains represent another pinnacle of swordsmanship: the benevolent Shu Mountain, the Taoist Longhu Mountain, and Xinjiang Mountain. These 3 great powers prioritize the cultivation of the heart and remain aloof from worldly interests. In times of prosperity, they withdraw from the world to devote themselves to their practices, and when chaos erupts, they descend from the mountains to eradicate evil and restore order. Hence, the saying 3 mountains entering the world to sever worldly ties, Li Yuan patiently explained. At last, Li Yuan understood that the good news Miss Li had just mentioned was indeed related to them. Indeed, pear blossoms evoke a sense of melancholy. The emperor is devoid of compassion, yet the realm of chivalry thrives. Even though the Night Owl King has imposed a decree, Mount Shu, Mount Xinjiang, and Mount Longhu have rallied the righteous to venture forth into the farthest regions to vanquish demons and eradicate evil. Furthermore, I have heard that the Lingxiao sword sect has also dispatched individuals to the southern borders, though it appears their purpose is not to confront demons. Li Yuan was taken aback. Wait, the Lingxiao sword sect? Why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly, he recalled the visions he experienced during his initial resonance with the sword fairy. Was not her birthplace, 3,000 years ago, the very Lingxiao sword sect? If the Lingxiao sword sect is not here to combat demons, then what could their true intentions be? The reason is now evident. Yet, upon further reflection, Li Yuan pondered. Why should I be alarmed? If one were to consider it, they ought to refer to me as their ancestor. Chapter 82. Xiao Zhao's fifth transformation. After bidding farewell to Li Yuan, Li Yuan sat in contemplation within the remnants of the Gu building, piecing together the unfolding events. He recalled his senior sister, Ning Hongyu, mentioning that following the grand ceremony of Kunlun Su, the Jiugong Gu nest would thoroughly investigate the disappearance of the Sword Fairy's body. It was likely that the Jiugong Gu nest had sent a message requesting assistance from the Lingxiao sword sect in the southern frontier. Surely, they would find no trace of me. By now, no one should remember what the Sword Fairy looked like. However, should anyone see her, resembling an ethereal being wielding a sword, they might draw connections. Yet what of it? The grand ceremony has concluded, and I need not venture out. I fear no discovery unless they scour the entirety of the Jiugong mountain range. With this thought, Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. His gaze shifted to the corpse of the seventh-tier butterfly demon beside him. This body was perfectly suited for refining the precursor materials for the dream silkworm and would not be incorporated into the demon puppet army. Currently, his younger sister commanded a demon puppet army that included one seventh-tier demon leader, the half-saint elephant demon he had brought back from Kunlun Su, 10 sixth-tier demons, 100 fifth-tier demons, and over 1,000 fourth-tier demons. The ability to command such an extensive array of demon corpses was greatly enhanced by the successful refinement of the Gu house, and with the Pan-Si Xinjiang boon, his sister could thrive, ascending to true queenship. The tides of the world are beyond my solitary control. Thus, I remain in seclusion within the deep mountains, nurturing my strength through battles, carving out a realm that belongs solely to me. Li Yuan felt a surge of joy as he began to dissect the butterfly demon's corpse. A seventh-tier demon is a treasure trove. The ethereal butterfly blood, metamorphosis powder, reverse birth eggs, azure demon wings, and a shedding demon core. Upon completing the dissection, he meticulously categorized the valuable materials. Let's commence. Select original materials. Fifth transformation Gu, Dream Soul Worm 3, add ethereal butterfly blood. Add metamorphosis powder. Commencing synthesis. You have acquired the sixth transformation Gu, colorful feather butterfly. There are 3 precious Gu necessary for refining the extraordinary Gu, the dream silkworm. The first is the butterfly illusion without trace, which is also the innate Gu of Yuhang Chuan. The second is the reverse thought silkworm, which grants the Gu master the power to obliterate living beings' memories and forcibly alter their will. The third is the spring and autumn pupa, allowing the Gu master to self-seal in a near-death state, undergoing rebirth through the cycles of spring and autumn. Each rebirth renders them stronger, yet demands more time, with increasing difficulty. Only these 3 types of Gu have the potential to metamorphose into the pupa of the dream silkworm, thus entering the phase of dream 9 transformations. Once more, Li Yuan directed his thoughts. Select original materials. Fifth transformation Gu, Dream Soul Worm 3, add ethereal butterfly blood. Add reverse birth egg. Commencing synthesis. You have acquired the sixth transformation Gu, Spring Breath Silkworm. Another failure. Li Yuan adhered to the synthesis path as documented by his teacher, Yuhang Chuan, yet the results remained disparate. As his teacher had indicated, even identical materials in the same environment could yield different outcomes due to subtle influences. The higher the tier of the Gu, the more pronounced the discrepancies. He pressed on, accustomed to repeated failures, considering them merely as preparations. In the depths of his relentless pursuit, Li Yuan tirelessly engaged in the synthesis of various materials. He combined 3 soul, transforming insects with fragments of the azure sky demon wing and the powder of the metamorphic demon dan. As he began the synthesis, he received the coveted 6-turn mysterious Gu, the crimson 5 poisons Gu. Once more, he urged himself, continuing the process. He successfully acquired the 6-turn mysterious Gu, the devouring Gu, and the night illusion butterfly. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Seated before the black cauldron, Li Yuan gazed at the dwindling materials, lost in contemplation, increasingly comprehending the struggles and regrets of his mentor. He added all the remaining materials into the pot. Commencing synthesis, the result was the 6-turn precious Gu, the reverse thought silkworm. Is it successful? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. After numerous attempts, he had finally cultivated a precursor precious goo that could be used to nurture the dream silkworm. The cost was the entire corpse of a 7th-tier demon, specifically one that matched the attributes of a butterfly demon. He realized he needed more high-tier demon corpses and could only place his hopes on Li Yuan and the Kanglan army. "Brother Yuan, are you there?" A knock echoed from outside. "What is it, Xiao Zhao?" Li Yuanyin kidat. "Brother Yuan, the cave master, Pang Dachuan, has reported that a large number of refugees have fled to our jurisdiction. He seeks your guidance," Wang Zhao informed him. "Refugees?" Li Yuan put away the reverse-thought silkworm and stepped outside. The mention of refugees reminded him of his own past as a fugitive, along with old Wang, Xiao Zhao, and many colleagues from the 12 Caves, all of whom had once been refugees. "Xiao Zhao, how do you think we should handle this?" "Let them participate in the Goo Master examination. After several setbacks, our 12 Caves are somewhat short-handed," Wang Zhao suggested. Li Yuan nodded and promptly instructed UK to relay the message. "Inform the Cave Master that all refugees willing to participate in the Goo Master examination may be accommodated. Those unwilling should be allowed to stay in the outer mountains for a while, and once they recover, they can depart. The 12 Caves are not a refuge for the displaced. We must adhere to the rules." "Understood." UK fluttered her wings and departed. "Brother Yuan, the situation outside appears to be dire. Previously, we only encountered a handful of refugees, but now we face hundreds for the first time." Wang Zhao anticipated that chaos would soon befall the 12 Caves. "There will inevitably come a day of resolution," Li Yuan responded calmly. A few days later, "Brother Yuan, I have broken through. I have entered the realm of the 5-turn Goo Master." Over the years, the goo insects and materials necessary for her cultivation had primarily been provided by Li Yuan, effectively allowing her to take a shortcut. Her breakthrough was thus expected, with the potential of the precious goo, the blood-eye goo. As long as she followed a consistent training regimen, reaching the 7th turn would not be overly challenging. Congratulations! With the impending turmoil, Xiao Zhao's breakthrough brought Li Yuan a sense of relief. He had been waiting for this moment, eager to present her with a gift. "Follow me. I have something for you." "All right." Wang Zhao beamed with joy. After many years of companionship, there was no need for formality between her and Brother Yuan. They entered the house together. Li Yuan produced a small black jar and handed it to Xiao Zhao. "A worm?" Wang Zhao was taken aback. She already possessed a life-bound worm, rendering ordinary ones of little use to her. What could possibly be so special that her brother Yuan had prepared this? It seemed as though he had been awaiting this moment for quite some time. With a heart full of anticipation, she slowly removed the lid from the black jar. Inside lay a silkworm, its appearance reminiscent of a crystal creation, translucent and radiant, with an ethereal blue light flowing through its body, akin to a dream of ice rivers, emanating an aura that could soothe and calm the spirit. Though Wang Zhao could not see it, she recognized this sensation all too well. An indelible memory etched in her mind. This is the ice heartworm, a rare worm cultivated from her grandfather's heart before his passing. Chapter 83. Codename: Cave Sparrow Brother Yuan. "Have you kept this goo worm all this time?" For reasons unknown, Wang Zhao felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, and tears began to flow unbidden. Old Wang cherished only 2 treasures throughout his life. Li Yuan chuckled. "One is you, my beloved granddaughter, and the other is the ice heart goo, nurtured with my life and transformed into its current form after my demise. I shall not covet what belongs to others. Now that you have entered the realm of a 5th-order goo master, it is fortuitous that you can accept another kind of subordinate goo, and this ice heart goo is perfectly suitable. Under normal circumstances, rare goo worms are challenging to acquire as subordinate goo, with only a few exceptions. For instance, a goo master might possess a corresponding higher-order variant of the rare goo, or the rare goo might share a deep connection with the goo master themselves. Wang Zhao evidently falls into the latter category. "Take it," he urged. For Li Yuan at this point in his life, a rare goo was superfluous. But for little Zhao, a useful rare goo was indeed a precious find. "Stop crying. You still behave like a little girl," Li Yuan consoled her. The once frail young girl who ascended the mountain had now blossomed into a graceful young woman. Brother Yuan, thank you. The word thank you lingered on her lips, but she hesitated, recalling that Brother Yuan disdained her expressions of gratitude, for he would invariably counter with thanks for her seemingly trivial contributions to his life. She chose to silently engrave everything in her heart. Having stood by Brother Yuan's side for so many years, his visage had blurred in her memory. Yet he continued to shine upon her like a celestial being. It was precisely because he was unseen that her perceptions grew sharper. Day after day, they were nearly intertwined at heart. In her world, Brother Yuan remained silent and solitary, as if burdened by unseen weights, journeying towards an unattainable destination. A premonition gripped her heart. One day in the future, Brother Yuan would depart, undertaking a significant endeavor. The quieter and more composed he became, the more intense her premonition grew, unsettling her spirit. If that day were indeed to come, she wished to remain by his side, rather than let him leave alone, laden with all burdens, solitary in his departure. Until then, she must tread carefully, ensuring she did not impose greater strain upon him. I can wait, even if it takes until my hair turns white, forevermore. Time, that relentless blade, holds no true terror, does it, Wang Zhao Zhao? Time slipped away in silence, unmarked by the passing years. The influx of refugees to the 12 caves grew increasingly pronounced, with waves arriving one after another. Some succeeded in passing the Goom Master's trials and joined the 12 caves, while others perished during the tests, and still others departed in despair. Li Yuan observed it all in silence. To many disciples, he had become an enigmatic recluse, thanks to the effects of the reviving goo. After many years, he returned still appearing youthful, which only added to his air of mystery. Occasionally, he would overhear the disciples discussing him through the reconnaissance goo and through the grapevine. He had been transformed into a legendary figure, akin to a monk sweeping the grounds. The myriad rumors brought a wry smile to Li Yuan's lips. The master of the cave, Pang Dachun, occasionally gathered and organized intelligence from outside the mountains, delivering it to the small bamboo grove for Li Yuan's perusal. The state of the world aligned closely with expectations. Following the Night Owl King's orders, the commanders from all directions led the charge to expel the demons, resulting in a flourishing situation in the Central Plains, where the fortunes of the Yin surged like a tidal wave. Conversely, the border regions languished in despair. Under the relentless assaults of the demons, various lords were compelled to repeatedly contract their defenses, relinquishing territories and cities.